Traversing the world of Pokémon, Jiang Fan, a psychologist, discovers a profound truth. Pokémon abandoned by humans, whose spirits bear the deepest wounds, are the ones most capable of awakening forbidden powers. After healing a Shiny Charmander, which had been devastated by the arena, it evolves into a Charizard and acquires the exclusive skill, Sacred Fire, bestowed by Ho-Oh. A Snorlax, forsaken due to its insatiable appetite, finds itself in a new chapter. Upon its healing, it receives the Lucky Stone, a nurturing item from Arceus, enabling it to wield legendary skills with a mere flick of its finger. A Mankey, which had been abandoned for uncontrollably unleashing its fury upon its owner, evolves into a Gyarados and gains the exclusive skill, Crush, from Regigigas, rendering its punches devastatingly powerful. A Gengar, forgotten at the ocean's depths for centuries, transforms into a ghostly overlord of darkness after being rescued and healed by him. Years later, as Jiang Fan gazes upon the Pokémon that have flourished under his care, a chill runs down his spine. What on earth? Am I a psychologist or a creator of monsters? Chapter 1. A Shiny Charmander, stripped of its fighting spirit. Kanto region. Ziyuan Town. Pokémon Center. Rua. In a corner, a bright yellow Charmander suddenly launches an attack on a human. Opposite it stands a handsome young boy, startled by the flames, yet managing to evade the fiery onslaught just in time. Moments later, the Charmander retracts its flames. Rua. It emits another cry toward the boy, as if to say, "You are annoying me. I shall burn you alive." After this declaration, it collapses onto the ground, curling up. The boy witnesses this scene and sighs. "How on earth can I alleviate its wariness?" he murmurs. His name is Jiang Fan, a sophomore psychology student and an experienced Pokémon player. Just yesterday, while immersed in playing Pokémon, he merely closed his eyes for a moment, only to awaken in the world of Pokémon, having transmigrated into an ordinary passerby who had recently lost both parents. Initially, he believed he was dreaming, but after enduring a series of slaps and the subsequent activation of the system, he confirmed that this transmigration was indeed his reality. His system possesses a remarkably simple functionality, comprising merely two features. One allows him to receive timely feedback on Pokémon training. For instance, after a Pokémon enters the next level, the time it takes to achieve this will be displayed before him, indicating how much time has been reduced post-battle, or when learning a skill, he can immediately ascertain the time required for the Pokémon to master the skill and its proficiency level. The second feature unlocks rewards based on Pokémon intimacy. For every increment in intimacy level, a reward is unlocked. It is known that the intimacy range for Pokémon spans from 0 to 255, and the system delineates 5 tiers. An increase of 60 points unlocks the first tier, 120 points for the second tier, 180 points for the third tier, 255 points for the fourth tier, and any increase beyond 255 points unlocks the fifth tier. Initially, he struggled to comprehend how one could exceed 255 points, as the maximum value is indeed 255. It was only when he, with a growling stomach, passed by the Pokémon Center and observed several Pokémon with negative intimacy values that enlightenment struck him. The Pokémon here are either abandoned by trainers or left without inheritors following the trainer's demise. He then entered the Pokémon Center and expressed his desire to become a volunteer. The process was exceedingly smooth, and the Pokémon Center not only resolved his housing and feeding issues, but also provided him with an opportunity to become a trainer. Here, the rule is simple. As long as you can persuade a Pokémon to embark on a journey with you, you may take it home for free. Currently, the resistant Shiny Charmander stands as his primary target. Its shimmering exterior captivates him, but more so, its tragic tail tugs at his heartstrings. In Jiang Fan's vision, the Shiny Charmander's information appears, visible only to him. Pokémon, Charmander, Shiny. Level, 14. Due to negative emotions, its leveling speed is significantly hindered, with 158 days remaining until the next level. Potential, Elite. Intimacy, -25. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Skills, Scratch, 25. Growl, 18. Ember, 19. Smokescreen, 15. Dragon Breath can learn, not mastered. Description. This is a Charmander stripped of its fighting spirit. In a battle at an underground arena, due to poor guidance from its trainer, it was defeated and subsequently lost of the arena due to massive debts, becoming a member of the underground combatants. This abandonment led to a growing reluctance toward trainers and a fear of battle, resulting in multiple defeats in the arena, where it often suffered punishment. It was only when Miss June Shaw from Goldenrod City led officers to dismantle the underground arena that the Charmander's nightmarish existence came to an end, and it was subsequently delivered to the Pokémon Center by Miss Junsha. Compared to other Pokémon in the center, this Charmander possesses the highest negative intimacy with humans, closely followed by a Snorlax with a -20 intimacy score. Everyone, it's time for the Pokémon's meal. At this moment, a voice calls out from behind Jiang Fan. He turns to see the founder of the Pokémon Center, Elder Fuji, and his granddaughter, Lena, wheeling a food cart toward him. Jiang Fan approaches, and aside from him, there are a dozen volunteers in the room attending to the Pokémon. So, Jiang Fan, how's your interaction with the Charmander going? Elder Fuji inquires as Jiang Fan serves food to the Charmander. I appreciate your concern, Grandpa Fuji. Our interactions have been quite agreeable, Jiang Fan replied with a tone of utmost respect. Despite the seemingly ordinary appearance of the elderly Fuji, his credentials are remarkably impressive. He is not only the founder of the Pokémon House, but also the architect behind the renowned Red Lotus Research Institute, the very institution that brought forth Mutuo. Is that so? Please do not hesitate to express any difficulties you may encounter. That child is indeed more challenging to care for than other Pokémon, he cautioned. Grandpa Fuji appeared somewhat incredulous. Charmeleon was the most demanding Pokémon in their care, and many volunteers who had previously attempted to look after it had expressed a desire to switch to a less challenging Pokémon. Yet, this young man named Jiang Fan, on his very first day, had boldly declared his intention to care for Charmeleon. Initially, Fuji intended to dissuade him, but the enthusiastic volunteer already caring for Charmeleon waved his hand in agreement before Fuji could voice his concerns. Rest assured, Grandpa Fuji, I am not merely putting on a brave face. Trust me, I can care for it well, Jiang Fan assured him. Jiang Fan said with a smile. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Grandpa Fuji decided to refrain from further commentary. Many former volunteers caring for Charmeleon had started off with similar bravado, only to realize their limitations after being overwhelmed, ultimately requiring Fuji himself to step in. Jiang Fan prepared Charmeleon's lunch, and just as he was about to leave, Grandpa Fuji recalled something and called him back. By the way, the Pokémon's mealtime lasts for half an hour, and after that, it will be Snorlax's turn to eat. You are aware of this, right? Yes, Grandpa Fuji. Someone has informed me, Jiang Fan replied. At that moment, Snorlax was confined to another room, the only Pokémon in the entire Pokémon house required to be isolated before mealtime. The reason for this was understood by those who knew. If it were not contained beforehand, the other Pokémon would have no hope of enjoying a satisfying meal. After all, the title of the gluttonous Pokémon was not a mere exaggeration. Before long, Jiang Fan placed Charmeleon's food bowl in front of it. Charmeleon, however, paid no attention, remaining completely indifferent even in the presence of enticing delicacies. It curled up in a ball, motionless, and despite Jiang Fan's attempts to encourage it to eat, it remained unresponsive, exuding an air of despondency. Nearby, Charmeleon's previous caretaker approached Jiang Fan to offer a kind reminder. Do not concern yourself with it. This Charmeleon is particularly obstinate. The more you urge it to eat, the less inclined it becomes. To date, no one has succeeded in getting it to eat properly, not even Grandpa Fuji. It only relents when it is truly famished, they advised. So, before Snorlax emerges, you will need to take it outside or hide the food bowl. Otherwise, it will certainly attract Snorlax's attention. Jiang Fan frowned at this advice. It was evident that despite still being in its juvenile stage, Charmeleon exhibited the demeanor of an elderly creature nearing its end, lacking vitality and even the desire to eat. This is clearly a manifestation of a deeper issue, perhaps a psychological ailment. I must unravel its emotional knots. Otherwise, it will never come to accept me, Jiang Fan pondered inwardly. After engaging in a few more casual exchanges, he turned to retrieve a notebook and pen, preparing to meticulously analyze Charmeleon's psyche step by step. Chapter 2. The Healing Plan for Charmander. Every living being in this world possesses a purpose. Humans have theirs, and Pokémon have theirs as well. Once that purpose is lost, existence becomes a monotonous drudgery, devoid of vigor, akin to a soulless automaton. Such is the plight of Charmander at present. According to psychological principles, the remedy lies in restoring its sense of purpose. But what could be Charmander's purpose? Jiang Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, gently tapping his head with a pen in contemplation. Soon, an answer emerged. Unlike the myriad goals humans may pursue, the primary objective for Pokémon is to engage in battle. When there are no external foes, they compete amongst their kin. When adversaries arise, they confront Pokémon from other species progressively growing stronger. With the advent of trainers, their battles transform into a journey of gradual empowerment under human guidance. This instinct is etched into their very genes. At this moment, however, Charmander has lost this intrinsic drive, abandoned by its trainer. Thus, it is imperative to rekindle its fighting spirit and restore its trust in humanity. This endeavor must be approached in 2 stages. Without a strict sequence, Jiang Fan murmured to himself as he began to outline his plan. The first step is to revive its fighting spirit. How shall this be accomplished? Initially, a need must be instilled. A reliance on battle must be fostered. When does such a need arise? Drawing from social psychology, it often occurs when one's interests are infringed upon or when one seeks to gain something. Pokémon, too, should resonate with this principle. Presently, this despondent Charmander harbors no aspirations of seizing external benefits. Thus, the only recourse is to make it feel that its interests are being encroached upon, compelling it to rely on combat to reclaim its rights. The sole privilege it currently possesses is the stability of living within a Pokémon home. Therefore, the task at hand is to devise a means to shatter this tranquility. With this realization, a smile graced Jiang Fan's face. He then proceeded to delineate the second step on paper, reinstating Charmander's trust in humanity. To achieve this, one must comprehend the reasons behind its loss of faith. It is known that it was first abandoned by its trainer in the underground arena, only to be subsequently subjected to brutal treatment there. Under such circumstances, it is entirely natural for it to feel a profound disappointment in humanity, perceiving humans as mere exploiters. Thus, the concern shown by the volunteers at the Pokémon home may seem to it like an ulterior motive to continue utilizing it, only to discard it once again. To alter this perception, actions must be taken that transcend Charmander's current understanding. But what constitutes actions beyond its comprehension? With this analysis, Jiang Fan resumed his gentle tapping. Deep in thought, in less than half a minute, an answer crystallized. Reflecting on Charmander's experiences, it is evident that the very actions its previous trainer could not undertake are those that lie outside its current understanding. And what are those actions? A person capable of abandoning a Pokémon to the underground arena is surely incapable of protecting, cherishing, or even risking their own life for the sake of that Pokémon. With this epiphany, Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with clarity. He knew what he must do. At that moment, the voice of Elder Fuji resonated. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pokémon's dining time has nearly elapsed. Those Pokémon who have yet to finish their meals should be taken to the park at the back. It is now Snorlax's turn to dine. As Elder Fuji concluded, several volunteers escorted the Pokémon outside. Jiang Fan cast a glance at the desolate Charmander lying on the ground, which showed no inclination to move. Shortly thereafter, a small, plump creature with deep blue skin and a round belly burst into view like a wild stallion. Snorlax, upon entering, made a beeline for the 6 overflowing food buckets beside Elder Fuji. With an excited mouth agape, it lifted one of the buckets and began to pour its contents into its mouth. Slow down, take your time, no one is competing with you. It's all yours. Elder Fuji gently reminded while affectionately patting its small head. Unperturbed, Snorlax polished off one bucket in less than 10 seconds, immediately grabbing a second. Jiang Fan couldn't help but marvel at its voracious appetite. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as a gluttonous Pokémon. In fact, Snorlax was originally one of his top choices. Not only is it adorably charming, but it also possesses formidable strength, especially when it evolves into a Snorlax, ranking at the T0 level among normal-type Pokémon. The only drawback is its insatiable appetite, which, given his financial constraints, rendered it an impractical choice, leading him to reluctantly select an alternative target. Before long, Snorlax had devoured all 6 overflowing buckets. Yet, it still wore an expression of unfulfilled desire. There's nothing left. You've consumed all your lunch for today. Elder Fuji affectionately ruffled its head. At that, Snorlax's eyes gleamed with mischief as it surveyed the room. Its small nose twitched. There's truly nothing left. The other Pokémon have already finished their meals, Elder Fuji reassured, fully aware of Snorlax's intentions. Just then, Snorlax's eyes lit up with the brilliance of a creature that has spotted food. With a sudden leap, it darted toward the far corner of the room, where the despondent Charmander lay. Before Charmander sat a bowl brimming with food. As Snorlax soared through the air, it opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow the entire bowl in one gulp. However, just as it was about to land before the delectable feast, a pair of hands swiftly snatched the bowl away. Snorlax crashed face first onto the ground. 2 seconds later, it glared furiously at Jiang Fan, who held the food. The Pokémon's affinity towards him plummeted from -20 to -21 in Jiang Fan's view. His act of snatching away the food had incited its wrath. Jiang Fan paid it no mind and took a deep breath. Why the deep breath? Because he was about to embark on an excruciatingly awkward performance to earn Charmander's recognition. Just how awkward could it be? It would be so awkward that it could potentially damage the floor beneath him. It would be to such an extent that his usual self would feel compelled to slap his own face. Curious to know? Just envision the antics of a certain character named G. Snorlax, this is Charmander's lunch. You cannot eat it, Jiang Fan suddenly declared with a serious expression, pointing at Charmander. His voice rang out with conviction, causing the languid Charmander to lift its head slightly. At this moment, Snorlax issued another furious cry, as if to assert, I don't care whether it eats or not. I want this meal. With that, it lunged at Jiang Fan, intent on seizing the lunch from his grasp. Jiang Fan swiftly crouched down, evading the charge, and placed the meal back in front of Charmander. Charmander, you must eat quickly, otherwise Snorlax will take it from you, he said earnestly, looking directly at Charmander. Yet, Charmander merely stared at him with an expression that conveyed confusion. At this juncture, Elder Fuji arrived at the corner, simultaneously soothing the irate Snorlax and persuading Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, why haven't you taken Charmander outside? I already mentioned that the little Snorlax is about to appear. Quickly, deliver this lunch to the little Snorlax, or else it will surely take it by force, and you will undoubtedly get hurt. Jiang Fan turned his head and declared with righteous fervor, no, this is the lunch for the Charmander. As its caretaker, it is my duty to ensure it receives this meal. I must fulfill this responsibility, even if it costs me my life. Fuji, the old man, was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Jiang Fan's response. How could you elevate the matter of a single meal to the level of sacrificing your life? It's not as if giving away this meal will cause the Charmander to starve. I could always secretly compensate with another meal after dealing with the Snorlax. Meanwhile, the surrounding volunteers were equally astonished, questioning whether Jiang Fan had lost his senses. Most of them had cared for the Charmander at some point, and in their eyes, it was practically a lost cause. Protecting its lunch with such fervor seemed futile. It might not even appreciate the gesture in the end. On the other side, the little Snorlax, seeing that Fuji had not procured food for it, glared at Jiang Fan and used its skill to charge. As a result, Jiang Fan was sent flying. Even though he attempted to dodge, he was still struck in the back, hurtling several meters away. The volunteers and Fuji were startled and rushed forward to check on him. The little Snorlax triumphantly called out, then turned its gaze toward the Charmander, lying before the food, and called again, as if to assert, this meal is mine. However, the Charmander remained unfazed, merely watching Jiang Fan, who was sprawled on the ground. Its eyes flickered, for Jiang Fan had stood up. He shouted at the Snorlax, which was preparing to devour the food, put down that lunch. It belongs to the Charmander. The shout startled the Snorlax, which hadn't anticipated being thwarted. Immediately, it opened its mouth wide and decisively swallowed the food. Moments later, a loud belch escaped it. The Snorlax taunted Jiang Fan, as if to say, go on, make me spit it out. Seeing this, Jiang Fan charged forward. The volunteers and Fuji were thrown into disarray. Brother, do you really need to be this dramatic over a single meal? Why risk everything? Fuji exclaimed. The volunteers hurriedly moved to restrain Jiang Fan, escorting him away. Let me go? I must make it spit out the Charmander's food. Jiang Fan shouted as he was taken outside. One volunteer couldn't help but say, seriously, it's just a meal. There's no need to be this reckless. It's not the last meal at the Pokémon Center. Jiang Fan ignored them and continued to shout. The volunteers exchanged glances, revealing expressions of incredulity. Soon, Jiang Fan was brought outside. After they had moved about 30 meters away from the building, Jiang Fan suddenly ceased his shouting and calmly stated, all right, everyone, you can let me go now. I will no longer contend with the Snorlax. The volunteers who were holding him were left bewildered by the abrupt shift. Really, I'm fine. I was just acting inside, Jiang Fan explained calmly. The volunteers looked at each other, slowly loosening their grip. Acting? One of them questioned. Yes, I was acting. As for the reason, I will keep that confidential for now. I will explain it to Grandpa Fuji, Jiang Fan smiled. The volunteers exchanged glances once more, their expressions tinged with a hint of disbelief. One suggested, brother, I recommend you observe the other Pokémon here. Don't waste too much effort on the Charmander just because of its unusual appearance. You will surely regret it in the end, for it is already beyond saving. Jiang Fan chuckled but did not respond, instead turning to walk back, rubbing his sore waist. Truth be told, the impact from the Snorlax was genuinely painful. Being hit by a truck might have felt similar. I hope I wasn't hurt for nothing, Jiang Fan mused to himself. Before long, Jiang Fan returned to the building but did not enter. Instead, he stood outside, peering through the glass window at the Charmander still lying on the ground. Gradually, a smile crept onto his lips as the pain in his waist diminished significantly. The reason? The Charmander's affection level had risen, increasing from -25 to -23. A gain of 2 points. Well, the collision was worth it. It seems this little one has some heart, and didn't he leave me playing the fool for nothing. Chapter 3 Jiang Fan. I stand for my acting skills. Are you attempting to gain the Charmander's approval by pretending to fight the Snorlax over food? In the Pokémon Center. Within Fuji's office, the old man furrowed his brow after hearing Jiang Fan's explanation. Indeed, I hope that Grandpa Fuji will cooperate with me in this endeavor. I wish to embark on the journey of a trainer with the Charmander, forging an inseparable bond, Jiang Fan replied earnestly. Fuji fell silent, studying Jiang Fan for a long moment before finally speaking. Very well, I will assist you. Your actions, in essence, are for the Charmander's benefit. It cannot continue in its current state of despair. I hope you can truly help it emerge from the shadows. Thank you for your understanding, Grandpa Fuji. Jiang Fan expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. Please, it is my sincere wish that the Charmander finds a worthy trainer. Seeing Jiang Fan's earnest demeanor, Fuji smiled. So, how would you like me to assist you? An hour later, Jiang Fan, clad in a patient gown and seated in a wheelchair, was pushed into the Pokémon Center by a vibrant young girl with twin ponytails. As soon as they entered, they attracted the attention of most volunteers present, particularly those who had previously escorted Jiang Fan outside, their eyes widening in disbelief. Didn't you just explain things to Grandpa Fuji? Why are you back in a wheelchair? One volunteer inquired. Alas, Jiang Fan sighed deeply. After going to the hospital for an examination, I found that the Snorlax injured me internally during the collision. The doctor advised me to limit my activity for now. Then why did you come to the Pokémon Center? Another volunteer questioned, puzzled. Of course, it's to care for the Charmander. The poor child hasn't even had lunch yet. As its caretaker, how could I possibly rest easy? Jiang Fan declared with conviction. Thus, I shall remain in this wheelchair, for I must return here to continue caring for it. The volunteer was left speechless, as were the other volunteers, who exchanged looks of exasperation, unsure whether to applaud his dedication or question his sanity. Jiang Fan continued. Fortunately, Grandpa Fuji understands my feelings, and he has arranged for Miss Lena to accompany me during this time. He then feigned a pained expression and coughed. Yes, Grandpa has instructed me to care for Jiang Fan during this period. Lena nodded, rolling her eyes. Grandpa had already informed her of the truth, so she was merely playing along with Jiang Fan's ruse. However, witnessing the spectacle before her was almost too much to bear. This guy lies without a hint of shame, speaking as if it were all perfectly normal. Everyone, I shall not detain you any longer. I must go attend to the Charmander. Having clarified his point, Jiang Fan turned his attention to the corner, where the Charmander, initially lying down, had now turned to observe the commotion. Upon seeing Jiang Fan seated in a wheelchair, he instantly rose from his prone position. As Lena wheeled Jiang Fan closer, he softly remarked, Little Charizard, you must be hungry. I have brought you some food. With that, he turned to retrieve a serving of Pokémon nourishment from behind the wheelchair. As he placed it before little Charizard, he couldn't help but glance around. Snorlax isn't in the house, is it? No, at this hour, it's usually napping in the outdoor playground, Lena replied. That's a relief, Jiang Fan said, setting down the food. Hurry and eat, little Charizard. However, little Charizard showed no response, merely staring blankly at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan returned the gaze, but his attention was drawn to the Pokémon's information beside little Charizard, which indicated an increase in intimacy. Little Charizard's intimacy level had risen from -23 to -22. 4 seconds later, Jiang Fan spoke again. Please eat, little Charizard. If you keep refusing food, your health will deteriorate. He then coughed into a handkerchief. Cough, cough, cough. After he set down the handkerchief, a vivid crimson caught the eyes of both little Charizard and Lena. Intimacy with little Charizard increased. Intimacy, 20, from 25 to 20. Behind him, Lena was utterly astonished. Wow, big brother, you truly are a performer. Is it really necessary to be this outrageous? Not pursuing a career in Pokémon Hollywood is such a waste of talent. After her initial shock, what left Lena even more astounded was that little Charizard began to eat. Using its short arms, it picked up the food and started munching. Incredible, Lena marveled silently. To think Jiang Fan's performance actually compelled little Charizard to eat. The other volunteers in the room also displayed expressions of astonishment. Most had cared for little Charizard and understood how challenging it was to get it to eat. Yet, this newcomer who had arrived just yesterday had managed to achieve that. Was it true that only the unconventional could connect with an unconventional Pokémon? 10 minutes later, little Charizard finished its meal. After eating, It returned to its corner, resuming an uncommunicative state. Even when Jiang Fan attempted to converse with it, there was no acknowledgement. However, Jiang Fan felt no disappointment. He understood that little Charizard had begun to recognize him. The next feeding should not be met with such resistance. His next consideration was how to rekindle little Charizard's fighting spirit, when to disrupt its comfort, and who would serve as the most suitable catalyst for that disruption. As he pondered, Jiang Fan looked through the glass window and soon spotted Snorlax soundly asleep beneath a tree. Gradually, a smile crept across his lips. It seemed that entrusting this task to Snorlax would be the most fitting choice. Its level was the highest in the entire Pokémon home. 3 days later, on the 5th day since Jiang Fan became a volunteer at the Pokémon home, he had just finished feeding little Charizard lunch and was preparing to bid farewell. Little Charizard, I need to go to the hospital for a checkup this afternoon. I want to be able to stay with you, he said. Rua. Little Charizard lazily called out while lying on the ground, as if to say, you can go, there's no need to worry about me. Jiang Fan chuckled at its demeanor. After 3 days of companionship, little Charizard had started to respond to his words. While not every statement elicited a reply, their relationship was undoubtedly progressing in a favorable direction. Otherwise, its intimacy wouldn't have risen from -20 to -15. It was time to coax it out of its comfort zone. A minute later, Lena wheeled Jiang Fan out of the house, where they encountered Elder Fuji waiting outside. Grandpa Fuji, have you made the arrangements? Jiang Fan asked directly. I've spoken to Snorlax. If it bullies little Charizard tonight, it will receive extra rations. Elder Fuji's expression conveyed a hint of regret. But is that truly advisable? This child has already endured enough hardship. Jiang Fan felt somewhat exasperated. The arrangements had been made, and there was no point in second-guessing. If you don't want to take the blame, just say so. With a decisive wave of his hand, he asserted, Grandpa Fuji, trust me. This is the only way to help little Charizard regain its fighting spirit. Otherwise, it will continue to languish at the Fuji home. Should something unfortunate occur, you can accuse me of deliberately mistreating a Pokémon and let Miss Junsha take me away. That's quite an exaggeration. Elder Fuji shook his head repeatedly. Yet, seeing Jiang Fan's resolute and confident demeanor, his regret began to dissipate. He recalled how, just the day after Jiang Fan's arrival, he had managed to get little Charizard to accept food without resistance, ultimately revealing a determined glint in its eyes. I believe in you. Chapter 4. In truth, you are a genius. Everyone, the air outside is splendid today. Let us take the Pokémon out to play some mini-games. Elder Fuji suddenly suggested to the volunteers at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A few minutes later, the entire house was left with only little Charizard. Little Charizard, would you like to join everyone in the outdoor playground? Elder Fuji approached little Charizard. It glanced at him before resuming its position on the ground. As expected, Elder Fuji sighed and, after muttering an apology to it, turned to leave. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted Snorlax at the door, eagerly rubbing its paws together. Clearly impatient. No need to rush. I've just stepped out, Elder Fuji said, feeling a bit of a headache. He feared Snorlax might be too vigorous and inadvertently harm little Charizard. Be gentle. Don't be too rough, he cautioned. Snorlax patted its chest, exuding an air of confidence as if to say, leave it to me. It then extended its chubby little arms, pointing toward the canteen, which had been locked up with 3 additional locks due to its mischief. Rest assured, if you handle this well, you will definitely receive extra rations tonight, Elder Fuji said, somewhat resigned to Snorlax's bargaining demeanor. With a satisfied response, Snorlax broke into a silly grin. 15 minutes later, with Elder Fuji's permission, Snorlax finally ventured inside. After allowing it entry, Elder Fuji hurried to his office. Inside, Jiang Fan and Lena were already seated at Elder Fuji's desk, monitoring the surveillance. What is the situation? Have they started fighting? Elder Fuji immediately inquired upon entering. They have, but it's been a one-sided beatdown, Lena replied sympathetically. She had initially thought they would engage in a prolonged scuffle, but Snorlax had taken advantage of little Charizard's slumber, launching a sudden attack. Little Charizard, still disoriented from the impact, was left bewildered, and Snorlax, weighing nearly 200 pounds, had landed heavily on the small creature, which weighed only a fraction of that. Afterward, little Charizard was truly in dire straits. It exhibited no combat skills, relying solely on sheer force rather than technique. Upon hearing his granddaughter's account, Elder Fuji briskly approached the desk. He witnessed little Charizard squirming beneath Snorlax's bulk, desperately attempting to fight back with its move, Ember. But Snorlax's chubby hands held it firmly, preventing it from landing a blow. Occasionally, it even received a few slaps. This was too pitiful. After watching for about 7 or 8 seconds, Elder Fuji could no longer bear it and turned to intervene, only to be restrained by Jiang Fan. Grandfather Fuji, you must act now to prevent everything from being in vain, Jiang Fan implored. The elderly Fuji turned to regard Jiang Fan's earnest expression, hesitating for a moment before retracting his left foot. He could only watch helplessly as the little Charmeleon was subjected to humiliation, being firmly pressed to the ground by a small Snorlax. This one-sided confrontation persisted for over 5 minutes, until a passing volunteer detected the commotion. Quickly, go and comfort it. After the Snorlax was ushered away by the volunteers, Fuji looked down at the little Charmeleon, battered and lying motionless on the ground as it received treatment from the volunteers. Feeling a pang of sorrow, now is not the right time. I should be on my way to the hospital. It would be disingenuous to appear before it at this moment. Jiang Fan shook his head. You. Fuji's eyes widened in surprise, observing Jiang Fan's unnaturally calm demeanor. He was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain whether to commend his meticulousness or scold his cold-heartedness. Then I shall go, Fuji said, irked, as he exited the office. Moments later, Jiang Fan observed Fuji on the monitor, now beside the little Charmeleon. No matter how he attempted to console it, the Charmeleon remained unresponsive, eventually becoming so annoyed by the attempts that it folded its ears down. This left Fuji feeling quite helpless as he returned to the office, exchanging glances with Jiang Fan. Finally, he could not help but speak up. If the little Charmeleon cannot overcome this despondency, Jiang, you should consider leaving the Pokémon home. Jiang Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the monitor. After sitting in silence for about half an hour, he finally took action, asking Lena to push him in his wheelchair to find the little Charmeleon. Fuji took over the monitoring. Before long, he saw the two appear on the screen. Shortly thereafter, Lena departed, taking the other volunteers with her, leaving Jiang Fan alone. Jiang Fan sat quietly in the wheelchair for nearly a minute before suddenly speaking. I heard that the Snorlax had bested you. His voice caused the curled-up Charmeleon on the ground to stir slightly. Jiang Fan continued, do you wish to exact revenge? I, like you, yearn to teach that Snorlax a lesson. However, the doctor informed me that I must recuperate for a while. The Charmeleon raised its head from where it had buried it in its arms. It gazed at Jiang Fan for a few seconds, only to dejectedly hide its head once more. What is it? Do you lack confidence in yourself? Do you consider yourself worthless? The Charmeleon extended its small hands in an attempt to cover its ears. Yet, just as it was about to do so, Jiang Fan's next words froze its little arms in place. Believe me, you are indeed a genius, a prodigious talent among Pokémon, a rare gem among Charmeleons. With just a bit of effort, you could easily overpower that Snorlax. The Charmeleon peeked out again, astonishment evident in its eyes as it regarded Jiang Fan. Do you know why I fought so fiercely the other day to protect your food from that Snorlax? Jiang Fan clenched his fist and struck his chest passionately. It is because I recognize the talent coursing through your veins. You should not be subjected to such treatment, nor should you belittle yourself. The Charmeleon remained silent, merely observing Jiang Fan as if assessing whether he was speaking nonsense. I know what you're thinking. If I were truly that remarkable, why was I abandoned? Why was I bullied by that Snorlax? Let me explain. The reason lies in your overwhelming potential. In your juvenile state, without the right guidance, you are no different from an ordinary Charmeleon. However, once you receive proper direction, you will be transformed. In the future, few Pokémon will be able to rival you, and victory will become second nature. As Jiang Fan spoke, he noticed a flicker of interest in the Charmeleon's eyes. Coincidentally, I possess the ability to guide you. If you doubt me, come with me outside, and I shall demonstrate. The Charmeleon hesitated, eyeing him carefully. After 7 or 8 seconds, it stood up from the ground. Jiang Fan smiled slightly, as he urged Lena to push him toward the door. Not long after, Lena arrived behind him. As she pushed the wheelchair, she leaned in and whispered, just like grandfather, I believe you shouldn't be at the Pokémon home. Pokémon Hollywood is where you truly belong, and a future star must surely have a place there. However, are you not afraid of being proven wrong? If the Charmeleon discovers you deceived it, it will certainly sink deeper into despair and lose faith in humanity. Jiang Fan cast a sidelong glance at her. I am unafraid, for I shall show you the power of belief. Chapter 5. The Intuition of a Genius. After leaving the Pokémon home, Jiang Fan had Lena push him and the little Charmeleon to the Pokémon Park in Ziyuan Town. At this moment, many trainers were playing with their Pokémon, while others were engaged in specialized training. Charmeleon, do you believe that tadpole Pokémon can master Bubble Beam with just 56 more repetitions? Jiang Fan surveyed the area briefly before pointing to a tadpole Pokémon in the distance, currently undergoing skill training with its trainer. The Charmeleon looked at Jiang Fan in astonishment, its eyes filled with skepticism. At this point, Lena could not restrain herself. Jiang Fan, you're really exaggerating. You think that the tadpole Pokemon can learn Bubble Beam after 56 attempts? Rua. The Charmeleon echoed her words, expressing agreement. Jiang Fan smiled and turned back to her. How about this, Lena? Let's make a wager. If the tadpole Pokemon indeed masters Bubble Beam after 56 attempts, you will buy me and the Charmeleon each an ice cream. If it fails, you can make any request of me, and I will fulfill it as long as it is within my power. All right, I accept this bet, Lena replied without hesitation, her eyes glinting with determination as she focused on the tadpole Pokemon in training, counting the repetitions aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4. By the time they reached the 41st attempt, the trainer, having seen no success, became disheartened and decided to take the tadpole Pokemon home. Lena, witnessing this scene, gleefully clapped her hands against the wheelchair. Ha ha ha, Jiang Fan, you lost. The tadpole Pokemon was taken home by its trainer after the 41st attempt. Rua. The Charmeleon also called out to Jiang Fan, as if reprimanding him for being a fraud. What's the rush? Just because the tadpole Pokemon's training has ended, does that mean my prediction is incorrect? Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. After saying this, he raised his voice to call out to the trainer who was about to leave with the tadpole Pokemon. The trainer approached Jiang Fan with a puzzled expression. Brother, don't go home just yet. Your tadpole Pokemon just needs to practice 15 more times to learn Bubble Beam, Jiang Fan stated. The trainer furrowed his brow skeptically. You can give it a try. If it doesn't learn, I'll give you 2,000, Jiang Fan added. The trainer's frown immediately transformed into a raised eyebrow. All right, brother. You said it. The trainer turned around with a grin and led the tadpole Pokemon back to continue its skill training. Jiang Fan, are you out of your mind? Where will you get that money? If it doesn't learn, I want to help you pay, Lena expressed her discontent after he left. She clearly remembered Jiang Fan mentioning that he was orphaned and broke when he applied to the Pokemon home. Due to this, the Pokemon Center chose to provide him with complimentary lodging and meals. Don't be impatient, just wait and see, Jiang Fan said with a shrug. Lena shot him a glare before returning her focus to the tadbulb, counting its attempts at skill practice. 42, 43, 44, 55, 56. As it reached the 57th attempt, an astonishing scene unfolded that left Lena astounded. The tadbulb seemed to have undergone a revelation. Its petite, pink mouth opened wide, and it began to expel glistening bubbles, each the size of a fist, like bullets, creating craters in the ground. Lena gasped, my heavens. It really is 56 attempts. Jiang Fan, how did you deduce that? I didn't deduce anything, just relied on my instinct. Genius instinct, Jiang Fan replied, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he turned his gaze toward the Charmander. I am the super genius among trainers. The Charmander, taken aback by Jiang Fan's sudden arrogance, recalled the moment when he referred to it as a Pokemon super genius. You're right. My tadbulb did learn Bubble Beam after just 15 attempts. At that moment, the tadbulb's trainer approached Jiang Fan with a look of excitement, gripping his hand tightly. How did you figure that out? That's incredible. I have a Pidgey that also needs special training for its skills. Could you help me out? I'll give you 2,000 Alliance coins as a reward. Remaining composed in the face of the tadbulb trainer's enthusiasm, Jiang Fan replied, hold on. You should let your tadbulb demonstrate Bubble Beam a few more times to see if it has truly mastered it. Yes, yes. The tadbulb's trainer hurriedly commanded it to execute a few more Bubble Beams. The subsequent attempts were all successful, sending the trainer into a frenzy of excitement. Bro, I'm begging you, please take a look at my Pidgey too. I'll transfer the money right now. He frantically pulled out his phone, eager to make the payment. Jiang Fan, not one to refuse, took out his own device. Establishing a formidable image before his Charmander was essential. Proving himself once would not suffice, but multiple demonstrations would be ideal. Plus, it would earn him some much-needed coins. What a perfect arrangement. After the transaction, the tadbulb's trainer promptly released a Pidgey from its Pokeball. A flash of red light illuminating the area. Bro, my Pidgey has been undergoing special training for the move Hurricane for half a month now. Yet there has been no progress whatsoever. How many more times do you think I need to train it? The tadbulb trainer looked at Jiang Fan with hopeful anticipation. Lena and the Charmander also turned their attention to Jiang Fan, eager to hear his response. Jiang Fan examined the Pidgey, raising an eyebrow as he shook his head. Bro, you should temporarily halt this special training. Your Pidgey is currently unable to learn Hurricane. Your efforts will be in vain. The skill Hurricane did not appear in the Pidgey's information panel. As a mandatory skill, its absence suggested that the Pidgey had not yet reached the necessary level to learn it. Can't learn it? Why not? The trainer's expression shifted to one of disappointment. As though contemplating reclaiming the money he had just transferred. Don't worry, I haven't finished, Jiang Fan said, unfazed by the trainer's change in demeanor. You have two solutions. One is to engage your Pidgey in more battles with other Pokémon to raise its combat level before attempting to learn again. The other is to train it in different skills. Ignoring the first suggestion, the trainer eagerly inquired, different skills? What skills? Steel Wing, Jiang Fan replied succinctly. Although Hurricane was not listed, Steel Wing was available for learning. The trainer paused, then suddenly clapped his hands in realization. I remember now. Last month, I encountered a Shereldon in the wild while training with my Pidgey, and it briefly emitted a silver glow from its wings. I thought it might be Steel Wing. But after failing to replicate that phenomenon during training, I assumed I had misjudged and ceased the practice. Then let it train for another 89 attempts. Jiang Fan suggested with a smile. Filled with renewed determination, the trainer exclaimed, All right, I'll take it for training right away. He turned and led the Pidgey off to practice Steel Wing. During their training, Jiang Fan suddenly called out, Lena, remember our earlier wager? Get me and my Charmander an ice cream each. Lena's expression changed. She had thought he had forgotten. After making a face behind Jiang Fan's back, she departed. Upon returning with the ice cream, she witnessed the Pidgey in training, its wings shimmering with a silver glow. Though it lasted only a fleeting 2 seconds. It confirmed Jiang Fan's assertion. This Pidgey could indeed learn Steel Wing. This guy is not just a master of theatrics. He seems to possess genuine talent, she mused inwardly. An hour later, after 89 attempts, the Pidgey successfully unleashed the true Steel Wing, severing a piece of gym equipment in the park. Although he would have to compensate for the damage later, the trainer was ecstatic with the outcome, laughing heartily. He returned to Jiang Fan, ready to transfer another 2,000 coins as thanks and to exchange contact information for future reference. Meanwhile, their situation had caught the attention of other trainers. Upon learning that Jiang Fan could accurately discern whether a Pokémon could master a skill and the number of attempts required, they flocked to him, eager for his insights on their Pokémon's training progress. Fed up with the uncertainty surrounding their training outcomes, they sought his definitive guidance. In response to the multitude of trainers' requests, Jiang Fan firmly instructed them to return the following day. Having proven himself, it was time for him to focus on his Charmander. Once the crowd dispersed, Jiang Fan turned to the Charmander, softly asking, Do you now find my words credible? The Charmander regarded Jiang Fan, hesitating for a moment before slowly nodding. If what this young man said was true, then it truly was a genius, a super genius among Pokémon, a rare find among Charmanders, merely in need of the right guidance to unlock its potential. After the nod, the young man beamed, turning his back to the sunlight and extending his fist toward it. Now, are you willing to undergo special training with me? A training session to unleash your talent and defeat that Snorlax? The Charmander froze. Warmth. An overwhelming warmth. The warmth it had not felt since being abandoned suddenly enveloped it once more. This warmth emanated not only from the sun, but also from the boy's smile. In its eyes, that smile seemed to merge with the sun behind him, compelling it to step forward and reach out, touching fists with him. Charmander's intimacy increases. Intimacy. 0, from 25 to 0. At the moment when their fists collided, Jiang Fan's screen displaying the information of his Charmander was instantly refreshed. The intimacy level surged by 15 points, rising from -15 to a neutral 0. Rua, the Charmander called out to Jiang Fan, seemingly inquiring about its specialized training regimen. Jiang Fan, suppressing his smile, adopted a serious demeanor. I already have a plan. Your immediate focus should be on skill training, specifically learning the move Dragon Breath. This is a skill within your grasp. As a prodigy, you only need to practice 321 times to master it. Rua? The Charmander pointed a short finger at itself and then gestured towards the recently trained Pidgey, as if questioning whether its own 321 practices would also qualify it as a genius. Indeed, requiring only 321 repetitions is precisely what underscores your exceptional talent. Generally, Pokémon need to practice their skills over 1,000 times. As for that Pidgey, its 89 repetitions were due to prior extensive training by its trainer. Jiang Fan emphasized this, patting his chest. Moreover, when I say you are a genius, you are undoubtedly a genius. Please do not doubt my judgment, nor belittle yourself. You must believe in your potential. Gazing into Jiang Fan's steadfast and confident eyes, the Charmander's uncertainty and lack of self-confidence began to dissipate, replaced by a newfound determination and self-assurance. Rua, the Charmander called out confidently, then moved to an open space to commence its first practice of Dragon Breath. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Fan displayed a paternal expression of satisfaction. It was a challenging journey, but this child was finally stepping out of the shadows under his encouragement. However, his expression of contentment lasted only 7 or 8 seconds before it gradually stiffened. As he sensed something amiss, the Charmander stood still, seemingly at a loss. Do you not know how to practice? Have you never seen another Pokemon use Dragon Breath? He probed gently. The Charmander awkwardly turned its head, its stubby hands scratching its bare little head. Rua. Jiang Fan called out to the trainers in the park. Is there anyone here whose Pokemon can perform Dragon Breath? I would like to assist in evaluating its training progress. Upon hearing this, the group of trainers exchanged glances, and only a boy in a black hat stepped forward with excitement. My Swablu can use Dragon Breath. The boy produced a Pokeball, and with a flash of light, a Swablu emerged. Let it demonstrate Dragon Breath for the Charmander, Jiang Fan instructed. Swablu, unleash Dragon Breath. The boy immediately ordered. Ching. The Swablu, suspended in midair, opened its beak slightly, gathering energy within. After 2 or 3 seconds, a scorching jet of dark energy erupted from its mouth, creating a 1-meter-deep crater in the sandpit of the park. Charmander, do you now know how to practice? Jiang Fan inquired. Rua, the Charmander nodded with newfound confidence. It turned to replicate the Swablu's earlier method, slightly parting its mouth and tilting its head back. 2 seconds later, it thrust its head forward, releasing a gentle stream of warm breath. The Charmander glanced back at Jiang Fan, who responded with a resounding thumbs up. Excellent. You've successfully reduced your practice count by 1. Now you only have 320 to go, which indicates you performed remarkably well. Jiang Fan praised loudly, unabashedly. Rua. In the face of such commendation, the Charmander's confidence surged, fueling its determination to continue practicing. Periodically, it would hear praises from behind. Charmander, you're doing wonderfully. Oh, no doubt a genius I have chosen. Only 280 practices remain. Hearing this, the Charmander was overwhelmed with excitement. Never having anticipated such accolades and recognition of its worth, it began to look forward to the moment it would master the skill. Envisioning Jiang Fan's delighted expression and acknowledgement of its talent. Time passed slowly, and the Charmander's specialized training persisted until the sun dipped below the horizon. At which point Jiang Fan called for a halt. Charmander, let us return. You've trained for quite a while, and it's time to rest and eat. We can tackle the remaining 165 practices tomorrow. Rua, the Charmander shook its head, eager to continue training. You are made of iron, while food is steel. Missing a meal will leave you famished. If you do not eat, you will feel hungry when it's time to sleep. That hunger could affect your practice tomorrow. Wasting your potential is not something you would desire, is it? Upon hearing the phrase wasting potential, the Charmander hesitated, gazing at Jiang Fan in his wheelchair for several seconds before finally approaching him. That's right. One must eat when it's time to eat and rest when it's time to rest. Only then can one maintain good health and energy for specialized training, which is what it means to not squander one's potential. Jiang Fan praised heartily while patting his own nearly empty stomach. Goodness, if we don't return soon, the food might be devoured by the Snorlax. He suddenly recalled that the Snorlax was due for a late-night snack. Upon returning to the Fuji residence, before bedtime, Rena recounted her afternoon observations to Old Man Fuji. Rena, do not deceive your grandfather. How could anyone discern the required practice count for a Pokemon skill at first glance? Old Man Fuji expressed disbelief. Grandfather, I assure you, it is true. He really did it. If you don't believe me, you can accompany me tomorrow to see for yourself. There are many trainers in the park who wish to seek his assistance in evaluating their Pokemon's training progress. Rena explained anxiously, fearing that Old Man Fuji would not believe her. Noticing his granddaughter's reaction, Old Man Fuji frowned slightly. Could it really be true? He mused internally, considering that Rena had never been one to deceive. Shortly thereafter, he recalled an email he had received earlier that afternoon. The email was from a boy who had emerged from the Viridian Forest decades ago. Slowly, he spoke. Rena, your words remind me of an old acquaintance. Old acquaintance? Rena inquired, puzzled. Rena, the world of Pokemon is vast, filled with individuals possessing unique abilities. They are favored by the heavens, such as the person I know who possesses a special ability known as the power of Viridian. With this ability, one can communicate with Pokemon, heal them, and even temporarily enhance their strength. If what you say is true, then Jiang Fan may very well belong to this category of individuals, albeit with a different focus than the power of Viridian. After hearing her grandfather's explanation, Rena furrowed her brows, murmuring the phrase power of Viridian to herself. Unable to contain her curiosity, she eventually asked, what about the boy you know, grandfather? How is he faring now? Ah, him. Old Man Fuji glanced towards a corner of the room, reflecting on the content of the received email. After a moment, he continued. The power of Viridian has bestowed upon him extraordinary abilities, but it has also kindled within him immense ambition. Currently, he is striving to command a Pokemon with the power to upend the world. Old Man Fuji paused for 2 seconds. However, I hope he never succeeds. A Pokemon that can upend the world? Rena's eyes widened, sensing the gravity of the revelation. Grandfather, what Pokemon are you speaking of? Old man Fuji refrained from providing a direct answer. Rena, I too shall visit the park tomorrow. Chapter 7. Mastery of Dragon Breath. Chew. In the corner of the Pokemon Center, Jiang Fan, seated in his wheelchair, suddenly let out a sneeze. He then pointed at himself and said, Charmander, you see, this is the consequence of not taking care of one's health. Out of the blue, a sneeze can catch you off guard. You must not emulate me. Ensure you rest well and safeguard your health. Rua. Charmander, lying on the ground, let out a somewhat indifferent sound, flicking its tail casually. Good night, Charmander. After a moment, Jiang Fan maneuvered his wheelchair back to his staff dormitory. With his departure, the Pokemon Center was enveloped in darkness. A few minutes later, the previously resting Charmander suddenly stood up. After surveying its surroundings and confirming that the other Pokemon were asleep, it leapt onto the windowsill. Opening the window, it jumped outside, arriving at the vast expanse of the playground. Rua. With its mouth slightly ajar and head tilted back, it exhaled a plume of hot air. Charmander commenced practicing its dragon breath. Meanwhile, 20 meters away in the staff dormitory, Jiang Fan stood at the window, observing the diligent Charmander with a resigned shrug. I knew you would sneak out, little one. However, since you are so industrious, I, your soon-to-be trainer, shall accompany you through this late-night endeavor. The following morning, Jiang Fan, fast asleep in his wheelchair, was awakened by the shrill sound of an alarm clock. Initially bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings. Upon recollecting that he had stayed up to support Charmander's special training the previous night, he rubbed his slightly reddened eyes and looked outside. There, beneath a fruit tree, he spotted a small flame swaying. He exited his dormitory and soon found Charmander resting beneath the tree. The notification bar above indicated that the skill Dragon Breath had transitioned from learnable to mastered. What a diligent child. Jiang Fan removed his jacket and draped it over Charmander. Rua. The sound startled Charmander awake, and it let out a soft, sleepy cry, slowly opening its eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, it was momentarily taken aback. But then its face lit up with unmistakable joy. Rua. Charmander promptly scrambled to its feet, pointed at itself, and towards an empty space. Its mouth slightly agape and head tilted back. A surge of fiery energy coalesced in its mouth. 2 to 3 seconds later, a scorching jet of dark energy erupted from its mouth. After finishing its display, it eagerly looked at Jiang Fan, only to be met with his calm demeanor. Rua. Charmander, puzzled and disheartened, let out a sound as if questioning its performance. Yet, 2 seconds later, it witnessed the anticipated reaction. Fantastic. Charmander, you are truly remarkable. A prodigy indeed. In just a day, you have mastered Dragon Breath, a talent unmatched by other Pokemon. You are truly the super genius I have recognized. Wow, this is simply extraordinary. Jiang Fan exclaimed, raising both thumbs in enthusiastic praise. Rua. Charmander grinned sheepishly, its eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Thus, Jiang Fan continued his accolades for over 2 minutes. At a loss for further compliments, Charmander mirrored the joy, laughing along for just as long, their bond growing stronger. Rua. After basking in the praise, Charmander pointed towards Snorlax's resting quarters. Jiang Fan understood its inquiry regarding revenge. He shook his head. There's no rush. Now is not the time. Snorlax is 3 levels above you, and you have other special training to undertake. Rua. My agenda for you today consists of leveling up and enhancing your skill proficiency. Thus, your task is to engage in battle continuously against other Pokemon and practice your skills relentlessly. Although this may be exhausting, it is an essential pathway to unleashing your latent talents. Do you possess the confidence to proceed? Jiang Fan explained. Skill proficiency, in a certain sense, can be equated with skill power. The higher the proficiency, the greater the power. For instance, when 2 Pokemon utilize the same skill, the one with superior proficiency will often demonstrate significantly greater strength. Additionally, skill proficiency is subject to level restrictions. Once a skill's proficiency reaches a certain threshold, one must consider leveling up to continue improvement. Rua. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Charmander clenched its tiny fist tightly, exuding confidence. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my super genius. Jiang Fan praised. Now, let us have breakfast, and afterward, we shall proceed to the park for your special training. Rua. Charmander, brimming with enthusiasm, followed Jiang Fan closely towards the Pokemon Center. Gradually, it sensed something amiss. Jiang Fan was not seated in his wheelchair. Rua. Charmander dashed in front of Jiang Fan, blocking his path. What's wrong, Charmander? Jiang Fan inquired, puzzled, before following its gaze downwards. Only then did he realize he was not in his wheelchair. Without a moment's hesitation, He embodied the spirit of an actor. "Oh my, I'm standing. Charmander, I didn't even notice until you pointed it out. It seems my injuries have healed," he exclaimed joyfully, giving Charmander another thumbs up. "You, Charmander, are not only a super genius, but also a harbinger of good fortune. Spending a day training with you has accelerated my recovery." "Rua Rua." Charmander nodded vigorously, its face once again radiant with joy. After breakfast, Jiang Fan took Charmander back to the park. Today, not only Lena but also Elder Fuji had joined, eager to witness Jiang Fan's training methods for Charmander. After returning from its escapade the previous night, Charmander had amazed Elder Fuji and numerous volunteers. No one could have imagined that the despondent Charmander from the morning would transform into a creature brimming with determination by evening, all within a mere afternoon. "Brother, I need your assistance in assessing the training progress of my Squirtle." "Brother, check mine first. My Scyther has been practicing high-speed movement for a week. Yet there are no results." No, mine first. I purchased a Charizard at the auction, and I need guidance on how to train it." "Brother, I can offer more money." As Jiang Fan arrived at the park, the trainers from the previous day rushed over, having woken up at dawn just to be the first to receive his guidance. However, they were met with the realization that many others harbored the same ambition. "Charmander, you practice your skills alone for now. I will assist them and return to you shortly." Faced with the throng of eager trainers, Jiang Fan had no choice but to let Charmander train independently, as he had promised them the day before. "Rua." Charmander understandingly made its way to an unoccupied area. "Lena, could you please buy 10 bottles of PP restoration potions and 10 bottles of healing potions? I will transfer the money to you shortly," Jiang Fan called out to Lena, who was following behind. To enhance one's proficiency, it is essential to utilize PP restoring potions. This is because practicing already acquired skills depletes a portion of one's internal energy with each release, necessitating a considerable amount of time for recovery once exhausted. Consuming skill potions offers the swiftest means of rejuvenation. Procuring ample healing items is to facilitate the upcoming battles of the Charmander, as it must continually bolster its confidence through a series of victories. "You certainly know how to delegate," Lena remarked with a roll of her eyes. Yet she complied and set off to make the purchase. "Grandfather, I shall procure the items for him," she announced. "Very well." After Lena departed, the elderly Fuji found a nearby stone bench where he settled to observe Jiang Fan. After a considerable time of scrutiny, he could not suppress his astonishment. "How effortlessly he earns money," he mused. He discovered that for every individual Jiang Fan assisted, he received 2,000 alliance coins, merely for glancing at their Pokémon and providing an answer, after which the delighted trainers would enthusiastically embark on special training with their Pokémon. He had never encountered a more expedient method of generating income. But could he truly be as accurate as he claimed? Chapter 8. The Aspirations of Charmander. Not long after taking his seat, the elderly Fuji found it increasingly difficult to remain still. Filled with curiosity, he rose and approached the trainers who had acquired answers from Jiang Fan. These trainers, having received their guidance, promptly sought secluded corners within the park to engage in specialized training. He began to weave through the crowd, observing. Approximately 50 minutes later, he witnessed a Bulbasaur absorbing a significant amount of natural energy from its surroundings, successfully unleashing an energy ball from its previously unopened bud. "It worked. Haha. My Bulbasaur has successfully learned Energy Ball," the trainer exclaimed in exhilaration, noting that it had taken 35 attempts. Fuji diligently recorded this event in his notebook before continuing to survey other training areas. As time slowly passed, noon approached, and the elderly Fuji prepared to return home. He glanced at his notes and noted that 4 trainers who had purchased answers had concluded their special training. The number of practice attempts matched perfectly with Jiang Fan's predictions. Meanwhile, those still engaged in training were fervently boosting their Pokémon's morale. "Come on, Nidorino, just 250 more times, and you'll learn Toxic Spikes. Mareep, my darling, you're simply magnificent. Only 61 more attempts, and you'll master Volt Tackle. Rattata, keep up the effort. After 105 more practices, we'll learn Swords Dance." As for Jiang Fan, he was commanding his Charmander in a Pokémon battle against an Arbok. The Arbok, obediently following its trainer's orders, unleashed its acid spray, directing a torrent of highly corrosive acid toward the Charmander, which was in the process of gathering dragon breath. Given the reaction time, the Charmander seemed unable to release its attack in time. Will it lose? Fuji speculated. At that moment, both the Charmander and Arbok on the battlefield were battered and bruised. If the acid spray were to make contact with the Charmander, Fuji feared the outcome would be dire. However, at that instant, a brilliant command emanated from Jiang Fan. "Charmander, direct your dragon breath toward the ground to evade the acid spray." Upon receiving the command, the Charmander promptly aimed its mouth downward. The next moment, a scorching, dark plume surged forth, the reactionary force propelling the Charmander swiftly off the ground, narrowly avoiding the corrosive liquid. As the Charmander soared into the air, Jiang Fan decisively commanded, "Charmander, use Ember." With the order given, the Charmander, its mouth still imbued with the potent scent of dragon breath, immediately expelled a burst of flames. The opponent's face paled. "No. Arbok, quickly dodge." The Arbok began to retreat in response to the command, but its injuries hindered its reflexes, and the flames ultimately engulfed its body. "Arbok!" It cried in anguish as it succumbed to the flames, losing its ability to battle. Victorious, the Charmander raced toward Jiang Fan in excitement. Jiang Fan enveloped it in a warm embrace, showering it with the highest praise. "You are truly exceptional, Charmander. From this morning until now, you have achieved 8 consecutive victories, bringing me immense joy." "Rua," the Charmander joyfully responded, pointing toward the battlefield as if eager for more combat. "Not so fast. Let's take a break," Jiang Fan chuckled, shaking his head. In previous battles, he had selected opponents whose levels were 1 or 2 ranks lower than Charmander's to cultivate its confidence, with the exception of this Arbok, which matched its level. Thankfully, under his guidance, victory was secured. Now, in this park, there were no opponents he could confidently defeat based on level alone. He would have to wait until the afternoon to see. At that moment, Jiang Fan's attention was captured as a notification panel appeared above Charmander's head. Pokémon, Charmander, Shiny. Level, 15, in a state of consecutive victories, filled with desire for battle, currently experiencing accelerated level-up speed, 198 days until the next level. Potential, Elite. Friendship, 10, from 25 to 10. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Moves, Scratch, 26. Growl, 18. Ember, 21. Smokescreen, 16. Dragon Breath, 11. Description: a Charmander who has regained its fighting spirit. Gazing at the information on the panel, Jiang Fan felt a surge of excitement. The recent battle had not only elevated Charmander from level 14 to 15, but had also conferred upon it a consecutive victory bonus. Given this, he could not afford to engage recklessly in battle again. Should he face a stronger opponent that disrupted this newly acquired winning streak, he would be devastated. The priority now was to enhance the proficiency of its skills. The maximum proficiency for each skill at level 15 stood at 30%. Yet Charmander had yet to attain any of these peaks. Particularly after the last battle, he recognized the significance of proficiency. In a clash where both he and an opponent's Charmander utilized Ember, the opposing Charmander's proficiency was only 14 points, 7 points lower than theirs, resulting in a slower execution speed and lesser power. The clash dissipated after a mere 2 seconds, allowing their remaining flames to strike the opposing Charmander and inflict damage. He could hardly imagine the solid foundation Charmander would possess if all its skills reached their proficiency limits. Unless faced with an equally skilled opponent, challenging higher levels should not pose a difficulty. While Jiang Fan contemplated these thoughts, Lena's voice resonated beside him. "Jiang Fan, are you returning to the Pokemon Center for lunch? My grandfather and I are heading back." Jiang Fan looked down at Charmander. "Do you wish to return to the Pokemon Center for lunch?" "Rua." Charmander decisively shook its head, its sole desire being to battle and fully unlock its extraordinary potential. If possible, it yearned to confront the trainer who had abandoned it, to make them regret their decision upon witnessing its newfound strength. "I have never been worthless. You simply did not understand how to nurture me." Seeing Charmander shake its head, Jiang Fan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, the little Charmeleon has transformed entirely from the mere time-wasting creature it was just days ago. It now embodies a fierce desire for combat and a resolute ambition to grow stronger. With that, Jiang Fan boldly gestured towards a nearby upscale Pokemon restaurant. "We won't be returning right away. Shortly, I shall take Charmeleon there for a casual meal. Would you and Grandpa Fuji care to join us?" He himself was no longer the hapless wanderer, orphaned and impoverished, from just a few days prior. He had now risen to become a small proprietor, singing songs of triumph. "Grandfather, you have observed for an entire morning. What are your impressions?" On their way back to the Pokemon house, Lena suddenly inquired. Hearing this, the elderly Fuji immediately expressed his admiration. "To be honest, although I listened to your description last night with a hint of skepticism, having witnessed it today, I cannot help but believe he is exceptionally suited to be a Pokemon trainer. Aside from possessing unique abilities, he genuinely comprehends the psyche of Pokemon. I am beginning to understand why Charmeleon has become so cheerful in just one afternoon. I believe that any Pokemon fortunate enough to be his partner will undoubtedly experience joy. Unlike many other trainers I have encountered, who often resort to blame, insults, and cast all faults upon their Pokémon for mistakes or losses, with some even callously abandoning the very Pokémon that trusted them. He stands apart. All I have observed so far is encouragement and praise. While such accolades may seem exaggerated to outsiders, they are immensely beneficial to the Pokémon. Have you noticed Charmeleon's expression when he receives praise? That joy is clearly heartfelt. Something Jiang Fan has never experienced before. I find myself contemplating whether I should apologize for the thought I had yesterday about making him leave the Pokémon house. At this point, the elderly Fuji sighed deeply, pausing for a moment before continuing. Lena, this afternoon, please retrieve Charmeleon's Pokeball. Find an appropriate moment to present it to him. Charmeleon deserves a trainer like him. All right, Grandpa, Lena nodded, then curiously asked, so Grandpa, how do you think Jiang Fan's special ability compares to the strength of your late friend, the power of eternity? Chapter 9, Team Rocket. Upon hearing his granddaughter's question, the elderly Fuji furrowed his brow. As they walked, he fell into contemplation. After a brief moment, he replied, at present, I still believe that the power of eternity is superior. Jiang Fan's ability, rather than merely discerning the frequency of skill training, seems more akin to an innate understanding of a Pokémon's various capabilities and potential. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to identify which skills a Pokémon could acquire and which it could not. Additionally, his approach to Charmeleon, encouraging it to repetitively practice already learned skills without forcing it into battle, specifying how many times to practice, clearly indicates his insight. This ability should enable him to maximize the potential of any Pokémon. Isn't that wonderful, Grandpa? Lena questioned, puzzled. Maximizing the potential of any Pokémon seems far superior to what you describe as the power of eternity. The elderly Fuji shook his head. No, Lena. If you had witnessed the wielder of the power of eternity, you would not hold that opinion. In comparison to merely maximizing a Pokémon's potential, the power of eternity, in addition to the 3 abilities I mentioned last night, also allows Pokémon nurtured by it to transcend their inherent species limits. My late friend cultivated an extraordinarily powerful Beedrill using this ability, and its strength was unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Lena's mouth fell slightly agape, astonished. She was well aware of her grandfather's wisdom. If he deemed that Beedrill powerful, it must indeed be extraordinarily so. Unable to suppress a sigh, she lamented, what a pity. I was hoping that if Jiang Fan's ability surpassed even your late friend's, I might have a friend destined to become a Pokémon master. Hearing his granddaughter's words, the elderly Fuji raised an eyebrow, gazing at her for a few moments before breaking into a gentle smile. Lena, what I say is not necessarily entirely correct. I have only observed for a morning. Jiang Fan might possess surprises that I am yet unaware of. Moreover, in Pokémon battles, it is not solely about the strength of the Pokémon, but equally about the trainer's command abilities. Jiang Fan's command skills, I can only describe with 2 words, exceptional. As they conversed, the elderly Fuji and Lena returned to the Pokémon house. At that moment, volunteers busied themselves preparing lunch for the Pokémon, and the pair joined in. Grandpa, I will go find Charmeleon's Pokeball, Lena called out before departing once the tasks were completed. In the Pokémon house, Charmeleon was one of the few who had arrived with a Pokeball. Meanwhile, the elderly Fuji was engrossed in petting a Psyduck, merely waving off his granddaughter's departure. After half an hour of play, the elderly Fuji noticed that Lena had yet to return. Have any of you seen Lena? He inquired of the volunteers. They all shook their heads in response. With a furrowed brow, the elderly Fuji strode toward the room where the Pokeballs were stored. Upon entering, he found it empty save for an envelope emblazoned with an R symbol. As night fell, Jiang Fan and Charmeleon returned to the Pokémon house just in time for dinner. Charmeleon, you must not sneak out to practice again tonight. You need to rest properly. Overexertion can strain your body, and there is no need to rush your growth. We have plenty of time. While they dined together, Jiang Fan recalled something and offered a reminder. Rua, Charmeleon exclaimed, sitting on the ground, tossing food into its mouth while nodding in agreement. Seeing Charmeleon nod, Jiang Fan chose not to elaborate further and continued with his meal. Knowledge of psychology suggests that excessive reminders may provoke a rebellious response. After a while, Jiang Fan realized that the elderly Fuji and Lena were absent that evening. Typically, they would be in the house with the volunteers. Xiaoya, where are Grandpa Fuji and Lena? I haven't seen them tonight, he asked the volunteer closest to him. The volunteer, referred to as Xiaoya, replied, Grandpa Fuji is in his office. For some reason, he suddenly locked himself in there this afternoon. During dinner, Philia went to check on him, and he said not to mind him, appearing quite displeased. As for Lena, after distributing lunch to the Pokémon at noon, she mentioned something about looking for Charmeleon's Pokeball and has not been seen since. Jiang Fan's brow furrowed at this news. It sounded as though something had transpired. At his feet, Charmeleon, upon hearing that someone was searching for its Pokeball, immediately looked up. A few minutes later, Jiang Fan finished his meal and headed toward the elderly Fuji's office, with Charmeleon following closely behind. Soon, he arrived at the office, where the elderly Fuji stood by the window, seemingly lost in thought, completely unaware of Jiang Fan's arrival. "Grandpa Fuji," Jiang Fan tentatively called out. His voice startled the elderly Fuji, who turned to see Jiang Fan and immediately offered a warm, albeit slightly stiff, smile. "Is there something you need, Jiang Fan?" the elderly Fuji inquired. Jiang Fan straightforwardly remarked, "I just overheard Xiaoya mention that Grandpa Fuji has been sitting in his office since this afternoon without having dinner. So I came to check on you and see if there is anything I can assist you with." As his words fell, Jiang Fan's pupils constricted, for he noticed a red envelope emblazoned with the letter resting on the desk. Could Lena's disappearance be linked to Team Rocket? A conjecture instantly formed in Jiang Fan's mind. "There's no need. I'm not hungry, and I have nothing that requires assistance. Thank you for your concern, Jiang Fan," Grandpa Fuji replied with a stiff smile, rejecting the offer. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, suspecting that the elder might be under duress from Team Rocket. If memory served him correctly, Grandpa Fuji had always harbored disdain for Team Rocket. After all, one party selflessly sheltered abandoned Pokémon, while the other exploited them for profit, sometimes even resorting to their demise. An ideological chasm indeed. At that moment, noticing Jiang Fan's gaze fixated on the Team Rocket envelope, Grandpa Fuji hastily approached to conceal it. However, Jiang Fan was quicker, seizing the envelope. "Grandpa Fuji, has Team Rocket kidnapped Lena, coercing you into compliance?" The elder's countenance shifted dramatically. "How do you know?" he questioned, incredulity etched across his face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan recognized that his suspicion had struck true. Instantly, he adopted a sorrowful demeanor, akin to a seasoned actor. "My parents perished because of them," he murmured, his voice tinged with a raspy quality. Rua, little Charizard, witnessing Jiang Fan's state, offered a comforting cry. "I'm fine, little Charizard." Jiang Fan looked down, offering a bittersweet smile, then turned back to Grandpa Fuji. "So, Grandpa Fuji, if you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me." Grandpa Fuji regarded Jiang Fan thoughtfully, contemplating Team Rocket's modus operandi. Ultimately, he stepped forward and placed a hand on Jiang Fan's shoulder, choosing to be forthright. "You are correct. It is indeed Team Rocket that has kidnapped Lena, seeking my compliance in relinquishing a former research endeavor. They have granted me 5 days to consider, warning that if I fail to meet them at the designated location, I shall never see Lena again. However, that particular item was destroyed when I left the research facility." He continued, "They also warned me not to contact the Pokémon police, for should they discover my attempt, they would immediately carry out their threat." "Jiang Fan, what do you think I should do?" After absorbing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Fan fell into deep contemplation. After a brief pause, he resolutely declared, "Grandpa Fuji, leave this matter to me. I will go in your stead and retrieve Lena after 5 days." "You will?" Grandpa Fuji exclaimed, astonished. "Are you capable, Jiang Fan?" "I can," Jiang Fan affirmed with unwavering determination. "I will bring Lena back with the help of little Charizard. However, I hope you can hand me little Charizard's Pokeball." "Rua." Little Charizard instantly responded, brimming with confidence, believing that under Jiang Fan's guidance, it could overcome any challenge. Grandpa Fuji shook his head. "Little Charizard's Pokeball should currently be with Lena. When I noticed, the place where the Pokeball was stored was empty." Jiang Fan's resolute expression faltered momentarily. The Pokeball could enhance the bond with its holder by 30 points, and little Charizard's current bond with him was just 12 points. With the Pokeball, that bond could immediately escalate to 42 points, from a deficit of 25 to a surplus of 42. A staggering increase of 67 points would allow him to unlock the first tier of rewards immediately. Although he was uncertain if this would resolve the current predicament, the system's offerings were unlikely to disappoint. "What's the matter, Jiang Fan? Are you having second thoughts?" Grandpa Fuji observed something amiss in Jiang Fan's demeanor. "No, Grandpa Fuji. You can count on me," Jiang Fan confidently reassured, thumping his chest. The fact that little Charizard's Pokeball was with Lena meant he had no choice but to proceed. Rather than shrink back in fear, it was better to exude confidence to bolster Grandpa Fuji's trust. Before long, Jiang Fan departed the office with little Charizard. "Little Charizard, rest well tonight. In the coming days, you will face rigorous training. Do you have confidence?" "Rua, excellent, truly deserving of the title of my chosen prodigy." Chapter 10. The Astonishing Transformation of Little Charizard. On the 5th morning, by a lake within Ziyuan town, little Charizard stood at the water's edge, mouth agape, as energy coalesced. 2 seconds later, a jet-black column of energy, as thick as 2 fists, erupted from its mouth. Sizzle. The moment the energy column met the lake, it ignited a frenzy of boiling water. Bubbles erupted as if from molten lava, and scalding steam quickly enveloped the area, soon reaching Jiang Fan's face. Yet, he felt no pain. Instead, his expression radiated satisfaction and delight. Excellent. My proficiency in Dragon Breath has finally reached its zenith, he exclaimed with exhilaration. After several days of nearly frenzied training, little Charizard had achieved maximum proficiency in all 5 skills it had mastered: Scratch, Roar, Ember, Smokescreen, and Dragon Breath. Each now at the full value of 30. Moments later, as little Charizard completed its release of Dragon Breath, it bounded joyfully towards Jiang Fan, leaping into his arms. Rua. It resembled a child eagerly awaiting praise. Jiang Fan gazed down at this creature with affection, planting a kiss atop its head and showering it with a cascade of compliments. To him, Pokémon were akin to the pets of his original world. Their thoughts were remarkably simple, and many of their actions and efforts were solely to earn a trainer's commendation. Yet, for many Pokémon, such a compliment could remain elusive throughout their entire lives, stirring a sense of melancholy within him. However, since fate had brought him to this world, he vowed to ensure that each of his Pokémon would feel an abundance of love, healing the wounds of their hearts with affection. Little Charizard, you have endured intensive training these past few days. Thank you for your hard work. Let us head to the Pokémon Center and have Nurse Joy restore your condition. Once you're back in shape, we shall have breakfast at the Pokémon house, and then seek out Team Rocket to challenge them and reclaim your Pokeball. Are you confident? After showering praise, Jiang Fan outlined their next steps. Rua. Little Charizard responded with fervor, having already recognized Jiang Fan as its trainer and determined to reclaim its Pokeball. Truly deserving of the title of my chosen prodigy, splendid. Jiang Fan affectionately ruffled little Charizard's head once more before carrying it towards the Pokémon Center. At 9 in the morning, Jiang Fan returned to the Pokémon house. At that moment, the Pokémon had just finished their breakfast, and a little Snorlax had just burst out of a closed room, wiggling its backside as it prepared to indulge in a hearty meal. However, just as the Snorlax was about to approach the food bucket, little Charizard suddenly dashed from behind Jiang Fan, confronting Snorlax with a determined expression, as if to declare, I am here to challenge you. This scene startled the nearby volunteers and caught Grandpa Fuji off guard. They all knew that Snorlax was most fearsome when it was about to eat. Anyone who impeded its meal would face its wrath. Little Charizard, what are you doing? Step aside. A volunteer admonished. Jiang Fan, quickly take little Charizard away. Another volunteer shouted towards him. Yet, both little Charizard and Jiang Fan remained unfazed. One stood defiantly before Snorlax, while the other simply observed. Jiang Fan, what is little Charizard doing? Old Fuji approached Jiang Fan, urging him to swiftly take the little Charizard away. With a gentle smile, Jiang Fan softly remarked, Grandfather Fuji, do you recall how I suggested we help the little Charizard emerge from its despondency? The time has come for it to achieve its goals, and I hope you will not interfere. Old Fuji was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling Jiang Fan's earlier words about motivating the little Snorlax to ignite the spirit of the little Charizard. He hesitated, but the little Charizard has this now. Before old Fuji could finish, Jiang Fan interjected, Rest assured, Grandfather Fuji, it possesses this strength now. Otherwise, how could it have rescued Miss Rena from Team Rocket? Listening to Jiang Fan's confident assertions, old Fuji turned to observe the little Charizard and the little Snorlax. At that moment, the little Snorlax, displeased with the intruder interrupting its meal, bellowed at the little Charizard. Hey, are you itching for a fight? Get lost, or I'll take you down. The little Charizard calmly retorted, Come on, let me see who will be the one to fall today. You're asking for it, you little weakling. The little Snorlax roared, launching into a tackle attack, rolling towards the little Charizard with its plump belly. In response, the little Charizard stood firm, extending its claws in preparation to counter with its own move. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding volunteers and old Fuji looked on with concern for the little Charizard. Some volunteers had already positioned themselves to catch the little Charizard should it be sent flying. However, the outcome surprised everyone. The moment the little Snorlax's tackle met the little Charizard's claws, a painful cry emanated from the little Snorlax as it was sent skidding back several meters, bearing a prominent scratch mark on its belly. Old Fuji's eyes widened in disbelief at the prowess of the little Charizard. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. He then witnessed the little Charizard seamlessly transition into using Dragon Breath, a jet-black column of energy erupting from its mouth and sending the enraged little Snorlax soaring out of the Pokémon Center. Old Fuji, witnessing this, urgently called out, little Charizard. Halt. You've won. The little Snorlax has lost. The little Charizard paid him no heed. It was only when Jiang Fan's voice reached its ears that it ceased its dragon breath. Turning its head, the little Charizard lifted its chin proudly towards the surrounding volunteers, as if to proclaim, "Behold, this is my true strength." The volunteers, witnessing such an effortless victory, stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. They could scarcely believe that this was the same little Charizard that had languished in a corner just a week ago. They then turned their gaze to the composed Jiang Fan, their minds racing with a singular thought. How on earth did he accomplish this? In merely a week, he had transformed this little Charizard, once reluctant to even eat, into a formidable presence capable of besting the Pokémon Center's little tyrant with just 2 moves. They had previously thought Jiang Fan to be somewhat eccentric, foolishly incurring the wrath of the little Snorlax for a mere meal. Little did they realize that the truly eccentric ones were themselves. Damn it, Jiang Fan truly earned this beating. Had I known this would inspire the little Charizard to rise and acknowledge him, I should have let the little Snorlax pummel me long ago, one volunteer mused enviously. He noticed the way the little Charizard looked at Jiang Fan, as though it had already accepted him as its trainer. Chapter 11. The transaction begins. Grandfather Fuji. So Team Rocket is waiting near Highway 8 to the west of Ziyuan Town, correct? After allowing the little Charizard to accomplish its goal of defeating the little Snorlax and finishing breakfast, Jiang Fan conversed with old Fuji outside the Pokémon Center. Indeed. Once we arrive, you will understand. We must meet before 3 in the afternoon. Old Fuji's expression was tinged with worry. Although the little Charizard had easily triumphed over the little Snorlax, he still held reservations about facing Team Rocket. Jiang Fan, are you truly capable of this? Worry not. Grandfather Fuji, with the little Charizard and me, there will be no unforeseen events. Jiang Fan confidently patted his chest. Mimicking him, the little Charizard stretched its stubby arms and patted its chest. Observing the self-assured pair, old Fuji's anxieties were somewhat alleviated. However, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Fan's heart was pounding. After all, he was unaware of the strength and numbers of the Team Rocket members who had kidnapped Lena. The only reason he was pursuing them was that the little Charizard's Pokeball was with Lena. If he did not retrieve it, all his efforts would be in vain. Regardless of how well he trained the little Charizard, the system would not recognize it as his Pokemon unless he reclaimed the Pokeball. He pondered whether there was a device that could revert a registered Pokemon back to being unclaimed. Jiang Fan mused further. Recalling that Team Rocket was known for stealing others' Pokemon and trading them on the black market, indicating the existence of some nefarious technology. If I fail this time, should I join Team Rocket? A sudden thought crossed his mind, but he quickly shook his head, dispelling the absurd notion. I can't be thinking of escape routes before I've even begun. No, to be prudent, I should gather some allies nearby, just in case something goes awry and my friends need to intervene. Jiang Fan pulled out his phone, sending a distress message to all the trainers he had added in Ziyuan Town, instructing them to head to Highway 8, either to hide or to pose as trainers capturing wild Pokemon. Should an insurmountable crisis arise, he would signal the little Charizard to unleash a dragon breath into the sky. An hour and a half later, Jiang Fan and old Fuji, accompanied by the little Charizard, arrived at Highway 8 to the west of Ziyuan Town. Jiang Fan scanned the seemingly deserted highway, furrowing his brow. Wasn't it said that we would know upon arrival? Why do I feel lost? Just as he voiced his thoughts, a man in a black uniform emblazoned with the letter R approached from the eastern woods, followed closely by a short-haired woman dressed in the same attire. At their feet trailed a Houndoom and a Jengar. Hello, Dr. Fuji, we are here to greet you. My name is Koji, the man with the buzz cut spoke first. I am Heihua, the short-haired woman followed suit. Where's Lena? Is she unharmed? Old Fuji inquired urgently. Rest assured, Dr. Fuji, Miss Lena is quite safe. As long as you provide us with what we desire, we will return your granddaughter without harm. The short-haired woman named Heihua replied with a smile, gesturing for old Fuji to enter the woods. With a furrowed brow, old Fuji followed suit. Jiang Fan trailed closely behind, his gaze fixed on the Houndoom and Jengar. In the next moment, detailed information about the 2 Pokemon appeared before him. Pokemon, Houndoom, level, 24. Quality, average. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, male. Moves, Leer, 24. Ember, 26. Bite, 18. Incinerate, 15. Pokemon, Jengar. Level, 22. Quality, average. Ability, Levitate. Gender, female. Skills, Bind, 23. Poison Needle, 18. Big Snake Stare, 17. Dissolving Liquid, 15. Observing the information of these 2 Pokemon, Jiang Fan felt a sense of relief. Aside from their levels being higher than that of the Charmeleon, their qualifications and skill proficiency were inferior. Engaging them in battle should not pose a significant challenge. A variant Charmeleon. This could fetch a handsome sum. At that moment, Jiang Fan heard the astonished voice of the buzzcut man beside him. Turning to look, he noticed the man's unabashed greed. In response to Jiang Fan's gaze, the buzzcut man's expression swiftly transformed from avarice to provocation. Jiang Fan chose to ignore him, trailing behind the elderly Fuji. Approximately 15 minutes later, guided by the two members of Team Rocket, Jiang Fan and Elder Fuji arrived at a small hill. There, Jiang Fan spotted Lena, accompanied by a burly bald man and a Pokémon that made his heart sink. Pokémon, Zubat. Level, 30. Qualification, Elite. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Skills, Supersonic, 34. Scare, 25. Bite, 28. Wing Attack, 25. Odd Light, 25. Air Slash, 22. This presented a slight predicament. He could only cleverly retrieve the Pokeball containing the Charmeleon and see if the rewards from the first tier could grant it the ability to defeat this foe. Jiang Fan bit his lip, contemplating. With a level 30 and elite qualification, along with commendable skill proficiency, it appeared challenging for the Charmeleon to secure a victory in this confrontation. After all, the Charmeleon was merely at level 15, a staggering 15 levels behind. Dr. Fuji, it's been a while. I wonder if you still remember me. The bald man standing next to Lena warmly greeted Elder Fuji. The elderly man regarded him for a moment before shaking his head. I am old. Many people and events have slipped from my memory. Not a problem, not a problem. After all, I was just a nameless rookie during that experiment years ago. It's understandable if you don't recall me. Just remember me from now on, the bald man said, proudly stroking his bald head. My name is Tim, and I am now a mid-level officer in Team Rocket. It is an honor to have received a direct assignment from Boss Sakaki to collect that item from you. Upon hearing this, Elder Fuji turned to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan had previously stated that he would handle all matters of the trade. Just then, Elder Fuji's eyelids twitched. It seemed Jiang Fan had discreetly slipped something into his hand. Lowering his gaze slightly, he discovered it was a small purple box. Just as he was about to inquire about its contents, Jiang Fan raised his hand. Brother Tim, we have the item right here. If you wish to proceed, I hope we can exchange it hand to hand, Jiang Fan declared loudly. Tim's eyes lit up with excitement as he gazed at the small box in Elder Fuji's hand. Although he knew not what lay within, successfully fulfilling Boss Sakaki's assignment would be a tremendous boon. Perhaps Boss Sakaki would be so pleased as to promote him from a mid-level officer to a high-ranking one. Very well, a hand-for-hand exchange it shall be. Tim jovially assisted Lena, who had been seated on the ground, to her feet and began to approach Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan then took the small box from Elder Fuji's hands and walked towards Tim. The exchange transpired smoothly. Jiang Fan received Lena while Tim retrieved the small box from Jiang Fan's grasp. Good lad. I appreciate decisiveness and efficiency in individuals like you, Tim remarked, giving Jiang Fan a thumbs up as he accepted the box. Jiang Fan smiled in reply, hastily leading Lena back towards Elder Fuji while quietly urging, isn't the Charmeleon's Pokeball with you? Hurry and give it to me. No, it's not with me. That scoundrel tossed it away. What? Jiang Fan gasped. That scoundrel saw a Pokeball at my waist and thought I had a Pokemon worth stealing. Upon discovering it was empty, he discarded it on the ground. Lena's words caused Jiang Fan's expression to stiffen. Turning back towards where Lena had been seated moments earlier, he spotted a gleaming Pokeball lying there. Simultaneously, he heard Tim's furious voice nearby. You little brat, how dare you trick me with an orange fruit? Chapter 12, Charizard. An orange-yellow fruit was tossed at Jiang Fan's feet. Goeji, ensure that all three of them are detained. I want this brat to pay a steep price. Tim fumed, pointing at Jiang Fan. Understood, Brother Tim. I have my eye on his variant Charmeleon, came the enthusiastic response from the buzzcut man in the distance. Hiryu, under the buzzcut man's command. Hiryu growled and advanced towards Jiang Fan. Rua. The Charmeleon immediately positioned itself in front of Jiang Fan, fearlessly confronting Hiryu. Hiryu, go for the bite, commanded the buzzcut man. Hiryu, upon receiving the command, lunged swiftly towards the Charmeleon, mouth agape, its sharp fangs glinting menacingly in the sunlight, accompanied by a dense aura of black energy. Charmeleon, dodge right and use growl, Jiang Fan ordered, immediately countering. The Charmeleon, upon hearing the command, deftly leaped to the right, causing Hiryu to miss its mark, while emitting an adorably fierce cry. Under the influence of this sound, the black energy in Hiryu's mouth diminished significantly, visually appearing less threatening. Jiang Fan, witnessing this, felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, The Charmeleon's proficiency in Growl had reached its peak. The Buzzcut man, however, widened his eyes in disbelief. How could his growl have such an effect? Yet, there was no time for astonishment. He hastily issued a second command. Hiryu, use Ember. Hiryu. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan, seeing Hiryu preparing to unleash Ember, initially intended to have the Charmeleon counter with its own Ember for a slight shock. However, recalling Hiryu's ability to absorb flames and enhance itself, he quickly altered his command. Charmeleon, evade and approach Hiryu to use Scratch. The Charmeleon, responding to the directive, charged towards Hiryu, agilely maneuvering past the miniature embers. In the next moment, it delivered a swift scratch to Hiryu's neck. Although the Buzzcut man had issued a command to dodge, it was a moment too late, allowing the Charmeleon to make contact. Hiryu, it cried out in pain. Hiryu, take advantage of its proximity and use Incinerate. The Buzzcut man commanded urgently. Hiryu, upon hearing this, immediately opened its mouth, fiery flames rapidly coalescing within. The Charmeleon retreated while simultaneously preparing Dragon Breath. Jiang Fan issued his command simultaneously. Given Hiryu's fire-absorbing ability, he could not allow the Charmeleon to engage in close-range combat. The Charmeleon swiftly backed away, gathering a searing black energy in its mouth. 2 seconds later, a blazing column of fire and a scorching black energy column collided midair. The two forces, one red and one black, were momentarily at a stalemate. The Buzzcut man stared intently, completely unprepared for the variant Charmeleon to be able to contend with his Hiryu to such an extent. However, what transpired next was even more unexpected. The black energy column, in a matter of moments, obliterated Hiryu's Incinerate skill and struck Hiryu directly. Hiryu, it howled, being sent crashing into a tree trunk 2 meters behind. Hiryu, the Buzzcut man exclaimed in shock. This scene equally astonished the surrounding members of the Rockets, particularly the Officer Tim and the ordinary member Heihua. That little fire dragon is remarkably powerful, exclaimed Heihua in disbelief. Officer Tim, with a furrowed brow, scratched his bald head. Something is amiss. That fire dragon's dragon breath feels comparable to the one possessed by the intermediate officer, Xiangmu's Charmeleon. However, that Charmeleon is on the brink of evolving into a Charizard. Has this little fire dragon been endowed with an Everstone? Meanwhile, Lena and the elderly Fuji were equally taken aback. Grandpa, what on earth happened during the days of my abduction? The strength of the fire dragon has transformed to such a degree. Lena gasped, covering her mouth. Well, to be honest, I'm not sure how to respond, but I can tell you that this morning, the fire dragon defeated a Snorlax with 2 skills. The elder Fuji directed his gaze towards Jiang Fan. At this moment, the battle continued, with Jiang Fan calmly issuing his final command. Fire Dragon, use your skill to close in and finish it off. With an unstoppable momentum, the fire dragon charged towards the downed Houndoom, attempting to rise. Houndoom, get up quickly. Use your skill to bite. Meanwhile, the Buzzcut man was in a state of frantic anxiety, for Houndoom was not only severely injured but also paralyzed from the dragon breath, rendering its movements exceedingly difficult. After 4 or 5 seconds, the fire dragon approached and successfully used its skill to grasp Houndoom, landing 2 strikes before it completely lost its fighting capability. Don't rejoice too soon, kid. Besides me, there are still 2 Pokémon here, and I've set my sights on your fire dragon. The defeated Buzzcut man, Goeji, declared bitterly to Jiang Fan. Yet Jiang Fan paid him no heed, his focus entirely on the fire dragon. He noticed that after defeating Houndoom, the fire dragon's level surged from 15 to 18, and it was gradually enveloped in a radiant light of evolution. Wait, this fire dragon isn't carrying an Everstone. The bald officer Tim, who had previously thought the fire dragon was an old fire dragon bearing an Everstone, found it hard to remain composed at this sight. His gaze shifted toward the fire dragon bathed in evolutionary light, a glimmer of greed in his eyes. If I capture it and present it to Boss Sakaki, he will surely be delighted. Moments later, the evolutionary light surrounding the fire dragon faded. It successfully evolved from a unique colored fire dragon into a distinctive Charmeleon. Roar! The Charmeleon turned to Jiang Fan, joyfully displaying its new form. Jiang Fan gave a thumbs up, uttering the most frequently spoken words of praise, as expected. A super genius that I have my eyes on. Roar! The Charmeleon beamed with happiness, relishing the compliment it adored the most. Kid, let us battle. I want to see how much more surprise this newly evolved Charmeleon can bring me. At this moment, the bald officer Tim decided to join the fray. Initially, he had deemed a mere fire dragon unworthy of commanding his Zubat, but his perspective had since changed. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes at him and the level 30 Zubat hovering above him. After a moment, the corners of his mouth turned upward. Charmeleon, use Ember, Target Abra. Chapter 13. Unlocking the first level reward. Roar. The Charmeleon, upon receiving the command, decisively launched an Ember attack toward the unsuspecting Abra, which was lazily resting beside its trainer. The sudden assault caught not only the Rocket's member Heihua off guard, but also the Abra, which was completely unprepared for the fiery onslaught. Though its trainer commanded it to dodge, the searing flames were already upon it. Gotcha! Abra let out a wail. You're disregarding the battle rules. Tim fumed. Glaring at Jiang Fan, he anticipated that this kid would first deceive him with an orange berry and now blatantly violate the rules of engagement. Despite initiating the challenge himself, Jiang Fan had launched an attack on his subordinate's Pokémon. Typically, other Rockets would adhere to the principle of overwhelming their opponents with numbers, even resorting to ambushing during an evolution. Yet, Tim had always scorned such tactics, only to find himself facing a scoundrel even more akin to the Rockets. Ignoring Tim's accusations, Jiang Fan remained unfazed. You're part of a villainous organization that seeks to steal others' Pokémon, yet you dare lecture me, a righteous individual, about battle ethics? Spare me the lectures. If you have the guts, declare your identity publicly. As the Charmeleon charged forward with Ember while preparing its grasping skill, Jiang Fan swiftly continued issuing orders. To him, this Abra was merely an excellent source of experience. The level 24 Houndoom had allowed his Fire Dragon to level up thrice. For the level 22 Abra, he required no more than a 2-level increase. Roar. The Charmeleon received the command and unleashed another Ember toward the Abra, which had just freed itself from the flames. Gotcha! Abra screamed once more, now afflicted with a burn status. Zubat, use Air Cutter to intercept it. Tim finally reacted. Gotcha! Under his command, Zubat flapped its wings forcefully, generating a sharp blade of wind that surged toward the Charmeleon. Jiang Fan swiftly ordered, Charmeleon, be careful. Dodge if you can. If not, use your skill to block. Heeding Jiang Fan's command, the Charmeleon skillfully evaded each gust of wind, using its newly evolved sharp claws to block those it could not evade. It maneuvered itself right in front of Abra. Afterward, without needing Jiang Fan's further instruction, it concealed itself behind Abra. The remaining gusts of wind struck Abra directly, adding yet more wounds to its already scorched body. Gotcha! 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 As Abra teetered on the brink of defeat, the Charmeleon finished it off with a claw strike, then triumphantly extended its claws toward the airborne Zubat in provocation. Gotcha! Zubat glared furiously at it. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan scrutinized the Charmeleon's data. What a pity, it was so close to leveling up thrice. Jiang Fan observed that the Charmeleon had advanced from level 18 to level 20, with just 29 days remaining to reach level 21. However, its level gap with Zubat had now narrowed to 10 levels. He wondered how the battle would unfold. Just as Jiang Fan pondered this, he heard Tim's command for an attack. Zubat, wing attack. Gotcha! Zubat spread its wings, carving a white streak through the air as it dove toward the Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use your skill to attempt to catch it. Jiang Fan quickly ordered. Given Zubat's rapid descent from the sky, the Charmeleon would undoubtedly struggle to evade. Therefore, it was better to be bold. Roar. The Charmeleon fixed its sharp gaze on the descending Zubat, spreading its claws and bracing itself. In the next moment, wing attack and the grasping skill collided. Just as Zubat's wing attack was about to strike the Charmeleon swung its claws, successfully seizing it. In the blink of an eye, it was liberated from the force of the dive that descended from the sky, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it successfully struck the fire dinosaur, sending it flying. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. It was evident that there was a significant disparity between the two sides, and he needed to alter his strategy immediately. At that moment, the bald man, Tim, seized the opportunity to issue another command. Zubat, use Air Cutter. The fire dinosaur, flipping midair, dug its claws into the ground to stabilize itself, while simultaneously releasing a smoke screen. Jiang Fan ordered a countermeasure. Upon hearing this, the fire dinosaur twisted in midair, and as it faced downward, it clawed fiercely at the ground. Its claws scraped against the soil for several meters, while it exhaled a thick cloud of black smoke. Just then, Zubat's Air Cutter descended, sharp gusts of wind striking the fire dinosaur. It grimaced in pain but persisted in following Jiang Fan's command, expelling all the black smoke. Soon, the battlefield was enveloped in darkness, concealing the fire dinosaur within. Grandfather, what should we do? The fire dinosaur seems to be no match for that Zubat. The smokescreen technique doesn't appear to be effective. Zubat can probably use ultrasonic waves for location, right? Lena, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety. At this moment, we can only trust Jiang Fan's command. I believe he has his reasons for doing this, replied the composed old Fuji. Yet, The furrowed lines on his brow betrayed his inner worries. Fire Dinosaur, remember our objective. Jiang Fan shouted into the smoke. Objective? What do you mean? Tim, on the other side, found Jiang Fan's words perplexing. The only objective he understood was to rescue old Fuji's granddaughter. Zubat, disperse that smoke and locate the fire dinosaur using ultrasonic waves. Faced with confusion, Tim opted for a swift resolution. With a sharp sound, Zubat received the command, vigorously flapping its wings and emitting a sound inaudible to human ears. In a moment, it pinpointed the location, and the smoke dissipated significantly. Tim's pupils constricted, and his heart raced as the fire dinosaur, appearing like a ghost, materialized just 2 meters away. Glaring ferociously at him, cold sweat streamed down Tim's face. Surely, it won't directly attack me, will it? Damn, are we Team Rocket, or is that guy Team Rocket? Their tactics are even more unscrupulous than ours. Then, he saw the fire dinosaur charging towards him, prompting him to bolt in terror. Zubat, intercept it with a wing attack. Zubat spread its wings and dove towards Tim, ready to block the fire dinosaur. However, to Tim's astonishment, he did not encounter the anticipated assault. Turning to look, he found the fire dinosaur had halted at his previous position, holding a pokeball in its claws. A pokeball? Tim first glanced at the ball pouch at his waist, relieved to find it intact. Not mine. Whose is it? He asked, looking at his subordinate, the buzzcut man. And the short-haired woman. Not mine either. Isn't that the pokeball you confiscated from Dr. Fuji's granddaughter? They both shook their heads. At that moment, all three witnessed the fire dinosaur sprinting towards the opposite side, delivering the pokeball to its trainer. Then, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded before them. A flash of light engulfed the fire dinosaur as it was drawn into the pokeball. What is happening? How could the fire dinosaur's pokeball be here? Tim's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling this was the most absurd occurrence of his life. Had he known the fire dinosaur's pokeball was right at his feet, he could have simply picked it up and captured it instead of battling that guy. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan, who had captured the fire dinosaur in the pokeball, received a system notification confirming his successful acquisition of his first Pokémon, the fire dinosaur. Fire dinosaur's initial intimacy is 25 points. Current intimacy is 42 points. An increase of 67 points, qualifying for the first tier reward unlock. Reward unlocked. Fire dinosaur's qualification upgraded to semi-champion, and it possesses 1 skill disc. Chapter 14, Sunny Day and Solar Power. Qualification upgraded to semi-champion? Not bad. This reward is quite impressive, Jiang Fan mused inwardly. The qualifications of Pokémon are categorized as novice, ordinary, elite, semi-champion, champion, and divine. He had yet to encounter a Pokémon with semi-champion qualification. He initially speculated that he would only see such qualifications among the main Pokémon of gym leaders or the Pokémon belonging to scions of prominent families. At that moment, another prompt appeared. Would you like to use the skill disc? Use it, Jiang Fan replied without hesitation. Immediately, a disc appeared before him, visible only to him. It displayed 6 skills: Energy Ball, Flame Whirlpool, Sacred Fire, Sunny Day, Explosive Flames, and Flare Blitz. Sacred Fire. Though all 6 skills were powerful fire-type moves, Jiang Fan immediately fixated on Sacred Fire. This was an exclusive skill of the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh and Inti. If the fire dinosaur were to master it, the implications would be astounding. As the disc began to spin, Jiang Fan fervently chanted Sacred Fire in his mind. After 3 seconds, the spinning ceased, and the pointer landed on Sunny Day. Jiang Fan sighed, finding solace in the situation. What a pity, but it's still acceptable. Now the fire dinosaur can essentially buff its own attack, doubling the power of fire-type moves while also reducing its vulnerability to water-type attacks. He then pressed the button on the Pokeball. A flash of light ensued, and the fire dinosaur was released. At that moment, it had undergone a transformation due to the system's qualification enhancement, appearing significantly more robust than before, with its tail flames now burning brightly and fiercely. Jiang Fan, gazing at the revitalized fire dinosaur, widened his eyes in astonishment as joy surged within him. The reason being, the characteristic information above the fire dinosaur's head now revealed a new trait, replacing the previous blaze. Pokémon, Fire Dinosaur, Shiny. Level, 20, in a winning state. Filled with a desire for battle, currently experiencing accelerated leveling, 29 days until the next level. Qualification, Semi-Champion. Intimacy, 42, from 25 to 42. Characteristic, Solar Power. Gender, Male. Skills, Scratch, 30, Growl, 30, Ember, 30, Smoke Screen, 30, Dragon Breath, 30, Sunny Day 10. Description: this is a fire dinosaur that has regained its fighting spirit, resembling its former self as a Charmander. How delightful. The fire dinosaur's characteristic has transformed into solar power. In battle under sunny day, its fire-type skills will be terrifyingly potent. Jiang Fan felt an exhilarating surge within him. The effect of solar power enhances special attack while slightly depleting its health in sunny weather and under intense sunlight. It boosts the special attack by a staggering 15 times. It was as if the fire dinosaur had donned a double buff. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Jiang Fan was eager to test the power of skills against Zubat. Fire dinosaur, sunny day? He commanded, waving his hand. With a roar, the fire dinosaur responded to the command. The scene left the 5 individuals present momentarily stunned. Sunny day? On a bright sunny day, could a Charmeleon truly summon sunny day? That fellow must be out of his mind, the buzzcut man exclaimed. What exactly is happening? Ever since the smokescreen skill was deployed, the unfolding battle has become increasingly perplexing to me. Beside him, the bald man named Tim couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. Grandpa, can Charmeleon really learn sunny day? Rena inquired of the elderly Fuji. Well, my grandfather's laboratory once conducted research on this, Fuji replied. Charizard, the evolved form of Charmeleon, can indeed learn it, but the process is exceedingly arduous. It necessitates not only high aptitude but also a significant accumulation of resources for practice. Fuji cast a glance at Jiang Fan, feeling increasingly bewildered by this young man. After all, Charmeleon had recently evolved from Charmander, implying that Sunny Day could only have been learned during its earlier stage. If a Charmander possessed the requisite aptitude to master a move as formidable as Sunny Day, how could it have been abandoned by its previous trainer to suffer in an underground arena? Thus, it must have been mastered after Jiang Fan's arrival. But how long had he been at the Pokémon Center? Moments later, what transpired left everyone present in utter shock. The once cool and overcast sky suddenly blazed with heat, as brilliant sunlight pierced through countless leaves, illuminating the ground below. Sunny Day had indeed manifested. Under the sunlight, Charmeleon radiated with an intensity akin to the sun itself. It roared, its tail's flames gradually shifting to a bluish-white hue. Ability Solar Power, activate. Jiang Fan commanded decisively. Obeying the command, Charmeleon flicked its tail, launching a bluish-white fireball nearly a meter in diameter toward the Zubat, hovering in midair. Zubat, air slash, Tim shouted, realizing Jiang Fan was once again on the offensive, while simultaneously marveling at the bluish-white fireball. Is this truly a skill known as Ember? At that moment, Zubat, following Tim's directives, flapped its wings, creating a series of wind blades aimed at slicing through the fireball. However, when the wind blades made contact with the bluish-white fireball, it was as if the blades had plunged into flames. Although some of the fire was diminished, the majority surged forth towards Zubat. The fireball ultimately collided with Zubat, engulfing it in bluish-white flames, eliciting a wretched cry. Zubat, hang in there. Use wing attack to disperse the flames, Tim urged anxiously. Utterly perplexed by Charmeleon's sudden transformation and combat prowess upon being recalled into its Pokeball, especially since it had just been overwhelmed by Zubat moments ago. On the other side, Zubat, still ablaze, strained against the Inferno, bursting forth from the flames, which visibly weakened during its flight. Yet, it remained ensnared by lingering flames, clinging stubbornly to its body. Jiang Fan, observing this, issued a new command. Charmeleon, Dragon Breath. Unleash it while Zubat is hindered by its burn. Charmeleon opened its mouth, gathering scorching energy. With the enhancement of solar power, the speed and potency of its Dragon Breath intensified. Approximately 3 seconds later, as Zubat's flight slowed due to its burn, a searing gust erupted from Charmeleon's mouth. Zubat dodge, Tim shouted frantically, but it was too late. The attack sent Zubat crashing through 4 trees before coming to a halt, ultimately falling helplessly to the ground, devoid of battle capability. Faced with this outcome, Tim found it hard to accept. He never imagined that a mere Charmander could first defeat 2 of their Pokémon in succession to evolve, only to subsequently vanquish their ace. Damn it. That Charmeleon's Pokeball should have been in my possession. Tim lamented. What should we do, Brother Tim? It seems this mission cannot be completed. At that moment, the buzzcut man, Gourmet, approached him anxiously. What else can we do? If we can't win, we must flee. Unless you fancy a stay in prison? Tim shot him an angry glare, retrieving a Pokeball to recall Zubat before sprinting away. However, as he fled, he couldn't resist leaving behind a parting threat. You wait. I'll remember you. Yet, Jiang Fan commanded Charmeleon to unleash Ember, causing Tim to quicken his pace in fear. Meanwhile, Gourmet, noticing his elder brother's rapid retreat, attempted to call out to another companion to flee as well. But looking left and right, he realized everyone had vanished. As he contemplated escape, Charmeleon had already charged in front of him. With your indecisive running, you might as well accept your fate in prison. Jiang Fan taunted as he approached Guizhi with a mocking smile. A flash of light revealed Guizhi releasing a level 16 Rattata in a panic. Rattata, use Hyper Fong, he commanded, flustered. Jiang Fan chuckled. Having just defeated Zubat, Charmeleon had leveled up to 23, rendering Rattata mere fodder for experience. He didn't even need to issue a command. Understanding Jiang Fan's intent, Charmeleon autonomously executed the move grab, swiftly pinning Rattata to the ground. Jiang Fan then stepped over Rattata's body, smiling at Guizhi. Did you not mention that a shiny Charmander could fetch quite a sum? Guizhi swallowed nervously, unable to respond, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Jiang Fan continued to smile. I now believe you are worth a considerable amount as well. Come, empty your pockets. Let us consider our earlier duel a bounty battle. If I hand over the money, will you let me go? Guizhi, visibly anxious, no longer exuded his earlier arrogance. Jiang Fan's brows furrowed. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? Charmeleon dropped the incapacitated Rattata at Guizhi's feet, glaring menacingly. All right. Guizhi stammered, frightened, as he hastily pulled out his mobile phone to transfer funds to Jiang Fan. Moments later, Jiang Fan observed Guizhi's account balance reduced to 0 and patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Now, I shall escort you to Miss Junsha for your stay in prison. At that moment, Rena rushed forward and kicked Guizhi. You scoundrel! After kidnapping me for days, you dared to mock my head and serve me leftovers. Now that you're in my grasp, let me give you a proper thrashing. With that, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Jiang Fan watched with a smile, then remembered the trainers he had summoned. He took out his phone to inform them that the crisis had been resolved and that he would express his gratitude later. Unbeknownst to him, Fuji was observing him intently. Fuji regarded Jiang Fan, realizing that this young man might very well ascend to the pinnacle of the Pokémon world. Even Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, could not have orchestrated such a rapid and profound transformation in a Pokémon's strength in just a matter of days. Even with the nurturing of the Tokiwa power. All right, I understand the situation. I will take this individual with me. Should there be any further questions, I will notify you by phone. Lastly, thank you for your contribution to societal stability, Miss Junsha, who had come to apprehend the criminal. Smiled as she extended her hand to Jiang Fan. It is our duty. Jiang Fan, with a smile, extended his hand to shake Miss Junsha's, before watching her depart alongside a Rapidash and a buzzcut man in a police car. One must admit, Miss Junsha was indeed stunning, living up to her reputation as a beautiful police flower, with genetics that were truly remarkable. Once they had receded into the distance, Jiang Fan could not help but murmur his thoughts, though his words were overheard by Lena, who frowned and remarked, What? Do you have a fondness for Miss Junsha? I'm not blind. It's perfectly normal to be attracted to such beauty. Jiang Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Charmeleon, let us seek out Grandpa Fuji. Charmeleon glanced at Lena, then at the receding police vehicle, before ultimately following Jiang Fan. Before long, Jiang Fan and Charmeleon arrived at Grandpa Fuji's office. Having instructed him to meet after his exchange with Miss Junsha, Grandpa Fuji greeted him with a nod and poured a glass of water. Jiang Fan, have you contemplated where your journey will lead you next? He inquired as he filled the glass. Yes, I intend to remain at the Pokémon house, Jiang Fan replied casually. Grandpa Fuji's expression shifted slightly. You have no desire to travel? Most volunteers here, after adopting their desired Pokémon, choose to embark on an adventure. Not at the moment. Jiang Fan shook his head. To him, the purpose of travel was to capture Pokémon from various regions, yet he believed the most precious Pokémon were those abandoned. In the Kanto region, abandoned Pokémon were primarily sent to the Pokémon house, and for those in other areas, Grandpa Fuji had the contact information of responsible individuals. By staying at the Pokémon house, Jiang Fan could learn much about these forsaken creatures. The only drawback was that he would need to cover his own expenses for food and lodging, as it would be too audacious to expect the Pokémon house to foot the bill after adopting the Pokémon. I believe it would be wise for you to venture out more often to strengthen your Pokémon, Grandpa Fuji suggested, retrieving a black-coated box from his pocket and placing it before Jiang Fan. What is this? Jiang Fan asked, his curiosity piqued. This is what Team Rocket desires, Grandpa Fuji confessed. Jiang Fan's pupils dilated in surprise. Grandpa Fuji continued, On my way back, I contemplated this for quite a while, and I believe it's safer in your possession than mine. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Grandpa Fuji's trust in him. Do you wish to know what lies within? I do, Jiang Fan nodded earnestly. Then once you become the champion of the league, I shall reveal to you the code to unlock the box. Jiang Fan studied Grandpa Fuji's serious demeanor and then glanced at the black box before him. His instincts suggested that it might be related to Mutuo, Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Fan picked up the box and replied earnestly, "I understand, Grandpa Fuji. I will become the league champion and will safeguard it until then." Grandpa Fuji nodded in satisfaction and then made another promise. "In fact, I have another splendid item for you. Once your Charmeleon evolves into Charizard, I shall entrust it to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan looked at Grandpa Fuji and suddenly felt that the elderly gentleman was particularly agreeable today, so much so that he considered the notion of caring for him in his twilight years. A few minutes later, after concluding his conversation with Grandpa Fuji, Jiang Fan departed the Pokémon house with Charmeleon, intending to express his gratitude to the trainers heading to Route 8. After Jiang Fan left, Grandpa Fuji entered the room where the Pokémon were being cared for. Upon entering, he immediately heard the frustrated voice of a volunteer. "I regret it so much. Had I known it had such potential, I should have devoted myself to it when it was still a Charmander. Don't mention it. I feel the same regret. Who could have anticipated that it would evolve from Charmander to Charmeleon in a single afternoon?" Grandpa Fuji furrowed his brow, surveying the room, and noticed many others shared the same envy. He raised his voice, admonishing them, "Desist from such hindsight remarks. Even if you could return to the past, you wouldn't have taken proper care of the Charmander. Unlike you, Jiang Fan truly dedicated his heart and soul to that Charmander, pouring all his love into it. I ask you all, do you devote your full attention to the Pokémon you care for? Or do you tend to one while your gaze drifts to others?" His gaze swept across all the volunteers present. Most, under his scrutiny, lowered their heads in shame. Chapter 16. Establishing a gym? To become the league champion would grant me insight into whether this box is indeed related to Mewtwo. Strangely, this thought filled me with determination. As Jiang Fan made his way to the park in Lavender Town, he gazed at the black-coated box in his hand, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. However, anticipation aside, two pressing issues required consideration. Firstly, earning money, as the expenses of raising Charmeleon would now fall upon him. And he also needed to pay for lodging at the Pokémon house, especially since he would soon have a Snorlax in his team. Without a full wallet, the prospect of becoming the league champion seemed far-fetched. If memory serves, there are three primary methods for Pokémon trainers to earn money. Jiang Fan stowed the black-coated box and began to recall the ways to generate income. The first method involves auctioning rare wild Pokémon or items at Pokémon auctions. The second entails participating in Pokémon competitions, engaging in bounty battles, or challenging gyms. Winning a gym battle not only grants a badge, but also substantial monetary rewards, which are essential for igniting the competitive spirit among trainers. The third method is to offer training services, becoming a practice partner for others' Pokémon or providing guidance, thereby commanding a handsome fee. Currently, the third option of providing training services seems most suitable for me and the quickest way to earn money. But I cannot rely solely on the trainers in Lavender Town, as they are nearly impoverished by my earnings, and I will need them in the future. Murmuring this to himself, Jiang Fan retrieved his phone, eager to explore the possibility of offering such services online. Soon enough, he found the answer he sought. It was possible to register online as a Pokémon trainer, but it required a credential. This credential was none other than a gym badge. The more badges one possesses, the stronger their reputation, leading to higher payments from clients. Thus, registration necessitated the possession of at least one badge. It appears I must find the time to challenge a gym. Jiang Fan pondered. Next, he began to contemplate the second issue, establishing a presence in Lavender Town, one that could rally support in times of need. He sensed that Team Rocket would likely return, especially if this box indeed related to Mewtwo, and it could attract more individuals next time. After all, Giovanni was the foremost aficionado of Mewtwo. Grandpa Fuji's decision to entrust him with the box likely stemmed from this very concern. Thus, he required assistance to confront Team Rocket or to safeguard the Pokémon house in his absence. Wait a moment. If I were to establish a gym, it seems that I could address the challenges I am destined to face. After a while, Jiang Fan suddenly conceived a solution. The dojo not only symbolizes the strongest individual of a locale, but also bears the responsibility of nurturing and training local trainers, compelling most to adhere to his authority. Although he may not currently be the most formidable trainer in Ziyuan Town, he firmly believes that it will not be long before he ascends to that status. Furthermore, he possesses the advantage of a system that enables him to guide Pokémon and enhance the overall capabilities of local trainers. The sole limitation he faces is his inability to bestow officially recognized league badges upon trainers. Yet what of it? This is not illegal. As long as future developments are favorable, securing league-approved badges will be attainable. This notion is indeed promising. I shall gauge the sentiments of those around me to discern their support. Contemplating this, Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Fan, accompanied by his Charmeleon, arrived at the park. The trainers present were either engaged in training or specialized drills, and upon noticing Jiang Fan's arrival, they promptly gathered around him, inquiring about the purpose of his summons to Route 8. They had spent over an hour there only to receive the sudden news that the crisis had been resolved, prompting their return to the park to await him. This led them to suspect that Jiang Fan might have orchestrated the situation, particularly as the temperature had surged dramatically, leaving them drenched in sweat. The incident had arisen from Team Rocket's abduction of Miss Lena. Jiang Fan had rushed to rescue her and had called upon them for assistance, but fortunately, he managed to defeat them single-handedly. Addressing their skepticism, Jiang Fan did not shy away from the truth, admitting openly. Team Rocket, the nefarious organization frequently featured in the news? His confession ignited a stir among the trainers. Jiang Fan, you can't be serious. The news states that Team Rocket is incredibly powerful. How could you possibly have defeated them alone? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by their intense reaction. It appeared that Team Rocket held considerable esteem in their eyes. He continued, what if I told you that there were only 3 of them this time? As soon as he finished speaking, someone interjected. Even 3 of them would be too much for you. They are members of Team Rocket. Jiang Fan turned to see Xiao Hao, the trainer he had encountered upon first arriving at the park. Xiao Hao patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Brother Jiang, you seem to be getting a bit carried away. His words resonated with the others. Although they might not stand a chance against Jiang Fan, they still found it hard to believe that he could take on 3, especially members of Team Rocket. Charmeleon, witnessing this scene, grew anxious, unable to fathom why the truth was met with such disbelief. It's all right, there's no need for explanations. Whether they believe it or not is inconsequential. One day, I will prove them wrong, Jiang Fan reassured, crouching down to calm Charmeleon. Upon hearing this, Charmeleon's agitation subsided. It was at this moment that Lena arrived at the park. Lena, I heard you were kidnapped by Team Rocket? Xiao Hao called out to her. Lena, momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, soon spotted Jiang Fan among the crowd and confirmed, indeed, I was kidnapped, but Jiang Fan rescued me with Charmeleon. At her declaration, the crowd fell silent, gazing in astonishment at both Jiang Fan and her. Charmeleon let out a cry, as if to praise Lena for her timely arrival. Jiang Fan, you can't be serious. You defeated Team Rocket all by yourself? Xiao Hao asked incredulously. Lena nodded earnestly. Yes, one of them was even a mid-ranking officer. But he was defeated by Charmeleon under Jiang Fan's command. I assure you, had you witnessed the battle, you would have been utterly astonished. Charmeleon first defeated Houndoom to evolve, then outsmarted Gengar, and finally, with a dragon breath, overcame Zubat. I swear, this was the most thrilling battle I have ever witnessed in my life. Rua, please continue speaking. Charmeleon interjected. However, within moments, doubt arose among the crowd. Lena, you're not colluding with Jiang Fan to deceive us, are you? A wave of skepticism followed. This sounds too incredible. First Houndoom, then Gengar, and finally Zubat. How could Charmeleon alone defeat Team Rocket, a group frequently reported in the news? It sounds more like a tale of fiction. Indeed, last month, I heard Team Rocket plunged Deep Gray City into chaos. And it was only thanks to the League that the crisis was averted. The cacophony of doubt prompted Lena to grow anxious, ready to argue back. However, Jiang Fan held her back. According to the psychological Barnum effect, individuals tend to believe only what they wish to believe. These trainers had already deemed Team Rocket to be insurmountably powerful. No amount of persuasion would suffice unless Team Rocket was kneeling before them. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Fan found amusement in the unfolding scenario as Miss Junsha made her entrance, riding her bike with a Team Rocket member in handcuffs seated beside her. Make way. Miss Junsha is here. You can ask her about what I just said, Lena called out to the crowd. As they turned to see Junsha approach with a handcuffed member of Team Rocket, their eyes widened in disbelief. Could it really be true? Xiao Hao hesitated. It is indeed true, Lena retorted sharply. Before long, Junsha and the handcuffed member, Goeji, navigated through the crowd to stand before Jiang Fan, directly expressing her intent. Jiang Fan, I wish to verify something with you. Please, go ahead, Jiang Fan replied politely. Just now, when I brought this individual back to the police station, I inquired about the battle details. He informed me that your Charmeleon first defeated Houndoom, leading to its evolution, then overcame Gengar, and finally executed Sunny Day, using the power of the sun to defeat their mid-level officer, Zubat, in just 2 moves. This account seems quite astonishing to me, so I wish to confirm its authenticity. Before Jiang Fan could respond, the crowd erupted in murmurs. Lena had not mentioned that Charmeleon could also use Sunny Day. If this were true, it would be even more outrageous. A Charmeleon with the ability solar power that could also control the weather? This was unheard of. Yes, he did not lie. Jiang Fan calmly nodded. You're not mistaken? Junxia's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't anticipated him to affirm it. She had initially thought the Team Rocket member was fabricating tales. Can you have Charmeleon demonstrate Sunny Day once more? This time, Charmeleon eagerly stepped forward, desperate to execute the move and vindicate itself against the naysayers. Go ahead, Charmeleon, use Sunny Day, Jiang Fan encouraged with a smile, sensing Charmeleon's eagerness. Rua! Charmeleon exclaimed excitedly. The crowd looked up as, in mere moments, the overcast skies parted to reveal the brilliant sun. The scorching rays illuminated everyone present, leaving them utterly stunned and astonished. This was indeed a reality. Junsha gazed in astonishment at the impressive fire-breathing dinosaur at her feet, eagerly urging others to commend her. A few minutes later, having received her answer, Junsha departed with the buzz-cut gentleman, Takashi. Once she left, Lena immediately crossed her arms and surveyed everyone present. Humph. What will you say now? Not only did Miss Junsha come personally to verify, but the fire-breathing dinosaur also demonstrated Sunny Day live. Am I lying? Rua the fire-breathing dinosaur mimicked her stance beside her. No one dared to respond. They exchanged glances, slightly embarrassed, and lowered their heads. At that moment, Jiang Fan took the initiative to shift the conversation, alleviating the awkwardness. Everyone, I wish to open a dojo. This topic, however, only astonished them further. The moment he spoke, all eyes were drawn to him. Jiang Fan, are you joking? Lena gazed at him incredulously. I am not jesting, I assure you. Jiang Fan replied with a shrug and a smile. My intention in establishing a dojo is solely to elevate the overall strength of trainers in our Ziyuan town. I wonder if you all trust in my abilities and guidance. The trainers present exchanged looks, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Miss Junsha had already validated Jiang Fan's strength, and they had witnessed his guiding prowess in recent days. Trainers were clamoring to pay 2,000 alliance coins for a single session. Moreover, he had trained a fire-breathing dinosaur capable of Sunny Day. Wasn't that impressive guidance? However, joining the dojo and receiving guidance would essentially mean taking Jiang Fan as a mentor, which felt somewhat embarrassing for them. After a while, Xiaohao spoke up. Joining the dojo for guidance will cost money, right? How much? Jiang Fan replied. 10,000 alliance coins per month. For that month, as long as you ask me about Pokémon training, I will share everything I know. The crowd exchanged glances once more. Jiang Fan continued. However, since you all helped me on Route 8 today, the registration fee is only 5,000. Furthermore, if one day you defeat me, although I cannot award you an officially recognized badge, I will refund all tuition fees. Upon hearing this, Xiaohao immediately responded. Well then, if I join the dojo, paying 5,000 for a month of guidance is a bargain compared to 2,000 for just one session. Who cares about face? Jiang Fan's lips twitched. He felt that what this guy said sounded like shameless flattery, although he had never asked him to flatter him. Yet, to Jiang Fan's surprise, mere seconds later, others began to chime in. Then I shall join the dojo. Master, where is the dojo located? Do we pay now? Faced with their enthusiasm, Jiang Fan smiled, somewhat taken aback by how smoothly things were proceeding. It seemed he owed thanks to Miss Junsha, who had just come to verify his abilities, as it provided him with a measure of recognition among these individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, the location of the dojo has yet to be determined, but you may pay the registration fee today, and you can start receiving my guidance shortly. Jiang Fan took out his phone and, seizing the momentum, began collecting payments while addressing their Pokémon inquiries one by one. He remained occupied for nearly 2 hours before taking a break. Even then, he did not rest, but continued to instruct the fire-breathing dinosaur in honing its skill proficiency. After all, he was preparing to challenge the dojo. Obtaining the dojo badge was no trivial matter. Presently, the fire-breathing dinosaur had reached level 23, with its skill proficiency peaking at 42. Once fully trained, he would take the fire-breathing dinosaur to challenge the dojo in Deep Gray City. 10 days later, outside the Pokémon Center, an elderly Fuji entrusted Jiang Fan with a task. Jiang Fan, upon reaching Deep Gray City, seek out Miss Joy. She will assign you the Pokémon in need of rescue. Understood, Grandpa Fuji. I promise to safely return the abandoned Pokémon to the Pokémon Center. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. Yesterday, upon learning of Jiang Fan's intention to challenge the dojo in Deep Gray City, Grandpa Fuji arranged a job for him. On his return, he was to bring 3 abandoned Pokémon from the Pokémon Center in Deep Gray City. Grandpa Fuji, we will take our leave now. After a brief chat, Jiang Fan bid farewell to Grandpa Fuji and took his seat in the passenger seat of the truck. The driver was another volunteer from the Pokémon Center. Wishing them a safe journey, Grandpa Fuji waved kindly as they drove off. As the truck departed, he noticed a piece of fabric flapping at the back. Grandpa Fuji was taken aback. He thought he had glimpsed what appeared to be rabbit ears. However, they vanished almost immediately. I must be getting old. My eyesight is failing. He shook his head and turned back towards the Pokemon Center. Just as he returned, he heard his granddaughter inquire, "Grandpa, have you seen little Snorlax? I haven't seen him since breakfast." "No worries. That little one is probably just napping somewhere again. He'll return when it's time for food." Chapter 18. Little Snorlax's Foodie Strategy. The long road stretches ahead, with food as my only companion. On Route 8, in a truck headed for Deep Gray City. A little Snorlax pulled down the curtain and gazed at the sky, mumbling to itself. As it spoke, it retrieved a berry from its fluffy fur and tossed it into its mouth. Life is truly wonderful. I wonder what delectable treats await me with this fellow. Little Snorlax scratched its belly, looking at the sky with a silly grin, dreaming of the culinary delights it might encounter in other cities that Ziyuan Town does not offer. As for why it chose to tag along, the reason was simple. It had noticed that the pesky fire-breathing dinosaur had been receiving extra meals ever since acquiring a trainer. Although it didn't eat as much as the fire-breathing dinosaur, it could still indulge in rare delicacies upon its return. It attempted to snatch some food, but was unable to win in any confrontation. Until yesterday, when it overheard that human named Jiang Fan discussing with Grandpa Fuji about challenging a dojo in Deep Gray City. It felt that the time had come for it to enjoy gourmet food in other cities. After all, it knew that being out with Jiang Fan would ensure it was well taken care of. Whatever the fire-breathing dinosaur ate, it too would have. If it was denied food, it would create chaos, attacking both humans and Pokemon. It believed that Jiang Fan would eventually succumb to its adorable demeanor, just as Grandpa Fuji had done. I am truly a genius. With that thought, little Snorlax sniffed the air. It sensed the scent of food. Quickly, it stood up in the truck, peering through the back window. Inside, two bumbling individuals were present, one asleep, while the other munched on cookies while driving. The next moment, the truck suddenly slammed to a halt. Jiang Fan, jolted from his slumber, looked around in confusion. What happened? He glanced left and right, noticing the driver, Brother Chiron, frantically patting his chest, as if choking on a cookie, while pointing behind. Following his gesture, Jiang Fan's gaze landed on a pancake-like face pressed against the glass due to the vehicle's inertia. Little Snorlax? A minute later, little Snorlax and Jiang Fan were squeezed together in one seat, devouring Brother Chiron's box of cookies in one go. What should we do, Jiang Fan? Should we send it back? Chiron looked at little Snorlax with a pained expression. Let's just forget it. We're almost at Golden City. I'll message Grandpa Fuji later. Jiang Fan shook his head. But what about its meals? I certainly do not possess ample funds to purchase items for it. I shall procure them myself and later seek reimbursement from Grandpa Fuji. Very well. Upon hearing this, Chiron continued to drive onward, while Jiang Fan observed the little Snorlax beside him, pondering how it came to be here and what its behavioral logic might be. As his thoughts wandered, he glanced at the Snorlax's information panel. Pokemon, Little Snorlax. Level, 17, 132 days until the next level. Potential, Elite. Friendship, 21. Ability, Pickup. Gender, Male. Moves, Tackle, 20. Finger Flick, 18. Rollover, 15. Instant Amnesia, 15. Sleep, 32. Description: this is a little Snorlax that was deceived by its trainer. The previous trainer motivated it to battle with promises of delicious food, but failed to fulfill those promises afterward. Enraged, the little Snorlax attacked him and was subsequently abandoned. After being deserted, it caused disturbances while scavenging for food from other Pokemon, ultimately being captured by Miss Junsha. Upon discovering that it had an owner in the Pokemon system, it was sent to the Pokemon house. Could it be that it chose to follow me out of a desire for food? Jiang Fan mused internally. Beyond that, he could not fathom any other reason. After all, in his understanding, a Snorlax's greatest passion was eating, surpassing all else. Never mind, I intend to capture it anyway. For now, I shall take this opportunity to familiarize myself with it. An hour later, the truck arrived in the bustling city of Golden City. Jiang Fan and Chiron deliberated on resting for the night in this grandest and most prosperous city of the Johto region before continuing their journey. Come forth, Charizard. With a flash of light, Jiang Fan released Charizard. Not only did he want it to accompany him in search of food, but also to keep an eye on the gluttonous little Snorlax. The sight of the Snorlax, drooling over the ice cream of passing children, filled him with concern. He feared it might suddenly make a move to snatch one. At that moment, the little Snorlax tugged at his trousers, pointing toward a nearby ice cream stand. Little Snorlax, do you wish for me to buy you ice cream? The Snorlax nodded eagerly. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by its proactive request. He had initially thought the Snorlax would simply dive in and compel him to follow behind and pay. He then made his way to the ice cream stand with the Snorlax and Charizard. In less than 3 minutes, the entire stock of ice cream at the stand had vanished into the Snorlax's belly. Subsequently, its gaze shifted to the ice cream that Charizard was enjoying. Charizard, sensing its stare, shot at a fierce glare. The Snorlax recoiled, aware that it could not best Charizard. It then turned its attention to the ice cream held by Jiang Fan and Karen. "Ka!" it called out to them, placing its hands beside its face and adopting an adorably pleading expression. Karen, however, did not oblige, directly devouring a large portion of her ice cream, which elicited a look of displeasure from the Snorlax, who could only gaze longingly at Jiang Fan's treat. Jiang Fan, not one to hoard food, generously handed over his ice cream, curious to see if this act would increase their friendship. "Ka!" The little Snorlax bowed in gratitude, then eagerly devoured the ice cream in one bite. Jiang Fan scrutinized the information panel above its head, gradually furrowing his brow, as its friendship level showed no change. Could it be performing for me? Jiang Fan could not suppress his inner doubts. It presented itself as polite and expressed gratitude after finishing its food. Yet the friendship level remained stagnant. "Ka!" The little Snorlax tugged at his trousers once more, directing his attention to a hamburger stand. Jiang Fan acquiesced, leading the Snorlax to the hamburger stand, where he repeated the previous experience, purchasing an entire stock for it to consume. After it finished, it still desired more. Charizard and Karen denied it, but Jiang Fan once again offered his own. It continued to display an adorably grateful demeanor, exuding cuteness to the utmost. Yet the friendship level remained unchanged. "Ka!" The little Snorlax tugged at him for a third time, indicating a pancake stall. However, this time Jiang Fan decided to attempt a refusal. "Little Snorlax, you have eaten enough for today. Let us return to our lodging to rest." Upon hearing this, the Snorlax's endearing expression transformed instantly. Its two little fangs bared, it glared at Jiang Fan with a fierce countenance. Then, at breakneck speed, it rushed toward the pancake stall, seizing a freshly baked pancake that the vendor was just about to hand to a customer, swallowing it whole midair. Jiang Fan, witnessing this scene, could only think one thing. Goodness, this is undoubtedly a display of theatrical personality. Chapter 19, the Snorlax's Pickup Ability. The little Snorlax's sudden act of theft left the pancake vendor in a state of distress. Attempting to stop the Snorlax, he was instead met with a fierce glare that sent him retreating. He could only shout in panic, "Whose little Snorlax is this? Someone, please control it." However, the passers-by exchanged glances, none daring to intervene, each assuming that another would step forth to assist. With no one to obstruct it, the little Snorlax indulged even more. As it devoured pancake after pancake, it glanced triumphantly at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan coldly commanded Charizard, "Charizard, subdue it." Rua. Charizard, who had long harbored displeasure toward the Snorlax, dashed forth at the command. Within 3 seconds, the Snorlax was apprehended, pinned down by Charizard's claw before the pancake stall, executed with remarkable swiftness. The reason for this rapidity lay in the Snorlax's awareness of its own inferiority. It offered no resistance. After finishing the last pancake, it let out a satisfied burp, signaling Jiang Fan to pay the bill. "Young man, this is your little Snorlax, and you must compensate me for my losses," the pancake vendor demanded. His anger reignited as Jiang Fan approached. Jiang Fan, however, paid no heed to the vendor's ire, instead casting a challenging and smug glance at the Snorlax. He then smiled and shook his head. "Sir, you are mistaken. This is not my little Snorlax. I am merely here to render assistance." The vendor was momentarily taken aback, not expecting his accusation to be wrong. My apologies," he stammered, offering multiple apologies. Jiang Fan continued, "No worries. I do feel sympathy for your plight. I suggest you contact the Pokémon Police Department and have Miss Junsha apprehended. If it has an owner, they should compensate you. If not, let it receive education at the police station." That may not be necessary," the vendor hesitated. "While you claim its losses are significant, it amounts to merely a few dozen pancakes." It seemed overly petty to send a naturally gluttonous Snorlax to the police station for such a trivial matter. "No, it is quite necessary. To prevent future occurrences, it must be sternly punished and educated at the Pokémon Police Department," Jiang Fan asserted with righteous conviction, resolute in his stance. He cast a glance at the Snorlax, who now appeared utterly bewildered. It had not anticipated that Jiang Fan would refuse to pay, but instead sought to send it to the station. Hey, I only just snatched a few dozen pancakes," it thought. Previously, it had been a miscreant for over a month before being captured by Miss Junsha. "How about this, boss? If you find it troublesome, I can contact Miss Junsha and have it sent to the Pokémon Police Station." Jiang Fan continued to propose, simultaneously retrieving his phone. Well, let's go with what you said. I'll handle the stall for now. The boss wiped the sweat from his brow, surprised by the other party's persistence. He resolved internally to swiftly close up and leave. To think that a mere dozen pancakes could lead to a small Snorlax being sent to the Pokémon police station. He feared he would be mocked by his peers for such a trivial matter. After years of running a shop, who hasn't had their food pilfered by Pokémon? Those who haven't been robbed would be embarrassed to claim they are shopkeepers. After the boss departed, Jiang Fan turned his attention back to the small Snorlax. At that moment, the little creature's earlier bravado had completely vanished, replaced only by bewilderment. Jiang Fan, you really intend to send the Snorlax to the police? Karen approached Jiang Fan. Of course, why not? Jiang Fan shrugged. Once it's at the Pokémon police station, Miss Junsha can discipline it and then return it to the Pokémon Center. That way, we can enjoy the culinary delights of various cities without it tagging along. Besides, I've heard that the ice cream in Hualan City is delicious, albeit pricey. Without it, we can indulge a bit more. Before Jiang Fan could finish, the small Snorlax grew anxious, looking at him with a sorrowful expression. You don't want me to send you to the Pokémon police station? The little creature nodded vigorously. Jiang Fan smirked. Too late. When one commits an error, one must accept the consequences. This is an immutable truth. Unless you can compensate the boss for his losses, you shall face Miss Junsha's judgment. Before he could continue, Jiang Fan suddenly froze. The small Snorlax had unexpectedly produced a beautiful heart-shaped scale from its fur, shimmering with a rainbow hue. The heart scale? Jiang Fan's pupils dilated in astonishment as he gazed at the glowing scale. This item, shed by the love disc, is a rare treasure that not only enhances a Pokémon skill proficiency, but can also be traded at the Pokémon store for precious items, such as revival herbs. As if fearing Jiang Fan's dissatisfaction, the small Snorlax produced a stone that burned with flames. The Firestone. Jiang Fan's eyes widened once more. He hadn't anticipated that the small Snorlax would surprise him today. Suppressing his inner joy, he feigned calmness and inquired, "Where did you acquire these items?" The small Snorlax turned its head and called out to the Charmeleon that had been restraining it. The Charmeleon glanced at Jiang Fan. "Charmeleon, you can let it go now." The Charmeleon stepped aside, freeing the little Snorlax, which promptly dashed toward a nearby park. Jiang Fan signaled for Charmeleon to follow. Jiang Fan, what are these two items the Snorlax produced? I've never seen them before. Once the two Pokémon had left, Karen squatted down to pick up the Firestone and Heart Scale left behind by the small Snorlax. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that she was unfamiliar with them. Then he realized that most people in the Pokémon world have only a superficial understanding of it. True knowledge resides in the minds of the elite. Those are two rather valuable Pokémon items. Karen, when you have time, let us visit the Pokémon store and exchange them for Alliance coins to split. He chose not to monopolize the items, fearing that she might spread rumors once she learned their true value. Sure. Karen's eyes brightened at the prospect of money and handed the two items over to Jiang Fan. Upon receiving them, Jiang Fan turned to seek compensation from the pancake stall owner, but to his dismay, both the stall and the proprietor had vanished without a trace. Well, that saves me some money, Jiang Fan shrugged. A few minutes later, the small Snorlax and Charmeleon returned. The small Snorlax presented Jiang Fan with a bottle of healing medicine, an insect repellent spray, and a piece of charcoal that enhances fire-type moves, placing them before him. After laying the items down, the Snorlax looked up at Jiang Fan, as if asking if these could suffice to offset the earlier compensation. This little one certainly has a knack for scavenging. Jiang Fan marveled at the Snorlax's pickup ability. He maintained his composed demeanor and said, this should cover it. Given your sincere remorse, I shall refrain from sending you to the Pokémon police station. Upon hearing this, the Snorlax plopped down onto the ground like a tired child. You nearly scared me to death. Jiang Fan found the spectacle amusing. However, after a moment, he suddenly contemplated a method to enhance their bond. Chapter 20. Training. Little Snorlax, would you like to feast on a grand meal? Jiang Fan crouched down with a smile. The Snorlax looked up, its earlier fatigue vanishing in an instant. With one hand on its chin, it gazed at Jiang Fan expectantly. I want to. Jiang Fan pointed toward a tree 20 meters away. If you can reach that tree in 10 seconds, I'll treat you to a grand feast, whatever your heart desires, until you are full. Upon hearing this, the Snorlax's anticipation faded, replaced by skepticism. Jiang Fan, you're not trying to trick me, are you? Jiang Fan reiterated that belief was optional, but the opportunity was fleeting as he began to count down. 10, 9. As he reached the count of 8, the Snorlax could no longer resist the allure of food. In a state of half-belief, it dashed toward the tree. By the time Jiang Fan counted down to 3, the little creature had already reached the base of the tree. Jiang Fan smiled, realizing that since the Snorlax had lost trust in trainers due to past experiences of broken promises involving food, he needed to demonstrate his reliability. No matter how outrageous the promise, if it came from him, he would strive to fulfill it. Shortly after, Jiang Fan arrived at the tree, where the Snorlax still wore a skeptical expression, eager to see if Jiang Fan would indeed follow through. Congratulations, little Snorlax. You've completed my challenge. Now, tell me what you wish to eat, and it's on me. Ka. The excitement returned to the Snorlax's face as it rushed towards a barbecue stall. Jiang Fan, are you really going to let it eat to its heart's content here? Old man Fuji, surely one tea cover the entire bill. Karen approached Jiang Fan. Don't worry. I have a plan, Jiang Fan replied with a smile, following the little Snorlax to the barbecue stall. Having established the gym and accumulated a significant amount of alliance coins over the past few days, covering the excess expenses for tonight should not pose a problem. 2 hours later, the Snorlax was sated, having devoured every delicacy along the entire food street, costing Jiang Fan over 40,000 alliance coins. Old man Fuji would reimburse 20,000, leaving Jiang Fan to cover the remaining 20,000. Consequently, when he calculated the expenses, he felt a twinge of pain. The only consolation was that at that moment, as the Snorlax relished its meal, he finally received the notification he had been yearning for. Snorlax's affection level increased. Affinity, 18, from 21 to 18. The following day, Jiang Fan and Karen, accompanied by the adorable Snorlax and the fiery Charmeleon, continued their journey. Along the way, Jiang Fan, seated at the back of the truck, began to consciously train the little Snorlax. For instance, after having the Snorlax practice its rollout move a certain number of times, he rewarded it with a Snorlax energy cube, which he had purchased late into the night from the Silver Company. Naturally, he also took care to tend to Charmeleon's emotions, ensuring it did not feel neglected, and had bought it a variety of treats as well. Thus, he cultivated the little Snorlax's trust, and by the time they arrived in Gray City, the bond between them had reached -14. Karen, would you prefer to consult Miss Joy first regarding the 3 Pokémon, or should I proceed to challenge the gym? Upon reaching Gray City, Jiang Fan and his companion Karen deliberated. Karen declined both options, saying, I'd like to explore Gray City on my own first. I've heard there's a museum showcasing historical artifacts, and I wish to take a look. You can contact me once you've finished your challenge. Very well, Jiang Fan replied, not wanting to press further, and they parted ways in the truck as he headed to the Gray City gym. Meanwhile, trailing behind him were Charmeleon and the inquisitive little Snorlax. The Snorlax curiously scanned the surroundings, hoping to spot something delicious for Jiang Fan to purchase. Before long, it spotted something enticing and hurriedly waddled over to Jiang Fan. I want to eat that. One hand reaching into its fur while the other pointed towards a shop. Following its gesture, Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. The Snorlax was indicating a store specializing in the local delicacy, gray rice cakes, which could cure all abnormal statuses of Pokémon with just one bag. You certainly have a good appetite, Jiang Fan teased. Just then, he observed the Snorlax producing a gleaming golden orb from its fur. Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. Snorlax, have you found another golden orb? Ka. The Snorlax tossed the golden orb into Jiang Fan's hands, signaling him to hurry and purchase the gray rice cakes. Don't worry, I will indeed buy it for you. I always keep my promises, Jiang Fan assured, pocketing the golden orb and cheerfully making his way to the shop. To encourage Snorlax to utilize its collecting abilities, he had established a rule. If it desired to consume something from a shop, it must first present him with a valuable item it had found in exchange. Thanks to this arrangement, he felt too guilty about the purchases he made for it over the past few days. Occasionally, he even profited from the endeavor, acquiring items such as Ultra Balls, ancient coins, and Thunderstones. A mere 10 minutes later, the Snorlax had cleared the store of all gray rice cakes. Content to follow Jiang Fan closely. However, its eyes would occasionally dart towards the bag of unfinished gray rice cakes in Charmeleon's possession, drooling uncontrollably. It wished to snatch some, but upon recalling that Charmeleon was no longer the frail little creature cowering in the corner, it hesitated. After several minutes of casting furtive glances, Charmeleon could no longer tolerate the Snorlax's pitiful expression and tossed the remaining gray rice cakes to it. Thanks, bro, the Snorlax exclaimed, grinning as it stuffed the entire bag into its mouth. Upon passing a trash bin, it promptly spat out the plastic bag. Afterward, it resumed its frantic search for further delicacies as if storming a village. Thus, after an hour of wandering, Jiang Fan finally arrived at the Gray Gym. Unfortunately, the entrance was firmly shut. A boy claiming to be the brother of the gym leader, Brock, approached Jiang Fan. I'm sorry, but a month ago, Team Rocket attacked Gray City, and my brother is currently investigating the matter with the League. He is unable to conduct gym battles at this time. Chapter 21, The Treasure Map. Upon hearing Brock's brother's words, a thought immediately sprang to Jiang Fan's mind. In order to challenge the gym, he must assist the gym leader in resolving this incident first. Could you tell me where I might find Gym Leader Brock? I wish to lend my modest assistance to restore societal stability, he promptly inquired. However, his request was met with rejection. Brock's brother scrutinized Jiang Fan for a moment before shaking his head. I'd advise against getting involved. Team Rocket is a very dangerous organization. It's best left to my brother and the League. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Jiang Fan rubbed his nose. Charmeleon. It seems we have been underestimated. Rua in the gym battle, I shall certainly demonstrate my formidable prowess to him. Charmeleon growled in displeasure. Well, since they don't require our help, let us head to the Pokémon Center and complete the task entrusted to us by Grandpa Fuji. Jiang Fan shrugged, leading Charmeleon and Snorlax away. He then picked up his phone to contact Karen, learning that she was already at the Gray Science Museum, and decided to proceed to the Pokémon Center alone. At the Pokémon Center, Joy greeted him warmly upon seeing his volunteer badge. You're the volunteer sent from the Pokémon house, right? Follow me. The 3 abandoned Pokémon are waiting in our backyard. Before long, Jiang Fan encountered the 3 forsaken Pokémon, a Oddish, a Sandshrew, and a Primeape. After reviewing their information, he noted their affection levels, -6, -5, and -18, respectively. Oddish and Sandshrew had been abandoned due to their lack of strength, consistently losing battles, and their slow learning of skills. Primeape, on the other hand, possessed the potential of a quasi-elite Pokémon but had a volatile temperament. It had once escaped its Pokeball in the dead of night, unleashing its fury upon its sleeping trainer. The 2 Pokémon, Oddish and Sandshrew, huddled together in a corner like 2 children seeking warmth, while Primeape was confined in a cage. Shrieking angrily, that child is far too easily provoked. It has been wreaking havoc among the Pokémon in the backyard these past few days. So it must be kept locked up, Joy explained, noting Jiang Fan's gaze. No need to explain, I understand, Jiang Fan smiled. Recognizing that it was a Pokémon that evolved through sheer frustration, and given its potential, such behavior was to be expected. Joy nodded, relieved that he comprehended the situation. On the first night it had arrived, even she had nearly fallen victim to Primeape's wrath, were it not for Chansey's timely intervention. Then, Jiang Fan voiced his thoughts. However, keeping it locked up indefinitely is not the solution. Joy looked at him in confusion. Do you have any clothing that would be particularly durable? Durable clothing? Joy was puzzled by his logic. Was he suggesting that he wanted to wear something to endure a beating? Ultimately, she shook her head. We don't have anything like that. Then, do you have any plush toys or cushions? Jiang Fan continued. Yes, we do have a Chansey plush toy. Once, a trainer gifted it to us as a token of gratitude for Chansey's help. Then throw it in, Jiang Fan decisively stated. As soon as he spoke, he felt the piercing glare of Chansey directed at him. Jiang Fan awkwardly remarked, Ah, the healer is of great significance, while the patient holds the heart. Consider this. Lucky Egg, as your treatment. Were it not for the absence of durable garments, I would have ventured in myself. A minute later, Lucky Egg presented its toy to Jiang Fan. He opened the cage, tossed the toy inside, and secured it once more. What followed was a scene of utter devastation. The toy, at the merciless hands of the monkey monster, was torn asunder in less than 10 seconds, its stuffing scattering throughout the yard. Witnessing this spectacle, the true form of Lucky Egg fixed its gaze intently on Jiang Fan. He harbored grave suspicions that, were Miss Joy not present, it might very well have thrust him into the cage. After 5 minutes, the monkey monster gradually quieted down. Jiang Fan approached and opened the cage. The monkey monster regarded him, too disinterested to retaliate. Surprisingly, its affinity for him increased slightly, from -18 to -17. Impressive, Mr. Jiang Fan. Your actions have indeed brought about a semblance of tranquility, Miss Joy remarked with a glimmer of admiration. Jiang Fan smiled and elucidated. Anger is merely an emotion. It must be allowed to vent. The monkey monster is an exceedingly irritable Pokémon. If you suppress its fury, it will only accumulate, and upon regaining its freedom, it shall unleash its wrath upon other Pokémon or trainers. Lucky Egg, do you now comprehend my intentions? Lucky Egg huffed, turning its head away in a display of pride. With the monkey monster pacified, Jiang Fan turned his attention to the walking grass and Sandshrew. Without excessive gestures, he merely offered them some food. These two, in essence, were plagued by a lack of confidence, requiring a barrage of compliments to believe in their own worthiness of love. However, this would demand time, much akin to how he had encouraged Charmeleon. Are you suggesting that Gym Leader Brock has arrived? After a while, Jiang Fan heard Miss Joy's voice behind him. After affectionately stroking the heads of the walking grass and sand shrew, he rose to follow her. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld a youth with tawny skin, kneeling before Miss Joy with an expression of deep affection. Ah, the beautiful Miss Joy. It is said that a day apart feels like 3 seasons. We have merely been separated for a morning, and my longing nearly overwhelmed me. At this sight, Jiang Fan's lips twitched slightly. This fervent suitor was indeed the Brock he knew. Miss Junsha, may I inquire if you require assistance? Miss Joy, evidently accustomed to such displays, ignored Brock and turned her attention to Miss Junsha, who stood behind him. We recently encountered Team Rocket at the foot of Moonview Mountain and engaged them in battle. Many officers' Pokémon sustained injuries and require aid, Miss Junsha stated, producing a bag filled with Pokeballs. Have you ascertained why they came to our deep gray city? Miss Joy inquired as she accepted the bag. A treasure map, a map concerning the legendary Pokémon, Miss Junsha replied. Jiang Fan's pupils dilated as he edged closer, eager to hear more. Unbeknownst to him, the Snorlax trailing behind was suddenly captivated by a truck laden with berries. The Snorlax glanced at Jiang Fan, wishing to tug him toward the checkout, but soon realized that while seeking him, the vehicle would drift further away. Panicked, it bolted forward. Chapter 22, The Snorlax's Journey. Meanwhile, Miss Junsha sighed. Now that the treasure map has fallen into the hands of Team Rocket, we can only strive to seal off all exits from Deep Gray City and the skies to prevent their escape. We hope to retrieve the map. Otherwise, the Kanto region will descend into calamity. Miss Joy concurred before departing with Lucky Egg. Once Miss Joy had left, Junsha turned to Brock. Let us proceed, Brock. We must take our posts. At this moment, Jiang Fan approached. Miss Junsha, may I accompany you? I wish to lend my humble assistance. Junsha scrutinized Jiang Fan and the Charmeleon at his feet. Just as she was about to respond, Brock interjected. No need. This matter is best handled by me, the gym leader of Deep Gray City, and Miss Junsha. Team Rocket is not a foe to be trifled with. Your involvement may lead to harm and complicate our efforts. I hope you understand, Brock stated firmly. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, sensing that Brock's true concern lay not in the threat posed by Team Rocket, but rather in preserving his private moments with Junsha. At that moment, Junsha echoed Brock's sentiment. There is no need, sir. Team Rocket is a highly dangerous organization. Let us professionals handle this matter. With that, Junsha departed with Brock. Jiang Fan watched their retreating figures, deep in thought. Just then, a call from Charmeleon interrupted him. He turned to see Charmeleon pointing toward the spot where Snorlax had been. Where's Snorlax? Finish these, and then take the boss to find Jiang Fan to settle the bill. Inside a truck's cargo area, Snorlax gazed excitedly at the abundance of berries. It promptly picked one up and tossed it into its mouth. Delicious, I love it. Snorlax began its indulgent feast, devouring berry after berry, eventually seizing an entire box and emptying it into its maw. Just as it polished off the last 6 boxes, its eyes widened in surprise, and it stopped. Then, opening its mouth, it produced a piece of cloth adorned with various patterns. What is this? Snorlax pondered, staring at the object in confusion. After 3 seconds of contemplation, it tucked the cloth into its fur. Whatever, I'll keep it as a prop. Later, I'll have Jiang Fan settle the bill for me. Snorlax's eyes gleamed with delight as it resumed its feast. Before long, the last 6 boxes were consumed. Sated, Snorlax reclined comfortably in the cargo area, awaiting the moment its owner would discover the empty stock and lead them to Jiang Fan to collect the debt. Soon, the truck's interior was filled with the sounds of Snorlax's snores. Time trickled by. Outside the truck, voices could be heard. Yeah. It was thanks to my cunning that we managed to conceal the map within the berries, evading that pack of furfru, and successfully retrieving the map. Indeed. I will duly inform Boss Sakaki of your contributions. Moments later, the conversation abruptly ceased. 2 individuals clad in Team Rocket uniforms stared dumbfounded at the cargo area, which was now empty save for a solitary Snorlax lounging inside. One of them, appearing dazed, murmured, "Don't tell me this Snorlax devoured both the berries and the map?" No wonder the officer advised us to check the cargo earlier. I was too focused on fleeing. Yeah, what should we do now? The other person inhaled sharply and then shouted angrily, "What else is there to do? We must find a way to extract the map from its belly, even if it means cutting it open." The roar startled Snorlax awake. Upon opening its eyes, it found 2 individuals in black uniforms glaring furiously at it. It let out a cry, hoping to placate the 2 individuals and find someone to pay them. However, it soon witnessed one of them produce a Pokeball, releasing a Geodude, while the other summoned a Spoink. The 2 Pokémon fixed their predatory gazes upon it. The little Snorlax nervously called out again, reiterating its intention to find someone to settle their dues. Yet, what awaited it was Geodude's Rock Slide and Spoink Psybeam. In the face of such peril, the little Snorlax hastily employed its quick attack. As the debris and beams of light surged towards it, its form flickered, moving with the speed of a fleeting shadow. Darting between Geodude and Spoink, it executed its move with remarkable swiftness. Observing this scene, the Team Rocket officer's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that even cornered within a carriage, the little Snorlax could still unleash a quick attack to escape. Chase it, we must not let it get away. He gritted through clenched teeth, promptly pursuing it with his Pokémon in tow, continuously commanding them to unleash their abilities. Geodude Stomp, roared Geodude as it forcefully struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The first victim of this tremor was its own Spoink, who was injured by the shockwave, followed closely by the little Snorlax, which had just exited its quick attack state, sustaining injuries and falling to the ground. Run, keep running, the Team Rocket officer urged as he chased after Geodude. Terrified, the little Snorlax gazed back at its pursuers, once more activating its quick attack. This time, after executing the move, it performed a somersault on the ground, splashing water as it rolled. This spectacle elicited laughter from the previously furious Team Rocket officer. Unable to contain his amusement, he issued a final command. Geodude, Rock Blast. Render it useless and take it away. With that, sharp rocks materialized behind Geodude. The little Snorlax, filled with dread, scrambled to flee. Yet, the sharp and heavy boulders swiftly blocked its escape route, while the others hurtled towards it. At that moment, a searingly hot purple flame erupted from the depths of the forest. The flames not only repelled the sharp rocks, but also engulfed Geodude in their blaze. Geodude let out a pained cry, severely wounded by a single strike, on the verge of losing its fighting capability. Who is it? The Team Rocket officer exclaimed in terror, peering into the forest's depths. He could hardly fathom that Geodude, known for its formidable resistance to fire-type moves, could be so devastated by a single fire-type attack. But the forest yielded nothing but an encroaching dark mist. Hastily, the officer released a Butterfree, instructing it to use Gust to disperse the fog. However, once the mist cleared, the little Snorlax had vanished without a trace. Who are you? In the forest, the little Snorlax gazed in bewilderment at the Pokémon carrying it on its back. This Pokémon was colossal, adorned in brown with a golden crown of 3 horns atop its head, swiftly navigating through the woods. Fiery little one, I am Annihilape. Chapter 23, Annihilape. Annihilape. The little Snorlax tilted its head, puzzled by the significance of the name. Yet, it felt an undeniable warmth emanating from its companion, nestled comfortably atop its back, yearning for a restful slumber. Fiery little one, why were you attacked by those individuals? The little Snorlax innocently replied, I'm not sure. I only know they were selling berries. I finished the berries they were selling and intended to take them to find Jiang Fan for money. But they refused to listen and insisted on attacking me. I wasn't unwilling to pay. Jiang Fan. He is my good friend. Whenever I eat, he pays for me. Where is he? I will take you to him. The little Snorlax's mouth opened slightly, its tiny hands resting on its lips as it fell into contemplation. After a moment, it said, I think he is in a city called Deep Gray. That is not far from here. I will take you there now. Annihilape turned around, leading the little Snorlax in the opposite direction. However, just as it turned, the little Snorlax called out, stop. Stop. Annihilape halted, turning back in confusion. Fiery little one. What is wrong? I see something good. The little Snorlax leapt from Annihilape's back, approaching a thicket and retrieving a blue glass whistle. After inspecting it for a moment, it tucked it into its fur. Fiery little one. What do you need this for? I'm going to use it to get Jiang Fan to buy me something to eat. I'm a very principled little Snorlax. I exchange things for food. The little Snorlax hopped back onto Annihilape's back. Why do you need to trade with him for food? Isn't he your trainer? He is not my trainer. He is the trainer of my good buddy Charmeleon. Annihilape glanced back, seemingly perplexed by their relationship. It seems you hold a great fondness for this Jiang Fan. Why not allow him to become your trainer? That way, you wouldn't need to trade for food. The little Snorlax placed its hands on its chin, suddenly displaying a troubled expression. I haven't figured that out yet. I fear he might be like my previous trainer, who promised me delicious food if I won battles, only to deceive me. Has he ever deceived you? It seems not. Last time, he had me run to a tree and treated me to a grand feast. When I got there, he truly filled me up, and he kept every promise he made afterwards. It seems he wishes for you to trust him. It appears so. I recall my good buddy Charmeleon, who used to be a lethargic little waste, always waiting in a corner, unable to defeat me. After meeting Jiang Fan, he took me down in 2 moves, and has been living happily ever since. To be honest, I feel a bit envious. It seems Jiang Fan is indeed an exceptional trainer. You might consider trusting him. Is that truly acceptable? Why not, little one? NEI has traveled this world for quite some time and discovered that people vary greatly. There are both good and bad individuals. It's merely a matter of discernment. Since you feel sincerity emanating from him, you may choose to trust him. If one day that feeling fades, simply depart. Do not fear being hurt. Your relationship with him should be one of mutual benefit, not dependency. Remember, you are your own master. Upon hearing this, the little Snorlax once again placed its hands on its lips, lost in thought. However, as it pondered, NTI soon found itself waiting in vain for a response. Looking back, it discovered the little Snorlax had already fallen asleep upon its back. Fiery little one, what a charming little creature you are. When the little Snorlax awoke, darkness had descended. Upon opening its eyes, it first beheld a magnificent skyline illuminated with countless lights. These skyscrapers towered beneath its gaze. Fiery little one, you're awake. NTI's voice reached its ears. At that moment, NTI stood atop a high-rise, its long gray mane rustling in the gentle breeze. Where is this? The little Snorlax gazed in confusion at the towering buildings. Amidst the sweltering heat. This is what you referred to as Deep Gray City, the abode of humanity, remarked the fiery creature. Do take a good look for your dear friend, Jiang Fan. The little Snorlax, heeding the words, peered down intently. Before long, it spotted the emblem of the Pokémon Center and pointed towards it. Jiang Fan should be there. As the words fell, the Fire Emperor leaped from the towering edifice. Swiftly weaving between the skyscrapers, it soon found itself cloaked in the shadows a mere 50 meters from the Pokémon Center. Go forth, my plump companion. The Fire Emperor lowered itself. Here, this fruit is exceedingly delectable. Upon descending, the little Snorlax produced a pink berry from its fur. The Fire Emperor gazed at the little creature in astonishment. Knowing well that this species held a voracious appetite, it was unexpected for the Snorlax to offer such a fruit. The Fire Emperor accepted it with its mouth and swallowed it whole. Simultaneously, its body radiated a gentle glow, and a warm, orange-red hair floated from its neck into the little Snorlax's grasp. Little Snorlax, should there come a day when you feel Jiang Fan has deceived you, simply set this hair ablaze, and I shall instantly be by your side to whisk you away and teach him a lesson. The little Snorlax curiously examined the warm, glowing hair. By the time it thought to express gratitude, the Fire Emperor had already departed. I understand, Fire Emperor, the little Snorlax murmured, tucking the orange-red hair deep into its fur before waddling towards the Pokémon Center. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Fan, who had been searching all day, returned with his Charmeleon just in time. Where have you been, little Snorlax? Were you aware that Charmeleon and I have been searching for you? If you were hungry, you should have told me first instead of running off alone, Jiang Fan remarked with a frown. Ruo indeed. Do you know how concerned we were? Charmeleon chimed in, wearing an expression of indignation. The little Snorlax, observing Jiang Fan and Charmeleon's vexation, lowered its head. I'm sorry. Seeing the little Snorlax's apologetic demeanor, Jiang Fan's frown gradually softened. He realized he had overreacted and knelt down to stroke the little creature's head, speaking gently. Never mind. Just let me know in advance next time you wish to eat. As the words left his lips, he noticed that the previously remorseful little Snorlax had all but forgotten its apology. Instead, its eyes sparkled as it gazed longingly at the ramen shop across the street, drool escaping from the corner of its mouth. I want to eat that. The little Snorlax tugged at Jiang Fan, leading him towards the ramen shop, all the while tossing an item into Jiang Fan's hands from its fur. Jiang Fan glanced at it, and his eyes brightened. It was a blue glass whistle capable of awakening a sleeping Pokémon. But then, his pupils constricted. He realized the little Snorlax's bond had inexplicably soared to 0 points. Having been at a -14 just earlier that day, how could it have risen so dramatically during its absence? What had the little Snorlax experienced in that time? Meanwhile, 100 meters above, the Fire Emperor watched as the little Snorlax devoured bowl after bowl of ramen outside the shop. This little plump creature. The Fire Emperor leaped into the air, disappearing moments later into the night sky of Deep Gray City. Chapter 24. The challenge at Deep Gray Gym 3 days later. The Deep Gray Gym reopened. The reason was that the local officers had discovered that the entirety of Team Rocket seemed to have vacated the city, frantically searching for something on the outskirts of the Viridian Forest. Upon receiving the news of the gym's reopening, Jiang Fan immediately rushed over with Charmeleon and the little Snorlax, becoming the first trainer to challenge the gym that day. Are you the one from the Pokémon Center a few days ago? When Brock arrived at the gym and saw Jiang Fan as the first challenger, he was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is I. I wonder if Mr. Brock managed to apprehend Team Rocket and reclaim that treasure map. Jiang Fan smiled. To be honest, he remained quite curious about that treasure map. As it pertained to the legendary Pokémon, having been in this world for some time, he truly wished to witness a legendary Pokémon with his own eyes. Brock shook his head. No, but it seems that Team Rocket has misplaced that treasure map. As he spoke, Brock noticed the little Snorlax standing at Jiang Fan's feet. He recalled that the intelligence reports indicated that the treasure map was allegedly snatched by a Snorlax. Is that you? Brock pondered internally, quickly shaking his head, dismissing the thought as mere fanciful imagination. After all, how could a trainer who commanded a Snorlax to steal from Team Rocket and escape unscathed still require to challenge him at the gym? Misplaced? On the other side, upon hearing that the treasure map had been lost, Jiang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. How could it be lost? Noticing Jiang Fan's genuinely surprised expression, Brock's lingering doubts about the little Snorlax dissipated entirely. After all, how could a Pokémon have stolen a treasure map without its trainer's knowledge? That is not for you to inquire about. In any case, losing it is preferable. If that map were in Team Rocket's possession, it would spell disaster for the entire Kanto region. Brock moved to the other side of the battlefield. Let us commence the battle. Today, aside from you, there are 4 other trainers eager to challenge the gym, so time is of the essence. A flash of light erupted as Brock unleashed a Geodude. Jiang Fan examined the Geodude's information. Pokémon, Geodude, level 18, qualification, elite, ability, rock head, gender, male, skills, tackle, 33, rock polish, 32, rollout, 32, rock slide, 32, takedown, 30. True to his status as gym leader, none of the skills fell below level 30, with most nearing their peak. Jiang Fan mused to himself, feeling curious about the information regarding Brock's main Pokémon. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. He knew Brock would not reveal his true strength in such a challenge. Otherwise, no novice trainer would ever succeed. Charmeleon, let this esteemed gym leader witness your extraordinary prowess. Jiang Fan gestured towards the battlefield with his right hand. Rua. Charmeleon let out a roar, charging forth with great enthusiasm towards the rocky battleground. Being a fire-type Pokémon, you are at a significant disadvantage in this battle. Brock remarked teasingly as he observed Jiang Fan's choice of Charmeleon. We shall see. Jiang Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Moments later, as the referee announced the commencement of the battle, the gym challenge officially began. Geodude, rock slide. Brock promptly issued the attack command. Upon hearing this, Geodude swiftly lifted 2 rocks and hurled them towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon, dash forward and use your skill to shatter those stones. Jiang Fan likewise issued a counter command. Rua. The Charmeleon charged towards the Geodude, its claws slicing through the air like a crescent moon. 2 fragments of rock hurled that it shattered instantaneously. Impressive, Brock remarked approvingly. At that moment, Jiang Fan continued to issue commands. Charmeleon, close in and use Ember. Brock countered with a strategic command. Geodude, roll. If they desired to attack from close range, he would oblige them and, in the process, teach this trainer a lesson about type advantages. Geodude, upon hearing the command, rolled forward like a ball, heading straight for Charmeleon. At that instant, Charmeleon unleashed its Ember attack. The fiery projectile, akin to a massive fireball, was launched towards Geodude. Upon collision, a rolling sphere of flames erupted, with Geodude emitting a muffled cry of pain from within. Moments later, as the flames subsided, it collapsed to the ground. Brock fell silent, unable to comprehend that Geodude, which should have had a type advantage over a fire-type Pokémon, was so swiftly defeated by Charmeleon's Ember. Brock, quickly send out your second Pokémon. Charmeleon under the sun's power is draining its vitality, Jiang Fan said with a smile. Engaging in type advantages? Even if Charmeleon wasn't utilizing Sunny Day, the weather was indeed clear, activating its solar power ability, augmented by the charcoal he had given Charmeleon to boost its fire-type moves. To Charmeleon, Brock's type advantage was inconsequential. Furthermore, Ember's proficiency had reached level 42, and Charmeleon was 5 levels above Geodude. Not to mention, it possessed qualifications akin to a quasi-elite trainer. It was a comprehensive superiority. If it couldn't secure a swift victory, that would indeed be astonishing. Are you willing to wait a moment? Your prowess has exceeded my expectations, and I believe it is only fitting to switch Pokémon for the next battle in accordance with the League's training regulations, Brock stated. He pressed a button, causing the ground at his feet to tremble. A pillar emerged from the side, upon which 2 Pokeballs were displayed. Brock placed the Pokeball he intended to use back into his belt and retrieved a new one. Chapter 25, Jiang Fan's Exultation. A flash of light revealed a Steelix on the battlefield. Pokémon, Steelix. Level, 20. Qualification, Quasi-Elite. Ability, Sturdy. Gender, Male. Moves, Bind, 35. Harden, 35. Rock Slide, 33. Iron Tail, 33. Rock Tomb, 33. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Had he just exchanged an elite quality Steelix for a quasi-elite one? At that moment, Brock spoke confidently. Let my carefully trained Steelix battle. Only then can this contest be considered a true test. Rest assured, even if you lose, you can still take home the gym badge. With that, he tossed a HP recovery potion in front of Charmeleon. Charmeleon, drink this to replenish the energy you expended earlier. He then called out to his brother in the audience. Jiro, record the upcoming battle and display it on the big screen. This will surely be a high-quality contest of equals. Understood, brother, Jiro replied, promptly taking out the recording device. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan smirked. A contest of equals? That remained to be seen. Moments later, the second battle commenced. Charmeleon, Sunny Day? Jiang Fan issued the first command. Roar. Charmeleon bellowed towards the sky. Sunny Day? Had this boy made a tactical error? Eager to unleash his strategy, Brock was initially taken aback before issuing his command. Steelix, Rock Tomb. With a roar, Steelix swung its tail, sending a barrage of rocks crashing towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon, evade it. If you can't, use your claws to block. Jiang Fan refrained from ordering a counterattack. Following the command, Charmeleon exerted itself to dodge the incoming stones. However, overwhelmed by the sheer quantity, it was knocked back several feet by 3 consecutive boulders. Brock smiled, satisfied. This was the expected effectiveness of rock types against fire types. Yet, the next moment, his expression stiffened as the temperature of the rocky arena began to rise. The scorching sunlight abruptly poured down from above. Charmeleon's body shimmered with a golden glow, its solar power ability becoming increasingly pronounced under the blazing sun. The flames on its tail shifting to a cerulean hue. This was truly Sunny Day. Brock gazed skyward, his face a mask of shock. The sweltering heat made beads of sweat form on his brow. An ominous feeling washed over him, prompting him to issue a new command. Steelix, harden. Steelix halted its assault, a silver light enveloping its body as its defenses surged. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan simultaneously commanded, Charmeleon, Ember. Charmeleon, responding to the command, flicked its tail. In the next instant, a significantly larger cerulean fireball hurtled towards Steelix's massive form. Upon impact, Steelix let out a pained roar. The agony was so intense that, had it not been for its sturdy ability, it might have been knocked out in one hit. Brock was drenched in sweat. Steelix, hold on, rush in and use bind. Don't give it a chance to unleash another fire-type move. With a desperate roar, the severely weakened Steelix charged at Charmeleon. Charmeleon, Ember. Jiang Fan calmly issued the second command for Ember. Steelix, on the verge of collapse, still sought to prevent Charmeleon from executing another fire-type attack. Unless it were a psychic-type Pokémon, that was unlikely. Following Jiang Fan's command, Charmeleon, undeterred by Steelix's approach, elegantly flicked its tail once more, releasing another cerulean fireball, which collided head-on with Steelix. In a mere 3 seconds, Steelix was struck down, and the outcome was clear. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the entire rock gym, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Even the referee appeared bewildered. Was the gym challenge truly over? This was the second time he had witnessed the gym leader switch to a quasi-elite Steelix during a battle. The previous challenger's Pokémon had been defeated by Steelix. Yet this time, it was Steelix that fell to the trainer's Pokémon. Referee, you may announce the results, Jiang Fan prompted, snapping the dazed referee back to reality. This battle concludes with challenger Jiang Fan emerging victorious. The referee stammered, flustered. The victorious Charmeleon roared triumphantly, racing towards Jiang Fan in excitement after the sunny day dissipated. Truly remarkable, a prodigious talent. Once again, you have demonstrated your unparalleled prowess, Jiang Fan praised with equal enthusiasm. Roar. Charmeleon nuzzled against Jiang Fan like a child. Jiang Fan affectionately stroked it while taking note of the post-battle notifications. It displayed that Charmeleon had leveled up from 23 to 24 after defeating Steelix. Its affection had also increased to 60 points, and it was now capable of learning the moves Fire Fong and Cut. A few minutes later, Jiang Fan received the deep gray gym badge and over 20,000 in challenge rewards from Xiaojing. The Charmeleon you have nurtured is in superb condition. I hope to see you both shine brilliantly in the alliance in the future. Before parting ways, Xiaojing patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder. We will. Jiang Fan replied with a smile and a nod, before departing with Charmeleon and Snorlax. After Jiang Fan left, Jiro approached Xiaojing with a camcorder. Brother, how should we handle this footage? Should we showcase it on the gym's big screen for promotion? Jiro asked cautiously, although it was meant to depict an evenly matched battle. That recent encounter was clearly a one-sided domination, especially considering it was a type disadvantage. If it weren't for Onix's sturdy ability, it could have been knocked out in a single hit. The first ember might have taken it down. He felt that broadcasting this would only serve to embarrass the gym. What do you suggest we do? Xiao Jiang replied grumpily, snatching the camcorder and swiftly deleting the footage. He then requested the gym challenge record booklet from his brother that needed to be submitted to the Alliance. He documented the battle as follows. In this contest, gym leader Xiao Jiang faced defeat with his first Geodude and subsequently sent forth the gym's quasi-champion, Onix, to engage in a thrilling battle with trainer Jiang Fan's Charmeleon, ultimately suffering a narrow defeat. Gym leader Xiao Jiang believes this young trainer possesses great potential and is willing to continue honing his skills to cultivate a vital asset for the Kanto Alliance's development. After completing the record, Xiao Jiang awarded Jiang Fan the highest score, S rank. Meanwhile, having left the gym, Jiang Fan returned to the Pokémon Center with Charmeleon and Snorlax. Karen awaited their arrival. After their meeting, they could take the 3 abandoned Pokémon back to the Pokémon home. However, just as they departed the deep gray gym, Snorlax was captivated by an ice cream cart. Immediately, it signaled to Jiang Fan, expressing its desire for ice cream while reaching into its fur to retrieve an item. Go ahead, you glutton, Jiang Fan chuckled helplessly, contemplating whether to head towards the street with fewer shops. Otherwise, Snorlax would surely consume ice cream all the way. As he pondered this, he suddenly found a piece of fabric tossed by Snorlax in his hand. Fabric? Surely Snorlax hasn't picked up a rag as a prop. Jiang Fan thought, looking at the muddy, crumpled cloth with mild disdain as he unfolded it. Within 2 or 3 seconds, his pupils dilated, and he swiftly tucked the cloth away, for inscribed upon it was a map. At the top of the map, there was an illustration of a colossal bird Pokémon. He recognized it as the legendary sea deity, Lugia, one of the guardians of the Kanto and Johto regions. Could this possibly be the treasure map lost by Team Rocket? Jiang Fan's heart raced with excitement. He could never have imagined that the very object that the Kanto Alliance and Team Rocket were so fervently pursuing would be revealed by Snorlax. However, how did Snorlax come by it? Jiang Fan stared in astonishment at Snorlax, who had already dashed to the ice cream stand. This unexpected stroke of fortune made him want to slap himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Chapter 26. Learning ancient script, looking around to ensure no one was nearby. Jiang Fan took the treasure map out once more. Gradually, his brow furrowed. Although it was clear from the image that this was a treasure map related to Lugia, the writing inscribed on it appeared to be in ancient script. To him, it was akin to an alien language. He couldn't recognize a single character. Old Man Fuji should understand this, Jiang Fan muttered. The Red Lotus Research Institute, founded by Old Man Fuji, specializes in reviving ancient Pokémon fossils. So the founder should indeed be well acquainted with these characters. After returning, he resolved to seek Old Man Fuji's guidance in ancient script. With newfound determination, Jiang Fan tucked the treasure map away again and approached the ice cream stand to pay for Snorlax's treat. 3 days later, Jiang Fan and Karen returned to the Pokémon home with the 3 abandoned Pokémon. Old Man Fuji, accompanied by Rena and some volunteers, greeted them outside. Jiang Fan, with your prowess, you must have triumphed in the gym challenge, right? Old Man Fuji inquired warmly as Jiang Fan stepped out of the vehicle. Indeed, I did. Jiang Fan affirmed with a smile and a nod. Old Man Fuji then glanced at Snorlax, who was sound asleep in the truck bed. That Snorlax hasn't caused you much trouble, has it? Jiang Fan replied. No trouble at all, though the expenses were somewhat excessive. I'll need you to reimburse me. Grandpa Fuji. Old Man Fuji waved his hand dismissively. Not a problem. Reimbursement is only fair. Jiang Fan grinned at this response. He promptly retrieved a notebook from his backpack, in which he had meticulously recorded Snorlax's expenditures over the past few days. Thank you, Grandpa Fuji. If you find the total off, feel free to consult my expense record. I'll take a look at how my gym construction is progressing now. After placing the notebook in Old Man Fuji's hands, the old man accepted it, and, upon reviewing the detailed entries, his previously carefree expression began to stiffen. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan quickly made his exit, crossing the street diagonally to the Pokémon home. His gym's location was right here. At this moment, dozens of workers, accompanied by Mac Hoke and Ma Camp, along with 2 fearless little ones, were busy laying bricks and constructing the gym. Meanwhile, the gym's trainees were engaged in special training and battles with their Pokémon at a nearby construction site. Everything is progressing in the direction I anticipated, Jiang Fan murmured, then walked towards the trainees to oversee their special training. That evening, Jiang Fan entered Old Man Fuji's office with paper and pen in hand. "What brings you here, Jiang Fan?" Old Man Fuji asked, somewhat surprised to see him with writing materials. "Oh, nothing major. I just wanted to inquire about a few characters. I wonder if you could help me decipher them." Jiang Fan replied, placing the paper and pen before Old Man Fuji. Old Man Fuji took the materials, glanced at them, and immediately smiled. "These 3 characters are simple. They are ancient script from long ago, Qiyin Zhao." As he spoke, he transcribed the 3 characters into modern language beneath them. After finishing, he added, "Jiang Fan, what piqued your interest in these ancient characters?" "I came across them at the Deep Gray City Museum. I found them intriguing and thought you, being so knowledgeable, could shed some light on them," Jiang Fan explained. Old Man Fuji chuckled heartily. "You're quite right when it comes to knowledge. I'm not boasting when I say few in this world can match my intellect. I mastered a significant portion of these ancient scripts in my youth." Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. "Then, Grandpa Fuji, could you teach me how to read ancient scripts? I feel that my age is perfect for serious study." "Indeed. Your enthusiasm is commendable. Just dedicate some time each day to learn with me." Coincidentally, an old friend's granddaughter from the Sinnoh region will be coming to seek knowledge in this area. You two can study together. Old Man Fuji agreed with a smile, while retrieving a book from the shelf. "By the way, you can take this dictionary on ancient scripts home with you, although it covers only a portion of the characters. It will be quite friendly for a beginner like you." Jiang Fan gratefully accepted the book and, casually flipping through it, found a plethora of incomprehensible ancient texts. The two engaged in idle chatter for a while before Jiang Fan took his leave, dictionary in hand. Upon returning to his solitary dormitory, he found his fire dinosaur resting comfortably in the exquisite little nest he had purchased for it. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, it let out a cheerful call. Jiang Fan gently patted its small head before settling down at his desk to delve into the study of classical literature. The trio of characters he had penned for the elderly Fuji was hastily selected from the treasure map. After studying for over half an hour, Jiang Fan felt his phone vibrate. Upon picking it up, he discovered that his registration as a Pokémon mentor online had been approved. He only needed to specify his mentoring fee to commence guiding trainers in nurturing their Pokémon for a fee. As Jiang Fan scrutinized the figures displayed on his phone, he noted that the fees set by the 8 gym leaders were the highest, ranging between 100,000 to 150,000 Alliance coins, with the Evergreen Gym having suspended its mentoring services. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to set his fee at 5,000 Alliance coins, which was currently the highest price within his tier. The fees for those merely holding a gym badge were typically between 1,000 to 2,000 Alliance coins. He believed that good wine needs no bush and was determined to pursue a high-level mentoring route, confident that once he began, there would be a second and third person seeking his guidance. Perhaps he would even have to raise his prices later on. Suddenly, a knock echoed at his dormitory door just as he finalized his pricing. He quickly tucked away the treasure map and proceeded to open the door. To his surprise, he was greeted by a small Snorlax, the rotund creature clutching a heap of berries. "Good evening, Jiang Fan." It greeted him and then waddled inside, plopping down in the bewildered fire dinosaur's nest. After offering the fire dinosaur a berry, it lay down comfortably. "The Inferno in the next room is going a bit wild. I'll be sleeping with you guys tonight." The fire dinosaur, feeling displaced, looked at the intruder with exasperation. However, recalling that this little creature would occasionally share its food, it chose to overlook the intrusion. Jiang Fan, raising an eyebrow, promptly ordered a nest for the little Snorlax online and resumed his study of classical literature. Chapter 27. The Girl from Sinnoh. The following morning, within the still unfinished Ziyuan Gym, a handful of early rising trainers were leading their Pokémon in a line to receive guidance from Jiang Fan. "Philly, your Squirtle will master the move guard after practicing it 45 times. Once it has perfected that, you should have it practice rapid spin and water pulse for 121 and 134 times respectively. The proficiency of these 2 moves is currently quite low. I trust you've noticed during battles that it struggles to match the power of its opponents." A young boy nodded vigorously after hearing the advice. "Indeed, Gym Leader. I felt that my Squirtle's move execution was lacking compared to others during last night's battle with other water-type Pokémon. Simply have it practice as I suggested over the next few days, and be sure to shower it with praise during training to bolster its confidence. It is no less capable than the other children." Jiang Fan smiled, crouching down to pat the shy Squirtle that clung to the boy's leg. "I understand, Gym Leader," the boy replied as he took his Squirtle and departed. Soon after, another boy approached Jiang Fan, this time with a Pikachu. Jiang Fan continued his guidance for approximately an hour before finally taking a break. With some free time, he turned and strolled towards an open area. soon spotting his fire dinosaur practicing Flame Fong and the Snorlax honing its finger flick technique. These were the exercises he had assigned to them that morning. Rua. Ka. Upon noticing Jiang Fan's arrival, the two Pokémon immediately ceased their training and rushed over. The fire dinosaur dashed straight into Jiang Fan's embrace while the Snorlax watched from the side. Fire dinosaur. You truly are one in a million. You only need 13 more attempts to learn Flame Fong. Jiang Fan affectionately stroked the fire dinosaur's head before shifting his gaze to the Snorlax that hesitated to approach. He swiftly pulled it over for some affection. And you, Snorlax, have worked exceptionally hard today, truly impressive. After lunch at the Pokémon Center, I will prepare a special meal for you. Ka. Receiving acknowledgement and the promise of a reward, the Snorlax beamed at Jiang Fan. At that moment, Jiang Fan received a notification. Snorlax's intimacy has increased. Intimacy. 8:21-8. Jiang Fan chuckled softly. After indulging in some more affectionate interaction, he encouraged both Pokémon to resume their training while he took a seat beneath a tree where the elderly Fuji was seated. Jiang Fan. I think it's time you captured that Snorlax. It has clearly acknowledged you, as it has been following you around, Fuji suggested kindly. I share that sentiment, but I prefer to wait a little longer. My finances are rather tight at the moment, Jiang Fan replied with a smile, harboring the intention of capturing the Snorlax once its intimacy reached 9 points. At that juncture, the combined increase from the intimacy and the Pokeball would perfectly meet the threshold for unlocking the first tier of rewards. Capturing it now would only burden him with its upkeep costs, which he deemed unwise. You rascal, Fuji remarked, an amused look crossing his face. He understood that Jiang Fan was wary of incurring the costs of the Snorlax's food too soon. Jiang Fan chuckled in response, then took out the classical literature dictionary he had borrowed from Fuji the night before and began to study alongside him. Meanwhile, a spirited blonde girl, accompanied by a Sharpedo, arrived at Ziyuan Town via Route 10. This must be the renowned Pokémon graveyard, Ziyuan Town, she murmured, standing at the entrance and gazing at a prominent tower. What a journey it's been to finally arrive here. Sharpedo, it seems we will be residing here for some time. She affectionately patted her Sharpedo's head before making her way into the town. After meandering about and with the help of passers-by, she eventually found herself at the Pokémon Center. However, rather than entering, she was drawn to the construction site across the street that bore the sign of the Ziyuan Gym. Standing outside, she observed numerous trainers inside, either directing their Pokémon in specialized training or engaging in battles. Is the training atmosphere here truly this intense? She pondered aloud. Sharpedo, I find myself rather eager for the learning experience that awaits us here. How about we challenge a few trainers before seeking out the elderly Fuji, as my grandmother suggested? Receiving a response from her Sharpedo, the girl stepped inside and initiated challenges against the trainers within. Upon seeing her beautiful visage, the trainers clamored to battle her. However, it wasn't long before they began to regret their eagerness, as the girl's Sharpedo proved overwhelmingly formidable, defeating 6 trainers in succession, with none of their Pokémon lasting beyond 4 rounds. Finally, the girl couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Are there any stronger individuals among you? To be frank, I approached you all with great anticipation to issue a challenge, only to find your capabilities quite disappointing. Do not be overly arrogant. In the crowd, Xiao Hao, feeling indignant, flushed with anger, exclaimed, just wait. Our gym leader is exceptionally strong. Once you face him, your arrogance will be put to rest. His words immediately resonated with others. Yes. When you encounter our gym leader, you won't be so boastful. He is a trainer capable of teaching a Charizard to unleash Sunny Day. A Charizard that can perform Sunny Day? The girl's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Then why not summon your leader to battle? Follow me, Xiao Hao declared, turning to leave. Shortly after, he hurriedly approached Jiang Fan, who had just finished studying classical literature with old Fuji. Leader, someone has come to challenge the gym, he said anxiously. A challenge? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised. Where's this challenger? It's her. Xiao Hao pointed behind him. Following his gesture, Jiang Fan beheld a poised and graceful blonde girl. He furrowed his brow. She seemed oddly familiar. The girl, having noticed them, brightened and stepped forward. Are you old Fuji? She asked as she approached him briskly. Old Fuji scrutinized her before responding with a smile. You must be the granddaughter of Giselin. Indeed, I am Zhulan. Giselin is my grandmother. She mentioned your vast knowledge and deep understanding of classical literature, urging me to learn from you. The girl introduced herself politely. Your grandmother has spoken of you, mentioning your keen interest in ancient culture. It is indeed a commendable pursuit. I had thought you would arrive in a few days, yet here you are today. I tend to be a bit impatient, so I arrived early, Zhulan admitted shyly, scratching her head. Old Fuji chuckled heartily. then turned to Jiang Fan. This is the daughter of an old acquaintance I mentioned to you last night. You two will study classical literature together from now on. Hello, I am Jiang Fan, he said, extending his hand to Zhulan. Hello, I am Zhulan, she replied, smiling as she shook his hand. As they clasped hands, old Fuji interjected, Zhulan. He is the gym leader here. Are you planning to battle him with Pokémon? Zhulan met Jiang Fan's gaze, her determination evident. Yes, they claim their leader is formidable. Having raised a Charizard capable of using Sunny Day, and I wish to see for myself. Chapter 28, the first layer reward of Little Snorlax. Facing Zhulan's challenge. Jiang Fan felt a swirl of emotions within. Why this complexity? Although Zhulan before him was far from the champion he recognized from Sinnoh. The Sharpedo she commanded was on the verge of evolving into a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, a foe not easily vanquished. The information read as follows. Pokémon, Sharpedo. Level, 40. Potential, Champion. Ability, Sandveil. Gender, Female. Moves, Sand Attack, 70. Dragon Rage, 69. Sandstorm, 69. Sand Tomb, 70. Earthquake, 68. Cut, 70. Dragon Claw, 69. Dig, 68. Gazing at the data, Jiang Fan felt a wave of despair wash over him. His Charizard was merely level 24, a staggering 16 levels beneath the Sharpedo, and even more so. Its potential was a tier lower. Not to mention the skills of this Sharpedo had been meticulously honed by Zhulan, rendering it a comprehensive threat to his Charizard. Yet, he could not decline. After all, the gym had just been established, and all the members were watching him. Ultimately, Jiang Fan replied, I accept your challenge. But my Charizard has been training since this morning and is quite fatigued, Miss Zhulan. Would it be possible to postpone our battle? In situations of indecision, a delay is often prudent. Of course, Zhulan beamed at his acceptance. A delay is perfectly fine, as long as you don't run away. Grandpa, it's time for lunch. Came a shout from the distant wall, Lena's voice ringing out. Let us go. We can discuss the battle after lunch, old Fuji said, leading Zhulan towards the Pokémon Center as the crowd dispersed. Jiang Fan glanced at his Charizard and little Snorlax, pondering, what shall I do? He murmured softly. The outcome of this inaugural battle was of paramount importance. All the gym members surely anticipated his victory. To lose would be utterly embarrassing. As his thoughts swirled, Jiang Fan's gaze landed on little Snorlax. Previously, he had relied on Charizard to unlock the first layer reward to thwart Team Rocket's threat. This time, he wondered if he could leverage little Snorlax's first layer reward to avert the impending embarrassment from Zhulan. Charizard, little Snorlax. Do you fancy a grand feast for lunch today? Jiang Fan knelt, affectionately stroking Charizard's head while petting little Snorlax. Ka. Upon hearing the prospect of a feast, little Snorlax quickly nodded in agreement. Although it did not fully comprehend why Jiang Fan altered the reward, a grand feast sounded far better than mere snacks. Rua. Charizard also nodded in response. Then let us venture into town and indulge until we are full, Jiang Fan declared, leading his two companions towards the town's restaurant. An hour later, Jiang Fan observed little Snorlax having devoured every morsel in the restaurant, smiling as he asked, Little Snorlax, did you enjoy the meal? Ka. It was delightful. Little Snorlax sat contentedly on the ground, patting its belly. Little Snorlax's affection level increased. Affection level, 9, from 21 to 9. Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly retrieved an unused Pokeball from his waist. Unlike Charizard, little Snorlax had arrived at the Pokémon Center without one. Little Snorlax, do you wish to become my Pokémon? He asked earnestly. While I cannot guarantee daily feasts, I can assure you a grand meal once a week. Little Snorlax, initially taken aback by Jiang Fan's words, gazed at him with a serious expression. After a moment of contemplation, it beamed with joy. Rising to press the button on the Pokeball, a flash of light enveloped it as it was drawn inside. In Jiang Fan's mind, the system notification chimed in. Successfully captured Pokémon Little Snorlax. Little Snorlax's initial affection level was 21 points. Current affection level is 39 points, an increase of 60 points. Meeting the criteria for unlocking the first layer reward. Reward unlocked. Little Snorlax's potential upgraded to champion and received the item Lucky Stone. Lucky Stone, a stone born under the blessing of the creator deity Arceus. Carrying this item significantly increases the luck of the Pokémon. As Jiang Fan read the description of the Lucky Stone, he felt elated. That meal had been worth it. He promptly settled the bill with the owner and departed with Charizard. Finding a secluded spot, he released little Snorlax. After the enhancement in potential, little Snorlax appeared slightly larger, yet seemingly unchanged otherwise. However, Jiang Fan was not concerned. He was merely curious about the Lucky Stone. Little Snorlax, do you feel any different? Jiang Fan inquired eagerly. In response to Jiang Fan's words, the small Snorlax scratched its rear and then retrieved a stone radiating a pure, holy light from its fur. Gazing at this stone, Jiang Fan's heart raced with excitement. Anything associated with Arceus must be exceptionally remarkable. From this moment onward, you shall keep this stone safe, Snorlax. Do not bring it out again, he instructed earnestly. Okay, Jiang Fan, the Snorlax replied, tucking the stone deep within its body alongside a strand of Entei's fur. Jiang Fan nodded, then rubbed his hands together to issue a skill command. Snorlax, use pointer technique. Upon reading that the lucky stone could significantly enhance the luck of the Pokémon carrying it, his first instinct was to combine it with the pointer technique. The Snorlax extended its hands toward Jiang Fan and began to wave them energetically. Startled, Jiang Fan quickly sidestepped, inadvertently pulling away the still oblivious Charizard. 2 seconds later, the Snorlax completed its wave. It transformed as though it had evolved, its eyes filled with divine radiance. With a wide mouth, an intensely cold and powerful icy wind erupted from its maw. Wherever the icy wind passed, everything was rapidly encased in ice, visible to the naked eye. 10 meters, 100 meters, a kilometer, 2 kilometers. Essentially, everything in Jiang Fan's line of sight was frozen, be it buildings, trees, or Pokémon. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness gracious! Has this pointer technique unleashed the icy realm of Kyurem?" As he observed more and more objects being encased in ice, he suddenly realized something was amiss and panicked. Quickly, Snorlax, stop! Cease the skill. Upon hearing the command, the Snorlax's divine state abruptly faded, returning to clarity. The icy wind from its mouth ceased as well, but it appeared utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Fan hurriedly retrieved several Snorlax energy cubes from his bag and fed them to the weary Pokémon. After a while, the Snorlax's frail state gradually began to improve. It seemed that executing such a divine skill had consumed a substantial amount of Snorlax's energy, Jiang Fan pondered. He then turned to survey the frozen surroundings and hesitantly asked the Snorlax, "Do you have a way to undo this?" Noticing the bewildered expression on the Snorlax's face, he realized that they might have landed themselves in serious trouble. Chapter 29. The Pointer Technique of Divine Skills. Once the Snorlax had regained most of its strength, Jiang Fan and his 2 companions began to examine the frozen area. They observed that the ice was gradually dissipating at a visibly rapid pace. It appeared that the icy realm created by Snorlax was not as potent as that of Kyurem in its true form. As the latter's icy domain would likely be far more challenging to dissolve, Jiang Fan mused. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled his earlier observations of the pointer technique. The power of the skills it unleashed depended on the proficiency of the pointer technique. For instance, if the proficiency of the pointer technique was 25, then the power of the resulting flamethrower would also be 25. Thus, for Snorlax's power to rival that of Kyurem, its proficiency in the pointer technique would need to match that of the legendary Pokémon. Nevertheless, the current power displayed was already formidable. Jiang Fan couldn't help but marvel at the divine skill. Even with low proficiency, its power was still astonishing. If Snorlax were to face Zhulan's Sharpedo, he wondered if this lucky stone would enable Snorlax to unleash another divine skill. He remained uncertain whether the lucky stone's effect would lead to Snorlax consistently performing divine skills in the future, or if it would be a rare occurrence. Should it turn out to be a common event, it would indeed be extraordinarily impressive. On the way back to the Pokémon Center, Jiang Fan felt somewhat like a thief, as numerous trainers and officials were busy thawing out the frozen fire-type Pokémon. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, the Golden City television station was already broadcasting news about the sudden ice disaster. Experts were analyzing whether it was a natural calamity or the result of a powerful ice-type Pokémon's actions. If it were indeed the latter, that Pokémon must be incredibly strong, capable of freezing a significant portion of Ziyuan Town and Route 8. Warning trainers in both Ziyuan Town and Golden City to exercise caution and avoid venturing outdoors for the time being. Jiang Fan, Zhulan, do you think this is a natural disaster or the work of a Pokémon? After watching the news, Elder Fuji unexpectedly posed the question to Jiang Fan and Zhulan. Zhulan responded first, "I believe it resembles an ice-type Pokémon skill. If it were a natural disaster, we should have sensed something amiss while in Ziyuan Town. Yet, I can't fathom which ice-type Pokémon possesses such power. What about you, Jiang Fan?" Elder Fuji then turned his gaze to Jiang Fan. I share the same viewpoint as Miss Zhulan," Jiang Fan replied somewhat awkwardly. Elder Fuji, oblivious to Jiang Fan's discomfort, nodded in agreement. "I concur with both of your assessments, so you two must remain vigilant during this time." A Pokémon capable of wielding such powerful skills is not to be trifled with. I understand, Grandpa Fuji, Julan affirmed. I also comprehend, Grandpa Fuji, Jiang Fan echoed. Once the topic concluded, Julan eagerly looked at Jiang Fan. Hey, can we battle now? My Sharpedo is quite eager to face off against your Charizard that can summon sunny weather. Isn't that right, Sharpedo? Gah. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Of course we can battle, but I believe it should be against my newly captured Snorlax first. If you can defeat it, then we can have Charizard take the stage. You captured Snorlax? Elder Fuji interjected in surprise. Did you not mention that it would take some time this morning? Jiang Fan replied earnestly. I suddenly realized that taking advantage of others is not a noble act. Elder Fuji scrutinized Jiang Fan, sensing something was off. Julan, however, dismissed it. All right. If you defeat Snorlax, then Charizard must battle. Shall we commence the duel now? Let us wait for 2 hours. Snorlax isn't in the best condition right now. Jiang Fan shook his head. He wanted to ensure Snorlax was in peak form before battling. Julan agreed. Fine, 2 hours it is, but no more excuses afterward, otherwise. I might have to suspect that you're afraid. Jiang Fan smiled and shrugged. 2 hours later, at the Ziyuan gym, Jiang Fan and Julan arrived with their Snorlax and Sharpedo, respectively, at an incomplete battle arena. Surrounding them were Elder Fuji, volunteers from the Pokémon Center, and numerous gym trainees. The referee was Xiao Hao. With a single command from him, the battle between Jiang Fan and Julan commenced. Snorlax used pointer technique. Without further ado, Jiang Fan issued the command for the pointer technique. Ka! Snorlax's hands glowed with white light as it began to wave amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Julan initially thought it was a sign of disrespect. Annoyed, she retorted, Hey, Jiang Fan, are you looking down on me? Or are you joking? Pokémon battles don't start with the pointer technique. Well, since you wish for a swift defeat, I'll oblige you. Sharpedo, use Sandstorm. Before she could finish, Julan was taken aback as the sky darkened in an instant. A fierce wind swept through, as if heralding the end of the world. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from the small Snorlax, exuding a formidable pressure that caused the Sharpedo to tremble in fear, hesitating to unleash its abilities. What skill had it stumbled upon? Old man Fuji gazed skyward, murmuring in astonishment. In all his years, he had never witnessed such a cataclysmic scene, as if the world itself were on the brink of annihilation due to the mere prelude of a skill. Had the mythical skill truly been invoked? Which esteemed master was responsible? Jiang Fan, as a trainer, found himself equally astonished. The Charmeleon at his feet looked up, equally bewildered by the sudden intimidation emanating from the small Snorlax. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alternate dimension, within a colossal palace, a massive Pokémon of a pale purple hue, seated upon a throne, abruptly opened its eyes from slumber. A thunderous roar reverberated, and in that instant, countless spatial rifts manifested throughout the alternate realm. Chapter 30. The Subspace Slash of the Small Snorlax. In Ziyuan Town, at the Ziyuan Gym, the small Snorlax, in a state of divine power, raised its right hand, summoning numerous pale purple orbs of light that enveloped its fist. Instantly, a wave of intense anxiety and trepidation washed over the onlookers, as the space around them crackled with the sound of fracturing reality. Julian's pupils quivered, and she muttered, How is this possible? Is this a skill conjured by a mere flick of a finger? What exactly has it unleashed? Sharpedo, feeling the weight of the oppressive aura, lamented, I feel as if my time is up. Old man Fuji swallowed hard, exclaiming, This resembles the descriptions I have encountered in ancient texts. I cannot fathom that I would witness such a phenomenon in my lifetime. Among the gym trainees, someone exclaimed, Good heavens! Which knowledgeable brother can enlighten me on what skill this is? Jiang Fan surveyed the shattering space around them, pondering, could this be the skill of that esteemed master? 2 seconds later, with a decisive motion, the small Snorlax swung its right hand downward. A 1-meter-long crescent-shaped purple energy blade materialized, hurtling towards Sharpedo with breathtaking speed. As it passed, the very fabric of space tore apart. Sharpedo dodge! Julian shouted. Under the oppressive aura, Sharpedo lamented, I wish I could, but my legs feel paralyzed. In a blink, the energy blade struck Sharpedo. Upon impact, a massive spatial rift erupted behind it, and Sharpedo was unceremoniously thrust into the void, vanishing from the sight of all present. Witnessing this, Julian felt on the verge of collapse. A routine battle had resulted in the loss of her Pokémon. My Sharpedo! She cried in terror. Old man Fuji, in shock, murmured, I can now confirm, this is undoubtedly a skill of a legendary Pokémon. Only their abilities could possess such monumental force. The trainees collectively marveled, I have gained insight in this lifetime. A mere flick of a finger can unleash such formidable skills and tear apart space. Jiang Fan deduced, the mystery is solved. This is indeed the exclusive divine skill of the Sin-Node deity, the Subspace Slash. It can rend space with a single strike, but how do we retrieve Sharpedo? Feeling the intensity of Julian's gaze, Jiang Fan sensed she was ready to exact vengeance upon him. Suddenly, a voice rang out among the trainees, Sharpedo is back. Everyone turned to see Sharpedo being ejected from the spatial rift, incapacitated and lying on the ground. Sharpedo, Julian exclaimed, rushing towards her regained partner. Then, they beheld a colossal Pokémon soaring through the rift, casting a fleeting, terrified glance at the onlookers, leaving them in awe. Cradling Sharpedo, Julian gasped. Isn't that the legendary deity my grandmother studied? Old Man Fuji, mouth agape, stammered, the fabled Pokémon. It appeared due to the skill of the small Snorlax. The trainees clamored. What Pokémon is that? Someone explain. Jiang Fan inhaled deeply, declaring, it is the god of space, Palkia? He marveled at the fact that the first legendary Pokémon he had encountered in this world was none other than the deity of space. After casting a glance at the crowd, Palkia vanished into the abyss of the rift. As it departed, the rift created by the small Snorlax's subspace slash began to visibly restore itself at an astonishing pace. Exhausted from using the skill, the small Snorlax slumped to the ground. Jiang Fan hurried over, producing several energy cubes tailored for Snorlax, calling out to Old Man Fuji, Grandpa Fuji, please fetch some food for the small Snorlax. Still lost in shock, Old Man Fuji snapped back to reality at Jiang Fan's request. Of course, I shall arrange something for the small Snorlax right away. He turned to bring food from the Pokémon Center across the way. Am I not impressive? The small Snorlax, munching on its energy cubes, looked up at Jiang Fan with a goofy grin, seeking praise. Impressive indeed. You were magnificent, small Snorlax. Jiang Fan responded, giving a thumbs up. Your performance not only astonished me, but left everyone here in awe. Did you notice Old Man Fuji's expression? Even someone as knowledgeable as him was taken aback by your display. Not to mention that your skill attracted a legendary Pokémon. One of the most powerful Pokémon in this world. Just think of how remarkable you are. I am the best. The small Snorlax beamed, bashfully scratching its head. At that moment, a volunteer wheeled in a cart filled with delectable treats. The small Snorlax eagerly began to indulge. After praising the small Snorlax, Jiang Fan stood up with a smile, but his expression quickly darkened. He noticed that Charmeleon's intimacy level had dropped slightly, from 62 to 61, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. Had the success of the small Snorlax made Charmeleon feel neglected? Jiang Fan pondered. Approaching Charmeleon, he cheerfully asked, What's wrong, Charmeleon? You don't think I've stopped liking you, do you? He decided to address Charmeleon's unease directly. Charmeleon looked up at Jiang Fan, its expression tinged with sadness. Jiang Fan continued, Don't think that way. To me, you have always been a super genius, a rare gem among fire types, destined to stand alongside me at the pinnacle of the world. How could I ever neglect you? Upon hearing this, Charmeleon's sorrow diminished significantly, yet its intimacy level remained unchanged. Had he still not addressed the core issue? Jiang Fan mused. After a moment, he probed, Do you feel that the sudden strength of the small Snorlax makes your efforts seem futile? Charmeleon nodded in affirmation. Jiang Fan gently patted its head, smiling, You mustn't think like that. Your hard work has never been in vain. You have been growing stronger bit by bit. No matter what happens in the future, your strength remains. The small Snorlax, on the other hand, relies on the luck of items for its current prowess. Without those, it wouldn't stand a chance against you. Yet, Charizard, have you not realized that after utilizing your abilities once, it becomes exceedingly difficult to employ them again in a short span of time? Your endurance in battle does not surpass that of your opponent. Thus, there is no need for you to feel as though your efforts have been in vain. Upon hearing this, Charizard fell into deep contemplation. 3 seconds later, Jiang Fan observed an increase in intimacy, rising from 61 to 63, with an additional point gained. Subsequently, rejuvenated with confidence, Charizard dashed into his embrace, seeking comfort. Jiang Fan chuckled as he lifted it into his arms. Once cradled, Charizard let out a call towards the gluttonous Snorlax, as if to declare that regardless of how formidable others may be, it remains the most cherished one. However, Snorlax paid no heed, its sole focus on devouring food. Jiang Fan smiled at this scene, choosing to remain silent. Yet it must be said, Snorlax's current state indeed provoked envy among other Pokémon. It no longer needed to train any skills. Merely mastering the art of finger-flicking would allow it to incapacitate most opponents, save for legendary Pokémon. Were he a Pokémon, he too might succumb to feelings of inadequacy in the presence of such talent. Fortunately, he was not a Pokémon, but rather the trainer of Snorlax. Moreover, having recently triumphed over a level 40 Sharpedo at level 17, Snorlax had surged to level 27, surpassing Charizard by 3 levels. Should this happen again, it might very well break through level 30. Just as Jiang Fan pondered this, Julan, with an expression of indignation, approached him after recalling Sharpedo into its Pokeball. No, I refuse to accept such a defeat. It was purely by luck. Once my Sharpedo has regained its strength, we must have a rematch. I refuse to believe your Snorlax can replicate such a powerful technique again. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking, that's precisely what I desire. Chapter 31, The Art of Finger Flicking. The following morning, after concluding his guidance for the gym students and his classical studies with Elder Fuji, Jiang Fan and Julan once again stood upon the battlefield. Surrounding them were spectators comprising gym students and volunteers from the Pokémon Center. Jiang Fan. Yesterday was merely a stroke of luck. Today, let us see if your Snorlax can replicate that technique. I remain unconvinced, Julan declared, her teeth clenched. The memory of her defeat was still fresh, and she had even contacted her grandmother for confirmation. Upon describing the Pokémon scene through the spatial rift, her grandmother expressed astonishment, affirming it was indeed the legendary Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, Arceus, known for wielding the power of space. Defeated by such a deity's technique, she had no words, only a sense of bitterness. It was inconceivable how fortunate one must be to summon its skill. She speculated it might be an unprecedented occurrence. Well, let us test that theory. In the face of Julan's frustration, Jiang Fan remained composed. He too was eager to see whether Snorlax could indeed unleash another divine technique. If it could, this would surely become a recurring phenomenon. Half a minute later, with a command from the part-time referee Xiaohua, the rematch between Jiang Fan and Julan commenced. Snorlax, use finger flick. Jiang Fan promptly issued the command. Ka! Snorlax's hands glimmered with white light, causing the surrounding spectators to widen their eyes in disbelief. Jiang Fan had indeed instructed Snorlax to employ finger flick once more in the rematch. Elder Fuji expressed his surprise again. You cannot possibly believe Snorlax can replicate yesterday's luck. You truly let it use finger flick again. Hoping for another legendary skill? Julan's eyes widened, astonished that Jiang Fan would heed her earlier taunts. With that, her Sharpedo would exact revenge for its previous humiliation. Sharpedo, charge forward, Dragon Claw. Gah! Sharpedo bellowed, its expression a reflection of yesterday's grudge as it charged at Snorlax. Its razor-sharp claws enveloped in a faint light. Yet, just as it took its first 2 steps, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The sky darkened ominously, reminiscent of the end of days. In an instant, everything around them seemed to play in slow motion. Falling leaves descended frame by frame, and Sharpedo charged forward as if moving through molasses, having made no progress after 2 seconds. Could it be? Is it truly happening again? Elder Fuji, also feeling the time dilation, was utterly astonished. Yesterday saw a spatial rift. Today, a time distortion? Oh my, is it another divine skill? Jiang Fan felt the slow motion as well, his heart brimming with delight. Across from him, Julan's mouth moved slowly. Is this really happening again? The gym students internally exclaimed, I concede. This undoubtedly qualifies as a legendary skill. Which legendary figure is behind this? Simultaneously, within a realm of temporal turbulence, a magnificent palace stood. A colossal, deep blue Pokémon, sprawled on the throne, abruptly opened its eyes from slumber. Roar! In an instant, the flow of time seemed frozen. At this moment, the only entity unaffected by the time dilation was Snorlax. Its mouth agape, countless deep blue light particles materialized and coalesced within, poised to be released. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd could ascertain that it was indeed another skill of equal caliber to yesterday's. Elder Fuji murmured to himself, this lifetime is worth it. I have witnessed the skills of legendary Pokémon twice, and yet this is executed through finger flick? Julan's eyes brimmed with tears as she felt wronged. Is this truly necessary? How can its finger flick be so ludicrous? Once summoning Arceus' skill was one thing, but to witness it again? Whose skill is this now? Jiang Fan mused internally. This seems reminiscent of the time deity's abilities, equal to Arceus. At that moment, the most despairing sight was Sharpedo, which, witnessing the deep blue beam of energy heading towards it, slowly closed its eyes, tears welling at the corners. Gah! It's over for me. Whoosh! The deep blue beam erupted from Snorlax's mouth, striking Sharpedo in an instant, sending it flying and creating a time wormhole at the terminus, swallowing Sharpedo whole. Once again, it vanished from the sight of the onlookers. In that moment, the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated and the time dilation ceased. Faced with this sight, Julan felt herself on the verge of collapse once more. Yesterday, Sharpedo had been relegated to a spatial rift, and today, it was thrust into a temporal wormhole. Sharpedo, I am so sorry, she lamented, collapsing to her knees. Meanwhile, the others present gazed intently at the still visible time wormhole. Elder Fuji muttered, yesterday, a legendary Pokémon appeared. Today, I wonder if we shall witness another. Just as he contemplated this, Sharpedo was ejected from the time wormhole. As before, it had lost its combat capability. Julan rushed forward to administer medicine. Shortly thereafter, the crowd witnessed a massive Pokémon soaring past within the time wormhole. This Pokémon cast a fleeting glance at the onlookers of the real world, leaving them in awe. After administering the medicine to the Sharpedo, Julan exclaimed, another deity of time. As my grandmother spoke of, was that skill just now truly its? Old Fuji was beside himself with excitement, declaring, it was worth it. I have truly lived a fulfilling life, having encountered the legendary Pokémon for 2 consecutive days. I wonder if the one born from me can contend with these two. The students chimed in. Who knows which legendary Pokémon this is? How does it compare to yesterday's? Jiang Fan murmured in awe. The god of time, Dialga. Yesterday, it was Palkia, today it is Dialga. Will the next encounter feature Giratina's skill? And perhaps the following one will showcase the abilities of the creator deity? Dialga cast a fleeting glance at the crowd, specifically at the Snorlax beside Jiang Fan, before swiftly vanishing into the vibrant chaos of the time stream. After its departure, the time rift created by Snorlax's move, Time Roar, disappeared in the blink of an eye. Snorlax, having exhausted its skill, plopped down onto the ground. Jiang Fan hurriedly retrieved several energy cubes specially designed for Snorlax. Old Fuji, without needing Jiang Fan's reminder, fetched food for Snorlax. When he arrived, pushing a cart laden with treats, he couldn't help but give Snorlax a thumbs up. Turning to Jiang Fan, he added, Jiang Fan, should Snorlax battle again, do remember to call me. I absolutely must witness it. Although he felt deep down that Snorlax was merely fortunate to have summoned legendary Pokémon skills twice in succession, one could never be certain if the third time would bring another stroke of luck. Such opportunities to witness legendary Pokémon skills are seldom afforded to the average person in a lifetime. Miss Julan, would you like to take the time for another match? Jiang Fan called out to Julan in response to Old Fuji's request. Having won the recent battle, Snorlax had successfully leveled up from 27 to 31. An exhilarating rate of progression. Before Julan could respond, the recently revived Sharpedo began shaking its head frantically like a rattle drum. Julan then spoke, her eyes glistening with indignation as she glared at Jiang Fan. No more. You can battle whomever you wish. I shall never engage in Pokémon battles with you again. She vowed never to battle with a Pokémon that relied solely on luck. This unpredictable creature, when fortunate, was simply intolerable. Yesterday, it was the god of space. Today, it is the god of time. If it continues this way, will it send her Sharpedo to the distortion world and summon Giratina? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. This future Sinnoh champion, the top female trainer of the league, was now reduced to tears by Snorlax? Chapter 32. The Monkey Brother is released. Grandpa Fuji. I wish to join the Pokémon house. Grandpa Fuji, I also want to join. Following the conclusion of Jiang Fan and Julan's battle, the students of the dojo were ablaze with enthusiasm, fervently applying to Old Fuji to join the Pokémon house. Upon reflection, both of their Pokémon had been adopted from here. First, a Charmeleon capable of invoking sunny weather, and then a Snorlax that could execute legendary Pokémon skills. Given such circumstances, one would feel remiss not to adopt a Pokémon from the Pokémon house. Jiang Fan did not impede their enthusiasm, as long as they did not engage in the abandonment of their adopted Pokémon. Naturally, if anyone were to do so and the Pokémon house discovered it, Grandpa Fuji had the authority to involve the Pokémon police in apprehending them. This was a stipulation agreed upon when becoming a volunteer, one that Jiang Fan himself had signed. Buzz. At that moment, Jiang Fan's phone vibrated unexpectedly. He picked it up and his face lit up with joy. A new order. Someone had placed an online request for him to guide them in training their Pokémon. The appointment was set for 3 in the afternoon to conduct a video call for guidance. At 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Fan sat beneath a tree, preparing to converse with his client. Beside him lay the slumbering Snorlax, while a Charmeleon engaged in skill training a few meters away. While he waited, Julan approached with her Sharpedo, initially intending to sit to Jiang Fan's left. She promptly changed her mind upon noticing the sleeping Snorlax and took a seat on his right instead. Jiang Fan, I heard from Grandpa Fuji that your expertise in guiding Pokémon is quite remarkable and that you can discern the results of their skill training at a glance. Is that true? The anger from her earlier defeat had vanished from her face. If you believe it, then it must be true, Jiang Fan replied with a smile. No, I find that hard to believe. How could anyone accurately gauge the number of times a Pokémon has trained its skills at a glance? Jiang shook her head. Yet the surrounding students insisted that he could indeed do so, leaving her perplexed. How about we make a wager? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. A wager on what? Jiang frowned. I happen to be about to video call a client to guide them in training their Pokémon. If I can determine the number of times their Pokémon has trained its skills at a glance, you owe me 3,000 league coins. Should I fail, I will pay you 3,000 league coins. Do you dare to accept? Jiang Fan grinned. Accepted. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang agreed. In her view, it would be exceedingly difficult to discern such information face-to-face, let alone through a video call. It was simply preposterous. Thus, she believed the 3,000 league coins were hers for the taking. Just remember, you said that if you fail, you'll owe me 3,000 league coins, which I will use to buy treats for Sharpedo to make up for the earlier defeat, Jiang said with a fierce determination. Very well, Jiang Fan shrugged with a smile. However, half an hour later, Jiang Fan had yet to receive any news from the client regarding the video call. Jiang Fan, are you certain you arranged for 3 o'clock? I've been waiting here for half an hour, Jiang remarked, her annoyance evident. Don't worry, let me check. Jiang Fan sent a message to the client inquiring about their status. The response came swiftly, but it left Jiang Fan feeling frustrated. The client expressed their apologies, stating that her father deemed the price unreasonable and had arranged for a different guide who possessed 2 gym badges. Hey, since they canceled, what does that mean for our wager? Shouldn't it be counted as you losing? Jiang exclaimed eagerly. Her head craned forward at the prospect of claiming the 3,000 league coins. Although 3,000 league coins were a trifling sum for her, the prospect of causing Jiang Fan to part with his money delighted her immensely. Hold on, don't celebrate just yet. Suppressing his annoyance, Jiang Fan messaged the client again, suggesting that regardless of the value, he could provide guidance for free initially, and if they found it worthwhile afterward, they could pay him. Otherwise, no payment would be necessary. The client did not respond immediately. A minute later, a video call request came through. On the other end was a delicate-looking girl with short hair. Standing beside a rugged-looking man, they appeared to be in a park. Sir, did you really tell my daughter that you could provide free guidance? The man asked from behind. Indeed, if after the guidance you still feel it is not worth the price, you are under no obligation to pay, Jiang Fan confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, the man instructed his daughter to bring forth her Pokémon. Moments later, an Eevee was cradled in the girl's arms and presented to the camera. You are currently conducting specialized training for Eevee to master the high-speed star technique, aren't you? Before the opponent could utter a word, Jiang Fan spoke up. Julian, standing nearby, widened her eyes in surprise. Is this something that can be discerned at a glance? Almost immediately, she heard a man's astonished voice from the video call. Indeed, we are training Eevee in the high-speed star technique, but despite numerous attempts, Eevee has yet to grasp it. We are uncertain if there is an issue with our training method. Jiang Fan replied, the training method is not at fault. If you practice the high-speed star technique with Eevee 34 more times, it will surely master it. Sir, I haven't even mentioned any training methods yet. The man retorted with an unhappy expression, seemingly suspecting Jiang Fan of deception. Jiang Fan maintained his calm demeanor. Please do not doubt me. You will see the results after you practice 34 more times with Eevee. Observing Jiang Fan's overly serene expression, the man hesitated before allowing his daughter to proceed with the training. He did not forget to address the camera. If this fails, I won't be paying, you know. Jiang Fan shrugged nonchalantly. As the man and his daughter directed Eevee in the specialized training, Julian furrowed her brow and remarked, Jiang Fan, you aren't conspiring with the other side to trick me, are you? The man hadn't even stated what skill Eevee was training in, and you revealed it first. If you don't believe me, that's your choice, Jiang Fan replied indifferently, asserting that the wager could still be rescinded. Witnessing Jiang Fan's composed demeanor, Julian felt an inexplicable surge of frustration. Rescind your wager? I, Julian, shall not be swayed by such superstitions today. You claim Eevee can master the high-speed star technique in 34 attempts. Do you truly believe it can? Hand me the phone. I shall count the attempts myself. Julian exclaimed with irritation. Jiang Fan handed over the device, then leisurely leaned against a tree, petting the slumbering Snorlax while observing the Charmeleon honing its flamethrower skill. Approximately 20 minutes later, chaos erupted from the Pokémon Center. Watch out. The Mankey has escaped its cage. Ah, my Rattata. That blasted Mankey. Someone, please, contain this frenzied Mankey. Be careful, it's wielding a broom as a weapon. Jiang Fan turned his head towards the commotion. He soon spotted a Mankey brandishing a broom in its right hand while holding an unconscious Rattata in its left, leaping onto the top of a wall. Hoo-ha! It screeched, furiously swinging the broomstick, which soon became detached, leaving only the handle. Simultaneously, the Rattata, dangling by its tail, spun like a fan in its grasp. Moments later, the Rattata was flung into the air, its tail and body separated. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Fan's lips twitched, and two words echoed in his mind. Vicious monkey. The Rattata soared into the vicinity of the violet gym, landing atop a pile of bricks where a Mankey was busy working. The Mankey, startled, wondered how a tailless Rattata had come tumbling down while it was diligently stacking bricks. Upon seeing its Rattata fly away, the Mankey let out an enraged hoo-ha and leaped towards the Mankey, a jump of nearly 10 meters. With both hands gripping the broomstick, it swung down at the Mankey. Simultaneously, a surge of energy emanated from its body. The Mankey activated the skill focus energy, which enhanced its critical hit probability. The Mankey, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. Caught in a dilemma, if it threw down the bricks to block the attack, they would shatter, causing its trainer to incur a loss. If it refrained, it would have to endure the Mankey's strike. Ultimately, it chose to protect the bricks, but as soon as it set them down carefully, the Mankey struck it on the head with the broomstick, knocking it to the ground. Hoo-ha! The Mankey stood triumphantly over the fallen Mankey. Julienne felt an urge to command her Garchomp to retaliate against the Mankey due to its brazen display. However, glancing at the phone where Eevee was still undergoing training, she hesitated, fearing that her absence might allow Jiang Fan to conspire with the person on the other end. No need to rush, there are plenty of trainers here. It's a perfect opportunity for my gym trainees to hone their skills, Jiang Fan calmly interjected, watching as several gym trainees surrounded the Mankey with their Pokémon. The Pokémon of the gym trainees had, under his guidance, reached around level 20. This particular Mankey, originally level 19, had just defeated the Mankey in one blow, prompting its level to rise to 20. 2 seconds later, Jiang Fan's brow furrowed as he noted that the Mankey's change seemed to extend beyond just its level. Pokémon, Mankey, level 20. In a state of anger, its leveling speed is doubled. 255 days until the next level. Potential, near champion. Friendship, 23. Ability, vital spirit. Gender, male. Skills, fury swipes, 20. Focus energy, 18. Low kick, 17. Seismic toss, 17. Taunt, 16. Close combat, 14. Description: this is an intelligent Mankey unable to control its rage, having escaped from its Pokeball multiple times while its trainer slept. Unable to manage its anger, it resorted to violently attacking its trainer, who ultimately brought it to the Pokemon Center for release, despite suffering a fractured nose and wrist. If memory serves, the last time the Mankey was sent to the Pokemon Center, its friendship level was 16. After accumulating rage over the past few days, its friendship level had shockingly regressed to 23, soon surpassing the minimum friendship level of the previously mentioned Charmeleon. As Jiang Fan pondered this, the battle between the gym trainees and the Mankey commenced. One trainee directed their Butterfree to use sleep powder on the Mankey, unaware that the Mankey's vital spirit ability rendered it completely unaffected, only serving to incite its fury further. With a hoo-ha, the Mankey adeptly employed its broomstick to vault towards Butterfree, performing a seismic toss mid-air. Though bug and flying types are typically 4 times weak to fighting type moves, that only applies if the fighting type move is difficult to land. Once close enough to grab, a fragile Pokemon like Butterfree would suffer 4 times the damage. Thus, with a swift motion, as the Mankey seized Butterfree mid-air and hurled it down, the ground trembled beneath them, sending dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld the Mankey standing atop the head of the now vanquished Butterfree, brandishing the broomstick it had used to leap and roaring victoriously. Hoo-ha! In an instant, the surrounding trainers and their Pokemon were left in awe. None had anticipated this Mankey to exhibit such ferocity. This Mankey appears to possess considerable strength. Its clever use of the broomstick to ambush Butterfree is not something an ordinary Pokemon would conceive, Julian marveled, watching the unfolding battle while simultaneously monitoring Eevee's training on her phone. Jiang Fan, I find myself quite tempted to capture it and train it. It could very well become one of my key players in securing the Sinnoh Championship. Are you certain? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow and remarked, let me enlighten you. The reason it was abandoned by its previous trainer is that it often escapes from its Pokeball at night to unleash a violent assault on its trainer. Its last trainer ended up with a sunken brow, broken bones, and a crooked nose, ultimately forced to release it. Do you truly believe you can withstand even a few nights with it? What? Is it that ruthless? Julan exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. She quickly shook her head, concluding, never mind. I aspire to become the champion of Sinnoh. If I were to perish at the hands of my own Pokemon in the dead of night, where would I find solace to weep? Chapter 34. The Assault of the Monkey Pokémon, Part 2. Observing Zhu Lan's fearful demeanor, Jiang Fan couldn't help but chuckle, then redirected his gaze to the monkey Pokémon. He too felt that this creature was worth capturing, yet he pondered how to tame it without suffering from its nocturnal assaults. Meanwhile, the students at the gym, having just witnessed the swift defeat of a Butterfree, opted not to engage the monkey Pokémon in one-on-one combat, but instead chose to swarm it. Various elemental attacks surged forth: Leaf Blade, Ember, Water Gun, Gust, and Thunder Shock. In response, the monkey Pokémon wielded its stick with unwavering confidence. With a leap, it soared into the air to evade the incoming attacks. However, unlike before, this time it skillfully retained its grip on the stick with its tail. As it spun and leaped in the air, it transitioned from holding the stick with its tail to grasping it firmly with both hands upon landing. The impact of the stick struck a Squirtle squarely on its smooth head. Though it did not render the Squirtle incapable of fighting, the blow left it dazed, shaking its head in confusion while the monkey Pokémon deftly used it as a shield against other attacks. Simultaneously, the trainer behind it was knocked down by a surprise strike from the monkey Pokémon. How astute it is. The way it wields that stick is nothing short of acrobatic. Zhu Lan murmured in astonishment. Unable to resist, she glanced at her own Sharpedo, contemplating capturing the monkey Pokémon. However, recalling Jiang Fan's earlier warning about it attacking trainers at night, she refrained. It possesses the capability to be captured but lacks the temperament to be subdued. Jiang Fan, unable to suppress his admiration, remarked, "Remarkable. Just as the legendary Monkey King once wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Today we have this monkey Pokémon causing a ruckus in the Ziyuan gym. Use paralyzing powder. Quickly, we must incapacitate this agile creature," shouted Xiao Hao, the leader of the students, growing increasingly frustrated as he saw so many of them being toyed with by a single monkey Pokémon. "If it leaps again, I'll have my Pidgeotto use Steel Wing." Heeding Xiao Hao's command, the students unleashed a barrage of attacks. Grass-type Pokémon directed their paralyzing powder towards the monkey Pokémon, while others unleashed ranged attacks. Faced with the onslaught, the monkey Pokémon leaped once more. "Pidgeotto, Steel Wing. Bring it down," Xiao Hao urged excitedly. With a swift response, Pidgeotto spread its wings and dove towards the monkey Pokémon, which had just completed another leap, preparing to replicate its earlier flawless maneuver. The metallic sheen of its wings glinted as it descended. With a sudden strike, the monkey Pokémon was knocked out of the air, landing within the area affected by the paralyzing powder. Its limbs grew heavy, succumbing to the effects of paralysis. "Haha, it's caught! It's caught!" Xiao Hao exclaimed, reveling in the moment with a villainous glee. "Jump again if you dare. You lot from the gym are rather shameless," Zhu Lan interjected from a distance. Unable to restrain her disdain, a crowd of trainers commanding their Pokémon to gang up on a single monkey Pokémon, and they took such pride in it. Jiang Fan merely stroked his nose in silence. After all, these were his students. To join in their celebration would be akin to slapping his own face. On the other side, the monkey Pokémon, weakened by the paralyzing powder, began enduring a relentless barrage of attacks. Its pain only fueled its rage, and its affection level plummeted from -23 to 24. At that moment, Jiang Fan noticed a warning prompt from the system, indicating that if the monkey Pokémon's affection level dropped below 30, it would become locked and forever remain uncatchable. Seeing this notification, Jiang Fan felt a sense of urgency. Just as he was about to intervene, the beleaguered monkey Pokémon executed another leap despite its paralysis. "Pidgeotto, Steel Wing." Xiao Hao repeated his command. Pidgeotto, fully prepared, dove towards the monkey Pokémon, its wings gleaming with metallic resolve. However, unlike before, the monkey Pokémon seemed to anticipate the attack. This time, it leapt without its stick, and as Pidgeotto surged towards it, it let out a furious roar, defiantly grabbing hold of Pidgeotto. With one hand firmly clutching Pidgeotto, the monkey Pokémon unleashed a flurry of attacks, clawing and tearing at Pidgeotto's back. The cries of Pidgeotto echoed as it struggled. Ultimately, they tumbled to the ground, both Pokémon landing at the feet of a Charmeleon. Pidgeotto had lost its fighting capability, yet the monkey Pokémon still had a flicker of life within it. Teetering on the brink of defeat, one final blow would grant a bounty of experience. Charmeleon gazed at Jiang Fan with a bewildered expression, as if seeking guidance. Jiang Fan said nothing but conveyed his fervent gaze, urging Charmeleon to seize the opportunity. With Pidgeotto incapacitated, failing to claim the experience offered by the fallen monkey Pokémon would be sheer folly, especially since Xiao Hao and the others were unaware of its condition upon landing. Understanding Jiang Fan's silent communication, Charmeleon swiftly struck the monkey Pokémon, sealing its fate and rendering it incapable of further combat. "All right, I apologize for my earlier remarks about their shamelessness. Compared to these students, you, as the gym leader, are the very epitome of shamelessness. Zhu Lan remarked with a bemused expression, having witnessed Jiang Fan's unspoken commands. Jiang Fan coughed lightly, but remained silent. After all, free experience should never be dismissed. It was merely a tribute to the gym leader. Before long, Xiao Hao and the others approached triumphantly, boasting about how the monkey Pokémon had ultimately fallen to the prowess of his Pidgeotto. Let us get the monkey Pokémon to the Pokémon Center in town. And don't forget a better cage, it deserves one. To prevent Zhu Lan from speaking out again, Jiang Fan urged Xiao Hao to refrain from boasting and to swiftly take the monkey Pokémon away. Once they departed, Jiang Fan resumed contemplating methods to capture the monkey Pokémon. Eventually, he borrowed Zhu Lan's phone and stepped aside to contact the Silver Company. What do you need from the Silver Company? Zhu Lan inquired, puzzled. Upon seeing him make the call, it's a secret, Jiang Fan replied with a sly smile. Zhu Lan huffed in response, then added sternly, as of now, Eevee's skill training has reached 30 sessions. If it fails to master Swift Star after 4 more attempts, be prepared for a monetary transfer. Let us wait and see. Jiang Fan remained nonchalant, casually shrugging his shoulders. Humph. Zhu Lan snorted disdainfully, her gaze fixated on the screen, where Eevee was undergoing intense training. 31, 32, 33, 34. As the count reached 35, Zhu Lan's pupils trembled. 4, one by one, stars shot forth from Eevee's mouth like bullets. High-speed stars, Eevee had successfully executed it. A transfer. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Jiang Fan placed his hand before Zhu Lan. No way, this is impossible. Zhu Lan ignored Jiang Fan, her mind racing as she pondered the implications of what she had just witnessed. Jiang Fan, you can't possibly be trying to trick me, can you? Finally, she couldn't help but exclaim. You are quite correct. For those 3,000 alliance coins of yours, I wasted a great deal of time with others, meticulously planning this little act, Jiang Fan retorted. Zhu Lan was left speechless. At that moment, a voice crackled through her phone, the girl's father, brimming with excitement. Brother, no. Master, you are simply incredible. Eevee has mastered high-speed stars after just 34 attempts. How did you discern that? It's nothing, merely talent, good sir. Now, I must ask you, is the 5,000 alliance coins you spent worth it? Jiang Fan took the phone from Zhu Lan's hand with a smile. Chapter 35, Treasure Map Interpretation Successful. Absolutely worth it. I adore this kind of guidance that directly informs me how long it will take to master a skill. It's efficient and yields quick results. The girl's father beamed with enthusiasm, recalling how he had previously spent money on advice that often led to uncertainty. If the training failed, the instructor would either claim the trainers hadn't put in the effort or that the Pokémon simply lacked the aptitude for the skill, rendering his expenditure futile. Each time he sent his Pokémon for special training, he felt a knot of anxiety, fearing they wouldn't learn the skill despite the money spent. The agony of waiting for an unknown outcome was unbearable, far less preferable than a straightforward answer regarding their potential. Of course, the optimal training method would be to send one's Pokémon to be trained directly, significantly enhancing the likelihood of skill acquisition, although that would cost several times more than video guidance. Master, I have a Marill that I wish to train in Water Pulse. Can you tell if it will succeed? The girl's father produced a Pokeball from his waist. A flash of light revealed a Marill. Marill, come here and show the master what you've got. Marill appeared before the camera with a cheerful sound. Jiang Fan remained silent, a slight frown creasing his brow. Noticing this, the girl's father quickly reassured him, Master, please don't worry. This is just the second round of guidance, and I will gladly pay. Jiang Fan relaxed his brow. Understandably, he smiled and stated, your Marill currently cannot master Water Pulse. The girl's father's expression shifted from sunny to cloudy in an instant. But it can learn Ice Beam. In the next moment, his mood brightened again. Really, Master? Marill can learn Ice Beam, an Ice-type skill? He exclaimed excitedly. Certainly, as long as you prepare 5 portions of Ice Shard, 3 portions of Clamperl's Pearls, and 3 portions of Pidgey's luggage in front of Marill, it will autonomously practice, and, after 87 attempts, master Ice Beam. Jiang Fan recounted with a smile, referring to the information displayed on the screen. While Jiang Fan spoke confidently, Zhu Lan's perfectly arched brows remained furrowed. She felt as though he was continuously challenging her understanding. First, it was Pokémon battles, while others relied on luck in dire situations. He had initiated the fight with a commanding move, unleashing a godly skill from the spatial deity Palkia. One might excuse a stroke of luck on one occasion. But the following day, he commanded yet another divine skill from the temporal god Dialga. This luck was bordering on absurd. And now, he was demonstrating an ability to discern the results of Pokémon skill training with a mere glance. My goodness, you must be the favored child of the creator. As Jiang Fan concluded his conversation with the girl's father, the guidance session came to an end. The next video call would be the girl's father reporting back with results. So, are we to bet again? Betting on whether Maril can learn Ice Beam? Jiang Fan turned and caught Zhu Lan still frowning at him, grinning. Observing Jiang Fan's smug demeanor, a fiery competitive spirit surged within Zhu Lan. She tilted her head defiantly and declared, "Let us wager. I, Zhu Lan, have never feared anyone in my life. How much do you want to bet?" Jiang Fan shrugged. "Let us stick with 3,000 alliance coins. But you must settle your previous debt first." "Fine, 3,000 it is." Zhu Lan pulled out her phone to settle the earlier bill, throwing down a parting taunt. "I bet you will never have a girl like you in your lifetime." Without waiting for Jiang Fan's response, she gritted her teeth and departed with her Sharpedo in tow. Jiang Fan watched her retreating figure, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Not necessarily," he remarked, humming a little tune about making money as he picked up his phone to revise his online guide profile. He left only 6 words. "No success, no fee." After the previous transaction, he felt that adding this phrase would make his services more enticing. Once he finished editing, Jiang Fan dialed Silver Company again. Earlier, he had used Zhu Lan's phone to inquire whether they could customize a set of clothing resistant to fighting-type Pokémon attacks. The reply from Silver Company was affirmative, but a deposit of 30,000 was required. Thus, he now needed to use his own phone to transfer the payment, with the balance due upon delivery of the clothing. Days passed by, and soon a fortnight had slipped away. After concluding another session of classical literature study with the elderly Fuji, Jiang Fan finally deciphered all the text on the treasure map. The text conveyed that within the Johto region, at a place called Crimson Island, a treasure lay hidden. This treasure was the legendary Pokémon Lugia's feather, the Silver Wing. Bearing this feather to a location known as Whirlpool Island would allow one to meet the legendary Pokémon Lugia. The map's illustrations guided the holder on how to reach Crimson Island and indicated the precise location of the Silver Wing nearby. When should I go? After comprehending the meaning, Jiang Fan pondered over the treasure map. It seemed prudent not to rush. It would be more appropriate to wait until his Charmeleon evolved into a Charizard, and he had another water-type Pokémon by his side. After half a month of training, Charmeleon had risen from level 24 to level 28, just 8 levels short of evolving into Charizard, at which point he could take it on adventures. Moreover, if memory served him right, the elderly Fuji had mentioned he would present him with a gift upon Charizard's evolution. Now, the focus shifted to capturing a water-type Pokémon. With Charizard soaring through the skies, he needed a companion to navigate the depths of the seas. Jiang Fan began to contemplate which water-type Pokémon would be most suitable to capture. He recalled that the Pokémon Center had only 2 water-type Pokémon, a Tadbulb and a Maril, and he sighed. To be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in either. He yearned for a Pokémon he could ride, like a Dragonite. However, in this world, it is unlikely that many individuals would abandon a Dragonite once tamed. With its high intelligence, gentle disposition, and formidable strength, he could not fathom any reason for such an act. Just then, Jiang Fan's phone vibrated. Upon answering, a smile graced his face. It was from Silver Company, informing him that the custom-made outfit he had ordered had arrived and requested him to come and sign for it. Chapter 36. The Technology of Silver Company. A few minutes later, Jiang Fan arrived outside the Pokémon Center. "Brother, the quality of this outfit is guaranteed, right? It can withstand a beating from a Primeape, I trust?" Jiang Fan inquired, seeking reassurance from the Silver Company delivery staff. "Rest assured, sir. We have conducted tests. This outfit can withstand not only Primeape's attacks, but even a Machamp's 1,000,000-ton punches without the wearer feeling any damage or pain," replied the confident staff member, patting his chest. "And what if it doesn't?" Jiang Fan pressed. "There are no ifs, sir. You must trust in Silver Company's expertise in crafting Pokémon gear. However, if there should be any issue, we will refund you threefold and cover all your medical expenses." With this assurance, Jiang Fan's last shred of doubt evaporated. "Very well, brother. Your words put my mind at ease." He chuckled, clapping the man on the shoulder before settling the remaining 12,000 credits of his bill. Indeed, he had spent a total of 150,000 alliance coins on this outfit. "Sir, your purchase has met the membership criteria of Silver Company. Here is your VIP card." After Jiang Fan transferred the funds, the employee handed him a beautifully crafted card. "In the future, all your expenditures at our company will receive a 10% discount, and you will be invited to new product launches." "Thank you," Jiang Fan responded, accepting the card with composure. It was exquisitely designed, particularly the distinctive emblem of silver. A Pokeball split in two, clearly adorned with a layer of gold. Truly, this was a premier item manufacturing company in the Pokémon world, capable of developing Master Balls. And their wealth was indeed evident, Jiang Fan mused. Before long, the silver employee departed. As soon as he left, a pang of regret washed over Jiang Fan's face. Training Pokémon was indeed costly. Without some financial backing and capability, it would be nearly impossible to make a name for oneself in this world. With that thought, he carried the box containing the outfit back to the Pokémon Center, preparing to test it out. Upon entering the Pokémon resting area, he found Old Fuji and Zhu Lan engaged in conversation. Old Fuji was suggesting that she consider adopting a Pokémon from the center, but Zhu Lan politely declined, stating that she did not wish to capture any more Pokémon for the time being. Jiang Fan chuckled softly at this exchange, shaking his head. If he recalled correctly, Zhu Lan had once remarked to her rival, Shinji, after becoming a champion, that he reminded her of her younger self, solely focused on capturing the strongest Pokémon. Thus, it was improbable that the youthful Zhu Lan would find any Pokémon at the center appealing, as most were those abandoned by trainers for lacking strength. And the one she did admire was far beyond her reach. Jiang Fan, what are you laughing at? Zhu Lan, having rejected Old Fuji's suggestion, noticed Jiang Fan chuckling while holding a box and felt a surge of annoyance. Oh, I'm merely laughing at your timidity and bravado, Jiang Fan retorted casually, pointing out her desire to capture a Primeape without the courage to do so. For days, Zhu Lan had been contrary to him. If he claimed roasted duck rice was delicious, she would insist roasted chicken rice was better. Whenever they watched Pokémon battles, he would assert that the left side had a higher probability of winning, and she would stubbornly argue for the right, often challenging him to a bet. Well, he had a system that provided him with Pokémon information, so he had little to fear. After all, he won more often than he lost in their wagers. Currently, more than half of the funds for this outfit from Silver Company had come from her losses. Feeling exposed by Jiang Fan's comment, Zhu Lan's cheeks flushed, and her competitive spirit flared up as she quickly retorted, as if you would dare to capture it. Don't tell me you're not interested in that Primeape. Oh, I am indeed bold enough. Today, I shall show you how to coexist amicably with a Primeape. Jiang Fan set the box down, challenging her to a wager. Let us bet that I can remain in the same room with a Primeape without incident. You're on. Whoever backs down is a coward. Zhu Lan glared at him, unable to tolerate his arrogant demeanor, and decisively declared, I'll bet 10,000 alliance coins that you can't do it. Fine, I accept your wager of 10,000 alliance coins. Jiang Fan grinned. Splendid, that was another 1,000 off the cost of the outfit. Old Fuji, situated between them, sighed and walked away, accustomed to their sudden disputes. Jiang Fan, that Primeape is quite fierce. Don't get hurt over a bet, he offered kindly before departing. Don't worry, Grandpa Fuji. I never undertake uncertain ventures, Jiang Fan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Old Fuji refrained from further objections, as upon reflection, Jiang Fan had a knack for accomplishing what he set out to do. Once Old Fuji left, Jiang Fan picked up the box and entered an unoccupied room to open it. To his surprise, instead of a high-tech outfit, a wave of black mist billowed forth, though it appeared contained within a 20-centimeter radius. He reached inside, retrieving only a piece of paper and a button, with nothing else within. The paper revealed that the outfit was crafted from materials inspired by ghost-type Pokémon, possessing their characteristics, and that wearing it would render one immune to attacks from fighting-type and normal-type Pokémon. Upon reading this, Jiang Fan understood the confidence of the silver employee. All of Primeape's current moves were fighting-type and normal-type, which would be unable to touch him. Moreover, as per Jiang Fan's prior requirements, the outfit allowed for adjustments to the level of ghost-type damage immunity, meaning the lower the immunity setting, the greater the sensation of being hit would be, while the suit's dispersive material would ensure that any such sensations would not result in substantial harm to the wearer. Jiang Fan pressed the button, causing the black mist to dissipate and reveal a set of jet black clothing. Without the instruction manual, anyone would likely mistake it for a commonplace black cotton outfit. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Fan emerged from the room clad in the black cotton attire, his face completely obscured. Even in the autumn season, his unconventional ensemble immediately attracted curious glances throughout the establishment. What? Are you planning to wear that to be alone with a Primeape? Zhu Lan couldn't help but laugh. You don't think dressing thick will shield you from harm, do you? Jiang Fan, you should just admit defeat if you end up hurt in there. My life will certainly become much less entertaining. Ignoring her, Jiang Fan strode toward the room housing the Primeape. Let them mock him. Soon enough, Zhu Lan would witness the technological marvels of the world's foremost manufacturing company, Silver. Before long, as the door swung open, Jiang Fan stepped inside. The scene that greeted his eyes was that of the monkey monster frantically swinging a stick in the corner. Upon noticing Jiang Fan's entrance, it instantly leaped into the air, brandishing the stick towards him. Haga. Chapter 37. The Superpowered Beauty Naz. Outside the window, Zhulan, who had thought Jiang Fan might possess some other defensive measures, stood frozen in place after witnessing him enter, seemingly just waiting for a chance to strike. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Insane. This fellow is truly mad. Just standing there after going in. Having said that, she could not help but feel the urge to rush in and pull Jiang Fan out. Yet, just as she stepped forward, she heard other onlookers gasp in astonishment. What on earth is that cloud of black mist? Turning her head, she saw a mass of black mist emanating from Jiang Fan's body, and as the monkey monster swung the stick, it passed directly through Jiang Fan. Her eyes widened even further in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape, utterly incredulous. My heavens, how is this possible? Inside the room, the monkey monster continued to strike at Jiang Fan with the stick like a madman. Yet each time it swung, it was as if it were striking at air, passing right through Jiang Fan's form. Haga, haga, haga. The monkey monster grew increasingly frantic in its swings, while Jiang Fan found himself becoming more and more relaxed, the last vestiges of insecurity dissipating. Indeed, Silver Company's products are remarkably reliable, Jiang Fan mused to himself. He then adjusted the button on his outfit, lowering the ghost attribute slightly. Initially, fearing a lethal blow from the stick, he had set the ghost attribute to its maximum, allowing the stick to pass through him. Now, as he reduced the ghost attribute, the black mist emanating from his clothing also diminished slightly, and Jiang Fan began to feel the impact of the stick striking against him. Fortunately, it was not painful. In fact, one could say that if he did not pay close attention, he wouldn't feel it at all. He immediately lowered it a bit more. The sensation became increasingly pronounced. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan kept a close eye on the monkey monster's reaction. At first, when the monkey monster swung the stick and missed, it clearly displayed a moment of bewilderment, followed by an increasingly furious expression, its determination to strike becoming more fervent. However, as Jiang Fan tuned the ghost attribute down, allowing the monkey monster to feel that it had actually struck a target, its anger, while still present, gradually began to wane. The furious emotions were evidently finding the release they desired. Responding to this feedback, Jiang Fan ultimately adjusted the ghost attribute to a level that felt most suitable for him, akin to receiving a massage from the monkey monster's strikes. Before long, under the astonished gazes of many outside the house, Jiang Fan reclined within, allowing himself to drift into slumber while the monkey monster continued to strike. Unbelievable. How does this fellow even think of such methods? Zhulan stood outside, observing Jiang Fan peacefully napping inside, feeling as if she had been schooled by him once more. A sense of helplessness washed over her. If it were her, she would probably never think of such a solution in her lifetime. 2 hours later, the room fell silent. The monkey monster, having vented its rage, lay down beside Jiang Fan to rest. Noticing this, Jiang Fan retrieved some provisions he had prepared earlier from his clothing. Haga. The monkey monster, having released its anger, was surprisingly polite, accepting the food and smiling at Jiang Fan. Although he could not understand its words, Jiang Fan felt the smile was a gesture of gratitude, especially as it divided the snack in half, offering him a portion. Look at how polite this child is. If it weren't for its temper, it would be nothing short of an obedient darling. Moreover, after this emotional release, the monkey monster's intimacy level rose from -27 to -17, a significant increase of 10 points. Clearly, it had enjoyed the release enough to allow its mind to calm. Not long after, the well-fed monkey monster fell asleep in Jiang Fan's embrace. This creature's temperament truly embodies two extremes. Gently, Jiang Fan fiddled with the monkey monster's distinctive pig-like nose, reflecting on the prospect of subduing it with just a few more bouts. However, the troublesome aspect was that once he subdued it, he would have to wear this outfit indefinitely. But never mind that. He would first focus on subduing it, as every advantage comes with its disadvantages. For such a powerful monkey monster, the price to pay seemed minimal. He could always commission Silver Company to create a lighter version later on. 10 minutes later, seizing the opportunity while the monkey monster was asleep, Jiang Fan quietly slipped out of the house. Time to settle the bill. Without a hint of unnecessary conversation, Jiang Fan approached Zhulan, his first words crisp and direct. Zhulan glared at him through gritted teeth, but ultimately relented and transferred the money. Thank you, boss. With the payment received, Jiang Fan flashed a slight smile and turned to leave, having allowed the monkey monster to vent its emotions. It was now time for him to attend to his next task, training his fire dinosaur to evolve into a Charizard as soon as possible. Currently, the gym trainees, having endured repeated challenges and subsequent defeats, had recently abandoned the idea of challenging him again, resulting in a significant slowdown in his leveling up over the past few days. He was left to devise his own methods for leveling up. At present, he contemplated venturing outside Ziyuan Town to hunt wild Pokémon or act as a roadblock, intercepting passing trainers. Just like in a game, should one encounter him, they would be obliged to battle, with no option to refuse. In the past 2 days, he had successfully made 4 trainers cry. Meanwhile, on a towering mountain outside Ziyuan Town, Naz, a senior officer of Team Rocket and the psychic gym leader of Golden City, stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing down at the entire view of Ziyuan Town. Behind her stood a Hudi, each hand clutching a spoon. Behind Hudi was Tim, a mid-level officer of Team Rocket, scratching his bald head as he reported to Naz. Leader Naz, under your command. The members who went out in search of that ice-type Pokémon have all returned. Upon hearing this, Naz's voice turned cold. Have any traces of that ice-type Pokémon been found? No, we have seen no signs whatsoever in the past half-month. Tim wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Half a month ago, the news of a creature freezing a significant portion of Ziyuan Town and Route 8 stirred their Team Rocket. Based on this information, the organization speculated that it might be the legendary Pokémon Articuno, or perhaps an exceptionally powerful ice-type Pokémon was in the area, prompting them to dispatch numerous Team Rocket members equipped with high-tech equipment to conduct covert searches without alarming the local populace. However, after more than half a month of searching, they found nothing, not even a glimpse of a notable rare Pokémon. This led to dissatisfaction from Boss Sakaki, who summoned Naz, the senior officer stationed in Golden City, to lead the operation. You have seen no signs whatsoever, meaning you have achieved nothing? Naz furrowed her brow upon hearing Tim's report. Her eyes then glimmered with a subtle light as she raised her right hand, pointing at Tim. In the next moment, Tim found himself levitating, directly brought to the edge of the cliff. Terrified, Tim shouted, No, Leader Naz, we did achieve some results. I had someone infiltrate Ziyuan Town to gather information and discovered that within 2 days of the freezing incident, 2 exceedingly unusual phenomena occurred in Ziyuan Town. What phenomena? In Ziyuan Town, it was said by numerous citizens that on the fateful afternoon when much of the town was encased in ice, the sky darkened in an instant, accompanied by howling winds and the sudden appearance of spatial rifts. Yet, merely a minute later, those bizarre phenomena vanished as abruptly as they had emerged, leaving no trace behind. The end of the world? Spatial rifts? Naza whispered, her gaze drifting toward the currently tranquil Ziyuan Town at the foot of the mountain. And what of the second anomaly? The second anomaly transpired the following morning, when the citizens reported that the apocalyptic scene resurfaced, albeit without the spatial rifts. Instead, time seemed to stretch, as if it were being played in slow motion. They walked along the road, witnessing leaves fall as if in slow motion, while they too moved in a similarly languorous manner. Like the first day, this strange occurrence was fleeting, disappearing as swiftly as it had arrived. Spatial rifts on the first day, and time dilation on the second? Naza murmured, her brows furrowing in contemplation. Moments later, she coldly remarked, You bald fool. Are you jesting with me? With that, she prepared to nullify his powers, intending to let him plummet from the precipice. Director Naza, I swear I am not deceiving you. This is the absolute truth. To verify the authenticity of the claims, I even hypnotized 2 townsfolk who can attest to these events. You may ask others. They will corroborate my account. Tim's voice rose in a panicked crescendo, a pungent odor suddenly emanating from him. Observing his state, Naza turned her attention to the trembling members of Team Rocket, who were gathered a few meters away, equally terrified and drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 38. Naza's foreboding of the future. Is what this bald fool claims truly authentic? Naza inquired coldly. The Team Rocket members nodded vigorously. Witnessing this, Naza waved her hand, hurling the bald man Tim back from the edge of the cliff. She then fell into deep contemplation, her vibrant crimson lips curling into a subtle smile. How intriguing. It appears that Ziyuan Town harbors not only a formidable ice-type Pokémon, but perhaps also one well-versed in the art of hypnosis. She suspected that the spatial rifts and time dilation were not genuine phenomena, but rather the manipulations of a powerful Pokémon skilled in hypnosis, altering the memories of Ziyuan's inhabitants, leading them to believe they had experienced these events. With this thought, Naza turned to the Hudi standing behind her. With a mere glance, Hudi understood and handed her the spoon of fate he held. Let me glimpse the scene that awaits our Team Rocket upon our entry into Ziyuan Town, Naza murmured, her eyes gradually losing their pupils, and her flowing, deep blue hair began to float ethereally. In an instant, she exuded an aura of divinity. Tim, what is Director Naza doing? Meanwhile, Tim was being supported back into the crowd by his subordinates. Upon hearing the question from a subordinate, he glared fiercely at Naza's back. This wretched, the second wretched barely escaped his lips before he felt Hoodie's penetrating gaze, hastily swallowing the third word. This is Director Naza using her powers, foreseeing what is to come through Hoodie's spoon of fate. Simultaneously, a vision materialized in Naza's mind. It depicted her leading Team Rocket in an invasion of Zun Town, battling a girl commanding a Sharpedo. The encounter was not particularly arduous. However, after defeating the girl Sharpedo, someone unexpectedly emerged from their ranks, an individual whose face Naza could not discern, accompanied by a small Snorlax, blocking her and Hoodie's path. The Snorlax executed an enchanting gesture, and suddenly the world plunged into darkness. Then, she felt herself spinning violently, forcibly pulled from her foresight. What was that darkness? What skill was it? Naza wiped the cold sweat from her brow, realizing it was her first time experiencing such disorientation while foreseeing the future. Clearly, the skill wielded by that Snorlax had also affected her. Yet, why would someone bring a Snorlax out from among their ranks? Is there a traitor from the League among us? Naza cast a frosty glance at the Team Rocket members. Under Naza's icy gaze, the Team Rocket members held their breath. Terrified of meeting the same fate as Tem, sent hurtling to the cliff's edge by her telekinesis. Release all your Pokémon immediately, no concealing any. Supervise one another. Those who disobey will be cast down from here, Naza commanded coldly. The Team Rocket members exchanged uncertain glances, but complied. Soon, various Pokémon were released. Naza scanned from left to right, noting the absence of a Snorlax. She furrowed her brow. Are you certain you've released all your Pokémon? The surrounding members checked one another. After a thorough inspection, Naza still did not see the Snorlax from her foresight. Could it be that the vision she had was erroneous? Doubt crept into her mind. Bald fool, how well do you know the trainers of Zun Town? If we were to invade, would there be any significant obstacles? Naza inquired of Tem. Director Naza, are you planning to lead us in an invasion of Zun Town? Tem's eyes brightened with the prospect of avenging his defeat at the hands of Jiang Fan months prior. Eagerly approaching Naza, albeit with an unpleasant odor still lingering. Naza grimaced, "Step back, keep your distance." Enduring her disgust, Tem hastily retreated a few steps before responding, Director Naza, there are no formidable trainers in Zun Town. If you lead our invasion, in my view, they would stand no chance of resistance. Then why did the last mission fail? That was purely accidental. However, if I must mention a noteworthy trainer from Zun Town, it would be one who can command a Charmeleon to create sunny weather. I barely escaped defeat at his hands, but that trainer would be no match for you. A Charmeleon? Naza bit her lip, pondering the absence of any notable Snorlax. A Snorlax? Tem was taken aback, then shook his head. No, the only Snorlax I know of in Zun Town was seen from a distance when I was abducting Dr. Fuji's granddaughter at the Pokémon House. The Pokémon House? A sanctuary for abandoned Pokémon? Naza inquired. Tem nodded. Indeed, it is a place for abandoned Pokémon. A charitable institution founded by Dr. Fuji. If we were to invade today, we could also seize the secrets that Dr. Fuji brought from the Crimson Research Institute. Upon hearing this, Naza's wariness dissipated. She was familiar with the Pokémon House, a gathering place for unwanted Pokémon. Thus, while she remained puzzled as to why the Snorlax had appeared from their ranks, she was confident that victory would ultimately belong to her and Hoodie. Rest up. We shall invade Zun Town at dusk. Our objectives are twofold: to ascertain whether a powerful Pokémon, unknown to us, lies hidden here, and to retrieve the confidential information that Boss Sakaki desires from Dr. Fuji. Naza instructed, subsequently retracting Hoodie into his Pokeball before leaping from the cliff edge. To the astonishment of her Team Rocket comrades, I shall await you at the foot of the mountain. Having acquired the wager from Zhulan, Jiang Fan, accompanied by his Charizard and Snorlax, made his way to Route 10, situated north of Zun Town, in search of wild Pokémon to engage in battles and gain experience. The pace of leveling through these wild encounters was excruciatingly slow. He mused that the presence of a few passing trainers would greatly enhance both his earnings and his progression. After commanding Charizard to vanquish a wild Abra, Jiang Fan muttered his thoughts aloud. At that moment, Snorlax, who stood at his feet, suddenly tapped him with its paw. What is it, Snorlax? Jiang Fan inquired, looking down, only to see Snorlax pointing toward the distance. Following its gaze, he spotted a figure leaping down from the edge of a cliff, none other than Naza. Chapter 39. The news of the Red Gyarados. The initial 2 paragraphs have undergone revisions. It is advisable to revisit yesterday's update to avoid any plot confusion. What the heck? Are you kidding me? Did she just jump down like that? And without releasing a flying Pokémon to catch her? Jiang Fan was utterly astonished by the figure that had just leapt off the cliff. He soon noticed that the speed of her descent was rather peculiar, almost as if she were gliding gently downward. Charizard, Snorlax, let's go, Jiang Fan declared, abandoning his plans for leveling in the wild, driven by curiosity toward the direction of the figure's descent. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Fan navigated through a thicket and arrived at the location where the figure had landed. Could it be her? He concealed himself behind a tree and beheld a woman with flowing hair clad in a red, form-fitting outfit. Though her features were obscured, his instincts told him that she must be strikingly beautiful. The woman stood silently beneath a tree, gazing skyward, accompanied by a Kadabra. How is this possible? Did the Kadabra use its psychic abilities to lower her down? Jiang Fan pondered, perplexed, as he recalled that he had not seen a Kadabra leap down alongside her. Then, his eyes widened as he observed that the Kadabra's details were quite extraordinary. Pokémon, Kadabra, level, 52. Potential, near champion. Ability, synchronize, gender, female, moves, Psybeam, 82, teleport, 80. Confusion, 80, Miracle Eye, 79, recover, 78, Psyshock, 79, reflect, 78, Psycut, 80, future sight, 78, psychic, 75, trick, 75. This Kadabra is exceptionally powerful, Jiang Fan gulped, contemplating the implications of such strength. Who on earth is this woman to possess such a formidable Kadabra? Even Zhulan pales in comparison before her. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged in Jiang Fan's line of sight. It was Team Rocket's mid-level officer, the bald man named Tim. He staggered out from the mountains, followed by a procession of Team Rocket members. Could this enchanting lady be a member of Team Rocket? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. He soon observed Tim bowing respectfully before her, indicating her superior status. It became evident that this lady was indeed a high-ranking officer in Team Rocket, commanding the Kadabra. Jiang Fan's mind raced as he tried to recall who fit this description. Suddenly, clarity struck him. Could she be Naza, the gym leader of the psychic-type gym in Jinyang City? With this revelation, Jiang Fan understood why she had the audacity to leap off the cliff without a Pokémon. If memory served him correctly, this beauty possessed psychic abilities potent enough to rival those of psychic-type Pokémon, rendering such a leap as effortless as a mundane task. However, he questioned her motives for venturing from the Jinyang Gym into Ziyuan Town. His eyes narrowed, speculating whether she was leading a mission to seize the password box that Fuji had entrusted to him. If that were the case, things could become quite troublesome. Meanwhile, as more Team Rocket members emerged from the woods, Jiang Fan's brow furrowed deeper. Previously, there had only been 3, yet now there appeared to be nearly 100. These individuals stood in orderly formation as Naza issued commands. Over 30 of them were dispatched to secure the entrances to Ziyuan Town, while the remainder proceeded to invade the town alongside her. Observing this, Jiang Fan contemplated returning to report and make arrangements. However, just as he was about to depart, he noticed one of the Team Rocket members stealthily retreating. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to follow. Upon discovering that the individual had merely sought a secluded spot to relieve himself, Jiang Fan seized the opportunity to ambush him upon his return, swiftly covering the man's mouth and dragging him into the woods with Charizard and Snorlax. A few minutes later, clad in a Team Rocket uniform that fit him surprisingly well, Jiang Fan emerged from the thicket, a smirk playing on his lips as he surveyed his new attire, before recalling Charizard and Snorlax into their Pokeballs. Before long, Jiang Fan blended seamlessly into the ranks of Team Rocket, quietly advancing to a position not far from Naza as they approached Ziyuan Town. In a short while, the 50-strong Team Rocket contingent, under Naza's leadership, brazenly entered Ziyuan Town through its main gate. However, Naza had obscured her face with a veil, evidently wary of her identity as the psychic-type gym leader being exposed. Upon entering Ziyuan Town, Naza casually selected 3 individuals to serve her, assigning the rest to control the town. Fortuitously, Jiang Fan was chosen among the 3 to attend to her needs. Naza led her trio to a nearby restaurant, and shortly thereafter, Tim arrived, seemingly sporting a new pair of trousers. Upon his entrance, Jiang Fan quickly lowered his head, ensuring he remained inconspicuous. Tim, oblivious to Jiang Fan's presence, humbly inquired of Naza, gym leader Naza, "Once we have taken control of Ziyuan Town, what shall we do with the Pokémon here?" "Dr. Ceylon is currently conducting research at the Rage Lake in the Johto region, and he has requested some Pokémon from the Kanto Team Rocket for his studies. Should we send a portion of the Pokémon from here to him?" Rage Lake. Jiang Fan's brow furrowed as he recognized the name, feeling it was oddly familiar. Moments later, he heard Naza's response. "Isn't that the site of the research on forced evolution of Pokémon?" Has he made any new progress? Indeed. I have heard that he recently succeeded in evolving a Magikarp into a Gyarados, and remarkably, it is a red Gyarados. Very well. Then we shall send a portion of the Pokémon from here to him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan's pupils constricted in realization. He immediately understood why Rage Lake seemed familiar. It was the very place where the dual champion of the Kanto and Johto regions, Ado, had captured the red Gyarados. The mere thought of this magnificent creature ignited a surge of excitement within Jiang Fan. Not only was it majestic and powerful, capable of unleashing destruction with a mere physical attack, but its evolution had also rendered it disdainful of humanity. This perfectly aligned with his desire to capture a Pokémon, especially one of the water type. I have decided on this red Gyarados, Jiang Fan declared, his eyes shimmering with excitement, almost compelled to dash forward immediately, fearing that if he delayed, Ado would snatch it away. Kid, what are you trembling for? Just as Jiang Fan was caught up in his exhilaration, he heard Naz's voice filled with curiosity beside him. The sound sent a chill down his spine, abruptly reminding him that he was amidst a gathering of Team Rocket members, with the leader being the gym leader of the Goldenrod City Psychic Gym. I'm not trembling. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of serving you, Director Naz. Jiang Fan stammered, swallowing hard as he lowered his gaze and offered a flattering remark. Just as he uttered his compliment, before Naz could respond, Tim, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. He couldn't fathom how anyone could be so thrilled in the presence of that formidable woman who resorted to psychic powers to discipline others. Who could withstand that? However, in the blink of an eye, he found himself airborne, a cold voice cutting through the air. What is this? Are you unhappy that someone is serving me? And no, not at all. Tim, now floating, began to sweat profusely, shaking his head fervently like a maraca. It's an honor to serve you, Director Naz, but unfortunately, I lack the capacity to do so. Before he could finish, with a swift motion of her right hand, Naz sent Tim spiraling out of the dining area, crashing dramatically to the ground outside with a howl. Jiang Fan exhaled in relief. With Tim out of the picture, the risk of being recognized diminished considerably. Raising his head, he met Naz's gaze. She scrutinized him before commenting, "You're quite handsome. Come here and pour me some coffee." At her words, Jiang Fan promptly approached with utmost reverence to serve her coffee. Yet, just as he filled her cup, her next statement sent chills racing down his spine. "You're not a member of Team Rocket, are you?" Naz smiled sweetly at him. Jiang Fan, staring into her seemingly benign smile, felt an unsettling fear wash over him. Naz took a sip of her coffee and continued, "Don't deny it. I noticed you peeking at me from behind that tree. The Team Rocket member you followed was intentionally arranged by me using hypnosis." Jiang Fan's expression froze. Her words implied that every move he made was under her watchful eye. Goodness, is this what it's like to deal with a psychic? It was utterly terrifying. Noticing his reaction, Naz's smile widened. "Don't worry, I won't harm you. I'm merely curious if you possess a Snorlax." With a flick of her fingers, two Pokeballs at Jiang Fan's waist glimmered, releasing Charmeleon and Snorlax. Just as I suspected," Naz exclaimed, her delight palpable. "Rest assured, I won't harm you. At least not now, because the future has revealed that our confrontation is not meant to occur at this moment." Jiang Fan took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. With clarity restored, he contemplated the implications of her foresight abilities. Did she foresee my arrival? He pondered. Gaining courage, he inquired, "If not now, then when?" "That I shall reveal when the time is right," Naz replied. Jiang Fan fell silent, contemplating her words for nearly 10 seconds before taking a cup for himself and pouring a coffee. He then tossed the coffee pot to a nearby Team Rocket member, settling down with his cup opposite Naz, subsequently recalling Charmeleon and Snorlax into their Pokeballs. Naz was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that after exposing him, he would audaciously sit before her. "Well, you know my identity now, so I won't pretend otherwise. Whatever you say goes. I'm at your command," Jiang Fan shrugged, exuding an air of fearless nonchalance. Naz, taken aback yet again, smiled after a moment. How intriguing. With that, she savored another sip of her coffee. Minutes later, Tim re-entered, ready to report on the latest developments in the invasion of Ziyuan Town, only to freeze upon seeing Jiang Fan seated across from Naz. "Hello there, bald-headed one." Jiang Fan greeted him cheerfully. "What are you doing here?" Tim asked, astonished. "Guess," Jiang Fan replied, shrugging nonchalantly. "I guess your life is forfeit. How dare you come here alone?" Upon seeing Jiang Fan, Tim recalled his previous humiliating defeat, his eyes reddening as he turned to Naz. "Director Naz, this is the person responsible for our last failure. We must detain him." "I'm aware," Naz responded calmly. "I permitted him to sit here." "You allowed him?" Tim exclaimed, incredulous. Let us stick to the matter at hand. No more idle chatter, or I shall throw you out again, Naz warned. At her words, Tim felt a familiar sensation of levitation and quickly shifted to business. Director Naz, our progress in controlling Zun Town has encountered some obstacles. The strength of the trainers here exceeds our initial estimations, especially a female trainer commanding a Sharpedo whose power far surpasses what our current operatives can handle. We need your direct involvement. Jiang Fan felt a surge of satisfaction at Tim's words. If Team Rocket found the trainers troublesome, it indicated that his guidance had borne fruit. Sharpedo, Naz mused, recalling the visions from her precognitive abilities. The strength of that Sharpedo indeed outclassed those of the mid-tier Team Rocket members. I understand. I will go immediately. With a swift gesture, Naz flung Tim out once more, sending him crashing to the ground. Come, our confrontation is imminent, Naz beckoned Jiang Fan. As he followed, he couldn't help but ask, I'm quite curious. Since you can foresee the future, have you already predicted the outcome of our duel? Of course, in our confrontation, I will emerge victorious, decisively, Naz replied with a smile. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. A decisive victory? He found her assertion hard to believe. In a battle against Naz, he intended to unleash Snorlax with his signature move. Though Snorlax was only at level 31, the proficiency of his move had reached level 49. Of course, he hadn't relied on a lucky stone to achieve this. Otherwise, Zun Town would have been obliterated. In summary, with a level 31 Snorlax and a proficiency level of 49, he couldn't fathom being easily defeated by a level 51 Alakazam, even one with elite potential. Was she trying to deceive me? Jiang Fan mused. No. It was more likely that she herself didn't know the outcome. If she were confident of my defeat, she would have already dealt with me. As Jiang Fan pondered, Zhulan commanded her Sharpedo towards them. Chapter 41. Zhulan's Misunderstanding. Sharpedo Dragon Claw. Rock Slide. Hearing Zhulan's familiar, crisp voice, Jiang Fan turned his head. The Sharpedo's azure claws erupted, leaving dragon-shaped imprints as it charged towards a level 26 Geodude. With the grace of a swimming dragon, it deftly weaved between the fallen boulders, reaching the Geodude in the blink of an eye. With a sweeping motion of its brilliant azure claws, the Geodude was sent flying. Mere seconds later, a Team Rocket member, cradling the fallen Geodude, cried out in anguish, "Ah, my Geodude." Surrounding him were several other defeated Pokémon, all belonging to Team Rocket. The victorious Zhulan approached them, casting a disdainful glance. With me here, you inept fools think you can control Zun Town? Dream on. With that, Zhulan continued forward with her Sharpedo, in search of the Team Rocket members wreaking havoc in Zun Town. However, after only a few steps, her eyes widened in shock. Jiang Fan. Team Rocket? Her gaze intensified as she confirmed Jiang Fan, clad in Team Rocket attire, standing amidst a group of Team Rocket members, causing her to stagger back in disbelief. Jiang Fan. You're one of them. Her fingers trembled as she felt profoundly betrayed. Jiang Fan, wearing a blank expression, calmly replied, Sister, it's not what you think. Zhulan interrupted. You needn't explain. I am utterly disappointed. Jiang Fan, suppressing his irritation, attempted to add, Actually, but Zhulan cut him off again. Jiang Fan, with a deadpan expression, turned to Nazi, saying, Take action. This girl needs a lesson to cool down. Naji stifled a laugh, her hand covering her mouth. As a pokeball flew from her waist, in a flash of red light, a Hypno appeared before the Sharpedo. Meanwhile, Zhulan, witnessing Jiang Fan conversing with the long-haired beauty opposite him, felt a surge of rage at the sight of her blushing smile. Damn it, you shameless scoundrels. How dare you? She seethed. Sharpedo Sandstorm. Crush them. With a fierce roar, the Sharpedo whipped its tail against the ground, sending dust swirling into the air, enveloping all of Zun Town in a tempest. Many trainers engaged in battle shielded their eyes from the storm. Does she have a crush on you? Clearly. There's some misunderstanding. The only ones unaffected were Nazi, who used her psychic powers to create a 1-meter barrier around herself, and Jiang Fan, who unwittingly stepped into her psychic realm. It's only natural. I'm quite exceptional, he mused. Naji turned, surprised to see this boy encroaching upon her psychic space. You seem to have quite the thick skin. A man must be a little bad for a woman to fall in love, Jiang Fan retorted. Naji frowned. Do you believe I want to throw you out right now? I do, but perhaps you should consider this battle first. Otherwise, your Hypno might not survive our clash. Naji abruptly turned, realizing the Sharpedo had vanished from sight, leaving only a crater where it had stood, clearly having used Dig. Hypno, use telekinesis. Naji communicated with Hypno through their psychic bond. Hypno. Upon receiving the command, Hypno's eyes glimmered as it soared into the sky. In the next instant, with a fierce roar, The Sharpedo burst forth from the ground beneath its previous position. Sharpedo Dragon Rage. Noticing the Sharpedo's missed attack, Zhulan quickly issued a new command. The Sharpedo reared back, letting out a deafening roar. A beam of draconic energy shot forth from its mouth, hurtling towards Hypno. Hypno, teleport. Disable. Naji, synchronizing with Hypno, swiftly issued two commands. Hypno vanished just as Dragon Rage was about to strike, reappearing behind the Sharpedo, wielding its spoon of destiny aimed at the Sharpedo. Hypno. Two beams of white energy shot forth from the spoon. At that moment, Zhulan commanded a slicing attack. Yet, facing the already prepared Disable, Sharpedo was ultimately a fraction too late, becoming immobilized. A smirk crept across Naji's face as she ceased communicating through psychic means. Instead, she articulated, "Finish it, Hypno." Psychic Blade, Psychic Force. Hypno's eyes glowed again, and two psychic blades shot towards the Sharpedo. Following that, an overwhelming force of psychic energy bore down upon the Sharpedo, lifting it into the air, twisting its body before crashing it heavily to the ground. The raging sandstorm dissipated in an instant following this strike. The battle concluded with the Sharpedo's devastating defeat. Sharpedo. Zhulan rushed towards her fallen companion, casting an enraged glare at Jiang Fan behind Nazi. "You traitor, scoundrel. Team Rocket will eventually face retribution for your deeds." Listening to her insults, Jiang Fan's expression grew blank once more. The defeat of the Sharpedo also impacted the surrounding trainers of Ziyuan Town. They had initially believed that under Zhulan's leadership, they could drive Team Rocket out. However, the might of that Hypno instilled fear in their hearts, especially as they realized their gym leader was also part of Team Rocket. "Gym leader, I've truly misjudged you. I thought you were genuinely commanding that Charmeleon to thwart Team Rocket last time, but now it seems it was all an act. You, a Team Rocket mole. Damn traitor. You even swindled me. Refund me." As more and more individuals hurled mindless insults, Jiang Fan could no longer endure it. He turned to the amused Naji. "Beautiful lady, when do you foresee our duel taking place? I'd like to prepare myself." Naji smiled, glancing at Jiang Fan. "Now is the time." Right after that girl's defeat, Jiang Fan retrieved a Pokeball. With a flash of light, he released a Snorlax. Stepping out from the ranks of Team Rocket alongside Snorlax startled the trainers of Ziyuan Gym. They believed Jiang Fan was incensed by their taunts and was about to personally teach them a lesson. With a thud, one trainer collapsed to his knees. "Gym leader, I was wrong. Spare me, don't take my Kingler away. It was a gift from my father when I was a child. I can't bear to part with it. Catching Pokemon is no challenge for me. I have more than you." Another trainer fell to his knees. "Gym leader, please let me join Team Rocket." Jiang Fan's mouth twitched. How many fools has this gym recruited? He glanced at Zhulan, wishing to explain. Just as he opened his mouth, Zhulan interjected, "Damn scoundrel, you're bound for hell." "All right then, no explanations needed. The facts speak for themselves." Chapter 42, Dark Hole and Charizard. Ka. The diminutive Snorlax received the command and extended its chubby little arms, tracing circles in the air. "Here it comes." On the Team Rocket side, Nashi, who had been observing the spectacle, immediately sensed a shift as Jiang Fan suddenly issued a command. The memory of a foreboding darkness from her premonitions caused her smile to vanish. "Alakazam, use Psychic Blade." With a swift motion of its spoon, Alakazam unleashed two white blades of psychic energy. However, as soon as they were cast, Nashi's pupils constricted in alarm. The Snorlax before her had inexplicably raised its hands to the sky, summoning an inky black sphere out of thin air. Initially small, the orb appeared no larger than a fist, yet it expanded at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped her, plunging her into an abyss of darkness. "Alakazam, where are you?" she called out, her voice echoing in the silence. Silence. A suffocating, deathly stillness surrounded her. With no sound to respond, she began to call out to the members of Team Rocket, but there was still no reply. Panic set in as she attempted to radiate her psychic powers outward, hoping to create some disturbance. Yet, she seemed trapped in an endless void of emptiness, unable to elicit any feedback from her abilities. It felt as though she were the sole human in this world. Finally, in a moment of despair, Nashi screamed, recalling her childhood when her psychic powers isolated her in solitude. In the real world, Jiang Fan observed the Team Rocket members suddenly succumb to slumber, exclaiming in astonishment, "Has the Darkray's Dark Hole truly been unleashed?" Legend has it that only the mythical Pokemon Darkrai possesses the divine ability to cast a wide swath of individuals and Pokemon into a deep sleep. Then, an idea struck Jiang Fan, and he swiftly summoned Charizard. "Charizard, now is the time to level up. Quickly take down all the Pokemon that have fallen asleep," he urged excitedly. The opportunity was ripe. Here lay a multitude of unsuspecting prey, perfect for Charizard to gain experience. First, take out that alakazam. With a fierce roar, Charizard obeyed Jiang Fan's command and charged toward the unconscious alakazam. It unleashed a series of attacks, a slash followed by a fiery bite. And with 5 or 6 more moves, Jiang Fan watched in awe as Charizard's experience points skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, Charizard ascended from level 29 to level 37, gaining an impressive 9 levels. At that moment of cessation, a transformative light enveloped Charizard, signifying its evolution. With a thunderous roar, the light dissipated, revealing a robust, black-scaled Charizard before Jiang Fan. The two shared a brief gaze, separated by mere meters. Jiang Fan smiled, and Charizard exuded an air of determination. However, this exhilarating moment was abruptly interrupted by the tiny Snorlax tugging at Jiang Fan's pant leg, looking feeble and somewhat reproachful. As if to say, I've completed my move, yet you haven't fed me to replenish my strength. My apologies, little Snorlax, Jiang Fan said hastily. Crouching to present a special energy cube, he gestured for Charizard to continue harvesting experience. While nourishing the Snorlax, Jiang Fan noticed its level had surged from 31 to 38. Clearly, it had shared in the experience gained from the fallen alakazam. He pondered whether the Pokémon from Team Rocket would help it break through to level 40. Are you not an undercover agent? At that moment, he heard Zhu Lan's hesitant voice. Anger surged within Jiang Fan. How could I possibly be an undercover agent with such a righteous demeanor? Then why are you wearing Team Rocket's uniform and standing so close to their leader? This is a long story. In short, I stand against evil and would never join Team Rocket. The proximity to that woman was merely due to your command for Sharpedo to use Sandstorm, and she could use her psychic powers to negate the sand. I was simply taking cover. Jiang Fan flicked Zhu Lan's forehead with his finger. Ouch! She yelped in pain but quickly laughed. As long as you haven't joined Team Rocket, we're still friends. We can continue our bets, despite your constant attempts to swindle me. You silly girl, think before you insult someone. Do I seem like that kind of person? Jiang Fan retorted, casting a glance at the bewildered gym trainees who had previously mocked him. He rushed towards them, striking their heads one by one like whack-a-mole. With each hit, he reiterated their previous insults. You want a refund, right? You want a refund, don't you? I demand a refund. And you, planning to join Team Rocket, huh? They all hung their heads, attempting to protest, but were met with Jiang Fan's relentless onslaught. Having vented his frustrations, Jiang Fan instructed them to gather their Pokémon and engage in harvesting Team Rocket's Pokémon for experience. Though they had initially insulted him, they had been at the forefront during Team Rocket's invasion and were, at their core, reliable individuals who had not squandered his training. By the way, tie up all these Team Rocket members, Jiang Fan reminded them. However, it wasn't long before Nashi, who had been in a deep slumber, opened her eyes. Chapter 43, The Power of Team Rocket, Zhu Lan's Shock. As Nashi awoke, she surveyed her surroundings and discovered herself bound by ropes. All around her, members of Team Rocket lay similarly restrained, still in a state of unconsciousness. A few meters away, her alakazam lay battered and bruised, its body marred by bite marks and severe burns. Was this all a consequence of that skill? Nashi recalled the all-consuming darkness, and cold sweat broke out on her brow. She never wished to experience that sensation again. What on earth was that skill? How could it render the entire Team Rocket, including their Pokémon, into a deep slumber? Nashi pondered, and with a surge of psychic energy, the ropes binding her hands unraveled. Once she confirmed that no one was watching, a vial of vitality flew from her waist to Alakazam's mouth. In a matter of moments, Alakazam's wounds began to heal at a visible rate. After several seconds, Alakazam opened its eyes. Just as she was about to make a move, Naji used her psychic powers to connect with her mind, compelling her to remain motionless until her condition fully recovered. Meanwhile, as Hoodie continued to recuperate, Jiang Fan and Zhu Lan approached. Jiang Fan crouched before a member of Team Rocket, rummaging through his belongings. What are you doing, Jiang Fan? Zhu Lan inquired, bewildered. What else could I be doing but collecting money? After battling Team Rocket, if I don't seize a little of their petty cash, wouldn't that make our fight pointless? Jiang Fan replied, a grin spreading across his face as he uncovered a mobile phone from the opponent's possessions. Zhu Lan attempted to dissuade him. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Miss Junsha is coming soon. They are meant to be handed over to the Pokémon police. Ignoring her, Jiang Fan began unlocking the phone to transfer funds. Sister, it is precisely because she is coming that I must expedite the transfer. Just think, if I hadn't commanded little Snorlax to resolve this crisis today, what fate would have befallen your Sharpedo? Zhu Lan frowned, recalling the Team Rocket's portrayal in the news. Her complexion paling, They either conduct Pokémon research or sell them on the black market to the wealthy. Exactly. They have committed such heinous acts. It's only reasonable that I take all their money before Miss Junshao arrives. Indeed, you're right. If my Sharpedo, who has been by my side since childhood, were captured by them, I would truly be devastated. Here, let me assist you. Zhulan suddenly found Jiang Fan's reasoning quite compelling. She crouched down to join in the looting of the Team Rocket members. Before long, they reached Naji's side. Jiang Fan extended his right hand, ready to search, but was immediately met with a glare that could kill. His hand was forcefully swatted away. What do you think you're doing? Do you not realize I'm a girl? Shouldn't I be the one searching? Zhulan glared before pushing Jiang Fan aside, preparing to take action herself. However, just as she reached for Naji suddenly looked up, locking eyes with her. In the next instant, Zhulan was sent flying. Jiang Fan was startled, and moments later, he too was thrown. Fortunately, he was caught by Charizard, who had reacted swiftly, flapping its wings to catch him. When he regained his composure atop Charizard, he saw Naji standing alongside Hoodie, with several mid-level Team Rocket executives floating beside them. Jiang Fan, I have remembered you. Naji's icy voice reached his ears. Jiang Fan responded. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. With this evolution, he discovered that he had instantly mastered the move Flamethrower. Roar. Charizard retracted its head, and in the next moment, a searing column of fire erupted from its mouth. Just as it was about to strike Naji, both Hoodie and Naji's eyes glimmered with a strange light. In the blink of an eye, Hoodie, Naji, and the mid-level Team Rocket executives vanished, leaving the flamethrower to hit nothing but air. Teleportation? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, scanning the vicinity from Charizard's back. Eventually, he spotted them at the entrance of Ziyuan Town. 2 seconds later, they vanished again. Jiang Fan chose not to pursue. Little Snorlax was still in recovery, and his only combat power was Charizard. Although Charizard had evolved, its skill proficiency had yet to catch up. In terms of sheer strength, it could not contend with Naji's Hoodie. Chasing after them would be inviting trouble. Put me down, Charizard. Jiang Fan gently patted Charizard's back before dismounting. At that moment, Zhulan emerged from the bushes, looking disheveled. Are you okay, Zhulan? He stepped forward to help her up. Who on earth is that woman? How can she wield psychic powers? Zhulan seethed. I will remember her. I shall take my revenge for today. She is Naji, the psychic-type gym leader from Goldenrod City in the Johto region. Jiang Fan explained calmly, a natural-born psychic. The psychic-type gym leader from Johto? Zhulan exclaimed in shock, her expression reflecting disbelief. How could she be affiliated with Team Rocket? Shouldn't she be part of the Pokémon League? I cannot say for certain. It would be best to ask the League's higher-ups if they are aware that the gym in Goldenrod City has fallen under Team Rocket's control. I only learned this information just now, Jiang Fan shrugged, refraining from giving a definitive answer. After all, revealing the extent of Team Rocket's true influence might terrify Zhulan. Not to mention the neighboring Kanto region and other renowned islands. In Johto, aside from Darkrai City and Celadon City, every other place is intertwined with Team Rocket. The Psychic Gym in Goldenrod City, the Electric Gym in Akrutique City, the Poison Gym in Celadon City, the Fire Gym in Cinnabar Island, and the Sprout Tower in Violet City. Oh, and let us not forget about Yuhong City, which is only slightly less bustling than Goldenrod City. While the gym there hasn't been taken by Team Rocket, they have established a base nearby. Just imagine how formidable their power must be. The underground rulers, living up to their name. If the League's higher-ups were unaware of Team Rocket's infiltration, they might as well smash their heads against a wall. I doubt the League's higher-ups are in the dark. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow someone representing the strongest trainers to fall into the hands of a Team Rocket member. Zhulan, oblivious to Jiang Fan's thoughts, immediately considered notifying the League upon hearing his words. Jiang Fan, we should inform the League that the gym leader of Goldenrod City is a Team Rocket member. Jiang Fan shook his head. I advise against it. Just hand over these Team Rocket members to the police and leave everything else alone. Why? Zhulan asked, puzzled. The reason is simple. We have already captured so many Team Rocket members for the League. If they interrogate them thoroughly, they will certainly uncover the truth. But if you reveal it, you might face an outcome you cannot accept. What outcome? Zhulan's brows knitted into a frown. That is, even if you disclose it, Naji could still continue as the gym leader there. What would you do then? Impossible. If the League finds out, Naji cannot possibly remain the gym leader in Goldenrod City. Seeing Zhulan's resolute expression, Jiang Fan chuckled. In that case, let us make a bet whether Naji will continue as the psychic-type gym leader in Goldenrod City after this incident. All right, let's bet. How much? I refuse to believe the League would allow a Team Rocket member to control such a critical facility in a city, unless the League's higher-ups in Johto are utterly foolish. They might just be foolish, Jiang Fan sighed inwardly. Then, he extended his finger. Let us wager 10,000 league coins. The time frame is 2 months. To see if Naji will step down from her position as gym leader. Zhulan readily agreed. All right, 10,000 league coins it is. I refuse to believe I will lose to you this time. Youth is truly wonderful. Seeing her so confident and naive. Jiang Fan sighed once more internally before turning to continue collecting the small change from Team Rocket members. Chapter 44. The Reward from Old Man Fuji. 20 minutes later. Miss Junsha arrived in a truck accompanied by a group of officers. After gathering information from Jiang Fan and numerous trainers, all members of Team Rocket were promptly dispatched into the truck. Before departing, Zhulan approached Miss Junsha to inform her that the gym leader of Goldenrod City was affiliated with Team Rocket. Miss Junsha was taken aback by this revelation and promised to relay the information to the higher-ups before she left. Just wait for the transfer. After sharing the news with Junsha, Zhulan strutted over to Jiang Fan, brimming with pride. Well, I'm waiting, Jiang Fan replied with a smile, casually turning to head towards the Pokémon Center. Before long, they arrived at the Pokémon Center, where they found old Fuji, Lena, and several volunteers tending to the Pokémon. During Team Rocket's invasion, Zhulan had instructed them to stay behind, assuring them that she would lead the students from the Ziyuan Gym to protect Ziyuan Town. In fact, she succeeded in keeping every member of Team Rocket out of the Pokémon Center. Jiang Fan, this time we relied on you and Zhulan once again, old Fuji remarked kindly. Having already learned of the situation in town, upon seeing Jiang Fan and Zhulan return, he beamed with approval. I heard your Charmeleon evolved into a Charizard during the Team Rocket invasion. Let me see it. I've never laid eyes on a shiny Charizard. Jiang Fan tossed out a Pokeball, and in a flash of light, Charizard appeared in the garden of the Pokémon Center. Its majestic form and ebony scales instantly captivated the admiration and astonishment of all the volunteers. It was hard to believe that just a few months ago, it had been a mere Charmander, and now it had grown into a formidable Charizard. It seems Jiang Fan truly knows how to nurture you. Your growth rate is beyond my expectations, old Fuji praised as he approached to examine Charizard's structure. Roar. Charizard let out a mighty roar, exhaling a plume of fire before nuzzling against old Fuji. It felt immense gratitude towards him. Without old Fuji's shelter, it would never have encountered Jiang Fan. Thus realizing that it was not lacking in capability but rather a super genius, a rare gem among Charmanders, simply neglected by its previous trainer. Good boy, good boy. From now on, follow Jiang Fan closely. He will surely not betray your trust, and you must not betray his, old Fuji chuckled, affectionately patting Charizard's head. Roar. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. After Charizard's exchange with old Fuji, its affection level surged, reaching 80 points, just 15 points shy of unlocking the second tier of rewards. Jiang Fan, do you remember what I told you earlier? After a moment, old Fuji turned his gaze to Jiang Fan. I remember. You said that when Charmeleon evolves into Charizard, you would give me something, Jiang Fan replied with a grin. Follow me. I shall present it to you now. I originally thought it would take a long time, but who would have thought it would only take a little over a month? Old Fuji gestured as he headed towards his office. Charizard, wait for me here, Jiang Fan instructed, aware that Charizard's current size would be inconvenient in old Fuji's modest office. Roar. All right, Jiang Fan, hurry back. I want to show off my muscles and strength in front of these people, Charizard replied eagerly. A few minutes later, old Fuji placed 2 boxes before him. Upon opening them, Jiang Fan beheld 2 translucent stones, each encasing a leaf-like substance. The stone on the left contained a vibrant blue leaf, while the one on the right encased a fiery red leaf. Indeed, these are Mega Evolution Stones. Jiang Fan's pupils dilated with excitement. He had sensed this when old Fuji first mentioned it. Otherwise, why would it require Charmeleon to evolve into Charizard first? What do you think these are? Old Fuji inquired, noticing the flicker in Jiang Fan's eyes. I don't know. I just think the stones inside are too beautiful. Resembling gems, Jiang Fan replied, shaking his head like a rattle. At this moment, it was better to feign ignorance, as it would enhance old Fuji's sense of superiority, something the elder relished. Old Fuji cleared his throat, ready to impress Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, let me tell you. The stones in these boxes are extraordinary. They can unleash a Pokémon's hidden powers, allowing them to evolve once more. This process is known as Mega Evolution. The 2 boxes I present to you represent the 2 forms of evolution for Charizard, which I unearthed in my youth. Pausing for a sip of tea, old Fuji continued. Though I have yet to witness these 2 evolutionary forms, I have gleaned from various research materials that the blue stone on the left grants Charizard immense physical attack power, while the red stone on the right bestows formidable special attack capabilities. Consider which path you wish Charizard to take. With that, old Fuji fixed his keen gaze upon Jiang Fan, eager to see his choice. However, Jiang Fan's response caught him off guard. Grandpa Fuji, can I choose both? Both? Old Fuji's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated Jiang Fan's decision to select them all. Jiang Fan chuckled. I believe it's childish to make a choice. Why shouldn't an adult take everything, especially when only Charizard and I can utilize them effectively? Old Fuji raised his white eyebrows, recognizing the merit in Jiang Fan's argument. However, he reminded, but these two evolution stones cannot be used simultaneously in a single battle, as they greatly deplete a Pokémon's stamina. Then I simply won't use them in the same battle. I'll decide based on my opponent's situation, Jiang Fan shrugged, having already devised a plan in mere seconds. One Mega Evolution Stone could be affixed to Charizard's neck, while the other could be secured to its tail when he wished to initiate an evolution. He would merely activate the corresponding stone. Old Fuji was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Fan's reasoning seemed sound. Do you have some familiarity with these stones? Old Fuji couldn't help but inquire. Not at all. Please don't overthink it. Jiang Fan waved his hands dismissively. I'm heading to let Charizard try out this new evolutionary form. With that, Jiang Fan swiftly took both Mega Evolution Stones and exited. Old Fuji stood with his mouth agape, rendered speechless for a moment. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Fan returned to the garden of the Pokémon Center, cradling the two boxes containing the Mega Evolution Stones. Charizard was now akin to a superstar, basking in the adoration and attention of volunteers and other Pokémon. Everyone, please step aside and keep your distance. I'm about to delve deeper into Charizard's latent powers. Jiang Fan smiled as he motioned for the volunteers and Pokémon to step back. Once they had retreated, he produced the fiery red evolution stone. Charizard, hold on to this stone. Jiang Fan instructed, placing the Y evolution stone into Charizard's bewildered grasp. Roar! Charizard let out a low sound, seemingly questioning the purpose of the stone. Don't ask. You'll find out soon enough, Jiang Fan replied with a smile. Charizard nodded, curiously gazing at the warm, fiery red stone. Jiang Fan put away the X Mega Stone and retrieved the key stone from the Y Evolution Stone box. Charizard, look into my eyes, he commanded. Roar! Charizard, sensing Jiang Fan's sudden seriousness, became earnest, locking eyes with him. In that moment, Charizard involuntarily recalled a fragment of memory, a recollection of its journey from despair to resurgence. It began with its previous trainer abandoning it in an underground arena due to unpaid debts. Subsequently, it endured relentless defeats in battles, suffering merciless beatings. Then, the Pokémon police intervened, bringing it to a Pokémon Center. Initially, many volunteers vied to care for it, but eventually, no one wanted to take it in, treating it like a hot potato. Until one day, a young boy appeared at the Pokémon Center. He immediately chose Charizard, insisting on taking it under his care despite others' objections. The boy worried for Charizard's well-being, fearful it would starve, constantly urging it to eat. In a desperate bid to ensure Charizard received nourishment, he even fought a Snorlax, which had been on the brink of starvation. In the end, he ended up in a wheelchair. Yet, he remained unwavering in his concern for Charizard's condition. After enduring a beating from the Snorlax, he was the first to express concern and encouragement, insisting that Charizard was not worthless but a super genius among Pokémon. Truly exceptional among its peers, merely lacking the right training method. Charizard believed him. Under his guidance, it discovered its own immense strength, living up to its title as a genius. Not only did it learn skills with remarkable speed, surpassing other Pokémon, but it also triumphed in every battle, achieving an unblemished record. Today, it successfully evolved into its final form, gaining the ability to soar through the skies. Remarkably, this was only the 68th day of their journey together. The boy declared his ambition to reach the pinnacle of the Pokémon world alongside Charizard. To be honest, this was not originally Charizard's desire, but now it was. The fleeting memories came to an end. Charizard gazed at the radiant, multicolored stone in Jiang Fan's hand. And at his fervent call, Charizard, unleash your greater power. A surge of passion ignited within it, resonating with the stone it clutched. Roared instinctively, let out a skyward howl. In the next moment, a brilliant light enveloped Charizard, heralding its mega evolution. Under the astonished gazes of those around, Charizard's form began to transform once more within the glow of Mega Evolution. What is Jiang Fan doing? How can Charizard evolve again? Wasn't it already in its final form? Zhulan exclaimed in disbelief. Is this the first time this kid has seen such a stone? Murmured Elder Fuji, who had just emerged from his office, observing Jiang Fan's adept maneuvering with a sense of wonder. Moments later, Charizard's Mega Evolution concluded. Though its skin remained black, a third horn sprouted atop its head, its wings, limbs, and tail elongated further than before, with small wings emerging on its wrists and its tail's flames burning with greater intensity. Roar, it bellowed, unleashing an incredibly searing flame, a proclamation of its newfound strength. Simultaneously, the sun, which was about to set, flared with renewed intensity. The citizens of Ziyuan town were left bewildered by the sudden brilliance. Jiang Fan, basking in the sunlight, was filled with exhilaration as he observed the changes in Charizard's status. Chapter 46, Journey to the Johto region. Pokémon, Mega Charizard Y, Shiny. Level, 3910, in a state of continuous victory, filled with combat fervor, currently leveling up at an accelerated rate. 204 days until the next level. Potential, Near Champion. Affinity, 80 from 25 to 80. Ability, Drought. Gender, Male. Moves, Grab, 51. Roar, 51. Ember, 51. Smokescreen, 51. Dragon Breath, 51. Sunny Day, 51. Flame Fong, 51. Cut, 51. Flamethrower, 10. Description, a confident Charizard eager for battle, even in its previous form as a Charmander. Impressive. Its level surged by 10, surpassing Zhulan's Sharpedo by 8 levels. Although it lost the ability of Drought, the foundational stats gained from Mega Evolution far exceeded the special attack boost provided by Drought. In fact, the special attack alone post-evolution surpassed the boost from Drought without the cost of sacrificing health. The only minor drawback was that the rapid leveling today left its skill proficiency lagging behind. Once it caught up, it would undoubtedly be able to dominate Zhulan's Sharpedo on the ground. No, at this point, it could already manage a slight edge. As Jiang Fan surveyed the changes in the status window, he felt a wave of satisfaction. Today was undoubtedly the most rewarding day. Not only did he accumulate a substantial amount of money, compensating for the expenses incurred while building the gym and feeding Snorlax, but he also witnessed a significant surge in levels for both Charizard and Snorlax, especially Charizard, which had risen from level 28 to 39, and had successfully acquired both X and Y Megastones from Elder Fuji, experiencing a transformation of unprecedented proportions. It felt akin to receiving a substantial intimacy reward from the system. Oh, and there was one more crucial detail. He had learned of the existence of a red Gyarados. Remembering that this red Gyarados could use Hyper Beam as a regular attack, a sense of possessiveness surged within him. Once he had Charizard's skill proficiency up to par, he would promptly head to the Johto region to capture the prized Pokémon of dual champion Adu ahead of time. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to Team Rocket. Long live Team Rocket. Their appearances had propelled his power to explosive heights, with each occurrence surpassing the last. Jiang Fan, how on earth did you manage this? How could Charizard evolve again, and upon completing its evolution, even alter the weather? It's simply astounding. As Jiang Fan reveled in excitement, Zhulan hurried to his side, her face filled with envy. This was accomplished with the stone Grandpa Fuji just gave me, which can unlock the deeper powers within certain Pokémon. For specifics, you can ask Grandpa Fuji, Jiang Fan explained, noticing Elder Fuji approaching, seizing the opportunity to let him clarify. Elder Fuji, instead of hastily addressing Zhulan's curiosity, pointed at Jiang Fan with a finger. You, my boy, have definitely encountered a Mega Evolution Stone. Jiang Fan chuckled, offering no reply. Noticing Jiang Fan's reluctance to speak, Elder Fuji turned his attention back to Zhulan. Zhulan, this is called a Mega Evolution Stone, which allows specific Pokémon to evolve again, temporarily granting them greater power. After your Sharpedo evolves into a Mega Sharpedo, it will still be able to do so. The 2 stones I have given to Jiang Fan were unearthed during an expedition to the Kalos region with your grandmother, Dr. Mustard Greens, and a few friends in their youth. What is this? She hasn't he mentioned it to you? Upon hearing this, Zhulan's eyes sparkled with realization. I recall my grandmother mentioning that once my Sharpedo evolves into a Mega Sharpedo, she would present me with a gift. Given what you just said, it must be the Mega Evolution Stone, right? With that, Zhulan's envy towards Jiang Fan dissipated, replaced by eager anticipation for her own Sharpedo to evolve into a Mega Sharpedo and receive the Mega Evolution Stone from her grandmother. Jiang Fan, once my Sharpedo evolves into a Mega Sharpedo and I obtain the Mega Evolution Stone, let us have a battle with your Charizard. Zhulan challenged Jiang Fan. Why wait for a better day? Let us do it now. I propose a bounty battle, Jiang Fan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhulan looked up at the Charizard, which was showcasing its power in the sky, breathing flames unabashedly under the sunlight. You money-grubbing fool. While I do possess a competitive spirit, it doesn't mean I am foolish. Back when it was a Charmeleon, You would easily defeat me with your Snorlax whenever I challenged you. Now that it has evolved into a Charizard and gained Mega Evolution, you think I'd agree to this? You even suggested a bounty battle? Go away, as far as you can. I don't have that much money to let you deceive me. If you dare, let us wait until my Sharpedo evolves into a Mega Sharpedo first. Observing Zhu Lan's angry expression, Jiang Fan merely shrugged. At this rate of progress, by the time her Sharpedo evolves into a Mega Sharpedo, his Charizard would have likely grown strong enough to overpower even a Mega Sharpedo without needing to Mega Evolve. Zhulan, my dear girl, you might just find yourself crushed under the weight of your own defeatist mindset. Half a month later, after undergoing rigorous training with his Charizard, Jiang Fan approached Elder Fuji. Jiang Fan, are you preparing to challenge the gym in Hualan City to obtain your second badge? Elder Fuji inquired, somewhat surprised by Jiang Fan's intention to challenge the gym. However, his surprise did not stem from doubting Jiang Fan's strength, but rather from the realization that he was finally ready to claim his badge. With Charizard and Snorlax accompanying him, he felt they could easily rival the gym leader's strongest Pokémon. Just claiming a badge would be a piece of cake. Indeed, I believe my current strength warrants a challenge. Additionally, I'd like to let Charizard and Snorlax enjoy some time outdoors. Their intensive training has been quite exhausting. Jiang Fan replied with a grin. In truth, his real objective was to rush to the Johto region and capture the Red Gyarados. If he delayed any longer, it would be captured by Adu, and he would be left in despair. Afterwards, he intended to head to MT Silver to acquire the Silver Feather of Lugia. Although he was certainly not strong enough to capture Lugia at this moment, securing the Silver Feather was undoubtedly a wise move. Go ahead, go ahead. It's good to relax, especially for you youngsters who should be out exploring more. Unlike this old man who is just a bag of bones and can hardly move anymore, Elder Fuji chuckled, thinking Jiang Fan didn't need to formally inform him. However, Jiang Fan's next statement made him reconsider. Grandfather Fuji, there is actually another matter I wish to discuss with you. I hope you will permit me to take my Apom along with me. Take your Apom with you? Yes. I want to deepen my bond with it and see if I can capture it during this journey. I hope you will allow it, Jiang Fan said with a smile. Over the past half-month, he had diligently worked on increasing his intimacy with Apom. Donning the ghostly outfit made by Silver and letting it unleash its pent-up frustration through sparring. Once it calmed down, he would offer it treats to foster a friendly rapport. He had managed to elevate Apom's intimacy to a level just shy of unlocking the first reward tier. Hearing Jiang Fan's request, Elder Fuji fell into deep thought. This action technically violated the regulations of their Pokémon house, which stipulated that Pokémon could only be taken after being captured. Very well, I consent to you taking it along. Upon reflection, if you don't take it with you, who will manage its temper when it inevitably goes berserk again? After a moment, Elder Fuji smiled. After all, he was the one who set the rules. He trusted this kid, so granting him a special allowance was not out of the question. Chapter 47, Young Master Giovanni, Part 1. The next morning, Jiang Fan, with his backpack and Apom cradled in his arms, prepared to leave the Pokémon house under the watchful eyes of Elder Fuji, Zhulan, Lena, and several other gym trainees. Everyone, I will bring you gifts upon my return. As for the gym trainees, do not slack off in your training just because I am not here. When I return, I will check each of you one by one. Jiang Fan said with a smile as he produced 2 Pokeballs, releasing Charizard and Snorlax. At this moment, Charizard donned an iron ring embedded with an X Megastone around its neck, and another ring with a Y Megastone hanging from its tail. Everyone, bid farewell. Awu, Huga, Ka. The 3 Pokémon politely said their goodbyes to the crowd. Subsequently, Jiang Fan climbed onto Charizard's back, recalling Snorlax. Why recall it? Because despite its small size, Snorlax was incredibly heavy. Even the evolved Charizard was not as heavy as it was, making it quite the sturdy little chub. While it could carry Snorlax, it would surely tire out. Hence, for Charizard's sake, he decided to recall Snorlax after it exchanged pleasantries. Awu. After Jiang Fan settled onto Charizard, it let out a roar, as if to remind him to hold on tight before flapping its wings. With Jiang Fan and Apom aboard, it soared into the sky, soon disappearing from view. As he departed, Zhulan suddenly pulled out her own luggage to bid farewell to Elder Fuji. Zhulan, what are you doing? Are you planning to return to Sinnoh? Your studies in ancient literature are not yet complete, Elder Fuji asked, taken aback. Zhulan replied, Grandfather Fuji, you're overthinking it. I'm not returning to Sinnoh. I just feel that with Jiang Fan gone, studying ancient literature alone is rather dull. I wish to travel around the Johto region with my Sharpedo, become stronger, and then return. Elder Fuji, puzzled, asked, then why don't you go with Jiang Fan? Zhulan shrugged and replied, it would be rather uninteresting to go with him. He can witness the growth of my Sharpedo firsthand. It would be best for my now stronger Sharpedo to challenge him and surprise him. Observing the eager expression on Zhulan's face, Elder Fuji shook his head, gazing skyward. The thoughts of the young were beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, high above in the sky. Hey, slow down, Charizard, we're not in a hurry. Noticing Apom in his arms wrinkling its nose, clearly on the verge of a tantrum, Jiang Fan exclaimed. At this moment, he was not wearing the ghostly outfit. Why not? One reason was that he found it unattractive and too conspicuous. The other reason was that after deciding to take Apom along to the Johto region yesterday, he had tentatively communicated with it, discussing the possibility of informing it ahead of time when its anger was about to flare up, allowing it some time to cool down before striking, or permitting it to find an opponent to vent its frustrations on. Apom had agreed. Thus, he bravely went without the ghostly attire. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Charizard immediately slowed its flight. The monkey creature's recently scrunched pig-like nose soon smoothed out once more. Jiang Fan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it had not exhibited any anger. Otherwise, he would have had to perform a 10-second dressing act midair. Buzz. After a while, Jiang Fan felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he discovered someone had tapped on his guidance list. After a few months of development, he had gained a modest reputation within the guiding community, earning the title of One-Eyed Mentor with a commendable 99% approval rating. The elusive 1% of disapproval stemmed from an early skeptic who feared that if Jiang Fan became popular, they would be unable to book him again, thus leaving a negative review. This had amused him at the time. Unwilling to tolerate any disparagement, he nonchalantly decided to raise his fee to 10,000, claiming it was to prevent anyone from being unable to book his services due to price hikes. Consequently, that solitary critic found themselves besieged, and no one dared to leave poor reviews thereafter. The appointment was set for 9 o'clock in the morning, which meant it was merely 20 minutes away. The ferry tickets for Dry Leaf City were scheduled for 3 in the afternoon, ample time to accommodate the session. Glancing at the appointment time, Jiang Fan ultimately decided to accept the order. Charizard, find a suitable spot to rest shortly. Howl. 10 minutes later, Charizard landed beside a serene lake, and Jiang Fan leaped off its back with the monkey creature in tow. He then released a small Snorlax. You three can play around here for a while, but don't wander too far. Howl. Ka. Hoopa. The trio of Pokémon responded in unison before embarking on their respective activities. Ka. The small Snorlax chose to lie down next to Jiang Fan and requested several energy cubes. Meanwhile, the monkey creature scampered up a tree to play, and Charizard moved to a nearby clearing to hone its flame-throwing proficiency. Although Jiang Fan's intensive training over the past half-month had yielded significant results, Charizard had yet to elevate its skill levels to their peak. It was merely close. After all, as one progresses, the rate of improvement slows, and half a month was hardly sufficient. Seated beneath a tree, Jiang Fan observed this scene with great satisfaction. He truly adored this way of life. Soon enough, as the clock struck 9, Jiang Fan's phone received a video call punctually. Upon connecting, he was taken aback by the figure on the other end, a well-dressed elderly gentleman in a tailcoat, bald yet dignified. As soon as the elder established the connection, he spoke directly. Good day. My young master is currently seeking a guidance instructor for his Katani. I have heard you possess the remarkable ability to discern the training outcomes of Pokémon skills at a glance. May I inquire if you are interested in applying for this position, young master? It appears I have encountered someone of considerable wealth, Jiang Fan mused inwardly. Having been in this world for a while, he had frequently heard the term young lady, but young master was a first for him. I do have an interest, but I presume there will be some sort of assessment involved? Jiang Fan replied. Indeed, there will be an assessment. Given that we are selecting a guidance instructor for our young master's most cherished Pokémon, we shall accept only the finest. Thus, in addition to you, there are 20 other instructors we are considering, and you will be competing for this position. How will this competition unfold? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. You will face 5 rounds of testing, each involving a Pokémon under your guidance. The instructor with the highest accuracy will earn the opportunity to meet the young master. Jiang Fan frowned and then remarked, will there be a fee for the assessment? Yes, regardless of whether you are selected. We will compensate you based on the price of 5 Pokémon. Very well, let us begin. Please hold on. The elderly gentleman in the tailcoat clapped his hands. Moments later, a stereo appeared on the video screen. Without waiting for the elder to pose a question, Jiang Fan interjected. It can currently learn 2 skills, Rapid Spin and Reflect. The Rapid Spin has undergone some training, needing just 45 more repetitions to master it. As for Reflect, prepare 3 Dream Eater furs and 3 Swablu feathers to place before stereo. It will autonomously learn after touching them, and will require 97 practice sessions to master. With that, Jiang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Next Pokemon, please. I am pressed for time. The elderly gentleman on the other end was momentarily stunned, evidently taken aback that Jiang Fan had provided all the answers before he could utter a word. It was not until Jiang Fan urged him again that he regained his composure, instructing someone to take Staryu away and release the next Pokemon, Bulbasaur. Without waiting for the elder's inquiry, Jiang Fan swiftly detailed Bulbasaur's status. The elder was left speechless. Could this lad be merely rambling? He pondered silently. Nevertheless, he allowed the subsequent Pokemon to be brought forth for evaluation. However, as they approached the final Pokemon, an unexpected event unfolded. A monkey creature appeared beside Jiang Fan, thumping him on the arm with an exaggerated expression, as if imprinting something onto him. The calm and composed demeanor Jiang Fan had previously displayed vanished in an instant, replaced by panic. "Old man, please allow me to take a beating first," he exclaimed in terror. He quickly rummaged through his backpack for a set of padded clothing and adeptly donned it. In the process of getting dressed, he did not forget to retrieve a Pokeball to capture the small Snorlax that lay sleeping beside him. Within 10 seconds, he was completely bundled up. The fluidity of his dressing left the elderly gentleman in a state of bewilderment. He had never witnessed anyone change clothes so rapidly. How was this even possible? After a brief moment, he began to understand, and a twinge of sympathy arose within him. Once Jiang Fan had fully dressed, the monkey creature went wild. With a powerful shout, it began to pummel the now thoroughly bundled up Jiang Fan. To make matters worse, it even lifted him and threw him as one would on earth. The elder watched in horror. Although he did not comprehend why the clothing exuded a dark aura, he was gravely concerned that Jiang Fan had perhaps met his end. Grandpa Butler. As the elderly gentleman felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Fan, a handsome young lad clad in a blue suit approached, accompanied by a Akadani. Upon hearing the boy's voice, the elder quickly masked his concern, adopting a respectful demeanor and slightly bowing to the young man. "Young Master Kojiro, have you concluded your piano lesson for the day?" "Yes, it has finally ended. But alas, I must still attend etiquette class," young Master Kojiro replied, a pained expression on his face. He then sighed. "How is the interview proceeding? Is it the instructor I saw online?" In response to Kojiro's inquiry, the elderly gentleman felt a twinge of embarrassment. Young Master Kojiro, the instructor you were interested in is currently undergoing a rather perilous trial. I fear you may not have the chance to meet him." "What has happened to him?" Kojiro asked, visibly perplexed, as he stepped closer to the screen. His gaze fell upon the scene of a monkey creature violently assaulting a small figure enveloped in a shroud of black mist. In the corner of the scene, a black Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames towards the lake's surface, exhibiting no reaction whatsoever to the violent scene involving the nearby Monferno. "The esteemed guide you mentioned is currently enveloped in that swirling black mist," explained the elderly gentleman in the tailcoat. As he spoke, Monferno seized Jiang Fan and leapt high into the air, executing yet another powerful throw. Kojiro was rendered momentarily speechless. "You mean that individual is within that dark haze?" He swallowed hard and inquired. "Do you know where he is, Grandpa Butler? We must summon a doctor for him." "I am unaware of his whereabouts, young Master Kojiro," the elderly gentleman replied, shaking his head. Kojiro's expression turned anxious as he gazed at the screen, which displayed Monferno finally settling down and sitting on the ground. The dark mist slowly dissipated, revealing a set of black cotton clothing. Moments later, a youth emerged, shedding the garment, appearing completely unscathed. "My goodness, you're alive," Kojiro exclaimed in astonishment, noticing that the youth bore no signs of harm. Jiang Fan, meanwhile, observed another aristocratic boy with blue hair on the opposite side, feeling a sense of familiarity. Just then, the elderly gentleman in the tailcoat interjected, "Young Master Kojiro, please mind your language. Such coarse dialogue is unbecoming of your status." "Kojiro?" Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Could this be the Kojiro he was familiar with? He scrutinized the features of the boy across the screen, blue hair and elite lineage, and a Akadani at his feet, always mindful of his speech due to his status. Indeed, this must be the young Kojiro, he concluded. "My apologies, Grandpa Butler. I shall be more mindful in the future," Kojiro said contritely, then continued his conversation with Jiang Fan. "What was happening over there? Is that Monferno your Pokemon? Why did it attack you? I felt like you could have been completely incapacitated by its assault." "Yes, it is my Pokemon. It tends to lose control of its emotions when angered. Thus, I commissioned a special outfit from Silver Company to help it vent its feelings while ensuring I remain unharmed," Jiang Fan confessed, gently stroking Monferno's head. With its recent outburst, their bond had increased by 1 point, now just 3 points shy of unlocking the first-tier reward. "Though I don't quite understand, I find you to be quite impressive, Kojiro expressed with admiration. Come to my place and be a mentor for my Katani. The elderly gentleman cleared his throat. Young Master Kojiro, his examination has not yet concluded. No need for an examination. I trust him. I've seen the reviews online. Kojiro waved his hand dismissively and turned back to Jiang Fan. So, how about it? Where are you? I can send someone to fetch you. However, confronted with Kojiro's eager gaze, Jiang Fan shook his head. I'm afraid my time is limited, and I do not accept requests for home visits. He mused, after all. He was the gym leader of the Violet Gym and a prospective champion of the league. It was unlikely he would personally offer guidance. On the other side, Kojiro's expression stiffened. If you won't accept home visits, then why did you agree to the examination? The elderly gentleman queried, perplexed. Because you mentioned compensation for the examination. It only took a bit of my time. However, a home visit requires a considerable investment of time, and my time is precious, Jiang Fan replied calmly. Just then, Kojiro raised 2 fingers, 200,000 alliance coins for 4 home visits a month. He gazed intently at Jiang Fan, recalling his father's words that everything in this world has a price. If one couldn't afford it, it simply meant they lacked sufficient funds. Jiang Fan's pupils contracted. Truly, he was a young heir with villas worldwide. 200,000 alliance coins, 50,000 alliance coins, 50,000 alliance coins, 100,000 alliance coins is out of the question. Just because I have money doesn't mean I'm foolish. Jiang Fan's lips twitched, having his fleeting thoughts exposed. Nonetheless, the price of 50,000 alliance coins for just 4 visits was indeed astonishing. The fees for 8 gym leaders might be similar. 100,000 alliance coins? The gym leader would also consider making a visit, he reflected, though not in the near future. Chapter 49. The Unlocking of Monferno's First-Tier Reward and Jiang Fan's Alarm. Is there something you need? I have to leave for an extended trip this afternoon. So even if you offer me 100,000 alliance coins, I cannot come immediately. Recognizing Jiang Fan's urgent matters, Kojiro did not press further. Very well. I shall wait for you. They exchanged idle chatter until Jiang Fan indicated that he needed to depart, concluding their dialogue. Young Master Kojiro, have you truly settled on him? Don't you think it's rather hasty? His qualifications as a mentor have yet to be validated. Your status necessitates selecting only the finest to guide you. The elderly gentleman expressed his dissatisfaction once their conversation ended. Kojiro appeared pained. He had never possessed decision-making power in this household, and he had grown weary of it. Grandpa Butler, I understand your concerns, but may I indulge myself just this once? My intuition tells me he is the best Pokémon mentor. The way he managed to pacify Monferno without sustaining any harm demonstrates his profound understanding of Pokémon. However, at that moment, the butler interrupted, Chief Ian. The results of the first round of testing have come in. The mentor was correct. Starmie successfully mastered the skill after practicing High-Speed Star for 45 times. Truly remarkable. Before the elderly gentleman could say more, other servants in the villa rushed over, filled with excitement. Young Master Kojiro. Upon seeing Kojiro, they immediately greeted him with respect. Kojiro nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned to the elderly gentleman with a smile. Did I not tell you, Grandpa Butler? That individual possesses genuine talent. The elderly butler's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Jiang Fan's earlier observation could indeed be true. On the other side, after concluding his conversation with Kojiro, Jiang Fan packed his belongings and, cradling Monferno, once again mounted the back of the Charizard, setting off towards Leafless City. 2 hours later, Jiang Fan arrived at the port of Leafless City. Amidst the envious and astonished gazes of many, he gracefully dismounted from his black Charizard, still holding Monferno. Thank you for your hard work, Charizard. Rest well in your Pokeball, he said, gently patting Charizard's head before retrieving the Pokeball to recall it. He then held Monferno in his arms and queued up to board the ship with the ticket he had purchased online. Initially, he had considered acquiring a faster train ticket, but, anticipating that Monferno might suddenly erupt with emotion during the journey and disrupt the order, he opted for a cabin on the ship instead. Would you say he is quite the planner? As Jiang Fan had anticipated, upon boarding the ship, Monferno, while resting on the bed in their cabin, became irritable due to the sound of the ship's horns signaling its departure, which triggered an emotional outburst. Suppressing his anger, Jiang Fan forcefully roused the recently slumbering monkey monster. As Jiang Fan opened his eyes and beheld the furious visage of the creature, he was instantly startled into hastily donning his attire. After enduring a flurry of punches and kicks, the intimacy level of the monkey monster ascended once more, reaching a score of 1, merely 2 points shy of activating its capture. The commotion had been so great that the crew aboard the ship mistakenly believed a murder had transpired inside, prompting them to knock on the door in an attempt to enter, only to be vehemently admonished by Jiang Fan. He estimated that, at the latest, the rewards would be activated by the following day. After the brutal thrashing, Jiang Fan lay on the ground, murmuring to himself, pondering what the first tier of rewards unlocked by the monkey monster might entail. A day later, in the region of Qingdu, at Qiansong City, Jiang Fan descended from the vessel with the monkey monster cradled in his arms, under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous crew members. Ignoring the curious stares, Jiang Fan remained unfazed. This indifference stemmed from the fact that, during the latter part of the previous night, the monkey monster had once again gone into a frenzy, this time creating an uproar far greater than the earlier incident. The captain had been roused from his slumber, and despite Jiang Fan's warnings, the crew had insisted on commanding their Pokémon to dismantle the door. Subsequently, the enraged monkey monster had bolted out. They had then switched to another room, ensuring that no one else was within a 10-meter radius. This cannot be blamed on me. I had already cautioned you all not to open the door. My demise is of no concern to you, yet you chose to disregard my warnings. As he turned back to glance at the many bruised crew members aboard the ship, Jiang Fan sighed. With that said, Jiang Fan retrieved a Pokeball and summoned Charizard, setting off towards Kaki Town, the location of the Lake of Fury. After flying for half an hour, having just exited the boundaries of Qiansong City, the monkey monster thumped Jiang Fan on the shoulder with a playful punch. Hoga! Jiang Fan glanced down, realizing that the monkey monster was about to erupt once again. Charizard, quickly let us down, he urged, simultaneously excitedly retrieving his ghost outfit. His enthusiasm stemmed from the thought that after this round of beatings, the monkey monster's intimacy level would finally reach the threshold for unlocking its first tier of rewards. 10 minutes later, after delivering a thorough thrashing to Jiang Fan, the monkey monster was captured by a Pokeball, followed by the chime of the system notification. Successfully captured Pokémon, monkey monster. Starting intimacy level, 27, current intimacy level, 33, an increase of 60, qualifying for the unlocking of the first tier of rewards. Reward unlocked. Monkey monster's aptitude upgraded to champion level, acquiring the Berserker trait, along with a skill disc. The Berserker trait. Jiang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He was particularly captivated by the central Berserker trait, envisioning the combination of flesh-pounding fighting prowess and doubled physical attack power. This creature was destined to become a deity of combat. Would you like to use the skill disc? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fan's excitement intensified. Before him appeared a disc visible only to him, displaying 6 skills: Flying Knee Kick, Hell Roll, True Chi Punch, Last Resort, Crush, and Reveal. Jiang Fan examined each skill with great satisfaction, especially beaming upon seeing Crush. This was a signature move of Regigigas. If the monkey monster were to learn it, he would undoubtedly become a one-punch wonder. Upon spotting the Reveal skill, Jiang Fan's smile broadened. This one was quite impressive as well. If selected, the monkey monster's attacks would no longer be evaded by any Pokémon. Those ghost-type Pokémon that could previously dodge its strikes would turn into mere dust before it. Yet, in the next moment, a troubling realization dawned upon Jiang Fan, causing his smile to falter. While the skill was indeed beneficial, allowing the monkey monster to strike ghost-type Pokémon, it also meant that it could potentially target him, should he don a ghost-type outfit. If the monkey monster were to unleash Reveal in a fit of rage, he might find himself at the receiving end of a devastating blow. With this thought, Jiang Fan's smile vanished, replaced by profound panic. Meanwhile, the skill disc began to spin. Not Reveal. Not Reveal. Please, anything but Reveal. Jiang Fan fixated on the spinning disc, fervently pleading in his mind. He would prefer the monkey monster to possess some attack deficiencies rather than be flawless. As for its evolution into a Spectre Monkey, which would grant it ghost attributes to compensate for any attack shortcomings, that was a concern for another day. At the very least, until he devised a better solution. He preferred that it couldn't strike ghost types. He certainly did not wish to become a trainer who met his end at the hands of his own Pokémon in the dead of night. A flash of light illuminated the scene as Jiang Fan summoned his luck-enhancing Snorlax, hoping to bolster his fortunes. Moments later, the spinning ceased. Chapter 50. The Strengthened Monkey Monster and the Catastrophe of Yuanju Forest. It was Crush. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief, his legs feeling somewhat weak as he sank to the ground, as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. The rewards were indeed impressive, yet undeniably daunting. Primarily, the monkey monster's inherent inability to control its temper posed a grave risk. Should it learn Reveal, it would be nothing short of a disaster. A burst of light signaled the release of the newly rewarded monkey monster. Pokémon Monkey Monster. Level 22. Emotional Stability. 189 days until next level. Aptitude. Champion. Intimacy. 33, from 27 to 33. Trait, Berserker. Gender, male. Skills, Scratch, 30. Focus Energy, 30. Trip, 29. Earth Throw, 30. Bluster, 30. Close Combat, 27. Crush, 10. Description, an intelligent but temperamental monkey monster. Hoga. Upon emerging, it eagerly bounded into Jiang Fan's embrace, seeking affection. Your wonderful monkey monster. Jiang Fan gently caressed its head. At this moment, the monkey monster, empowered by the Berserker trait, boasted arms of extraordinary girth, akin to the might of a legendary beast. Its muscles finely defined. He shuddered to think of the impact of a single punch from it. Which trainer could withstand such force? With this contemplation, Jiang Fan felt an urge to conduct a test. He pondered whether his ghost suit's damage reduction capabilities could withstand the might of a monkey monster equipped with the Berserker trait and the skill Crush. Should the monkey monster become enraged again, he needed to ascertain whether his garment would suffice to shield him from harm. Monkey monster, how about we conduct an experiment? Hoga. Jiang Fan removed his ghost suit and secured it to a nearby tree, adjusting the damage reduction to its maximum setting. Monkey monster, unleash Crush with all your might at this tree. Hoga. The monkey monster complied, tightening its fist as radiant energy enveloped it. In an instant, the monkey monster unleashed a punch so swift that Jiang Fan could scarcely perceive it, the speed generating a faint sonic boom. Then came a resounding crash. The tree splintered, and the garment sustained a gaping hole. Jiang Fan could only stare in disbelief. Gulp. He swallowed hard, feeling a rush of adrenaline. Hoga, the exhilarated monkey monster, having obliterated both the tree and the outfit, turned to Jiang Fan, eagerly awaiting praise. Jiang Fan, after gulping down his nervousness, finally spoke. Oh, monkey monster, in the future, when you find yourself in a fit of anger, please do not take it out on me. Grant me just a little more time, and I shall find a suitable place for you to relieve yourself. Hogia. Although perplexed, the monkey monster nodded earnestly. At that very moment, a fruit fell from a tree, striking the monkey monster on the head. The once calm demeanor of the monkey monster transformed into a dark scowl. Squeak. A call resounded from above. Jiang Fan turned to see two long-tailed monsters glaring furiously at them, seemingly irate at having their tree disrupted by the monkey monster. Squeak. Two more fruits were hurled down, one aimed at Jiang Fan and the other at the monkey monster. Jiang Fan evaded, but the monkey monster did not. Consequently, Hogia. The monkey monster let out a fierce cry towards Jiang Fan, as if to say that it was on the verge of losing control of its fury. Observing this, Jiang Fan swiftly stowed away the damaged, ghostly outfit, summoned the small Snorlax into its pokeball, and sprinted towards the Charizard, fearing that lingering too long would lead to dire consequences for himself. Just as he settled onto the Charizard's back, an enraged Hogia echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw the monkey monster had seized one of the long-tailed monsters, and with a single punch sent it flying several meters, crashing through numerous trees, ultimately landing motionless on the ground. The other long-tailed monster, terrified, scurried away through the forest with its tail, squeaking incessantly. The Charizard pursued, but kept a safe distance to avoid any accidental harm. Jiang Fan patted the Charizard's back. A woo. The Charizard nodded, flapping its wings and soaring through the air in pursuit. Meanwhile, the monkey monster swung its arms, navigating through the woods in hot pursuit of the fleeing long-tailed monster. Hogia. It roared in anger, its expression devilish, causing the long-tailed monster to flee in a frenzied dash. Before long, the commotion attracted the attention of other Pokémon in the forest, most of whom were familiar with the long-tailed monster. As it squeaked in distress, a level 30 Ursaring emerged to block the monkey monster's path. Guma. The Ursaring roared, preparing to restrain the charging monkey monster with its immense strength. However, Hogia. 2 seconds later, with a resounding Hogia, the Ursaring was sent flying by a single punch from the monkey monster, much to the astonishment of the surrounding Pokémon spectators. They quickly scattered, fleeing as fast as they could to avoid being caught in the chaos. Yet, a few brave souls remained, a Heracross and a Scyther, emboldened by the long-tailed monster's encouragement to confront the monkey monster. Up in the air, Jiang Fan noticed that after defeating the Ursaring, the monkey monster's level surged from 22 to 25. Mere seconds later, that level would change once more. The valiant Heracross and Scyther, having stayed behind, were swiftly knocked down by the monkey monster, propelling it from level 25 to 29. A radiant light of evolution enveloped the monkey monster, transforming it into an even more ferocious Infernape, granting it a unique skill, the Fury Punch. This ability, when successfully executed 20 times, would lead to its ultimate evolution, all the while increasing in power. Pucha. The newly evolved Infernape appeared even more fearsome and savage. The long-tailed monster, hiding at a distance, felt a chill run down its spine. It continued to flee wildly through the forest. Infernape pursued with fervor, but the long-tailed monster, displaying cunning, avoided open spaces, darting into territories of other Pokémon. Upon witnessing the chaos caused to the local Pokémon, it swiftly changed its course. Ultimately, it led Infernape to a Pokémon hunter lurking in the nearby Zhu forest. The hunter, observing Infernape knock out a Snubbull with a single punch, exclaimed with glee, "Aha! This trip has been worth it. The strength of this Infernape will fetch a high price in the underground arena." Chapter 51, The News of Raikou. Electabuzz, Thunder Punch. Cool this irritable Infernape down. The Pokémon hunter, noticing Infernape charging towards him after defeating the Snubbull, smiled and issued orders. Behind him stood an Electabuzz and a Houndoom, alongside a large cage containing wild Pokémon shackled with electric cuffs. Giga. Following the hunter's command, Electabuzz's fists collided, releasing a dazzling spark of electricity. It then lunged menacingly towards Infernape. However, 2 seconds later, Giga. Electabuzz let out a cry as it was sent flying by a single punch. The Pokémon hunter's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Its strength is simply. Yet, instead of fear, he felt exhilaration. This Infernape must not be sold to the underground arena. I must capture it for myself. With that, he produced the electric cuffs to restrain the Pokémon's movements. Aiming them at Infernape, while simultaneously commanding, Houndoom, unleash flamethrower. Haru. A searing flame erupted from Houndoom's mouth. Faced with this inferno, Infernape showed no fear. Instead, it activated its unique skill, Fury Punch, charging headfirst into the flames. Pucha. The fire scorched its body, yet instead of a cry of pain, it emitted a low growl of fury, appearing even more menacing and frenzied. This unnerved Houndoom and bewildered the Pokémon hunter. He had intended for Houndoom's flamethrower to limit Infernape's movement, making it easier to use the electric cuffs. Little did he anticipate that this Infernape would charge headlong into the flames without a hint of retreat. Who could have foreseen such madness? The flames engulfed it, yet it seemed to gain strength from the encounter. Pucha. While Houndoom and the Pokémon hunter were still in shock, Infernape had already closed the distance, landing a punch that shattered Houndoom's jaw, sending it flying several meters away. Faced with the approaching Infernape, the Pokémon hunter trembled, frantically pressing the button on the electric cuffs. The cuffs emitted a zapping sound as they successfully ensnared Infernape. In the next instant, a brilliant surge of high-voltage electricity enveloped Infernape. The Pokémon hunter sighed in relief, feeling fortunate to have acted quickly enough to avoid a disastrous outcome. As he spoke, he noticed Infernape, snarling and attempting to break free from the high-voltage shock. Laughing heartily, he declared, "Give up, Infernape. Once you are under the cuff's control, you shall never escape my grasp, and from henceforth, you must obey my every command, or else." Before he could finish, with a resounding crack, the electric cuffs were torn apart by Infernape's sheer strength. Pokémon hunter, the fiery Mankey, with a sullen expression, gazed up defiantly at the Pokémon hunter, as if to say, "What will you do otherwise?" With a thud, the Pokémon hunter promptly knelt down. "Brother, I was wrong. I never intended to harm you. It was all due to life's pressures." Before he could finish his sentence, the fiery Mankey delivered a punch, sending him flying like a lifeless dog for an unknown distance. Pika Pika. Me. Nido. Wayne. After the Pokémon hunter was sent sprawling, the Pokémon in the cage behind him erupted in excitement, calling out to the fiery Mankey. In response to their desperate cries, the fiery Mankey approached and smashed the cage door to pieces. Then, amidst the grateful gazes of those Pokémon, it unleashed a final punch, incapacitating all of them before stepping out of the cage to seek vengeance against the long-tailed Mankey. Meanwhile, in the sky above, Jiang Fan directed his Charizard to land at the spot where the Pokémon hunter had been sent flying. At that moment, the Pokémon hunter, having suffered a collapsed ribcage from the Monkey's blow, leaned against a tree, head bowed, and continuously spitting blood, appearing as though his time was running out. Helpless, he saw a human appear before him and immediately coughed up blood in desperation. "Save me," he pleaded. Jiang Fan ignored him, moving beside him to search his body. Ultimately, he retrieved a mobile phone and, using the Pokémon hunter's already shattered arm, unlocked it. "Save me," the Pokémon hunter implored again. "Save you? The fiery Mankey you were trying to capture belongs to me. You should accept the consequences of your actions," Jiang Fan replied, transferring the Pokémon hunter's savings to himself before tossing the phone aside and turning to leave. "I have news about Raikou," Jiang Fan paused. Seeing this, the Pokémon hunter coughed lightly with a smile. "Really, I'm not deceiving you. My hunting expedition was also in preparation for capturing Raikou. Jiang Fan turned, frowning at him. The Pokemon hunter continued, "If you save me, I will certainly share the information about Raikou with you. Otherwise, I will not divulge it." Jiang Fan remained silent, lost in thought. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck him. He picked up the Pokemon hunter's phone once more and carefully scrolled through it. Eventually, he discovered a group chat titled Raikou Hunting Expedition. The group consisted of 12 individuals who regularly reported photos of electric-type Pokemon they captured. Jiang Fan recalled that most of the Pokemon in the large cage earlier were indeed electric types. Just then, the group leader inquired how many Pokemon had been captured today. Jiang Fan thought for a moment and replied according to the number he had seen in the cage. The individual in the group responded that it was insufficient and urged him to exert more effort during this period. He then added that there were only 2 months left until the operation began, and whoever captured Raikou would never have to worry about food and shelter for the rest of their lives. Upon reading this, Jiang Fan smiled. He then looked down at the Pokemon hunter on the ground. "What are you planning to do?" The Pokemon hunter asked nervously, noticing Jiang Fan's mischievous expression. "Nothing much. Just modifying the fingerprint on your phone." Jiang Fan chuckled as he crouched down. Moments later, with the fingerprint updated, he picked up the phone and prepared to leave. "Thank you for the information regarding Raikou. As a token of my gratitude, I will be calling the Pokemon police shortly. Whether you survive will depend on your willpower holding out until they find you." Jiang Fan sat atop Charizard, taunting him. "Good luck. I believe in your will." After bidding farewell, Jiang Fan and Charizard set off in search of the fiery monkey. Chapter 52, The Red Gyarados. 2 months later, the operation commenced. If I wish to lay my hands on Raikou, I must strengthen Charizard and the others within this time frame. Under the sky of Yuanju Forest, Jiang Fan muttered to himself while holding the Pokemon hunter's phone. He did not believe he currently possessed the capability to capture Raikou. Furthermore, he needed to find an opportunity to ascertain their operations location. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. As he pondered, Jiang Fan spotted the fiery monkey. At that moment, it had captured the long-tailed monkey, leaving it battered and motionless on the ground. Pika Pika. The fiery monkey stood triumphantly atop the long-tailed monkey, flexing its muscular arms in a display of strength, its face devoid of any apparent anger. Jiang Fan patted Charizard's back, and Charizard understood, landing gracefully. "Fire monkey," Jiang Fan called as he leapt down from Charizard. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, the fiery monkey joyfully rushed over and lifted him off the ground. Jiang Fan immediately gasped in surprise. The creature's strength was overwhelming, and he felt as if he might suffocate. Fortunately, the fiery monkey sensed his discomfort and promptly set him back down. "Pika Pika." It looked at him apologetically. "It's all right," Jiang Fan reassured with a smile. Stroking its head, "You must be tired. Here, have some energy cubes to replenish your strength." He retrieved several energy cubes from his backpack and offered them to the fiery monkey. "Pika Pika." The fiery monkey instantly perked up again, observing its enthusiasm. Jiang Fan couldn't help but reflect on the unfortunate fate of the Pokemon in Yuanju Forest today. The fiery monkey had leveled up to level 40, having risen 18 levels from 22, which implied that numerous wild Pokemon had fallen victim to its rampage today. He resolved to find a way to temper the fiery monkey's temperament in the future. Otherwise, if it were to unleash its fury in Ziyuan Town, it would spell disaster. "My apologies, long-tailed monkey." Jiang Fan silently expressed regret, acknowledging that this tragic incident stemmed from his own decision to involve the fiery monkey in experiments. He produced a healing crystal and placed it in the long-tailed monkey's mouth. Subsequently, he contacted the Pokemon Center and the local authorities. After making the calls, he recalled the fiery monkey into its Pokeball and boarded Charizard to continue towards Chiachi Town. About half an hour later, the Pokemon Center and police in Yuanju City received reports and arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the numerous wild Pokemon sprawled on the ground, they were astonished and immediately commenced rescue operations. Ultimately, they discovered the wanted Pokemon hunter deep within the forest. He had already met his demise. The following noon, Jiang Fan, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arrived in Chiachi Town with Charizard. The reason for his weary appearance was that the previous night, while camping outdoors with Charizard, he could hardly sleep, constantly worrying whether the fiery monkey might launch a surprise attack and deliver a fatal punch. After all, his ghostly suit had been rendered useless. He later contemplated contacting Silver Company. Initially, they were skeptical, but upon seeing photos of the punctured garment, they fell silent for a long while. Ultimately, they replied, offering 2 compensation options, one being a full refund at 3 times the purchase price, and the other covering all losses incurred by Jiang Fan due to this incident. Another pressing task is to expedite the development of an improved ghost suit. accompanied by the gift of a luxury ball. This signifies the latest technological advancement from their company, designed to ensure that Pokémon can reside within it more comfortably, fostering intimacy and reducing the likelihood of resentment. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fan decisively chose the second option and instructed the other party to hasten the delivery of the luxury ball to Yanmok City, not far from Khaki Town. He felt a surge of anxiety. Fortunately, the previous night had been calm, and his blazing monkey remained undisturbed within its Pokeball. Hello, may I inquire about the location of the Lake of Rage? Upon arriving in Khaki Town, Jiang Fan first sought the guidance of the local villagers. Upon hearing his inquiry about the Lake of Rage, a villager's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly cautioned Jiang Fan against going there. Young man, are you planning to fish at the Lake of Rage? I strongly advise you against it. A vicious red Gyarados is currently terrorizing the lake. Anyone who approaches will be attacked. It would be wiser to wait for the Alliance to resolve this issue before you venture there. My apologies, but I am the agent dispatched by the Alliance to address this matter. What? You are with the Alliance? Come, I will lead you there at once. You should have said so earlier. We have been waiting for your arrival. The villager's demeanor changed instantly as he hastily guided Jiang Fan towards the Lake of Rage. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Fan beheld a vast, misty lake. Standing on the shore, he could hear an earth-shattering roar echoing across the water and catch glimpses of a colossal figure. The villager, upon hearing the roar, became anxious and said, "Young man, I have shown you the way. I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and fled. Jiang Fan paid him no mind. Retrieving his Charizard from its Pokeball, he mounted Charizard's back and soared towards the lake's surface. As they approached, the enormous silhouette became increasingly distinct. In no time, Jiang Fan laid eyes upon the infamous red Gyarados. Simultaneously, the enraged creature spotted him and Charizard. Roar! Without a moment's hesitation, it unleashed a devastating hyper beam. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Jiang Fan commanded urgently. Charizard retracted its head and expelled a torrent of searing flames. The hyper beam collided with the Flamethrower midair, generating a powerful shockwave that cleared the mist from the lake, allowing Jiang Fan to observe the situation more clearly. Pokémon, Gyarados, Shiny. Level, 35, 157 days until the next level. Talent, Champion. Friendship, 20. Ability, Overconfidence. Gender, Male. Moves, Rampage, 44. Bite, 44. Dragon Rage, 45. Twister, 44. Rain Dance, 43. Hydro Pump, 43. Hyper Beam, 32. Description: originally a carefree Magikarp inhabiting the Lake of Rage, it began to live in fear due to increased fishing activities by the villagers of Khaki Town. One day, Team Rocket arrived to study the evolution light waves, inadvertently activating its ancient genes, leading to its evolution. This ancient power endowed it with immense strength, but also a more savage temperament, with the goal of destruction becoming its sole focus. Indeed, this red Gyarados possesses exceptional talent and skill proficiency. Jiang Fan marveled upon reading the information. He was particularly captivated by the mention of ancient genes. If memory serves, historical records of Pokémon indicate that ancient Magikarp were not only numerous, but also incredibly powerful, effortlessly leaping over mountains from the lake's surface. Jiang Fan pondered the implications of these ancient genes. At some point in time, it seemed that these beings had fallen from grace, becoming increasingly weaker and synonymous with frailty unless they evolved into Gyarados. To think that this red Gyarados had revived its ancient genes, no wonder it was so formidable. As Jiang Fan contemplated this, the clash between Charizard and Gyarados attacks neared its conclusion, with neither side managing to land a hit on the other. Both combatants were dissatisfied with the outcome. Roar! Gyarados bellowed, indignant that a mere Charizard could match its might. Charizard! Charizard flicked its tail, indicating to Jiang Fan that it wished to mega-evolve into Mega Charizard Y, eager to subdue the red Gyarados. Jiang Fan hoped that the Alliance would act decisively to eliminate the red Gyarados, as its presence greatly disrupted their livelihoods, leaving him uncertain when they could resume fishing on the lake. Meanwhile, the villager who had accompanied Jiang Fan to the Lake of Rage muttered to himself on his way back to town. Just then, a young man clad in a cloak, exuding an air of righteousness, approached him, accompanied by a towering Dragonite. Both human and Pokémon bore expressions of solemnity. The villager called out to him, "Hey, young man, do not proceed further. A dangerous red Gyarados is currently attacking indiscriminately at the Lake of Rage. The Alliance is handling the situation. You should wait until it has been dealt with before going." The young man, halted by the villager, furrowed his brow. "You say the Alliance is handling it?" "Indeed. And it was I who led the way. I hope that young man can teach that red Gyarados a lesson and restore peace to our Lake of Rage. But I am the investigator sent by the Alliance to address the situation at the Lake of Rage. What? You wish to Mega Evolve? Charizard. Very well, then Mega Evolve. This red Gyarados must be taught a lesson before being captured in a Pokeball. Upon hearing Charizard's request, Jiang Fan did not hesitate to comply. He knew that capturing this red Gyarados would require a more forceful approach compared to how he had grown closer to Charizard, Snorlax, and Blazing Mankey over time. After all, this creature did not reside near the Pokémon Center where he could take his time. Moreover, he could not afford to risk it being snatched away by others. In the Lake of Rage, there were indeed others interested in the red Gyarados. The longer he delayed, the greater the risk of losing the opportunity. Thus, he needed to capture it swiftly before nurturing their bond. Touching the evolution stone hanging around his neck, Jiang Fan proclaimed, Mega Evolve now, Charizard. Show this red Gyarados your power. Roar. Charizard responded. In the next moment, as if a switch had been flipped, the evolution stone around Jiang Fan's neck radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. The Y stone on Charizard's tail similarly burst forth with brilliant light. The Charizard in the sky began to be enveloped in the glow of evolution. However, at that moment, Jiang Fan's pupils dilated. Charizard dodge. He shouted urgently. To his astonishment, the red Gyarados had gathered a hyper beam while Charizard was evolving. Roar. At last, the crimson Gyarados roared, unleashing a searing beam of destructive energy from its maw. Fortunately, at the moment it exhaled this deadly attack, Charizard had completed its mega evolution. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared several meters aloft, narrowly evading the destructive ray. That was close. Jiang Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that attention was required during mega evolution. Although the transformation took only a fleeting 2 seconds, one ought not to linger carelessly in place. Otherwise, a recurrence of such perilous moments was inevitable. Unless it was during the Pokémon League competition, where to maintain the spectacle, interruptions were expressly forbidden. Simultaneously, as Charizard transformed into Mega Charizard Y, its ability activated, dispelling the overcast skies. The once dreary weather was suddenly illuminated by blazing sunlight, enveloping the entirety of the wrathful lake. With a fierce cry, Charizard gazed down upon the crimson Gyarados, its anger palpable. The previous destructive beam had startled it. Charizard glanced back at Jiang Fan, who understood the unspoken message and issued the command. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Responding instantly, Charizard tilted its head back, and in the next moment, a torrent of flames, far more intense than before, erupted from its mouth. Roaring defiantly, the crimson Gyarados retaliated with its own destructive beam. However, it had miscalculated. Charizard's flamethrower not only overpowered the destructive ray, but struck the Gyarados directly. The searing flames elicited a pained cry from the creature, while the lake's surface boiled from the intense heat. Excellent. A few more strikes like that, and I should be able to toss a Pokeball. Jiang Fan mused atop Charizard. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of something unusual. A fishing vessel approached from the distance, accompanied by a level 40 Beedrill and a level 41 Tentacruel. Could it be? Jiang Fan turned his head, narrowing his eyes. Team Rocket. He noted the emblem emblazoned on the fishing boat. Subsequently, he saw the Tentacruel and Beedrill unleash Bubble Beam and Whirlwind towards them. Reluctantly, Jiang Fan commanded Charizard to halt its assault, allowing it to soar through the sky and evade the attacks. After a brief moment, the fishing vessel arrived directly beneath Jiang Fan. Hey kid, get lost. That crimson Gyarados belongs to Team Rocket, shouted a figure clad in Team Rocket attire, brandishing a megaphone. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Faced with Team Rocket's arrogance, he was about to order Charizard to retaliate with a flamethrower when suddenly, a destructive beam came hurtling towards them. Charizard sensed the danger beforehand, instinctively flapping its wings to evade. Jiang Fan turned to see a Dragonite materializing in the northwestern skies. His brow furrowed. This Dragonite's level and skill proficiency were notably high. Pokémon, Dragonite. Level, 65, 78 days to next level. Potential, Champion. Ability, Multiscale. Gender, Male. Skills, Thunder Punch, 95. Thunder Wave, 96. Agility, 95. Wing Attack, 95. Outrage, 94. Hurricane, 94. Mystical Shield, 95. Draco Meteor, 93. Dragon Dance, 92. Rain Dance, 92. Destructive Beam, 89. Then Jiang Fan noticed a young man standing on Dragonite's back, cloaked in a distinctive cape. Adieu. Upon seeing the iconic cloak and the formidable Dragonite, Jiang Fan immediately deduced the young man's identity. However, Adieu's gaze was not fixed on Jiang Fan or Team Rocket. Instead, it was locked onto the crimson Gyarados. his eyes brimming with the desire to capture it. Chapter 54. Jiang Fan faces two opponents. Once Adu's attention shifted from the Gyarados, he turned to Jiang Fan and Team Rocket. His pupils dilated as he recognized that Charizard appeared somewhat unusual. At first glance, he thought it was merely a different-colored Charizard. But upon closer inspection, he realized, this is not right. Why does this Charizard have an extra horn atop its head and small wings on its wrists? It resembles a Charizard, yet is distinctly different. A genetic mutation? However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was the identity of the person behind this aberrant Charizard and why they were impersonating a league member. Finally, Adu interrogated Jiang Fan. Who are you? Why are you impersonating a league member? As he spoke, the Crimson Gyarados, enraged, unleashed another destructive beam at Charizard, eager to avenge the burns it had suffered from Flamethrower. Yet, for the current Mega Charizard, evading the attack was hardly a challenge. With a swift flap of its wings, it dodged once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan clung tightly to Charizard, responding to Adu's inquiry. I am merely a well-intentioned individual who heard of the Crimson Gyarados' rampage and came to address the matter. Upon hearing that he was just a helpful passerby, Adu flicked his cape disdainfully, replying, in that case, you may leave. I am Adu, one of the Elite Four dispatched by the Quartz League to investigate this incident. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. You may investigate the incident, but to be candid, I intend to capture that Crimson Gyarados. Adu shook his head. I'm afraid not. This Gyarados is involved in the incident and cannot be captured by you. It must be taken back to the League by me. Jiang Fan grinned mischievously. Take it back to the League for capture, you say? Adu's haughty demeanor swiftly turned cold, as though his hidden intentions had been unveiled. That Gyarados belongs to Team Rocket. Neither of you will be able to seize it. At that moment, a Team Rocket officer below shouted, Beedrill, use wing attack. Tentacruel, unleash water pulse. With a flap of its wings, Beedrill charged towards Jiang Fan, while Tentacruel directed its water pulse towards Adu's position. Charizard, withstand the damage when it approaches and execute Fire Fong, Jiang Fan commanded. With a fierce cry, as Beedrill neared, Charizard opened its jaw, flames swirling around its razor-sharp teeth. Upon impact, Charizard spread its wings, bracing against the incoming shockwave, and with a swift motion, clamped down on Beedrill's neck with its fiery fangs. Beedrill emitted a pained shriek. Blast burn. Jiang Fan issued the final ultimatum. A column of flames erupted from Charizard's mouth, sending Beedrill crashing into the water, incapacitated. Jiang Fan turned to glance at Adu, only to find him also staring back. Below them, Tentacruel lay similarly incapacitated. Well done, Charizard. Adu remarked coldly, though inwardly he was profoundly astonished. He had not anticipated that this genetically mutated creature was indeed a Charizard. Yet, it was regrettable that such a remarkable specimen was not under the control of a descendant of the Dragon Clan like himself. It was truly a waste. On the other side, Jiang Fan chuckled, I won't relinquish the red Gyarados to you, even if it means flattering you. Adu snorted in response. Immediately, the red Gyarados unleashed its destructive beam towards the opposing Charizard. The Charizard deftly evaded, soaring through the skies. Adu narrowed his eyes and, seizing the moment of the opponent's evasion, commanded, Dragon Dive. With that, his Dragonite surged forward with an intimidating aura, barreling towards Jiang Fan without granting the Charizard a moment's respite. With a swift motion, both Jiang Fan and the Charizard were plunged into the Lake of Fury. Gazing down at the lake, Adu coldly declared, all-powerful Dragon-type Pokémon in this world should be under the dominion of my Dragon Clan. You are fortunate to possess a mutated Charizard. With that, he produced a Pokeball, releasing a blue Gyarados, instructing it to eliminate Team Rocket on the other side. He then approached the red Gyarados. Just as the red Gyarados prepared to attack, Adu's hands radiated a crimson glow. Under this light, the once furious red Gyarados suddenly calmed. Your suffering will soon come to an end. I shall soothe your resentment, anger, and hatred, Adu murmured, attempting to exert his control through dragon power. Meanwhile, after a few seconds submerged in the lake, Jiang Fan and the Charizard burst forth from the water's surface. Upon emerging, they beheld a standard-colored Gyarados, a mere level 50 with qualifications akin to an Elite Four member, entangled with other Pokémon released by Team Rocket from a fishing boat. Adu was using dragon power to manipulate the blue Gyarados. Ah, so this is your game, Adu, Jiang Fan remarked coldly upon witnessing the scene. If this is how you wish to play, then do not blame me for being ruthless. If you capture that red Gyarados, I shall take your surname. With that, Jiang Fan produced two Pokeballs, releasing a Snorlax and an Infernape. Infernape, there are those who act dishonorably and resort to ambush. What shall we do? Jiang Fan inquired icily. Pucha, let's take them down. Infernape shouted, delivering a self-inflicted punch that knocked out a tooth. Its previously calm demeanor was instantly replaced with fiery rage. Jiang Fan was taken aback, not expecting Infernape to be so fierce with itself to summon anger on his behalf. Excellent, let's annihilate them, he urged, pointing towards Team Rocket and the ordinary blue Gyarados. Pucha! Infernape struck itself again, and with its rage now at a peak. It launched itself off Charizard's back like an enraged bird, diving into the lake and swimming furiously towards the fishing boat. Observing this, Jiang Fan realized the impending doom for Team Rocket and the blue Gyarados. Infernape was willing to inflict pain upon itself to exact revenge. You better not hold back, he asserted. Charizard, unleash your flames to interrupt him. Having assigned the task to Infernape, Jiang Fan directed his finger at Adu, who was still attempting to brainwash the red Gyarados with dragon power. Roar! Charizard drew back its head and expelled a torrent of searing flames. Meanwhile, sensing the murderous intent, Dragonite turned its head and, spotting the incoming flames, immediately took to the skies with Adu. Consequently, Adu's control over the red Gyarados was interrupted. He glared at Jiang Fan. Perched atop Charizard, do you truly wish to oppose the League? What I did was merely a lesson in response to your rudeness. If I truly intended for you and Charizard to suffer, you would already be floating lifelessly on the lake's surface. Don't flatter yourself. If you have the strength, I welcome you to let me float on the lake's surface, Jiang Fan scoffed. He had now firmly concluded that Adu was not the noble character he had once perceived, but rather the arrogant and cunning Adu from the special episodes, who would stop at nothing to create his ideal world. In that case, prepare to fall, he commanded. Dragonite. Dragon Dive. Upon receiving the order, Dragonite charged towards the Charizard with fervor, enveloped in a radiant dragon-shaped aura. Jiang Fan's gaze hardened. Charizard, intercept it with your flames. Chapter 55. The Tremor of the Earth. Snorlax unleashes another divine technique. Last night, I revised the previous chapter. Those who viewed it can revisit it. What is he thinking? Using Snorlax just to execute Finger Flick? Adu, who had instructed Dragonite to perform Dragon Dive, was taken aback and filled with regret upon hearing Jiang Fan's command. He was shocked that someone would deliberately release a Snorlax solely for the purpose of executing Finger Flick. The regret stemmed from witnessing such a powerful Charizard in the hands of someone who did not grasp the nuances of Pokémon battles. This red Gyarados must not fall into such hands, otherwise it would bring shame in the future, Adu resolved in his heart. Dragonite. Let it witness the formidable power of Dragon-type Pokémon. Adu patted Dragonite's neck. Boom. Dragonite responded, its expression becoming increasingly serious. It charged headlong into the flames expelled by Charizard. An extraordinary spectacle unfolded in the sky. The pale yellow dragon-shaped light beam cleaved the searing red flames in two. The two sides, one relentlessly diving forward and the other retreating while expelling fire, created a visually striking contrast. Yet, it was evident to the naked eye that the advancing side was steadily gaining ground, showcasing a significant advantage. Indeed, Dragonite is impressive. It effortlessly deflected Charizard's flames. Jiang Fan mused, realizing that there was a considerable gap between the current Charizard and Dragonite. Engaging head-on, Charizard was clearly at a disadvantage, forced into a strategy of retreat. However, he remained undaunted, recognizing that this was a battle against a higher level. Others were at level 65, with elite qualifications and nearly maxed out skill proficiency, while his Charizard was only at level 40 and with Mega Evolution barely reaching level 50, a comprehensive suppression. At that moment, Jiang Fan heard Snorlax's cry beside him and turned to see the divine state he had anticipated. Snorlax's eyes were unfocused, but this time, it bore unusual black markings. What legendary skill is this? Jiang Fan wondered expectantly. As he spoke, he noticed the lake of fury below suddenly tremble. The water began to boil at a visibly rapid pace, and countless water-type Pokémon surged forth from the lake, frantically attempting to swim towards the shore, seemingly scalded by the abrupt heat. Both the red Gyarados and Adu's blue Gyarados cried out in pain. Adu's blue Gyarados had been entangled in a struggle with Jiang Fan's Infernape and Team Rocket. As a result of this sudden upheaval, the fiery monkey seized the opportunity to leap onto the Team Rocket's fishing vessel, delivering a powerful blow directly to the forehead of the red Gyarados, rendering it unconscious with a single strike. Meanwhile, beneath the Anger Lake, the hidden Team Rocket base trembled violently, with various machines sounding incessant alarms. What on earth was happening? There was no Pokémon using the earthquake move above. Could it be that the long-dormant volcano below was about to erupt? Damn it, why must it erupt now? Not earlier or later. You fools, hurry and gather the research data and flee. Moreover, I must capture that red Gyarados. It is the key to my upcoming research. Dr. Solano, responsible for the evolution light wave research at Anger Lake, exclaimed in panic as he gazed at the large screen monitoring the battles occurring at Anger Lake. The screen was currently focused on the various combat situations, particularly on the central two sections observing the duel between the red Gyarados, Jiang Fan's Charizard, and Adu's Dragonite. At that moment, Adu's expression was one of sheer astonishment. What was happening? Why was there such a drastic transformation occurring in Anger Lake? Was there a powerful Pokémon hidden here, unknown to all? Adu glanced around, his face displaying both shock and anticipation. His instinct told him that today would yield great rewards, for he was the strongest trainer in this locale. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The boiling waters of Anger Lake abruptly surged forth, unleashing fiery, searing giant swords. One of these swords shot upwards with lightning speed directly beneath Dragonite, leaving a significant gash upon its body. Had it not been for its multiple scales, it would have surely pierced through. The sharp cry that followed was painfully piercing, and temporarily deprived of its ability to fly, Dragonite plummeted towards the lake's surface. With a splash, Adu followed suit. The scalding water elicited a desperate scream from Adu. So, this was the cliff sword of Groudon? Standing atop Charizard's back, Jiang Fan observed the fiery, robust swords piercing through the surface of Anger Lake, swallowing hard. Besides Groudon's cliff sword, he could not conceive of any other skill capable of inducing such an anomaly. Just then, a small Snorlax, having finished its work for the day, tugged at Jiang Fan's pant leg. Jiang Fan turned to see that the special patterns on Snorlax's body had vanished, returning it to a state of exhaustion after expending all its energy. However, it appeared in much better condition than before. He sensed that Snorlax, having swiftly replenished its energy, might even be able to unleash a second legendary skill in a short time. You've worked hard, Snorlax. Once we reach Smoking City, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Jiang Fan affectionately patted Snorlax's head, producing 3 energy cubes specifically for Snorlax to replenish its strength. Excitedly, Snorlax nodded, opening its mouth wide to devour the 3 energy cubes in one go, displaying a satisfied expression. Jiang Fan then returned Snorlax to its Pokeball for a rest and turned his attention back to the situation involving the red Gyarados and the fiery monkey. At this moment, the red Gyarados, unable to withstand the scalding lake water, had swum to the shore. The fiery monkey, after defeating the blue Gyarados and delivering a decisive blow to Team Rocket's fishing vessel, was now frantically swimming in the lake like a mad creature, searching for its next opponent. It was the only Pokémon that, after enduring the scalding waters, not only sought no respite on land but grew increasingly exhilarated, furious, and ablaze with energy. Charizard, now is the time to capture the red Gyarados. Swiftly go and unleash Flamethrower to subdue it, Jiang Fan instructed, pointing towards the red Gyarados, disregarding the fiery monkey, or, perhaps more accurately, fearing to confront it. With a roar, Charizard lunged toward the red Gyarados, ready to unleash a torrent of flames. Chapter 56. Throwing the Pokeball, the red Gyarados found itself once again besieged. A searing stream of flames erupted from Charizard's mouth. The red Gyarados, having retreated to the lakeshore and unaware of its impending doom, was struck directly by the flamethrower. It howled in anguish amidst the flames, retaliating with Hyper Beam against Charizard. However, the overwhelming superiority in both level and skill proficiency rendered its attack futile. Moments later, it was struck again, and as it teetered on the brink of collapse, Jiang Fan hurled a Pokeball. The light flashed, and the red Gyarados was ensnared within. After 3 shakes, it was successfully captured. Excellent. Jiang Fan's face lit up with joy as he signaled Charizard to let him down to retrieve the Pokeball. The process of capturing the red Gyarados had indeed been arduous, but ultimately, he had succeeded. However, just as he picked up the Pokeball containing the captured red Gyarados, a sharp voice called out from the nearby woods. Put that Pokeball down. He turned to see a group of Team Rocket members charging out from the trees, led by a bespectacled individual with a mushroom haircut, clad in a researcher's uniform. Dr. Solano? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, recognizing him from his attire. If memory served, this individual held considerable status within Team Rocket. In addition to having developed the evolution light wave, he had also created a device related to Raikou. Kid, put that Pokeball down and leave. Today, we at Team Rocket can overlook this incident. Otherwise, you will find yourself at odds with the entire Team Rocket. Even if you escape today, you will find yourself on our wanted list, hunted by us in the future. Dr. Solano threatened coldly. Faced with this menace, Jiang Fan merely chuckled. To be at odds with Team Rocket and land on their wanted list? He surmised he had likely already achieved that status. First, He had interrupted Team Rocket's attempts to seize items related to Mewtwo from Old Fuji, and later thwarted their invasion plans of Ziyuan Town, sending dozens of Team Rocket members to the Pokémon police station. You might as well send your Team Rocket members to hunt me down. I shall be waiting. Jiang Fan retorted with a smile, pocketing the Pokeball containing the red Gyarados and leaping onto Charizard's back. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out behind him. Kid, today neither you nor that Pokeball will escape Team Rocket. He turned to see Adu and Dragonite. Adu's figure was bathed in a crimson hue, his burns making him appear particularly fearsome. Dragonite glared at him with wide, furious eyes, its body marred with wounds, especially a prominent gash that ran from its rear to its neck. Truly, Adu's primary Pokémon, having withstood a cliff sword, displayed remarkable resilience. Jiang Fan marveled inwardly. Dragonite was the only Pokémon that had not lost its combat ability after acquiring a divine skill from the small Snorlax. The scene that unfolded on the surface of the lake was indeed conjured by your little Snorlax's finger-wagging technique, was it not? At this moment, Adu continued, Indeed. You are correct. Jiang Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Adu's expression morphed into a more grotesque grimace. After barely escaping the searing waters of the lake alongside his Dragonite, he had come to a startling realization. Initially, he had believed that a formidable Pokémon was concealed in this vicinity, stirred by their battle. Yet, the absence of such a creature led him to recall the Snorlax's peculiar technique. Today, I shall make you pay a steep price, Adu gritted his teeth. Unable to fathom that he, a member of the Elite Four, could nearly be defeated by a mere Snorlax's whimsical maneuver, even teetering on the brink of death. The thought alone was utterly humiliating. Well, let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, maintaining a facade of calmness. Though deep within, he was mired in contemplation. It was evident that both Team Rocket and Adu were conspiring against him. The most prudent course of action would be to flee. However, escape was not an option at present. The raucous Infernape was still rampaging within the lake. If he did not allow it to vent its fury, forcibly recalling it into its Pokeball might result in an unforeseen confrontation. Lost in thought, Jiang Fan cast a glance at the lake's surface, spotting Infernape desperately swimming towards them, clearly seeking a Pokémon to battle on the lake's shore, now devoid of opponents. In a flash of inspiration, Jiang Fan formulated a strategy. Electivire, Dragon Pulse. Houndoom, Flamethrower. Sneasel, Icy Wind. Just then, Team Rocket launched their assault. Several Pokémon unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Charizard, Unleash Flamethrower. Jiang Fan swiftly commanded a counterattack, while signaling Charizard to soar and confront Infernape. Following the command, Charizard spread its wings and ascended rapidly, launching flames to counter Team Rocket's onslaught. Dragonite, Aqua Tail. Yet, Charizard could only withstand one side of the barrage, as Adu also issued an attack order. Dragonite took to the skies, its robust tail crashing down like a raging tide upon Charizard. Overwhelmed by the dual onslaught, Charizard was struck hard, plummeting from the sky to the ground. Witnessing the impending crash, Team Rocket members hastily directed their Pokémon to attack the spot where Charizard was about to fall. Feeling the sensation of a crash, Jiang Fan clutched Charizard tightly and shouted, Hang in there, Charizard. Don't forget you are a prodigy, a one-in-a-million Charmander. Do you not feel ashamed to be besieged by mere rabble? A genius like you should not be so easily subdued. Get up and fly. His fervent cries ignited a spark within Charizard. With a mighty roar, it summoned its strength just before crashing to the ground, flapping its wings with determination and executing a 360-degree spin, successfully regaining altitude and evading the oncoming attacks from Team Rocket. Excellent, Charizard, just like that. Jiang Fan encouraged loudly, suppressing his nausea. You truly are the prodigy I believed in. Charizard responded with excitement, soaring above the Lake of Fury alongside Jiang Fan while evading subsequent assaults from Dragonite and closing in on Infernape. Hurry, fly back. Jiang Fan, already prepared with Infernape's Pokeball, commanded swiftly after capturing it. Charizard quickly pivoted, narrowly avoiding Dragonite's Thunder Punch as it sped past. In the blink of an eye, they returned to the shoreline. Jiang Fan pressed the button on Infernape's Pokeball amidst the encirclement of Team Rocket. In a flash of light, the recently captured Infernape reappeared within the confines of Team Rocket's circle. Facing the astonished and bewildered gazes of Team Rocket below, Jiang Fan declared, So, you wish to outnumber us? Let Infernape show you what it truly means to dance. Venting his frustration, he shouted, Infernape, unleash all your pent-up rage. Show them no mercy. In response to Jiang Fan's words, Infernape launched a full-force punch at the nearest Houndoom. Roar! Houndoom cried out in agony as it was sent flying hundreds of meters across the Lake of Fury, from the eastern shore to the western shore, much to the shock of the surrounding Pokémon and Team Rocket. My Houndoom. The trainer of Houndoom and Team Rocket screamed in horror. That Infernape Dr. Sheena, the leader, stood momentarily dumbfounded. This warrants further investigation. After regaining his composure, he felt a surge of excitement. He was certain that Infernape had undergone some genetic mutation, resulting in an extraordinary surge in power. It was inconceivable that a single punch could propel Houndoom so far. Quickly, restrain this Infernape. Today brings double happiness. We shall take both this Infernape and that red Gyarados. Dr. Sheena laughed heartily, envisioning his future as the chief researcher of Team Rocket. On the other side, Jiang Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the frenzied Dr. Sheena. Double happiness? Are you so certain? I believe you might soon find yourself on your knees singing a different tune. Just then, a roar erupted from beneath him. Jiang Fan turned his attention away from Team Rocket, following Charizard's gaze. Adu's Dragonite was gathering energy for a hyper beam, poised to unleash it. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan did not need to command. Charizard instinctively began to gather flames for a flamethrower, the only move it could currently use to counter. Charizard. Avoid direct confrontation for now. Focus on evasion. You will have your chance to unleash your fury later, Jiang Fan instructed. Although Dragonite was already heavily injured, it still outclassed Charizard, who was at a disadvantage. Jiang Fan sought merely to stall until Infernape could calm down before making their escape. Charizard, responding to Jiang Fan's command, dispelled the flames from its mouth and ascended swiftly, narrowly dodging the incoming hyper beam. The destructive energy struck Team Rocket's ranks, instantly obliterating one of their Blastoise and a Sunflora. Damn you, Adu. Dr. Sheena fumed, casting an irate glance. He had not even ordered Team Rocket to attack this Elite Four member, yet this scoundrel had the audacity to assault them first. Unfazed by the animosity below, Adu commanded Dragonite to continue its offensive against Charizard. In his eyes, both Team Rocket and this Charizard trainer were no good. They all deserved to be dealt with. You all focus your attacks on Adu. That Charizard is no match for Dragonite. We cannot allow it to fall before we subdue this Infernape, or the pressure will fall squarely on our shoulders. Before long, members of Team Rocket dispatched a portion of their Pokémon to engage in the chaotic clash between Dragonite and Charizard. The remaining Pokémon continued to contend with the immensely powerful Infernape. This outcome caught Jiang Fan somewhat off guard, as the pressure of facing Dragonite alone diminished significantly. He felt an urge to rise and applaud, giving a thumbs up to Solano. Splendid. This is precisely how it should be done. If you keep this up, my chances of making a successful escape will indeed increase substantially. Thus, he commanded, Charizard, unleash Dragon Breath, and do not allow Team Rocket's Pokémon to be vanquished. With a mighty roar, Charizard began to gather energy within its maw, and just as Adu aimed to eliminate the Pokémon aiding him, Charizard unleashed its power. With the support of Charizard and the other Pokémon of levels 30 to 40, the possibility of matching Adu's Dragonite became tangible. Damn those weaklings. I should have brought more Pokémon. Adu seethed with anger as, after several exchanges, his Dragonite could no longer maintain its overwhelming advantage. He had initially expected the day's endeavor to be straightforward, which is why he had only brought 3 Pokémon, 1 Dragonite, 1 Blue Gyarados, and a recently captured fossil Pokémon. As he pondered, Adu ultimately chose to release his last Pokémon. Come forth, Aerodactyl. Your assistance is now required. A flash of light revealed a bald, purple Pokémon with a fierce visage, coming into Jiang Fan's view. Roar. Aerodactyl's entrance was heralded by a deafening cry that instilled fear among Team Rocket's Pokémon. Charizard also felt a flicker of anxiety, though it dissipated swiftly. Jiang Fan squinted at the Aerodactyl, his eyes narrowing. Pokémon, Aerodactyl, level 58, 65 days until the next level. Qualification, champion, ability, pressure, gender, male, skills, wing attack, 65, scary face, 65, fire fong, 64, roar, 61, agility, 61, ancient power, 60, headbutt, 60, bite, 60, iron head, 59, hyper beam, 54. Damn it, Adu's luck is truly remarkable. As a descendant of the Dragon Clan, he now beheld 3 Pokémon, 2 of champion qualification and 1 of near champion status. Had he also captured the red Gyarados today, he would possess 3 Pokémon of champion qualification. Up until now, he had only 1 Infernape of champion qualification, which had been enhanced by the system. However, it was fortunate that although Aerodactyl was of high level and excellent qualification, its skill proficiency seemed to fall short of its level. Newly captured? Damn, what luck! At that moment, Adu coldly commanded, Aerodactyl, unleash Hyper Beam. You wish to play the game of balancing power? with one more Aerodactyl on my side. Let us see how you withstand it. Roar. Aerodactyl bellowed, gathering formidable energy in its mouth. Observing this, Jiang Fan refrained from hastily issuing commands. Instead, he turned to assess the situation with Infernape. The rage on Infernape's face appeared to have diminished considerably, clearly having relished the battle. Meanwhile, Solanu was now drenched in sweat, devoid of the earlier excitement. Why is this happening? Solanu cursed. Who could have imagined that this Infernape was stronger than I had anticipated? Despite Team Rocket's nearly 20 Pokémon surrounding it, Infernape spun and leaped with the agility of a specter, evading their attacks effortlessly. One of the Shavajones charged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches, only to be sent flying by a single strike from Infernape. A few special attack skills, such as Thunderbolt and Flamethrower, managed to land. Yet Infernape retaliated with a punch that sent the attacking Raichu and Psyduck soaring into the depths of Fury Lake. Now, only 4 or 5 Pokémon remained before him from the original 20. How could they possibly capture it? Retreat was the only option. Withdraw. Quickly retreat. Or we'll all be left behind. Realizing the dire situation, Solanu had to abandon the thought of capturing Infernape and retrieving the red Gyarados. Witnessing this, Jiang Fan patted Charizard's back, signaling him to prepare for a tactical retreat. Charizard understood the message. Thus, when Dragonite and Aerodactyl unleashed their hyper beams, Charizard refrained from using its skills and swiftly took to the skies. Boom! The two powerful hyper beams surged forth. The unaware members of Team Rocket found themselves caught in the onslaught, and several Pokémon collapsed under the impact. The remaining members of Team Rocket gazed upwards at Jiang Fan, their thoughts filled with frustration. You wish to flee? Dream on. Adu coldly commanded, Aerodactyl, use Roar. Roar. Aerodactyl sped towards Charizard, emitting an astonishing roar. In the next moment, Jiang Fan was taken aback, as the effect of the roar skill forced Charizard to return to its Pokeball, inadvertently releasing Snorlax, who now stared blankly at Jiang Fan in midair. A bewildered human and a bewildered Pokémon plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Chapter 58, Snorlax's second signature move. Ka. The dazed Snorlax asked Jiang Fan what to do, as it could not fly. Jiang Fan, equally bewildered, could only shake his head. With such a rapid descent, he had no means to summon Charizard in time to catch them. He resigned himself to the likelihood of a painful landing. However, just as Jiang Fan and Snorlax were about to hit the ground, Infernape heroically intervened. With one hand under each, it caught both Snorlax and Jiang Fan with remarkable steadiness. Well done, Infernape. Jiang Fan, relieved to have avoided disaster, promptly gave a thumbs up. Damn it, my monkey brother is indeed reliable. Although often terrifying, in a critical moment, its masculine prowess was undeniably displayed. In a jovial manner, Infernape gently set Jiang Fan and Snorlax down. At that moment, it had regained its composure. Yet, in the next instant, its demeanor darkened once more. Roar. Aerodactyl dove towards them, executing its Iron Head move. Infernape positioned Jiang Fan and Snorlax behind itself, extending its fist, prepared to unleash its ability and skill. As Aerodactyl collided with Infernape's fist, the sound echoed like the clash of iron. Boom. Roar. Both Infernape and Aerodactyl howled in unison after the impact, astonished that they could withstand each other's assaults. Ultimately, the force of their clash sent Infernape flying backward. The fossil pterosaur was sent flying, though it soared even farther. Fossil pterosaur. Adu exclaimed midair, astonished. He never anticipated that a single punch from a blazing monkey could send his fossil pterosaur tumbling through the air. That was indeed a fossil pterosaur. With a resounding thud, the blazing monkey stood up, shaking off its hands, displaying an expression that suggested it was not yet satisfied with its performance. Roar. The fossil pterosaur braced itself against the ground, growling as it shook its head, still dazed from the blow it had just received. Dragonite, use Hyper Beam. Adu commanded from above. Dragonite roared, gathering energy in its mouth. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Fan hastily released his Charizard to make a swift escape. However, at that moment, Charizard had reverted from its Y form back to its regular state. This was troublesome. Jiang Fan's expression darkened as he recalled that once a Pokémon returned to its Pokeball, it could not Mega Evolve again immediately. Moreover, due to energy depletion, it would be unable to Mega Evolve again in a short span. Under such circumstances, Charizard could not hope to match Dragonite's speed in fleeing. Amid Jiang Fan's turmoil, a small Snorlax stepped forward, raising its finger with determination. You. Jiang Fan was taken aback. The little Snorlax met his gaze with a resolute look, as if to say, "Fear not, I've got your back." Understanding the unspoken words in its eyes, Jiang Fan instructed, Charizard, intercept the Hyper Beam and buy time for Snorlax. With a fierce roar, Charizard began to envelop itself in flames. Meanwhile, Edu, initially surprised by Charizard's reappearance, soon witnessed the little Snorlax raise its finger. Not again. His eyes widened in disbelief, incredulous at the audacity of this creature to attempt such a maneuver once more. Had it mistaken this finger-pointing for a powerful move? Miracles do not happen twice, surely? At that moment, Dragonite unleashed its Hyper Beam, which shot forth from its mouth. Charizard attempted to counter with its flames, but the reverted Charizard lacked the strength to resist. In a single blow, it was sent crashing to the ground, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Excellent, Dragonite. They're finished now, Edu exclaimed with excitement. Without Charizard, the Pokémon below were mere lambs to the slaughter. However, as he reveled in this thought, the little Snorlax surprised him once more. The sky darkened abruptly as it soared into the air, suddenly endowed with the ability to fly, while rapidly coalescing a massive sphere of energy in front of its chest. No way. Edu's pupils constricted at this sight, an ominous premonition washing over him. Dragonite, Hyper Beam. He shouted urgently. Yet, there was not enough time for Dragonite to prepare a second Hyper Beam. He could only watch helplessly as the energy sphere erupted with immense power, only for his surprise to deepen when the beam zipped harmlessly over his head. Was it unable to control this skill? Edu exhaled in relief. But then, to his astonishment, the beam suddenly traced a zigzag pattern, creating a Z shape that perfectly aligned with his position and that of Dragonite. Before he could process what had transpired, the area illuminated by the Z shape erupted in a colossal explosion, the tremors resonating throughout the entire town of Kaki. Is this the core punishment of Zygarde? Jiang Fan mused, observing the gigantic Z from below with a furrowed brow. At that moment, the little Snorlax, having executed its move, landed gracefully. With a soft thud, it promptly succumbed to exhaustion. Thank you for your efforts, little Snorlax, Jiang Fan said hurriedly, retrieving an energy cube from his bag to feed it. His gaze, however, remained fixed on the sky. Before long, he witnessed Dragonite plummeting from the aftermath of the explosion, crashing to the ground, motionless and devoid of combat capability. Jiang Fan frowned. Where was Edu? Chapter 59. My name is Xiaohao. Not long after, he saw Dragonite stir, and Edu crawled out from beneath it, unsteadily rising to his feet. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, realizing that this fellow not only had an impressive entry, but also enjoyed the affection of his Pokémon. In the explosion, Dragonite had shielded its trainer entirely with its body. Kid, I'll remember your face, Edu growled, his once arrogant demeanor now laced with malevolence. I will avenge today's grudge. Witnessing this fierce declaration, Jiang Fan chuckled. If that was the case, he would have to eliminate the threat entirely. Raising his hand, he prepared to issue a command to Blazing Monkey. Roar. Just as he was about to speak, the fossil pterosaur appeared beside Edu, prompting him to lower his hand in resignation. With Snorlax and Charizard out of commission, while Blazing Monkey still had fight left in it, it could not fly. If the fossil pterosaur carried Edu high enough, they would become easy targets. If you want revenge, why wait? Jiang Fan taunted. Trash. A defeated foe will always be a defeated foe. Roar. Before Edu could respond, the fossil pterosaur let out an enraged roar, but Edu quickly silenced it. Kid. He glared at Jiang Fan, his eyes demanding, tell me your name. Certainly. My name is Xing Hao, or you can call me Xiaohao, the resident of Kuri Leaf City. Feel free to seek me out for your revenge anytime, Jiang Fan replied, nonchalantly digging in his ear. Xiaohao, I admit you were strong, but today's victory was merely due to your good fortune, Edu retorted, retrieving Dragonite's Pokeball to recall it. When we meet again, you will not have such luck. So, await my arrival. With that, Edu huffed disdainfully and soared away on the fossil pterosaur's back. Go on, Xiaohao of Kuri Leaf City is waiting for you, Jiang Fan said. Watching Edu vanish into the distance with a smile, he retrieved an energy cube worth 4,000 alliance coins from his bag and offered it to Charizard. A minute later, Charizard revived from its near-death state. Its wounds visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. How are you, Charizard? Jiang Fan inquired with concern as it opened its eyes, keeping a close watch on the information panel above its head. Today's battle marked Charizard's first defeat since Jiang Fan had captured it, and it had been a swift knockout. He was uncertain whether this would dampen its fighting spirit. The thought of it feeling disheartened was unbearable. Roar. Charizard shook its head, its expression resolute, showing no signs of despondency. At that very moment, the level section of its information panel began to change. Level 40, Determination. It desperately wishes to grow stronger. Skill proficiency and leveling speed are doubled, with 204 days remaining until the next level. Jiang Fan's eyes brightened. It seemed this defeat had bestowed an even greater buff. He quickly showered it with praise. Splendid Charizard, just as it should be. Today's defeat is of little consequence. The opponent merely relied on a higher level. Should both combatants be of equal rank, victory would undoubtedly belong to you. A confident nod from Charizard affirmed this belief. It resolved to grow stronger immediately, eager to overpower that Dragonite upon their next encounter. With this thought, Charizard rose and began to practice its skills. Jiang Fan was taken aback, astonished by Charizard's urgent desire to strengthen itself. No need to rush. If you wish for special training, let us first leave Khaki Town. He reassured. A day later, in Smoke Ink City, Jiang Fan exited the Pokémon shop, clutching a luxury ball bestowed upon him by the Silver Corporation. He soon made his way to the nearby Pokémon Center to exchange the Pokeball of his Infernape for the luxury variant. Once everything was completed, he released a sigh of relief. Smoke Ink City was the territory of the Dragon Clan, the ancestral home of Adu. The gym leader here was his cousin, Xiao Chun. If Infernape were to cause a scene in this vicinity, it would certainly lead to trouble. Adu was likely still residing here, prompting Jiang Fan to arrive last night, but opt to stay outside the city for safety. He couldn't linger. He needed to hasten his journey to Qian Island. Meanwhile, deep within the Dragon's Cave of Smoke Ink City, Xiao Chun rode a Gyarados to the cave's depths, the ancestral ground of the Dragon Clan. Brother, you called for me? Upon reaching the ancestral site, she spotted her cousin Adu. Immediately, she noticed the injured Dragonite and Gyarados in the waters of the Dragon Lake behind him. Both Pokémon bearing conspicuous red scars, with Dragonite's scales completely shed, a pitiful sight. Cousin, what has happened to your Gyarados and Dragonite? She gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Adu furrowed his brow, prompting Xiao Chun to silence herself, understanding that he did not wish for her to pry further. Please do me a favor, Adu said. Investigate a person named Xing Xionghao, or Xiao Hao, in the Kanto region's Kureiyi city. If you find him, uncover all his experiences and report back to me. Of course, cousin, Xiao Chun nodded, then tentatively inquired, is this person responsible for the injuries to Gyarados and Dragonite? Before she could finish, Adu's cold gaze met hers. Silencing her inquiry, Xiao Chun offered an awkward smile, closing her mouth. After departing, she muttered under her breath, that detestable Xiao Hao. How dare he inflict such grave injuries upon my cousin's Pokémon? Just wait, I shall make you pay for this. At that moment, in Kanto's Kureiyi city, a 6-year-old boy let out a tremendous sneeze. In a nearby forest, Jiang Fan instructed Charizard to pause for a rest. He then retrieved the Pokeball containing the red Gyarados. Now that he had captured it, this was his first time releasing this particular Pokeball. Upon arriving at Qian Island, he would rely on the red Gyarados to dive deep into the ocean to retrieve the silver feather. Thus, he needed to cultivate a good rapport with it. After all, a refusal to cooperate would pose a significant dilemma. With a flash of light, the red Gyarados emerged. Roar! It let out a deafening roar, sending the surrounding weaker wild Pokémon fleeing in terror. Jiang Fan gazed up at it, patiently waiting for the tumult to subside. Once the noise ceased, he wiped the drool from his face and greeted the creature. Hello, Gyarados, I am. The red Gyarados looked down upon him, gathering energy for a hyper beam. NMD. A flash of light later, the red Gyarados was returned to its Pokeball. How dare you unleash a hyper beam upon our first meeting? Jiang Fan's expression shifted from calm to exasperation as he regarded the Pokeball in his hand. He had anticipated a roar, but never imagined he wouldn't even finish his introduction before being met with such hostility. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fan reminded himself not to succumb to anger, for anger is a poor companion. Even the most obstinate Pokémon can be swayed by affection. After all, that once stubborn Charmander had now become quite obedient. It is evident that with the right approach, Pokémon can be trained to listen well. Moreover, if Adu could command the red Gyarados, surely he could as well. With a flash of light, Jiang Fan released the red Gyarados once more, smiling as he greeted it again. Hello, Gyarados. Roar. Before he could finish, the flash of light returned the red Gyarados once again. I refuse to be thwarted. I will complete my introduction today. With repeated attempts, he exclaimed, Hello, Gyarados. Roar. Return, release. Hello. Roar. Return, release. Roar. After nearly 100 attempts, he sighed. Gyarados, you have my respect. Chapter 60, Jiang Fan, you have forced my hand. Lying on the grass, Jiang Fan stared at the Pokeball in his hand, utterly speechless. It seemed he had underestimated this red Gyarados. The repeated cycle of returning and releasing had not broken its spirit. Rather, it had left his fingers sore from pressing the button. He had once thought that his former Charmander was the pinnacle of stubbornness, yet this Gyarados had truly raised the bar. It offered no opportunity for communication whatsoever. Was it possible that only Adu could tame this defiant creature through his dragon power? Jiang Fan pondered, shaking his head vigorously to dispel such thoughts. No way. There must be a method to tame it. If it is sheer obstinacy we are dealing with, I shall match its willpower. With that resolve, he pressed the button on the Pokeball once more. A flash of light. Roar. Return. Release. Roar. 3 days later. Above Chien Island in the azure skies, Jiang Fan mused. So this is Chien Island. True to its name, it resembles a fiery blaze from afar. Observing the reddish island below, he remarked, "Isn't this supposed to be a tourist haven? Where are all the people on the beach?" After landing on Chien Island, Jiang Fan checked into a hotel by the shoreline. He refrained from hastening to seek treasure, as the obstinate red Gyarados still refused to cooperate. He could hardly resort to violence to compel it. "Hello, may I rent diving equipment?" After settling in, Jiang Fan noticed a bronzed youth renting scuba gear from the proprietress and inquired likewise. "Diving equipment? Are you planning to dive?" The proprietress paused, then quickly cautioned, "Young man, a storm is imminent. For the next 2 months, the surrounding waters will be perilous for diving. I strongly advise against it. It is exceedingly dangerous." Jiang Fan glanced at the bronzed youth. "Do not compare yourself to him. He is a professional diver, accompanied by a formidable tentacruel to safeguard him amidst the waves." The proprietress explained, while the bronzed youth looked on at Jiang Fan with a knowing smile. "Brother, when planning to visit the coast in the future, one must first consult the heavens. Not everyone can return to the sea as if it were home like I can." With that, he donned his diving suit and departed. Jiang Fan cast a glance at him, then at the Pokeball at his waist. Before long, he found himself at a deserted stretch of beach. A flash of light ensued. The red Gyarados emerged. Roar. As soon as it appeared, it began to gather destructive energy. Jiang Fan's lips twitched slightly, and he promptly recalled it. He vowed that his temper had indeed improved, yet at this moment, he was genuinely tempted to give this foolish dragon a good thrashing. 3 days had passed. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 3 days? Repeatedly releasing and recalling it to the point where even it had lost count. Yet this creature continued to unleash destructive energy upon our meetings, seemingly intent on not giving up until it had dealt me a fatal blow. Buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated. He picked it up to find it was a call from Kojiro. Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, he answered, "Hello, what is it?" "Director Jiang, how much longer until you arrive? My parents, seeing that I have yet to secure a mentor, have decided to assist me personally in selecting one. I can only delay for 4 days. If you have not arrived by then, I will have to accept someone else." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan glanced at the Pokeball in his hand, then at the treasure map in his pocket. After a moment of contemplation, he assured, "Rest assured, I will reach you within 4 days." Having made an agreement with Kojiro, Jiang Fan ended the call. It seemed he had come to a certain resolution. After yet another futile attempt to release the red Gyarados, only to be forced to recall it once more, he retrieved the luxurious ball from his waist. To be fair, this ball was rather effective. His Infernape had been residing with him for several days, and not once had it erupted in flames. Its intimacy had even increased slightly. After toying with it for a moment, a flash of light emerged. Infernape appeared with a flourish, eagerly rushing into Jiang Fan's embrace, craving affection. Jiang Fan affectionately patted its head, yet his gaze remained fixed on the Pokeball containing the red Gyarados. "You leave me no choice. I initially aspired to be a loving trainer who cherishes my Pokémon. Yet, time and again, you recklessly tread upon my last nerve, launching destructive energy upon our encounters. If one were unaware, they might think I had slaughtered every Magikarp in the Lake of Wrath. Given this, I can hardly be blamed." Smack. Jiang Fan delivered a firm slap to Infernape's head. Poochie. The unexpected slap rendered Infernape's face a deep shade of red. "Ah, my apologies, Infernape. I intended to caress you gently, but I miscalculated." Jiang Fan quickly crouched down, attempting to soothe the situation. Poochie. Infernape, suppressing its anger, gestured for Jiang Fan to step aside, seeking a challenger. "Hold your horses. Let me find you an opponent, shall we?" Poochie. Infernape, still flushed, nodded vigorously, exuding an aura of barely contained power. "In that case, unleash your fury." A flash of light revealed the red Gyarados once more. Roar. The red Gyarados once again let out a deafening roar upon its arrival, then directed destructive energy toward Jiang Fan, anticipating his recall. However, this time, it did not receive the expected response from Jiang Fan, but rather was met with an Infernape that was fully prepared. Infernape leapt several meters into the air, fists raised, and struck the Gyarados squarely on the head. Boom. With a single punch, the Gyarados was left dazed, its destructive energy spiraling uncontrollably in all directions. Before long, Infernape seized its tail, Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Infernape swung it around as if it were a mere piece of string. Chapter 61 Jiang Fan. You truly are formidable. TSK TSK TSK. Observing this spectacle, Jiang Fan felt no pangs of sympathy. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, almost moved to tears. Damn it, you dared to challenge me. Go on, keep it up. I had intended to converse with you amicably, yet you refused to listen, forcing my hand to resort to violence. Hence, I summoned the wrath of my mighty Infernape. Today, it is either you who kneels, or I who prevails. A few minutes later, Infernape's anger subsided, while the red Gyarados lay unconscious. Yet, gazing at the fallen Gyarados, Jiang Fan could only utter one word. Satisfying. So this is what it feels like to release pent-up frustration. How liberating. Damn, now you can finally listen to me for once. Jiang Fan retrieved a vitality fragment from his pocket and fed it to the Gyarados. In no time, the Gyarados opened its eyes, only to be met with Jiang Fan's beaming smile. Gyarados, you now roar. Before he could finish, the red Gyarados began to gather destructive energy once more. Jiang Fan's smile froze instantly. Smack. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly slapped Infernape on the head. Infernape, it's roaring at me. Just as Infernape's anger had begun to subside, it flared back up in an instant. Poochie. It immediately retaliated with a punch to the Gyarados' mouth, redirecting the gathered destructive energy elsewhere. It then seized the tail once more and commenced a flurry of wild swings. You truly are unbelievable. Despite being thoroughly thrashed moments ago, you still dare to challenge me? Jiang Fan gritted his teeth, seething with frustration. It was utterly incomprehensible. The red Gyarados was on the verge of defeat, yet it still sought to provoke him. How could a Pokémon be so obstinate? A reincarnation of a troublemaker? Gyarados' intimacy increased. Intimacy, 11, from 10 to 11. Wait a moment. Jiang Fan's previously furious expression abruptly froze. What is happening? Intimacy has increased. Am I mistaken? Jiang Fan stared incredulously at the red Gyarados, his eyes wide as saucers. He repeatedly verified that the intimacy value hovering above its head had indeed risen. After confirming that it had genuinely jumped from 10 to 11, he was taken aback. Not long after, another notification appeared. Gyarados' intimacy increased. Intimacy, 12, from 11 to 12. Could it be that the awakening of ancient genes has caused it to lose its mind? Or perhaps it suffers from PTSD? How could its intimacy actually increase despite all this? Incredible! I have been granted a glimpse into the wonders of this world. Jiang Fan felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new realm. From now on, whenever Infernape gets angry, he could simply let the red Gyarados take the brunt of it. This way, he could finally enjoy a sound night's sleep without the fear of being punched to death by Infernape in the dead of night. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. The value of this Crimson Gyarados is extraordinary. It is truly remarkable that a conundrum he had racked his brains over has been resolved so effortlessly. One yearns to strike, while the other craves to be struck. What a perfect match. Before long, the fiery monkey's temper subsided once more, exhausted, and it plopped down on the beach to rest. The Crimson Gyarados, too, succumbed to unconsciousness on the sand. This time, as Jiang Fan gazed at the expression of the Crimson Gyarados sprawled on the beach, he couldn't help but feel that its little face bore a look of enjoyment. It truly was a case of itchiness begging for a beating. He retrieved a vitality shard from his bag and fed it to the Crimson Gyarados. Moments later, the awakened Crimson Gyarados first cast a glance at the resting fiery monkey. Then, it turned its gaze toward Jiang Fan, preparing to once again conjure its destructive beam. However, just as it began to gather energy, Jiang Fan swiftly recalled it. Seconds later, he released it once again. At the moment of release, before the Crimson Gyarados could gather its destructive beam, Jiang Fan recalled it once more. After repeating this back and forth a dozen times, Jiang Fan suddenly ceased his recalls. The Crimson Gyarados took 4 or 5 seconds to react before it attempted to gather energy again. But Jiang Fan preemptively spoke. Are you itching for a beating? If you unleash your destructive beam on me again, I 1T strike you. Instead, I will repeatedly recall and release you until one of us tires out. The energy that had begun to coalesce in the Crimson Gyarados dissipated. Jiang Fan continued, if you wish to avoid that, then heed my words. When you feel that itch, I shall allow the fiery monkey to give you a good thrashing. The fiery monkey, resting on the beach, looked up in confusion, scratching its large fist against its head. What did Jiang Fan mean? That foolish dragon would be rewarded with a beating for listening to him? Its punishment would be considered a reward? Roar. A deal then. The fiery monkey then noticed the Crimson Gyarados nodding in agreement. Jiang Fan immediately broke into a brilliant smile, clapping his hands in satisfaction. Both parties seemed quite pleased to accept a beating as a reward. What a peculiar world this is. The fiery monkey scratched its head once more. It felt entirely lucid. Yet the conversation unfolding before it seemed like a dialogue one would expect only while in a daze. So it was settled. Whenever you feel that itch, I shall grant you a beating, and from now on, you shall obey my commands. Roar. Excellent. Then I shall bestow upon you another beating now, as I require your assistance shortly. Roar. Smack. The fiery monkey struck it. 20 minutes later, Jiang Fan returned to the inn, seeking to rent diving equipment from the proprietress. At that moment, she was engaged in a lively conversation with a bronzed young man. Must you go diving right now? Are you truly disregarding your life? The proprietress expressed her disbelief as Jiang Fan sought to rent the equipment once more. She had thought her earnest advice had dissuaded him, but here he was again. I've had my water-type Pokémon transported from the Pokémon Center, Jiang Fan explained calmly. That should suffice, right? Yet you still underestimate the risks of venturing out to sea. If anything were to happen, wouldn't your family hold me accountable? The proprietress remained unconvinced. Brother, it's not a joke to go out to sea in this weather. Without a professional accompanying you, it's akin to courting death, the bronzed young man interjected. If you insist on going, how about I take you out for a brief 15-minute jaunt in the water? I won't charge you. Is that permissible, Ashen? The proprietress inquired, puzzled. It's nothing. I am a professional, the bronzed young man declared confidently, patting his chest. Do you know what being a professional means? It means that while this stormy weather poses challenges for others, for me, guiding one or two individuals is a breeze. With that, he hurled a pokeball outside. An elite quality, level 32 Tentacruel emerged. Wow, that is impressive. Ashen, you truly are remarkable. Of course, I am a professional. Jiang Fan observed these two carbon-based life forms engaging in flirtation before him with a deadpan expression. He longed to leave one behind and cast the other into the reverse world to experience the meaning of you lived while I was not yet born. I have aged while you still live. Thank you, but I do not require a professional-esque company. I can sign a waiver. If I perish at sea, it will simply be my ill fate, he remarked coolly a few seconds later. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fan successfully borrowed a set of diving equipment from the inn. Fully outfitted, he approached the coastline. After glancing at the tumultuous sea and the overcast sky, he retrieved a pokeball. With a flash of light, the crimson Gyarados appeared at the water's edge. At this moment, it did not unleash its destructive beam upon their meeting. Instead, it humbly lowered its head, inviting Jiang Fan to mount it. Once atop, Jiang Fan examined the treasure map in his hands, gesturing in a particular direction. Let us go, upon our return. I'll let the fiery monkey give you a beating. Roar. The crimson Gyarados let out a roar and leapt into the water. Before long, a plethora of water-type Pokémon appeared before Jiang Fan. Seal, Shelder, Magikarp, Phoeba, Anorith, and Horsia, among others. However, the majority were still Magikarp. These Pokémon had been leisurely swimming in the sea, but upon spotting the fierce countenance of the crimson Gyarados, they scattered in panic. This way. Now over there. Yes. Continue forward. Following the map's guidance, Jiang Fan and the crimson Gyarados advanced steadily. Although they faced occasional attacks from other water-type Pokémon, with the crimson Gyarados by his side, they effortlessly countered each one. Eventually, they arrived at a deep-sea location. Here, the water-type Pokémon they had previously encountered became sparse, replaced by formidable deep-sea Pokémon such as Electrode, Tentacruel, Wingull, Kingdra, Starmie, and Wylord. What is our next move? Jiang Fan pondered as he scrutinized the treasure map, momentarily stumped. The map indicated that upon reaching this point, it would provide new guidance. Yet, upon arrival, he saw no such instructions. Have I taken a wrong turn? Jiang Fan muttered, feeling a twinge of anxiety. If he had strayed, what would be the correct path? In this vast ocean, it was easy to meet one's end. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the treasure map began to glow. As if attracted by some unseen force, it emitted a soft luminescence, levitating and drifting in a specific direction. Quick, follow it. Jiang Fan exclaimed excitedly. The glowing treasure map signified that he was on the right track. Roar. The crimson Gyarados swiftly followed Jiang Fan. Meanwhile, on Qian Island, the inn proprietress stood at the shore, observing the increasingly tumultuous waves and water spouts with a worried expression. This is troublesome. The weather is worsening by the moment. Ashen is professional and should return safely, but that young man may be in grave danger. Sighing, she lamented, had I known. I should have been more resolute in refusing to rent him the diving equipment. The current youth seem to be so reckless in their pursuit of amusement that they disregard their very lives, oblivious to the terrifying depths of the ocean. How foolish. The innkeeper sighed heavily, turning back towards the hotel. She was already prepared to present a waiver of liability when the parents of the other party inevitably arrived. Violent Gyarados. Unleash the fury of the dragon. Roar. Outside an ancient vessel submerged in the deep sea, Jiang Fan commanded his red Gyarados to engage in battle against a spiky-eared Piku, just as they were about to follow the newly discovered treasure map. A level 33 spiky-eared Piku appeared before them. The encounter was met with an immediate Dragon Breath attack, but thankfully, the red Gyarados responded quickly, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. After a brief skirmish, the spiky-eared Piku was driven away by the might of the red Gyarados. Well done, Gyarados. The door of the ship was rather small, forcing Jiang Fan to recall his Pokémon into its Pokeball before entering alone. Inside, he once again beheld the glowing treasure map, which seemed to be awaiting his approach. As he drew near, the map moved of its own accord, guiding him further. Inside, he encountered the remains of both humans and Pokémon, ultimately arriving at a chamber where he found what he sought, a silver feather, quietly radiating light as it floated in the water. What a find! Jiang Fan's expression brightened. The effort expended for this silver feather was indeed considerable. Now, with this feather in hand, he could venture to the Whirlpool Island and meet the legendary Lugia. Of course, that was merely a fanciful thought. He would not squander such a precious feather by rushing into it. After observing it for a moment longer, he tucked the feather safely away. Just as he was about to leave, something resembling a Pokeball caught his eye. He picked it up. Could this be an ancient Pokeball? After examining it closely, he recognized it as the type described by Fuji during their ancient literature class with Julan. Surely, there could be no Pokémon left inside. Even if there were, given its age, it was unlikely to still be alive. Jiang Fan mused. However, his hand instinctively moved toward the release button. Perhaps he should take a look first. Yet, just as he was about to press it, he hesitated. No. What if a dangerous Pokémon emerges? I am currently in the depths of the ocean. The risk is too great. Should I perish here, it would be a tremendous loss. Ultimately, he decided to store the ancient Pokeball for later examination when he returned to Chien Island, when it would feel much safer. Having exited the vessel, Jiang Fan released his red Gyarados once more. Let us head back to the island. With a mighty roar, they began their journey. The descent felt lengthy, but they ascended quickly. Half an hour later, Jiang Fan and his red Gyarados surfaced. In the distance, Chien Island came into view. However, as soon as he broke the surface, he heard cries for help. Turning his head, he saw someone in diving gear being pursued by a level 35 Wylord. Driven by the belief that good deeds are rewarded, Jiang Fan chose to intervene. He immediately commanded Gyarados to unleash a hydro pump. Moments later, the Wylord fled. Come on up, Jiang Fan shouted to the distressed diver. As he helped the individual aboard, they both froze upon getting a clear look at each other's diving gear. It's you? The bronze-skinned youth exclaimed in shock. Jiang Fan offered no further comment, simply uttering the word, professional? The bronze-skinned youth's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly turned away. What happened to your tentacle? Jiang Fan inquired. It got defeated by the Wylord. Quite professional, Jiang Fan remarked, leaving the bronze youth speechless and wishing he could summon that Wylord back. Or better yet, just let me be taken by it. The feeling of being rescued was hardly preferable to being left to fend for oneself. A short while later, the two returned to the inn. The innkeeper was watching a news report about the storm at Whirlpool Island. How come you two returned together? She exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Jiang Fan and the bronze youth. Then a look of realization crossed her face. I suspect one of you encountered misfortune, while the other heroically rescued him. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Fan made it clear that she believed he was the one who had been saved. Without further ado, he shot a knowing glance at the bronze youth, who was now staring at the floor, his toes digging into the ground. Actually, what is it, Ash? You seem unusually hesitant today, the innkeeper remarked, clearly confused. Just moments ago, he had been so confident, proclaiming himself a professional. Now he was acting like a bashful child. The one who was rescued is me. He is the rescuer, Ash declared boldly, rushing up the staircase as though a flood were at his heels. The innkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Ash flee, then turned incredulously to Jiang Fan, who remained calm and smiling. That is how it is. Jiang Fan shrugged, heading towards the second floor, his pace leisurely compared to Ash's frantic dash. He savored the astonished expression of the innkeeper. Such a feeling was undeniably delightful. Back in his room, Jiang Fan immediately collapsed onto the bed. It had been ages since he had last done so, and the sensation was pure bliss. After resting for a while, he eagerly retrieved the silver feather to admire it for a few minutes. Everything is in order, he mused. I will certainly have the opportunity to meet Lugia in the future. Imagining himself soaring through the skies on Lugia's back brought a broad smile to his face. Once the daydream faded, Jiang Fan turned his attention to the ancient Pokeball. What Pokemon might be inside? He pondered aloud. He then produced another Pokeball from his belt. Click. A flash of light revealed a small Snorlax. Snorlax, if anything dangerous emerges from this Pokeball, you must protect me, he instructed earnestly. Click. Snorlax patted its chest, exuding a confident demeanor that suggested everything would be fine with its brother around. Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction. Initially, he had considered releasing Charizard, but the room simply could not accommodate it. As for Infernape, he thought it best not to trouble his hot-headed companion with every little issue. If a battle were to ensue, a single punch could easily break through the walls, and a more severe collapse was not out of the question. In such a case, he would be left with considerable debt. With a creak, Jiang Fan turned the switch on the ancient Pokeball. The ancient Pokeballs differ significantly from their modern counterparts. In contemporary times, one merely needs to press a button to release a Pokemon. However, the mechanism of ancient Pokeballs resembles that of a faucet. They must be twisted open before a Pokemon can be released, and subsequently tightened to recapture them. Thus, should a Pokemon become ensnared within such a faucet-like Pokeball, if its trainer were to meet their demise outside, it would remain trapped for eternity. Upon twisting the switch to a certain degree, a wisp of pale purple smoke escaped from the Pokeball. Indeed, there was a Pokemon. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. A Pokemon that had survived for so long without perishing? What could it possibly be? A ghost type? Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the temperature in the room plummeted, accompanied by an eerie laughter. Hee 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 hee. Jiang Fan instinctively shifted behind the small Snorlax. Mere moments later, the pale purple smoke coalesced before him into the form of a Pokemon. As he had suspected, it was indeed a ghost-type Pokemon, Gengar, and to his astonishment, it was a shiny variant. Pokemon, Gengar, shiny. Level, 60, lonely for so long. It has lost all concept of power and ceased to evolve. Potential, champion. Affection, 30. Ability, levitate. Gender, male. Moves, hypnosis, 85, strange light, 85, mean look, 85. Mirror move, 85, revenge, 85, curse, 84, nightmares, 83, shadow ball, 84, dark pulse, 84, dream eater, 83, psychic, 80. Description: this is a Pokemon that has been forgotten for over a century. A century-old incident separated it from its trainer, leading to a prolonged solitude during which it yearned for its trainer. Upon reading the information, Jiang Fan's previously tense expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Level 60, and a shiny with champion potential. To date, this was the highest caliber Pokemon he had encountered within this ancient Pokeball. Perhaps he should buy a lottery ticket, otherwise, he would certainly be tempted to do so today. However, his excitement was fleeting. As Gengar emerged, it merely glanced at him before he began to feel drowsy. Alas, he had celebrated prematurely. His eyes narrowed, and after uttering a final phrase, he succumbed to slumber. The small Snorlax, witnessing Jiang Fan's unconsciousness, was taken aback and prepared to unleash its move. However, Gengar cast another glance at it, and the Snorlax, barely lifting its paw, too fell into a stupor. Chapter 64. The words of a man. Damn, that scared me to death. When Jiang Fan awoke, he was drenched in sweat. In his dreams, countless Beedrills and Tauros had been pursuing him relentlessly. Fortunately, they hadn't frightened him to death. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, he began to survey his surroundings. Everything appeared intact. The small Snorlax lay at his feet, soundly asleep. The ancient Pokeball remained clutched in his hand. The only absence was that of Gengar. Oh, the silver feather. Jiang Fan quickly searched his surroundings, and soon breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was still there. Thank goodness this Gengar was unlike the Dragonite. It didn't seek to take his life upon their first encounter. Otherwise, he feared he would have met his end. But where had Gengar gone? Jiang Fan picked up the ancient Pokeball that he had not yet closed, recalling the information he had seen about Gengar. Level 60. Champion potential, a -30 in affection, and a century of solitude trapped within the Pokeball. It longed for its trainer. Surely, it couldn't still believe its trainer was alive and was searching for them, could it? As he pondered this, a realization struck Jiang Fan. Just moments ago in his dream, he had been pursued by Beedrills and Tauros because someone had asked if he knew a champion trainer named Gus. He had scoffed, claiming to know no such person. Who was Gus? In my dream, I was the champion, the strongest Pokemon trainer. The other champions from various regions were merely my defeated foes. And then, chaos ensued. Swarms of Beedrills and Tauros suddenly appeared in his dream, as if they had unearthed their ancestors' graves, relentlessly chasing him. He had run for what felt like an eternity until he finally awoke. Reflecting on this, Jiang Fan glanced down at the small Snorlax, who was sleeping soundly. He wagered that Gengar had not bothered it, and that it was currently dreaming of food. Just look at all that drool. The floor was practically soaked. Oh well. Sleep on in your Pokeball. Jiang Fan sighed, recalling the small Snorlax into the ball. After securing the ancient Pokeball, he shouldered his backpack and exited the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he faintly heard a familiar voice emanating from the adjacent room. Help. Help. I'm not a professional. Tentacruel, save me. It seemed this individual had also fallen victim to Gengar's nocturnal mischief. Jiang Fan felt his mood lighten considerably. If they too were suffering from nightmares, then he was not alone in his plight. Upon reaching the first floor, he found the innkeeper also trapped in a nightmare, sprawled on the entrance sofa, weeping profusely, uttering, "Moose, don't leave me." It seemed she was heartbroken. Stepping out onto the streets of Chien Island, Jiang Fan noticed that each person he encountered was now fast asleep, ensnared in their own nightmares. Even Officer Jenny from the Pokemon Police Department lay unconscious on the roadside, calling out, "Arcanine, hold on. We're almost at the Pokemon Center. I can't lose you. We still have to fight evil together." Could it be that the entire island's inhabitants had fallen prey to that Gengar's influence? This could be a serious predicament. Jiang Fan swallowed hard, finding this hypothesis increasingly plausible. After all, a level 60 Gengar with champion potential was not something easily subdued, not just on Chien Island, but throughout the entire Chengdu region. Few Pokemon could stand a chance against it. Not wanting to challenge any legends, Jiang Fan summoned Charizard. He needed to capture Gengar swiftly, lest it escape Chien Island. There it was. As Charizard lifted him into the air, he spotted something soaring erratically in the northwestern sky. The irregularity of its flight suggested telekinesis at play, accompanied by frantic shouts. In no time, Jiang Fan beheld Gengar below, commanding a throng of humans, shouting, "Gus, where are you? I'm your little ghost. Don't abandon me. If you hear me, respond quickly. We have many more adventures yet to share." The voice was deafening. Many residents of Chien Island, still wide awake, fled in terror. Those who were slower fell within the psychic grasp of the Gengar and were swiftly captured. Under the influence of hypnosis, they were interrogated about their recognition of Gus. Upon receiving unsatisfactory answers, these individuals joined the chorus of screams. Naturally, some trainers commanded their Pokemon to resist, yet they were promptly whisked away by a shadow ball from Gengar. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Fan swallowed hard. To be honest, he felt a twinge of panic, for he had intended to capture Gengar in a Pokeball. However, before he could draw near, he found himself ensnared by Gengar's hypnosis, compelled to join the cacophony of voices. Yet, if left unchecked, the situation would only spiral further out of control. With a resolute clap of his hands, he declared, "To hell with it. Life and death are but trifles. I shall face this head on." Jiang Fan exclaimed with newfound bravado. "Oh well." Charizard turned back, displeased, and let out a low growl, for Jiang Fan had just patted its head. "My apologies, I was overly excited. I meant to slap my own thigh." Jiang Fan chuckled sheepishly. He then whispered, "Regardless, it shouldn't be able to harm me. If it could, I would have been a goner by now." He cleared his throat, attempting to appear more serious. "Hey, little ghost. I know your trainer, Gus." He shouted towards the crowd below. Upon hearing this, the moving throng instantly froze, only to collapse one by one. Jiang Fan felt as though he had been singled out, watching as a Gengar ascended rapidly from below. "You know, Gus?" Gengar's excitement was palpable. Jiang Fan's pupils dilated, for Gengar communicated through telepathy. "Indeed, he sent me to retrieve you," he replied with a smile, slipping his right hand into his pocket where the ancient Pokeball resided. "Really?" Gengar's excitement intensified, as if years of anticipation were finally bearing fruit. "Yes, he misses you dearly. However, due to certain circumstances, he could not come himself, so he entrusted me with this task." Gengar moved closer to Jiang Fan. Yet the familiarity became unsettling as it recognized something amiss. "No, you do not know Gus. I have entered your dreams. You claim to know nothing of him. Yet you boasted of defeating champions across the land." Gengar's initial elation morphed into fury, and it prepared to punish this deceitful man. However, Jiang Fan was quicker, drawing forth the ancient Pokeball that had confined Gengar for a century. The powerful suction of the ball enveloped Gengar in an instant. "Come on in. Do you not realize that a man's words are the least trustworthy in this world?" After ensnaring Gengar, Jiang Fan quickly tightened the switch on the ancient Pokeball, ensuring it would not be opened again until he felt certain. As he secured it, he noticed Charizard regarding him with suspicion. Jiang Fan coughed lightly. What I meant by a man's words was actually a longer phrase, a deceptive ghost, implying that cunning ghost-type Pokemon can only be swayed with a man's words. Otherwise, one stands no chance against them. He turned to Charizard. How could I possibly deceive you? You are not a ghost type. Charizard, honestly, have I ever lied to you? Charizard pondered for a moment, then shook its head, seemingly convinced. Exactly. I have never deceived you. Now, let us return to the inn, gather our belongings, and head back to the Kanto region tomorrow. There is ample time to collect the gym badge from the Hualan City Gym before visiting Little G's home. 2 days later, Jiang Fan disembarked from a ship in the Kanto region's Gourmet Leaf City. Instead of rushing to Hualan City to challenge the gym, he sought out a noodle shop to savor the local delicacies. Who is this Xing Xionghao? Why have the higher-ups gone to such lengths to find him? Making me busy for the past 2 days without respite? One patron inquired. Who knows? I heard that the dragon-type gym leader from Johto, Xiao Chun, is looking for him. Another replied. But why is she searching for this person? I saw her at the league office today, looking stern as if everyone owed her money. Isn't it obvious? She's heartbroken. Women are like that, forgetting your good deeds while clinging to your faults. The deeper the wound inflicted, the more they remember, the first patron remarked. While enjoying his noodles, Jiang Fan's ears perked up at the mention of Xing Xionghao and Xiao Chun, realizing the potential implications of his casual remarks to Edu. Did his offhand comment trigger such a significant chain reaction? The dragon-type gym leader had now become a figure of romantic interest for Xiao Hao. Finishing his meal hastily, he grabbed takeout for his Snorlax and exited the noodle shop. His instincts urged him to leave Gourmet Leaf City without delay. What if Xiao Chun had come with a portrait, recognized Xing Xionghao as him, and after a brief confrontation, was captivated by his handsome visage and exceptional command skills? The thought amused him. After all, the dragon maiden was also akin to a little dragon girl. As for Edu, he too was a cousin, albeit one with a narrow-mindedness reminiscent of that Morong fellow. Otherwise, how could he have sent his beautiful and capable cousin to seek revenge just days after their battle? The next morning, Jiang Fan arrived at the Hualan City Gym, riding on Charizard amidst envious glances from other trainers. Thank you, Charizard. Rest well in your Pokeball, he said, gently patting its head before recalling it. As he did so, he heard the gym staff at the entrance announcing, all challengers, please line up. Jiang Fan was fortunate, finding himself near the front and third in line. However, shortly after, commotion erupted from behind, prompting him to glance back. It appeared a burly man was attempting to cut in front of a frail youth. Camille the youth, accompanied by a level 22 Squirtle, glared angrily at the intruder. In a flash, the burly man released a level 35 Machoke. Nika Machoke glared down at Squirtle, flexing its muscles with all 4 arms. Squirtle displayed a fearful expression. Moments later, the frail youth was shoved to the back, and the burly man successfully cut in line. Jiang Fan shook his head disapprovingly, continuing to wait. Though he found the queue situation distasteful, it was not his place to intervene. The other patrons appeared indifferent, even amused by the unfolding drama. Clearly, if it had been him facing such an affront without the strength to defend himself, he would likely have ended up in the same predicament as the youth. This was a social phenomenon in this world he felt powerless to change, and it was wiser to remain uninvolved. The last thing he wanted was to assist, and then find himself in a worse predicament. For instance, after assisting someone, one turns around only to discover that their previous position has been usurped by another. It is enough to incite one's ire, compelling one to engage in a futile dispute with yet another individual. Hence, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. If trouble has not sought you out, it is prudent not to seek it yourself, lest you appear foolish. Moments later, Jiang Fan felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. He turned to find a burly man, exuding an intimidating presence, intent on cutting in line. The man's fierce demeanor bore down upon him. Am I truly so easily intimidated by my appearance? Jiang Fan thought, incredulous. Meanwhile, the hulking figure scrutinized Jiang Fan, noting his delicate features and slender frame, resembling that of a woman. Without a Pokémon by his side, it seemed he was a prime candidate for being pushed aside. You, step to the back. This spot is reserved for my elder brother, the brute sneered. With a grunt, the muscular creature behind him flexed its muscles menacingly. What is the matter? Unwilling to comply? The burly man noticed the tension etched on the young boy's face. The creature advanced, mirroring its trainer's fierce expression. Suddenly, a flash of light revealed Jiang Fan unleashing a fiery monkey, which promptly delivered a resounding slap to the creature's head. Fiery monkey, they are intimidating me. The burly man couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. What's wrong? Did my handsome visage frighten you into seeking your Pokémon for help? With a smirk shared between him and his muscular companion, he planned to allow the creature to be a little gentler with Jiang Fan's unfortunate fiery monkey. However, in the next instant, the muscular creature was sent hurtling backward. In a swift motion, the fiery monkey darted forward, seizing the creature's ankle with a powerful grip. With each strike, the creature had no chance to retaliate, soon collapsing to the ground like a deflated balloon. Jiang Fan smiled at the hulking man. "Brother, do you still wish to move to the back?" The man turned slowly, his expression a mixture of disbelief and resignation. Chapter 66, Challenge of the Elite. With a flash, the burly man recalled his creature, retreating in shock. After the skirmish, the fiery monkey returned to Jiang Fan's side, visibly exhausted. "Well done, fiery monkey," Jiang Fan said with a smile, recalling it into its pokeball. He then noticed the trainers behind him, all of whom were gaping in astonishment. Jiang Fan sighed, realizing that great strength often attracts attention. He had intended to remain inconspicuous, blending in with ordinary trainers, but the brute had forced him into the spotlight. Maintaining a low profile proved to be a daunting task. As he resumed his place in line, he noticed the trainer with a large flower Pokémon before him, equally stunned by the encounter. "Why do you gaze at me, my friend? Is my appearance truly so striking? The swimwear beauties at the Cerulean Gym are far more deserving of your admiration." Jiang Fan gently turned the trainer's head away. A few minutes later, a beautiful girl from the Cerulean Gym appeared, inviting the trainer before Jiang Fan to challenge. Wait. As the trainer prepared to enter, a shout halted him. Jiang Fan turned to see a tattooed man running towards him, accompanied by a level 49 muscular creature and the burly man he had just dispatched. The tattooed man glanced at him, while the burly man glared, evidently having regained his courage. "Hello, may I challenge first? I have urgent matters and need to catch a train to Goldenrod City in 2 hours." The tattooed man wore a menacing smile as he addressed the trainer with the large flower Pokémon. Faced with this imposing demeanor, the trainer swallowed nervously and looked to the Cerulean Gym staff for guidance. The beautiful girl understood and was about to speak up when the tattooed man raised his hand to interrupt. "I am willing to offer you 500 league coins and extend an invitation for you to observe this battle." He turned to the crowd behind him. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am a trainer with 6 badges, and today I am here at the Cerulean Gym to obtain my 7th badge. Thus, I shall challenge the gym's elite Pokémon. Would you like to witness this battle?" His words ignited excitement among the waiting trainers, all eager for the opportunity to observe a battle against the gym's top Pokémon. Instantly, cheers erupted. "Brother, accept his offer. There's money to be made, and this chance to observe is rare." Jiang Fan shook his head at the commotion, noting that while everyone was eager to cheer, no one was willing to relinquish their spot in line. However, it was not his concern. It was up to the flower trainer to decide. From his expression, it seemed he was tempted. As Jiang Fan had anticipated, the flower trainer agreed. "Brother, would you like to witness my battle?" The tattooed man, having secured the opportunity, wore a pained smile as he turned to Jiang Fan. "What is this? Are you trying to show off in front of me? Seeking to redeem the defeat of your Pokémon earlier?" Jiang Fan glanced at the burly man behind the tattooed figure. "Consider yourself fortunate. I grant you a chance to observe the battle against the gym's elite." The burly man, sensing Jiang Fan's gaze, puffed up with pride. Jiang Fan smiled slyly. "Let's see how your level 49 muscular creature fares against the gym's elite, unless you have some powerful Pokémon hidden in your Pokeballs." Moments later, the staff at the Cerulean Gym recorded the battle order, and the trainers entered the gym. The current gym leader, Sakura, was surprised to learn of the incoming challenge. After all, the last trainer who had confidently challenged her elite Pokémon had met with a crushing defeat 6 months prior. However, upon reflection, only 3 trainers had managed to best her elite Pokémon since she and her sisters took over the gym. The rest who had earned badges had only defeated her less evolved Pokémon. Perhaps this trainer with the muscular creature would provide a delightful surprise. "Come forth, Starmie." As the battle commenced, Sakura released her Pokémon. In the observation area, Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Upon seeing Sakura's Starmie, he was increasingly convinced that the tattooed man was unlikely to prevail. After all, Starmie was a level 53 Pokémon of near-champion caliber, 1 level above the level 52 Alakazam of the previous trainer. The muscular creature, at level 49 with elite potential, seemed unlikely to succeed unless the trainer's command skills were extraordinarily exceptional. If that is the case, he would willingly utter the words, "Brother, please allow me to remain on my knees." Ladies and gentlemen, observe closely and learn well. Such a high-caliber Pokémon battle is a rare spectacle, even online, let alone in person. At that moment, the burly man who had been frightened off by Jiang Fan shouted from the spectator stand. He finally stood beside Jiang Fan and continued, "Prepare to catch your jaw." Jiang Fan rolled his eyes in response. "Indeed, I am ready. Ready for you to drop your jaw in disbelief after your brother gets thoroughly trounced. I am also prepared for the moment your brother is defeated, when I shall seamlessly challenge the main Pokémon of the Hualan City Gym." A minute later, as Jiang Fan had anticipated, the Mankey was defeated. It had been thoroughly dominated by the gem starfish, unable to even make contact due to its psychic prowess. Wow, what an incredible and thrilling battle, Jiang Fan exclaimed, fulfilling his earlier promise to catch his jaw. The burly man shot him a glare, realizing Jiang Fan was mocking his brother. What are you exclaiming about? If you have the guts, go challenge the gym leader yourself. Besides, my brother still has one Pokemon left to unleash, and it is bound to win. As he spoke, Jiang Fan caught sight of a level 48 Blastoise on the battlefield. His mouth slightly agape, he readied his jaw once more. This time the type advantage isn't as severe. It held on for a bit longer, nearly 2 minutes before succumbing. Wow, another superb and exhilarating battle, Jiang Fan applauded, completely unfazed by the burly man's hostile gaze. Why don't you send out your Mankey to face me? My hot-headed Infernape is always ready for a challenge. Cayman, let's go? The tattooed man, having been defeated, felt too embarrassed to speak to the trainers in the audience. After recalling his Blastoise, he called out to his younger brother. The burly man named Cayman cast a disgruntled glance at Jiang Fan before descending from the spectator stands. Who is the next challenger? Step up to the battlefield. At that moment, Cherry Blossom called out to the audience. Cherry Blossom, gym leader, I shall take the stage next. But I believe it would be best for your Pokemon to rest first. Jiang Fan raised his hand. No need, the Pokemon that just battled are my main ones. They do not require a break for your match, Cherry Blossom replied with a smile, finding the boy who had raised his hand rather naive. How could she possibly use her main Pokemon for a standard gym battle? But the next moment, she began to feel that perhaps it was she who was being naive. However, I intend to challenge your main Pokemon. Jiang Fan's words echoed throughout the gym. The tattooed man, who had just reached the door of the gym, froze at the entrance, abruptly turning around. At this moment, everyone in the gym was staring at Jiang Fan. Are you certain you wish to challenge my main Pokemon? Cherry Blossom inquired, astonished that 2 trainers would consecutively challenge her main Pokemon in a single day. Indeed, I wish to challenge your main Pokemon. So for the sake of fairness, I kindly request that your Pokemon rest, Jiang Fan smiled. Very well, I understand, Cherry Blossom replied, turning to leave the battlefield. Boss, are we leaving? If we don't hurry, we'll miss the train, Cayman asked cautiously at the gym's entrance, noticing his superior had not yet left. After he spoke, he received a slap on the back of his head. What do you mean, leave? Don't you think this battle is worth watching? Chapter 67, Underestimating Me? The challenger named Jiang Fan had only obtained a single badge. Cherry Blossom stood before a computer at the Hualan City Gym, staring at the league records of challengers in disbelief. She had glanced at the previous tattooed man's challenge information before their battle and, upon learning he was a holder of 6 badges, understood his desire to challenge her main Pokemon. Yet now, this Jiang Fan, who had merely 1 badge, dared to challenge her main Pokemon. Brother, are you perhaps a bit too confident for your own good? Do you truly believe that possessing a single gym badge makes you the strongest Pokemon trainer? Cherry Blossom was left speechless, contemplating whether it would be wise not to send her main Pokemon into battle. In her view, a trainer with only 1 badge would be easily brought back to reality by her regular gym Pokemon. Brock even gave him an S-tier rating? He must be mistaken. As Cherry Blossom continued to ponder, she glanced back at the computer to see Brock, the gym leader of Deep Gray City, had rated Jiang Fan highly. After confirming that she hadn't misread the score, she continued to examine the details. She discovered that during Jiang Fan's challenge at the Deep Gray City Gym, he had commanded his Charmeleon to defeat Brock's formidable Onix, who was on the cusp of becoming a champion. No wonder he is so confident in challenging my main Pokemon. However, his self-assurance may be a tad excessive, considering the time elapsed since his challenge at the Deep Gray City Gym was merely over 3 months. How could he possibly have gained the strength to contend with my gym's elite? Youth is a wonderful thing. Confidence is commendable, but excessive confidence can be detrimental. Brock was right. This young man needed to be tempered. Very well, I shall send out the gem starfish to face him. I suspect that just a couple of moves will make him aware of the gap between his aspirations and reality, prompting him to train his Pokemon diligently. Cherry Blossom glanced at the Pokeball containing the gem starfish, feeling it unnecessary for it to rest and recover. Defeating the opponent's 2 Pokemon with one that was in a weakened state would further illuminate the reality for this Jiang Fan. Let the battle commence. Moments later, Cherry Blossom returned to the battlefield, throwing the Pokeball of the gem starfish toward Jiang Fan. Is the battle starting already? Jiang Fan was somewhat taken aback. How could the gem starfish have recovered its condition so quickly? Yet, it appeared to be in the same state as when it had just defeated the Blastoise. At that moment, Cherry Blossom spoke. No need for recovery. I just checked your records in the league, and with only 1 gym badge, the gem starfish can proceed without needing to rest. Her words caused an uproar among the trainers in the audience. Only one gym badge? This kid dares to challenge the gym's main Pokemon? The burly man's eyes widened. Immediately after, he received a slap on the back of the head. The train ticket hasn't been changed. Let us go. This battle is not worth watching. It's a waste of time. The tattooed man's expression turned sour. He had stayed, thinking he would witness an exhilarating showdown that would give him a clearer understanding of the Hualan Gym's main Pokemon's strength, thus enhancing his experience for the next challenge. Now, to find out that the kid challenging after him only possessed one badge? This is just ridiculous. With this thought, the tattooed man couldn't help but slap the back of the burly man's head again. What are you doing, boss? The burly man asked, confused as to why he had received a second slap. You dared to deceive me, a trainer with only one gym badge. And you think his Infernape can defeat your Mankey with a single punch? The tattooed man glared furiously. You made me foolishly anticipate that kid's strength, wasting my time here. With that, he quickly walked toward the gym's exit. On the other side, Jiang Fan huffed in annoyance. Cherry Blossom's disdain had irked him. If that is how it is, Charizard, let the Hualan Gym witness your prowess in a type-disadvantaged battle. With a mighty roar, Charizard appeared, performing a dazzling 360-degree spin in midair. The audience gasped at the sight of the black-skinned Charizard. Such a variant was indeed rare. A fleeting surprise flickered across Sakura's face. She recalled that in the messages recorded by Brock, the formidable Onix that had defeated him was a Charmeleon. And now, merely 3 months later, it had evolved into a Charizard? The tattooed man, hastily departing, paused for a moment before scoffing and resuming his stride. It was merely a Charizard with a different coloration. What was there to exclaim about? When it encountered his Blastoise, it would surely be pinned to the ground, let alone contend with the main forces of the Hualan Gym. Yet, his pupils dilated in shock. The foot that had just stepped forward immediately froze. Upon the referee announcing the battle's commencement, Jiang Fan unveiled the evolution stone clasped to his chest. Charizard, unleash the latent power within you. The evolution stone radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. With a roar, the Y evolution stone on Charizard's tail shimmered. In a matter of moments, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Charizard evolved into Mega Charizard Y. It can actually do that? The tattooed man's mouth fell agape, feeling as if he were on the verge of acquiring new knowledge today. Boss, shall we continue? The burly man cautiously inquired as he noticed his leader had halted once more. No sooner had he spoken than he received a slap to the back of his head. Are you a fool? Don't you realize this battle is worth witnessing? Have you ever seen a Charizard that could evolve again? This is utterly groundbreaking. Change our tickets. Even if we don't go to Goldenrod City, we must see this battle through. The tattooed man shouted angrily before sprinting toward the audience. Did your Charizard undergo a second evolution? On the other side, Sakura was utterly astonished by the transformation of Charizard in the sky. So much so that she momentarily forgot to issue an attack command. Indeed, this is called Mega Evolution, which excavates deeper layers of power within Charizard. Jiang Fan nonchalantly informed her. Mega Evolution, Sakura murmured, only to feel an abrupt surge of heat. Looking up at the sky, the once unremarkable sun now blazed bright enough to blind. A sense of dread began to creep into her heart. This is... Before she could finish her thought, gasps erupted from the audience. What a sunny day! Why has the weather suddenly changed? Could it be that this Charizard can alter the weather after evolving? How is that even possible? Listening to the audience's astonishment, Jiang Fan felt as though they were merely providing comic relief. He shrugged and glanced at Sakura. Sakura Gym Leader. If you do not commence the battle soon, I shall take the initiative and evaporate all the water in your gym. Charizard, unleash your flames. With a roar, a searing torrent of flames poured forth from Charizard, enhanced by the brilliant sunlight. As a side note, the sunlight was a boon that Snorlax had discovered in the forest the previous day. Starmie, Hydro Pump. Sakura quickly countered upon witnessing Jiang Fan's command. However, under the glaring sun, the power of the water-type Hydro Pump was significantly diminished, as it collided with the blazing flames. The water-type move was rapidly consumed and evaporated by the fire, even causing Starmie to be knocked back into the water of the water-type gym. The outcome of this elemental clash immediately stirred a commotion outside the arena. This newly evolved Charizard was astonishingly powerful. The tattooed man was utterly dumbfounded. He had expected the evolved Charizard to perform impressively, but he never anticipated such brilliance. The side that was typically at a disadvantage had managed to dominate the one that held the advantage. If Starmie had been replaced with his Blastoise, then... At that moment, Jiang Fan's voice echoed across the battlefield. Sakura Gym Leader, while water may indeed counter fire, do not forget that once flames grow too fierce, the roles of offense and defense can shift in an instant. Charizard, simply unleash your flames and evaporate all the water here. With a roar, the scorching flames swept across the water-type gym, and the hot vapor quickly enveloped the entire arena. Both Jiang Fan and Sakura found it increasingly difficult to see the battlefield. Sakura attempted to issue a counterattack, but was at a loss for how to proceed. Not only was she hindered by the diminished power of her skills, but her visibility was also severely compromised. She didn't even know where to direct her attacks. The thought of recalling Starmie crossed her mind, but she couldn't ascertain its location on the battlefield. Damn it, why is this Charizard's flame so formidable? Just 3 months ago, it was merely a Charmeleon when battling that Brock fellow? Impossible. It cannot be. A Charizard this powerful could not have merely narrowly defeated a non-mainstay Onix. A complete annihilation would be far more plausible. That Brock scoundrel must have reported false information. Were I to report the actual conditions of the gym battle to the League, I would never allow Starmie to continue battling without rest. As she grappled with the obscured confrontation, Sakura gritted her teeth, mentally berating Brock 1,000 times over. The mist persisted for 5 minutes. Once it dissipated, the spectators beheld a Starmie rendered incapable of battle in a battlefield devoid of water. As for Charizard, it remained completely unscathed. Applause erupted as the tattooed man led the ovation, unable to contain his excitement. Although the battle revealed little in terms of strategy, the power of the newly evolved Charizard spoke volumes. In just 2 words, incredible, he began to anticipate the second battle with enthusiasm. Thank you, Starmie, Sakura sighed, recalling her Pokémon. Her gaze then fixated intensely on Jiang Fan. I admit, I underestimated you just now, but now, I shall unleash my full strength for a spectacular Pokémon battle. Arise, Kingdra. A radiant glow enveloped the field as Sakura released her level 56 Kingdra. Hey! Jiang Fan observed the Kingdra with a calm demeanor as he retrieved 2 Pokeballs. One was directed toward Charizard. Despite Charizard's unscathed appearance and its recent ascension to level 44, Jiang Fan could discern the fatigue weighing upon it. After all, the continuous high-intensity fire output must have taken a toll on its energy, making it impossible to continue battling against Kingdra. Winning was uncertain, but losing would certainly tarnish the illustrious image it had just earned. You've worked hard, Charizard. With a roar, Charizard replied, Roar. Come forth, Snorlax. A radiant light enveloped the arena as Snorlax appeared in the now desiccated water-type gym. Snorlax? Quite an unexpected choice, Sakura mused, though she resolved not to underestimate him again. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She turned to her little sister, still a child outside the arena, and called out, Misty, record the upcoming battle. This showdown is worth learning from for trainers in Hualan City. All right, big sister. Upon receiving the instruction, Sakura nodded with satisfaction. As the referee announced the commencement of the second battle, she promptly issued her command. Kingler, use Dragon Dance. Roar. However, as soon as the order was given, a startling command from the opposing side reached her ears. Snorlax, use Finger Flick. What? What does that mean? Starting with Finger Flick. Is that kid serious? How on earth did he come up with Finger Flick? In the spectator stands, the tattooed man suddenly wore an expression as if he had just tasted something foul. The excitement he felt from the first battle led him to anticipate the second match with great eagerness, hoping to glean some insights for future Pokémon battles. Yet, right from the outset, he was presented with this? Finger Flick? How am I supposed to learn anything from this? Is there any value in this move? Among countless Pokémon abilities, one could randomly select a skill to use. In such a crucial battle, what if he randomly ended up with Splash from Magikarp? Wouldn't that be utterly humiliating and cost him the advantage? Does he really believe he could land a one-hit knockout move? That Charizard of his couldn't he possibly be inherited from his family? Could it? The Snorlax must be the Pokémon he raised himself, he muttered darkly, feeling a profound sense of pity for that Charizard. Suddenly, a tremendous thunderclap echoed across the sky, causing him to shudder. In an instant, the heavens darkened, and a massive bolt of lightning struck down, precisely hitting Snorlax and obliterating the surrounding gym arena. However, Snorlax remained unharmed, transforming into a brilliant blue sphere of electricity. The crackling currents spread outward, creating craters wherever they struck the ground. What kind of skill is this? The tattooed man's pupils trembled in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such a spectacle was conjured by a mere finger flick. Snorlax emitted a divine cry, and in a flash, it charged towards the Kingler, which had just finished its Dragon Dance. In less than a heartbeat, it was upon Kingler, unleashing a torrent of electricity. Boom! Simultaneously, another bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Kingler on the head. Unlike Snorlax, Kingler let out a wretched cry. Chapter 69. This is the Villa of President Silver Company. Noticing that many readers found Xiaoxia's character setting unreasonable, despite it being adapted from a special chapter, I decided to make some adjustments. I have now revised the gym leader to be her sister Sakura and changed the Gyarados to Kingler. Once the Xiaoxia here grows older, I will replace her. Kingler. The astonishing scene not only shocked the tattooed man, but also left Sakura, the opponent, utterly astounded. She could hardly believe that a finger flick could yield a Pokémon skill she did not even recognize. Not only was its power incredible, but it also affected the very sky. She could only watch helplessly as Kingler was taken down in a single blow, with no recourse. Was this kid's success merely luck or genuine skill? Have I truly been defeated so easily? Meanwhile, watching the fallen and nearly lifeless Kingler, Jiang Fan clicked his tongue in wonder. That was Zekram's Thunderbolt, wasn't it? Wow, this seems to be the strongest electric-type move. Kingler being zapped into that state isn't surprising. At that moment, Snorlax, having released its divine form, approached him with a fatigued expression, mouth agape, awaiting a treat. Thank you for your hard work, Snorlax. Now, rest well in your Pokeball. Jiang Fan retrieved several Snorlax-specific energy cubes from his bag and tossed them over before returning Snorlax to its Pokeball. Afterward, Jiang Fan waited impatiently, but the referee still had not declared the end of the match. Referee, aren't you going to announce the winner? I've already returned Snorlax ages ago. I know you're surprised by this battle, but please save your astonishment for later. Once the referee regained his composure, he hurriedly announced, the gym challenge has concluded, and the victor is Jiang Fan from Ziyuan Town. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Fan received the badge from gym leader Sakura. Your strength has truly astonished me. Could you enlighten me on why you commanded Snorlax to use finger flick right from the start? Sakura inquired after handing over the badge, unable to contain her curiosity. The reason is simple. I believe in luck, and I trust my luck is exceptional. Jiang Fan replied with a smile, turning to leave nonchalantly. In the audience, the tattooed man watched Jiang Fan depart, utterly speechless from the shock. When Snorlax used finger flick, he had thought the opponent was short-sighted. Now, it appeared that the short-sighted one was, in fact, himself. No, I must get to know such a person. The tattooed man hurriedly pursued Jiang Fan. However, just as he burst out of the gym, he saw that Jiang Fan had already taken flight on his Charizard. What a pity. Sis, how should we handle this footage? Should we display it on the big screen for the trainers of Huaguan City to learn from? On the other side, the not yet 10-year-old Xiaoxia cautiously asked her older sister. Having just filmed the match, what was supposed to be an exhilarating battle had resulted in her sister's Kingler being effortlessly taken down by a Snorlax's finger flick. It hardly seemed like an exhilarating clash. In fact, both battles had been thoroughly one-sided. She felt somewhat embarrassed. If she were to become the gym leader of Huaguan City in the future, she would ensure such an incident never occurred again. You silly little fool. Do you really think this should be shown on the big screen? Sakura lightly tapped Xiaoxia's head, then took the camera from her hands and deleted the footage. She then requested the documentation for the gym challenge to be submitted to the league. The battle record was written as follows. In this match, gym leader Sakura deployed her two main Pokémon, Starmie and Kingler, against trainer Jiang Fan's Charizard and Snorlax in a thrilling battle. But due to unfortunate luck, she faced a narrow defeat. Gym leader Sakura believes this individual has great potential for the future and possesses the makings of a league champion. She is willing to continue training diligently to cultivate a formidable contender for the Kanto League. Having completed the record, Sakura awarded Jiang Fan the highest rating of S in the scoring section. Afterward, she cheerfully announced to the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed that battle. Unfortunately, due to severe damage to the Huaguan Gym Arena, we will need to suspend gym battles for a period of time. Please return at a later date." With that, she swiftly exited the battlefield. With the arena damaged, repairs would take a month or so, during which she could enjoy a delightful half-month holiday. How splendid. Meanwhile, high above the skies of Huaguan City, Jiang Fan, having obtained the badge, promptly updated his credentials with his mentor, simultaneously raising his price from 10,000 league coins to 15,000. After all, how can the honor of a single medal compare to that of two? It is only reasonable for the price to be slightly elevated. Once the modifications were completed, he dialed Xiao Zilong's number to inform him that he was en route. 500,000 alliance coins awaited him. Director Jiang, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, my parents would have selected a mentor from among their own choices. Xiao Zilong's voice resonated through the phone. I don't want any of those people. I only want you. Jiang Fan felt a twinge. The words sounded rather effeminate. Were it not for his knowledge of Xiao Zilong's character, he would have been inclined to hang up the call. Rest assured, with me around, there will be no mishaps. I will ensure that your parents accept me, Jiang Fan declared, promptly giving himself a sharp slap. What on earth is going on? Why am I suddenly influenced, speaking in such a flamboyant manner? After a bit more casual conversation, Jiang Fan ended the call and directed Charizard towards the Golden City. Xiao Zilong and his parents resided in a villa on the outskirts of the Golden City. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Jiang Fan arrived at the villa's entrance, following the address provided by Xiao Zilong. Although he had reached the Golden City the previous night, he opted to stay overnight. Outside the villa, Xiao Zilong was eagerly awaiting alongside his butler, Yuan. Upon witnessing the strikingly unique Charizard descend from the sky, both were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Zilong rushed forward, exclaiming, "You finally made it. Thankfully, one of the candidates my parents selected is also arriving today. Otherwise, I might have already settled on a Pokémon mentor." "Don't worry, just stay calm," Jiang Fan reassured, putting away Charizard into its Pokeball and patting Xiao Zilong on the shoulder. He then glanced towards the northwest of Xiao Zilong's villa. There lay another estate, which he had first noticed while on Charizard's back. It appeared smaller than Xiao Zilong's, but was designed to resemble a Pokeball, specifically one marked with the M emblem. Wasn't that the symbol of a Master Ball? This piqued his curiosity immensely. "Oh, that's the villa of the president of Silver Corporation." "President of Silver Corporation?" Jiang Fan's eyes widened. No wonder he had wondered about the garden resembling a Master Ball. If it's the president of Silver Corporation, that makes sense. Indeed. Grandpa Takuma and my father are close friends. He chose this villa nearby for convenience when visiting my family. Currently, Grandpa Takuma is at our villa, so I'll take you over. Perhaps he will gift you something, Xiao Zilong cheerfully stated, signaling Jiang Fan to follow him inside. Just as they took a few steps forward, Xiao Zilong paused. "By the way, I should warn you. My parents might give you a hard time regarding your current number of badges. But don't be afraid, I will argue your case." "It's fine," Jiang Fan replied confidently. His life had been a series of displays of audacity, a realm in which he was well versed. "The harder you want me to strike, the harder I shall strike. Of course, if they happen to present a legendary Pokémon, then I will. I will immediately kneel and proclaim, 'My apologies, I was overly boastful. I bow before you. One bow not enough? Then I shall bow again.' A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm." Before long, under Xiao Zilong's guidance, they arrived at the edge of a fish pond. There, a meticulously dressed middle-aged man with a mustache and a casually dressed elderly man with white hair were fishing. Jiang Fan marveled inwardly at the world of the affluent. He couldn't help but scoff at Xiao Zilong's father for fishing in such formal attire, which was indeed worthy of ridicule. However, what truly caught his attention was the sight he glimpsed while crossing the bridge over the pond. A diver in a wetsuit was holding a kingler and attempting to hook it onto a baitless line. Is this how wealthy people fish? Others follow the philosophy of catching fish by chance. You wealthy folks seem to force them to bite against their will. Today, I feel like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, my eyes open wide. "Shoo!" Xiao Zilong seemed to sense Jiang Fan's astonishment and whispered an explanation. "My father has no choice. Grandpa Takuma is simply too skilled at fishing, able to catch fish even without bait. My father, unable to bear the embarrassment of losing, resorts to such tactics, not out of desire to win, but to avoid losing too badly. Don't believe me? You can take a look from the bridge." Upon hearing Xiao Zilong's words, Jiang Fan quietly followed him back to the bridge. To see the pond scene, one could only view it from the bridge, as the shore offered no visibility. Before long, he witnessed the elderly gentleman, indeed catching kinglers with a baitless hook. Jiang Fan was left dumbfounded. This was truly akin to Jiang Taigong fishing, kinglers willingly biting the line. "Haha, Delang, I've caught another one. You've lost, you've lost." The white-haired elder laughed heartily. "Uncle Takuma, you are truly remarkable. It seems I need to practice more to catch up with you," Xiao Zilong's father complimented. "You still lack tranquility. If you can achieve that, it will suffice," the elder replied. As he spoke, he noticed Xiao Zilong and Jiang Fan on the bridge, and his eyelids flickered. Not wanting his secret revealed to more people, he hurriedly called out, "Xiao Zilong, what are you two standing there for? Come and greet Grandpa Takuma." Jiang Fan followed Xiao Zilong to the shore, but his gaze remained fixed on the elder's fishing rod. His instincts told him there was something amiss with that rod. Given that the company capable of creating a Master Ball, which could capture even legendary Pokémon with certainty, surely could develop a rod that could catch kinglers without bait. "Xiao Zilong, is this the mentor you have invited?" At that moment, Xiao Zilong's father, Delang, spoke calmly. Jiang Fan sensed the scrutiny in his gaze. Frankly, it was as if the man was explicitly displaying his disdain. "Yes, father, he is an exceptionally talented mentor," Xiao Zilong affirmed. "Xiao Zilong, excellence isn't merely a claim. It is measured by the number of badges he possesses. I heard he only has one badge. Such a person, if not for your strong recommendation, would not even be worthy of crossing our threshold. Father, he earned his second badge yesterday. Does 2 badges differ from 1? The individuals I found for you all possess 5 or 6 badges, and one even has the potential to earn a 7th. Do you truly believe he can compare? Xiao Zilong sought to argue with his father, but Jiang Fan pulled him back. Don't think you can argue your case. I really don't feel like I have gained any honor through this. Sir, excellence is not merely a matter of your words, but rather a demonstration of true capability. Shall we settle this with a display of our skills? Jiang Fan interjected, his voice cutting through the air. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the room for 4 to 5 seconds. Each face wore a distinct expression. Some were filled with admiration, others with indignation, and a few simply entertained by the spectacle. Among the admirers was Xiao Zilong, gazing at Jiang Fan with wide-eyed reverence, as this was the very manner of speech he had always aspired to emulate. Conversely, Xiao Zilong's father simmered with anger, taken aback that anyone would dare address him in such a manner. The president of Silver, naturally, was merely enjoying the show. Who wouldn't relish a good performance? After a brief pause, Xiao Zilong's father exclaimed, "Vulgar! How crude! I shall not allow my son to be guided by such a base individual." Jiang Fan retorted, "You faltered." The elder's speech momentarily faltered. "Who claims I have faltered? If you possess true courage, the appropriate response would be to arrange an immediate contest with my chosen representative to ascertain my actual prowess." "Very well. I shall summon them at once so you can witness my resolve," he declared, only to retract. "On second thought, I suddenly have no desire to compete." Xiao Zilong's father, invigorated, challenged, "What? Have you lost your nerve?" Jiang Fan shook his head, saying, "I merely find your previous remarks quite disheartening. Even should I emerge victorious, the reward is but 500,000 alliance coins a month, a trifling sum." Xiao Zilong's father glared. 500,000 alliance coins is insufficient?" Jiang Fan replied, "You faltered." "Who says I have faltered? If you are not timid, you should propose 1,000,000 alliance coins. You, a member of the 4 kings and the alliance champion, demand 1,000,000 alliance coins? You faltered. Very well, 1,000,000 it is. I shall show you what a resolute man looks like." With that, Xiao Zilong's father stormed off, casting a disdainful glance as he went to summon his allies. Chapter 71. The Generous President of Silver. "Haha, young man, you are quite remarkable. In just a few words, you have incited the elder's wrath. The amusing part is that this individual is a paying employer." Once Xiao Zilong's father departed, the president of Silver promptly gave Jiang Fan a thumbs up, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. "Here, consider this a gift from me." The president, Taku Shin, retrieved a luxurious ball from his pocket and tossed it to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan caught it, his eyes widening in disbelief. The gift was indeed a lavish ball. Truly, the president of Silver is generous, gifting an item worth 3,000 alliance coins simply because he finds it pleasing. "Thank you, Grandpa Taku." He expressed his gratitude hurriedly. "It's merely a trifle. No need for such humility," Taku chuckled, waving his hand. "I prefer your sharp tongue from earlier. Now, the situation differs from before." Jiang Fan insisted, shaking his head. "I am, in truth, a very courteous individual. Respecting my elders is a tenet I uphold, and I regard you as a most amiable elder." Unlike Xiao Zilong's father, who sought to humiliate him, the act of gifting a luxurious ball is hardly comparable. If presenting lavish gifts is deemed an insult, then I invite you to bestow such insults upon me repeatedly. I find such mockery truly delightful. Quite intriguing. "You are indeed a fascinating young man," Taku roared with laughter, rummaging through his pocket once more and producing yet another luxurious ball to toss Jiang Fan's way. "Here, this one is for you as well. If you flatter me further, there may not be any left." "I am not flattering. I speak only the truth." "Very well. I shall part with the last one too." Jiang Fan found himself with yet another luxurious ball in hand, astonished that the president was so free with such extravagant gifts. "Alas, this time I truly have none left," the elder remarked, tugging at his pocket. "I typically carry only 3 luxurious balls when I venture out." "Please, do not say that. I genuinely have not flattered you. Every word is sincere." However, the president of Silver remained unresponsive, merely advising, "Make sure to perform well later. Do not speak of proving your strength only to crumble at the first challenge, for that would deeply disappoint me." Though a tinge of disappointment lingered, it was still acceptable. After all, to acquire 3 luxurious balls through a few well-placed words is a stroke of fortune that anyone would envy. Now, his fiery dragon, little Snorlax, and the red Gyarados would all have splendid accommodations. This trip had indeed been worthwhile. Having concluded his thoughts, Jiang Fan approached Xiao Zilong once more, where Taku, the Silver President, rapped lightly on Xiao Zilong's head. "And you, dreaming of breaking free from your confines, do not gaze at him with such admiration. Should he falter, your father will undoubtedly reprimand you." Xiao Zilong winced at the tap and was about to praise Jiang Fan when he noticed his father advancing with a contingent of supporters, his mother trailing behind. Do you not wish to demonstrate your strength? Excellent. I have brought my chosen representatives, and I hope you can perform as impressively as your words suggest. Otherwise, I shall promptly cast you out of my home. Xiao Zilong's father surged forward, flanked by 2 men and a woman, all bearing 5 medals of honor. He gestured towards the young couple and then to a robust middle-aged man, who bore 6 medals of distinction. With an air of arrogance, he declared, "Now, answer me. Have you faltered?" Jiang Fan replied, "Only those who incessantly inquire about another's courage are truly cowardly, as they seek to compensate for their own inner weakness through intimidation." Thus, Jiang Fan concluded, "Therefore, it is evident that you are the one who has faltered. You insolent wretch." Xiao Zilong's father, who had just moments ago been brimming with confidence, now trembled, his face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Butler Yuan whispered in his ear, "Master, we are of the upper class. Do not lose your composure." "Indeed, I am of the upper class. I must not allow a vulgar commoner to undermine my dignity." Taking a few deep breaths, Xiao Zilong's father silently reminded himself of his noble status, gradually regaining his composure. "Yuan, quickly bring forth the Pokémon we shall use to assess his guidance abilities. Today, I will ensure this insufferably arrogant boy learns to conduct himself properly." "As you wish, master." Moments later, the servants of the estate arrived, leading 4 Pokémon before Jiang Fan and the 3 trainers, Raichu, Vulpix, Masquerain, and Seal. Raichu was brought before Jiang Fan for specialized training in the skill of Shadow Clone. What is that boy doing? Will he truly provide guidance, or is he merely posturing before me with empty bravado? Since Raichu's arrival, Xiao Zilong's father had been closely monitoring Jiang Fan. To his surprise, unlike the other 3 trainers, Jiang Fan did not crouch to assess the Pokémon's skeletal structure or command them to execute their skills. Instead, he simply requested paper and pen from the attendants. Standing behind him, Butler Yuan furrowed his brow, recalling the previous video call when Jiang Fan had merely glanced at the Pokémon and accurately predicted their training progress. After the call, the attendants had followed his outlined training regimen, and each step had proven correct, particularly with Stereo Learning Reflect. They followed each other's instructions and prepared 3 portions of hypnotic taper fur and 3 portions of the feather down of the floating chick, placing them before the starfish. Upon contact, it indeed engaged in autonomous learning, mastering the reflective barrier after 97 attempts, much to their astonishment. Consequently, when young Kojiro expressed to his father and mother his desire to choose Jiang Fan as his mentor, he spoke a few favorable words on his behalf. However, to the steadfast belief of the father and mother that selection should be based on the number of badges, their words held little weight. They were even reprimanded for being of an age where they no longer understood reason, attributing it to the young master's temperament. "Sir, he may be tallying the number of skill training sessions for Raichu," whispered Manager Yan. He felt it was time to demonstrate that despite his age, he remained discerning. "Yan, what foolishness are you spouting?" exclaimed young Kojiro's father. "This is something that can be noted at a glance. I truly believe you are getting on in years, speaking such nonsense." Upon hearing this, Kojiro's father immediately turned to admonish him. After scolding, his peripheral vision caught Jiang Fan just setting down his pen. Quick, go see what that boy has written." Manager Yuan hurriedly jogged over. Upon seeing the paper, a smile instantly adorned his aged visage, but remembering that the master was watching, he promptly composed himself. As he suspected, it detailed the training sessions for Raichu. Not only that, but it also recorded the skill training sessions for 3 other Pokémon. "Boy, is this reliable?" Manager Yuan inquired softly. "I am on your side." Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by on my side? When has this proud eagle of a man ever needed others to take his side? Do you think I would be unreliable?" Yet he spoke candidly. Hearing Jiang Fan's confident retort, Yuan felt reassured. He then instructed several attendants to note the training sessions of the other 3 Pokémon while he took the note to show the master. When young Kojiro's father, Dallin, read what was written, he first glanced at Manager Yuan with a look of disbelief before turning to Jiang Fan, who was sitting nearby, toying with a luxury ball. He kept glancing back and forth. Chapter 72. I must throw him out. "What is the matter, Dallin? What did he write?" inquired President Silver, Taku, who noticed young Kojiro's father's peculiar behavior, suddenly curious. Upon seeing the contents of the paper, his expression grew increasingly animated. "Uncle Taku, you are well versed. Do you think what is written here is credible?" asked young Kojiro's father. President Silver, Taku, shook his head. Seeing him shake his head, Dallin became agitated. "Right? You also find it unbelievable, don't you? That fellow is nothing but a fraud. I don't want to waste another moment on him. Someone, throw this fraud out." Young Kojiro became anxious. Father, he is not a fraud. How can you jump to conclusions without waiting for the test results? Is there still a need to wait? His father retorted. You foolish boy, how could Pokemon skill training be something he claims to have mastered after practicing a few times? You need to start learning the fundamental knowledge of Pokemon properly from today onward. If it weren't for me, you would have fallen for it. And you, Yuan. I now seriously suspect that this person was brought in by you to swindle our family. Sir, Manager Yuan attempted to defend himself, but was interrupted by young Kojiro's father's raised hand. Don't explain. I don't want to hear your reasoning right now. I'm going to give that fraud a piece of my mind and vent the anger I just felt. With great fury, young Kojiro's father marched towards Jiang Fan. Yet mere moments later, he turned back, for upon approaching, the nightmarish words slipped from his lips. You're scared. I am not scared. You are the one who is scared. Young Kojiro's father exclaimed, visibly agitated, lacking the demeanor of a nobleman. No, you are indeed scared. A man who is not scared would not be unable to wait for the results. You wait, he declared, snatching the paper written by Jiang Fan and tossing it to an attendant. Quick, go and train the Pokemon for me. Today, I shall show this fellow whether I am scared or not. Once the results come out, I will personally throw him out. Vulgar. You. Young Kojiro's father, overwhelmed, rolled his eyes and fainted. Father. Sir. Dallin. Minutes later, young Kojiro's father awoke from the recliner. His first words were, have the results come out? I told you that fellow is a fraud. He hasn't left, right? I want to personally throw him out. Young Kojiro remained silent. Manager Yen, who was about to speak, also sealed his lips. Eventually, it was President Silver, Taku, who broke the silence. Dallin, the training has only just begun. Do not rush. Young Kojiro's father immediately closed his eyes. Let me recuperate for a moment. Once the results are out, call me to throw him out. Just seeing him gives me a headache. The group dispersed. 3 minutes later. Have the results come out? Sir, not yet. 5 minutes later. Have the results come out? Sir, not yet. 10 minutes later. Have the results come out? Not yet. Why is it still not out? My hands are losing control. Sir, should we call a doctor for a sedative? Get lost. 2 hours later, a servant shouted, Sir, the results are out. Good, good, good. Was that fellow's prediction incorrect? Young Kojiro's father sprang up from the recliner. I can finally throw him out myself. It's the result of the trainer's intensive training for the masquerade. Young Kojiro's father immediately lay back down. I only want to know the training results of that fraud. Sir, he also predicted the training sessions for masquerade. Was it wrong? Young Kojiro's father sprang up again, his eyes shining. He was correct. He said masquerade needed to practice Bubble Beam 87 times, and indeed, after 87 times, it mastered Bubble Beam. It's quite remarkable. The servant replied. You're dismissed. The light in young Kojiro's father's eyes dimmed instantly. How is this possible? He said 87 times, and it truly mastered it in 87 times. This defies logic. No, it must be luck. It's definitely luck. Sir, the results for trainer Nana's Vulpix have come in. Another servant rushed over. Did it match what that fraud said? Young Kojiro's father lay back in the recliner, holding his forehead. Sir, it matched perfectly, exactly as predicted. It's incredible. You're dismissed. Kazuki's father lay in his chair, a visage of despair etched upon his face. He could not fathom how individuals adorned with 2 medals could wield such formidable prowess. At that moment, the final servant, a subordinate of Jiang Fan's group, rushed in with urgency. Master, the number of special training sessions for Raichu is identical to what that fellow mentioned. Upon hearing this, the last vestige of hope within Kazuki's father dissipated. He lay back in his chair, chuckling to himself. Observing his father's demeanor, Kazuki hesitated to approach, an instinct whispering that his father was brimming with pent-up fury, poised to erupt. Sir, we refuse to accept this. An exceptional Pokemon trainer must not only possess foundational knowledge, but also excel in Pokemon battles. I demand to engage him in a Pokemon duel. At this juncture, it was not only Kazuki's father who was incensed. The 3 trainers shared his indignation. They could not reconcile the fact that their diligent efforts in training Pokemon had been rendered futile, as others merely glanced and made predictions. How utterly ludicrous. Upon hearing the words of the trainer he had selected, Kazuki's father felt a surge of anticipation. Yes, indeed. A superior Pokemon trainer must engage in battles. That is the true test of their mettle, he exclaimed, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Fan. Today he must personally ensure the expulsion of his opponent. He could not believe that 2 medal holders could triumph over those with 5 or 6 medals in battle. Chapter 73, Blue Gyarados versus Red Gyarados. Father, you previously stated that we were comparing training guidance, not battling. Kazuki interjected, alarmed by his father's sudden imposition of a new selection criterion. Unaware of Jiang Fan's battle capabilities, He harbored doubts about the two medal holders matching up against those with 5 or 6. A loss would render all previous efforts futile. And he yearned to forge a friendship with Jiang Fan. This unabashedly confrontational character was precisely the person he aspired to become. Kazuki, silence. This household is under my authority. The selection criteria shall be as I decree. In my view, an exceptional trainer must possess both instructional expertise and battle prowess. Without the latter, they are unequivocally not exceptional. Kazuki's father pushed his son aside and called out to Jiang Fan. Do you dare to engage them in a Pokémon battle? If you win, I shall have no objections. You will be deemed the most outstanding trainer, and I shall provide you with 1,000,000 league coins today. Observing the middle-aged man, who had been stripped of all semblance of noble decorum by his anger, Jiang Fan sighed. Why must people be struck once and not be satisfied, seeking a second blow? Is it because of the left and right sides of the face? After a slap on the left, does the right require one for comfort? I do not understand. Indeed, he did not comprehend. Since it must be this way, he would have to indulge Kazuki's father's peculiar desires and deliver a resounding slap to his right cheek as well. Are you afraid? On the other side, Kazuki's father, upon hearing Jiang Fan's exasperated sigh, was suddenly elated, slapping his thigh. Did you see that? He is afraid. He is indeed afraid. He boasted, resembling a victorious rooster, while the servants kept their heads down, unwilling to respond. Kazuki regarded his father with peculiar eyes. President Silver, Takuma, furrowed his brow. Observing the reactions of those around him, Kazuki's father's expression gradually stiffened as he recalled the noble etiquette he had nearly forgotten. He forced a semblance of a smile and turned to Jiang Fan. So, do you dare to engage them in a Pokémon battle? If you do not, I ask you to leave. I will only hire the most exceptional trainer to guide my son. Jiang Fan shrugged. Why would I be afraid? I am not cowardly. Only the timid would lose once and shamelessly propose a rematch. Kazuki's father grimaced, his teeth clenched. Did I call you cowardly? Isn't it the coward that is trying to argue? Father, master, young master. Half an hour later, a group arrived at the battleground of the estate. Jiang Fan's opponent was a trainer named Dafin, a holder of 5 badges. Why the half-hour delay? It was merely that Kazuki's father had nearly been rendered unconscious by a single remark. Originally intended to be escorted inside to rest, he insisted on witnessing the battle with his own eyes. Thus, after a dose of calming medication, he reclined in a wheelchair. If I win again, I hope he doesn't die from anger, Jiang Fan muttered, glancing at Kazuki's father in the wheelchair. He had not anticipated that mere words could nearly incapacitate his opponent twice, prompting Jiang Fan to question his own verbal prowess. The winner shall receive 100,000 league coins. If the victory is decisive, I shall reward him with 200,000, Kazuki's father exclaimed from his wheelchair. As his words echoed, Dafin, the trainer opposite Jiang Fan, instantly ignited with excitement. Knowing the employer's declaration was directed at him, hoping he would dominate the young challenger. Come forth, Gyarados. Roar. A flash of light heralded the emergence of Dafin's strongest Pokémon. Such vigor. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, deducing from Kazuki's father's voice that his opponent would not only avoid dying from anger, but would also bestow upon him a reward of 200,000 league coins. Truly, what a benevolent individual. Come forth, Red Gyarados. Casting a glance at the opposing Gyarados, boasting a level 40 elite qualification, Jiang Fan summoned his own Red Gyarados. Roar. With a brilliant flash, the Red Gyarados made its entrance. Although it was 5 levels lower, its legendary stature commanded a presence that overshadowed the opposing Gyarados, instilling a flicker of trepidation in its adversary. Heavens! A Red Gyarados. That individual possesses a Red Gyarados. The appearance of Jiang Fan's Pokémon elicited disbelief from the onlookers, with the servants gasping in astonishment. What are you all gasping for? Have you never seen a Red Gyarados? Their words infuriated Kazuki's father. Although it was his first encounter with a Red Gyarados, he found no joy in the sight, especially as the Red Gyarados seemed to overshadow the blue Gyarados with its presence. Surely, I must be mistaken. How could a Gyarados with 5 badges be overshadowed by one with only 2? That defies logic, Kazuki's father consoled himself, eagerly anticipating the blue Gyarados to unleash its might and triumph over the Red Gyarados. Gyarados, use Hyper Beam. Let them witness who the strongest Gyarados truly is. The battle commenced as trainer Dafin swiftly issued his command. Gyarados, use Hyper Beam. Jiang Fan calmly instructed. Roar, roar. The 2 Gyarados bellowed, and soon, energy began to coalesce within their mouths. In the very next moment, the Crimson Gyarados, which had just gathered energy for half a second, unleashed its attack amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. 2 beams of destructive light collided near the Azure Gyarados. To everyone's further astonishment, The Crimson Gyarados' destructive light surged forth at a visibly rapid pace, enveloping and swiftly advancing against the Azure Gyarados' attack. With a resounding roar, the Azure Gyarados emitted a pained cry, being thrust back several meters within mere seconds. Splendid. Haha. Remarkable. Absolutely astonishing, exclaimed the onlooker, Kojiro, as he jumped up in excitement. Eager to shower compliments upon the Crimson Gyarados, he began to voice his praise to the nearby manager, Yan, but faltered at the first syllable. This was not only due to the oppressive gaze of his father, but also because of Jiang Fan's next command. Gyarados, unleash destructive light. Kojiro's eyes widened in disbelief. In his understanding, destructive light was an exceptionally potent move in the realm of Pokémon skills. However, it bore a significant drawback. Once employed, it rendered the user immobile for several seconds, during which they were unable to execute any moves or utilize items. Logically, Jiang Fan's directive should have been impossible to realize. Yet, in the following second, this impossibility was shattered, not only in Kojiro's perception but also in the understanding of everyone present, save for Jiang Fan. With a thunderous roar, the Crimson Gyarados summoned energy once more under the incredulous gazes around. In the blink of an eye, a radiant beam of destructive light, akin to flames, erupted from its mouth, hurtling towards the immobilized Azure Gyarados. Boom! Accompanied by a cacophony and the anguished cries of the Azure Gyarados. It ultimately collapsed to the ground moments later. All eyes turned in shock towards Jiang Fan and that formidable Crimson Gyarados. Observing the astonishment etched on their faces, Jiang Fan felt compelled to utter two words, so exhilarating, absolutely thrilling. This was the very reaction he had longed to witness. One might wonder why he sought to capture the Crimson Gyarados. It was precisely for its body prowess, rivaling that of legendary Pokémon, and its ability to wield destructive light as if it were a mere basic attack. Do you dare to contest with me in destructive light? Very well. Should you fail to eliminate me in a single blow, prepare to face your demise. Why? Why can your Gyarados utilize destructive light consecutively? The trainer with 5 badges, Defoe, shouted incredulously at Jiang Fan. His words resonated with many, who gazed at Jiang Fan with wide eyes, yearning for a reasonable explanation. There is no reason. Only innate talent, Jiang Fan replied as he approached the Crimson Gyarados. This intimidating creature immediately lowered its head, displaying a friendly demeanor as Jiang Fan stroked it. Ever since it had been rewarded for enduring hits from the Infernape, this mischievous being's affection for Jiang Fan had skyrocketed. It wouldn't be long before the first tier of system rewards was unlocked. You performed admirably just now. Today, I shall allow you to endure a few more strikes from your older brother, Jiang Fan said, patting its head. The Crimson Gyarados eagerly nodded in response. Amused by its antics, Jiang Fan chuckled and then turned to Kojiro's father, the imposing Daro, who was still recovering from the shock. Boss, would you consider my victory a decisive one? May I claim 200,000 alliance coins? He asked with a beaming smile. What a good person. Truly a benevolent soul. Even when agitated, he still offers me 200,000 to support my impoverished family. Moreover, due to his arrangement of this battle, my Crimson Gyarados has leveled up twice, from level 35 to 37. I sincerely hope he doesn't succumb to his anger. Meanwhile, witnessing Jiang Fan's genuine smile, Kojiro's father, Daro, felt as if he had consumed several pounds of lead. Blushing, he nodded with difficulty. After mentally cursing the Azure Gyarados' trainer for their ineptitude, he addressed Jiang Fan. Do not rejoice too soon. There are still 2 opponents left. Defeat them first. Understood, boss. I shall follow your instructions, Jiang Fan replied, suddenly shyly rubbing his hands. Is there a reward for the victor of the next battle? Kojiro's father responded, indeed. Although the opposing trainer did not taunt him with the 3 words you are weak this time, their current woeful expression was akin to saying it. I shall take the next battle, volunteered the trainer with 6 badges. My Venusaur is quite confident of victory. With that, he released a level 45 Venusaur onto the battlefield. Tada! Kojiro's father turned to observe the self-assured expression of the trainer with 6 badges and the imposing figure of the Venusaur. He silently nodded. The previous trainer with 5 badges was undoubtedly a fraud, while this one seemed far more credible. With a wave of his hand, he declared, as before, I shall award 100,000 alliance coins to the victor, and for a decisive victory, 20,000. Jiang Fan's expression brightened. Thank you, boss. He retrieved the Crimson Gyarados into its Pokeball and took out another. He believed his Crimson Gyarados could win against the level 45 Venusaur, though a decisive victory was uncertain. With a flash of light and a pop, the Infernape took the stage. Smack! As soon as it appeared, Jiang Fan gave its head a loving pat. Infernape. That fellow is worth 200,000 alliance coins. Attack it. Jiang Fan pointed towards the Venusaur, without waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match. The Infernape charged forward. Venusaur, use powerful whip. Strike it down, commanded the Venusaur's trainer, witnessing the impending clash. Tada! Venusaur loomed over the charging Infernape. Its robust tendrils swiftly lashed out. It was prepared to follow its trainer's command and turn the foul monkey into a lifeless one. However, it had underestimated the situation. The moment the tendril struck out, it could not retract its attack. Just as the tendril was about to hit the Infernape, it was seized. Pucha! Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the Infernape began to whirl in a circle, clutching the tendril tightly. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions, 3 revolutions. How many more would it turn? Tada! 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 All that could be heard was the Venusaur's panicked cries, as it desperately whipped the tendril, yet the Infernape refused to let go, spinning faster and more vigorously. President Silver, Takuya, was also left dumbfounded, but soon recalled something and urgently called to his secretary. Quick, record this segment and send it to the company. Understood, President. The Infernape's actions reminded him of a recent project the company was undertaking, designing a ghostly outfit capable of withstanding blows from fighting-type Pokémon. But they had yet to find a suitable fighting-type Pokémon for testing, with merely 15 days remaining until the new product is to be delivered to the client. Should they fail to meet this deadline, they will incur a penalty of 3 times the price. While such a sum may be trivial for Silver Company, it is a matter of principle. It would reflect poorly on the capabilities of their technical team. Thus, he insisted that they must find a solution. However, the technicians lamented daily about the daunting challenges they faced. They struggled not only to locate a suitable fighting-type Pokémon for testing, but also to comprehend the mechanics behind how the client's Pokémon had achieved such remarkable feats. A few days prior, they had invited the esteemed Director Xin Yan of the fighting gym from Jinhong City to conduct tests. To their dismay, even his Makoke failed to break through the novice-level ghost set, let alone the official version intended for the client. One might wonder why the client's own Pokémon were not permitted to participate in the testing. It is simply unacceptable for a world-class item company to require their clients to come in for testing. Such a notion is utterly embarrassing. In the past, they had taken pride in fulfilling client requests with confidence and promptness. That is what prestige looks like. Now, observing Jiang Fan's Infernape, he believed he could persuade the other party to cooperate with their technicians for testing, even if it required a financial incentive. Half a minute later, the battle concluded. The Venusaur was defeated, and amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a loud snap echoed as the vines broke, sending it soaring away. How far did it fly? No one could say, only that it had escaped the confines of the estate. The trainer, akin to the mythical Qua Fu chasing the sun, sprinted after it, shouting fervently, "Venusaur! My Venusaur!